the next frontier. Reviving economic statecraft for national security. By Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 2. But seriously, how do we make an entrepreneurial state?
In January of this year, J.D. Vance, a former venture capitalist, took the oath of office as Vice President of the United States. His and President Donald Trump's inauguration marked a critical inflection point in the relationship between tech and public institutions. Tech has been building up to this moment for a while. In recent years, its members took an active role in shaping local government through advocacy efforts like YIMBY California and Grow SF, which scored decisive wins in San Francisco city elections for the Board of Supervisors, as well as the School Board and City College Board. There are now tech-minded think tanks in Washington, D.C., such as the Institute for Progress, IFP, and Foundation for American Innovation, which advocate for policies that encourage us to build and move quickly. And President Trump announced, shortly after his election, that he would create a Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, with Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk at the helm, tasked with improving governmental efficiency and productivity. The last of these initiatives has become a source of endless fascination and consternation in the media, as Musk seems intent on speedrunning his way through downsizing the United States government. DOGE's members have set their sights on auditing and overhauling activities at key federal agencies, ranging from the Office of Personnel Management, OPM, to the Social Security Administration, SSA. Others may not approve of what tech wants to do with the government, but it is increasingly difficult to find evidence for the claim that tech scorns engagement with public institutions altogether. If Silicon Valley is poised to make its mark on our institutions in the next 4 years and beyond, it's worth revisiting our prevailing assumptions about what drives its behavior. Richard Barbrook and Andy Cameron called tech's core values the Californian ideology in a landmark 1992 essay of the same name. They described it as a fatalistic vision of the natural and inevitable triumph of the high-tech free market, whose politics appeared to be impeccably libertarian. More than 30 years later, echoes of these phrases still reverberate through cultural commentary on Silicon Valley. Like a halo of hornets, it can't shake off. But for those of us who identify with tech, this ideology feels increasingly out of step with the world we live in. Tech is not the libertarian bastion it was once imagined to be, if it ever was. Back in the 1990s, Barbrook and Cameron's Californian ideology thesis resonated because it explained the peculiar fusion of countercultural libertarianism and capitalist ambition driving Silicon Valley's rising prominence after the Cold War. For decades, American political and economic thought had been shaped by the conflict with the Soviet Union. Following the collapse of communism, this ideological tension vaporized, leaving the United States with an unprecedented sense of self-assurance. Against a backdrop of deregulation, entrepreneurialism, and a growing belief that markets could solve problems better than governments, Silicon Valley became the ideal emerging industry upon which happy capitalists, glowing from their recent triumph, could pin their dreams. Barbrook and Cameron offered up tech as an enticing cocktail of pro-business and libertarian values that was also culturally progressive. Their framing resonated with a generation that had grown up skeptical of authority, thanks to political controversies like the Vietnam War and Watergate, but which was also enamored with the seemingly limitless potential of the internet. Glimpsed through the veil of the Californian ideology, Silicon Valley was seen as transcending politics, while simultaneously shaping the future of society through the companies it created. Barbrook and Cameron's legacy is still evident in modern critiques of tech exceptionalism, where journalists and scholars often assume that tech's behavior can be explained by either a capitalist's love of making money or an engineer's myopic obsession with technology. Neither explanation adequately captures what tech is really about. The early Californian ideology reflected the post-Cold War era in which it was conceived, rather than the contours of tech culture itself. Silicon Valley has never really been libertarian in the purest sense of the word. In a study of political attitudes published by former journalist Greg Ferenstein and Stanford researchers David Bruckman and Neil Malhotra in 2017, at the tail end of tech's disruption era, tech elites at the time were found to be far less likely than either the Republican or Democratic-leaning general public to say they wanted a hands-off government. 24% of tech elites agreed with this statement, compared to 44% of Democrats and 63% of Republicans. The study suggested that tech does strongly believe that citizens can be trusted to solve their own problems, but not for the sake of liberty alone. Rather, They are preoccupied with unlocking individual ambition for the collective good. In a 2016 interview with American Enterprise Institute fellow James Pethekukis, Fehrenstein remarked that Silicon Valley's ideology is pro-market, but it is not pro-liberty. They are highly collectivist. Tech believes that every individual can uniquely contribute to the betterment of society. They do not want to remove regulation for the sake of it the way libertarians do. Compare, for example, the stated vision of libertarian think tank Cato Institute, a free and open society in which liberty allows every individual to pursue a life of prosperity and meaning in peace, to that of tech-minded think tank IFP, accelerating scientific, technological, and industrial progress. While the latter organization may advocate for removing or reforming regulation, it is always in service of accelerating social progress, rather than preserving personal freedom. IFP, like others in tech, wants a government that can do things. These are collectivist values, not individualistic ones. Nor does the oft-repeated narrative that tech is currently undergoing a rightward shift square with history. Tech may have historically voted overwhelmingly with the Democratic Party, but there was always a simmering tension between these two groups. From the same 2017 study by Brookman et al., the tech founders and leaders that they interviewed did have largely liberal political views, especially on social issues, that reflected the Democrats' values. They supported gay marriage and immigration, and they even favored higher taxes on the rich, universal health care, and increased spending on federal programs for the poor. On the other hand, they also tended to oppose a lot of government regulations. They were skeptical of government-regulated consumer protections, as well as worker protections like labor unions. Of those surveyed, 82% thought that it was too hard to fire workers, and they wanted the government to make it easier to do so, which aligned much more squarely with the researchers' Republican political sample. Brookman and his colleagues concluded that tech represented what they called an entirely new political category. No other political sample they analyzed favored both greater wealth distribution and less regulation. As New York Times journalist Farhad Manjoo commented at the time, it is genuinely difficult to think of any politician who aligns with that mix, perhaps inadvertently foreshadowing the political backlash against tech that soon followed. The story, then, is not necessarily that tech was previously aligned with the Democratic Party, and that some pockets of tech are now shifting their support elsewhere. An alternative explanation is that tech has never been fully aligned with the Democratic Party's political agenda, not even under the Obama administration, which had strongly supported tech. At the time, Brookman and his colleagues speculated that tech's growing wealth might start to tip the Democratic Party's agenda toward its views. But this isn't what happened at all, and the subsequent tech backlash can be at least partly explained by these irreconcilable differences between the values of a rising tech elite and those of the Democratic Party. Tech's critics aren't entirely imagining things. Tech was, in prior eras, more narrowly focused on business as the primary means of enacting social change. Startups were how they believed they would fix the world. But those who aren't close to tech don't seem to have noticed how things have changed. Public criticism, followed by the threat of regulation, often catalyzes a deeper search for meaning among entrepreneurial elites. This was the case during the Gilded Age. Industrialist Andrew Carnegie published Wealth, 1889, against a backdrop of growing public criticism over labor conditions and wealth inequality that erupted into the Homestead Strike, an infamous multi-day worker protest. His essay formed the foundation of modern American philanthropy, in which he exhorted his wealthy industrialist peers to take their social responsibilities seriously. Ida Tarbell's critical coverage of Standard Oil precipitated the 1911 antitrust Supreme Court case Standard Oil Colorado of New Jersey versus United States, which broke up John D. Rockefeller's corporate activities, but was followed, just a couple years later, by the creation of the Rockefeller Foundation. Tech is no different. Its transition from a business industry with a homogeneous worldview to a burgeoning, albeit fragmented social movement began midway through the 2010s, as public sentiment began to turn against it. The public and regulatory backlash that tech experienced, from the 2013 Google bus protests, to its perceived influence on the 2016 U.S. presidential election, to the regulatory scrutiny triggered by Meta's 2018 Cambridge Analytica scandal, forced an entire generation of tech to ask itself, for the first time, why they deserve to be there. While current media narratives about tech fail to capture the full picture, it is surprisingly difficult to pin down what tech does stand for today. Tech leaders don't always seem to agree with each other's public positions, and sometimes, as in the case of artificial intelligence, find themselves openly in conflict with each other. Tech's political and social influence is growing, but toward what ends? On the eve of the 2024 U.S. presidential election, Tim Huang and others convened a small group of people who work in tech media, policy, and philanthropy to explore these questions. The topic was the Silicon Valley ideology, where it came from, what it means today, and where it's going. In the room were philanthropic funders, operators, writers, and academics who work in and around tech, representing a diverse set of perspectives. We started with an observation. After the backlash in the mid to late 2010s, tech as a cohesive social bloc cracked apart into a rich assortment of subcultures. Now we see movements like Progress, which focuses on the economic and technological drivers of social progress, and began with an editorial piece written by Stripe co-founder Patrick Collison and economist Tyler Cowen. Abundance, a cousin movement that tends to emphasize social well-being and distributive outcomes, driven by the likes of media figures Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein. The New Right, who prioritize family, local communities, and strong leadership, and whose views influenced Vice President Vance. American Dynamism, which emphasizes reviving public infrastructure and institutions that strengthen American values, spurred by a growing community of aerospace, defense, and manufacturing companies in Los Angeles and Orange County. Effective altruism, a carryover from the early 2010s, rooted in rationalist and utilitarian approaches to giving. Tech ethicists, who fight algorithmic bias and misinformation, and the network state, incubated by entrepreneur and investorology. Srinivasan, who advocates for building new, digital-first nation-states. Our discussion of these movements, and the commonalities and differences between them, turned out to be one of our most spirited. While there was widespread consensus that such movements are driving the formation and expression of tech values today, we diverged on how to classify them taxonomically. Several dimensions emerged from our conversations. 1. Beliefs about human nature. Borrowing from economist Thomas Sowell's terminology, some movements, like the tech ethicists, seem to believe that people are fundamentally flawed and can't be trusted, so we need systems and processes to keep them in place, constrained vision, while others, like American Dynamism and Progress, advocate for a small set of visionaries to lead our institutions with unconstrained vision. 2. Preserving versus innovating. Some movements, like the New Right, seem to have an idealized vision of the world that they are trying to preserve, while others, like Progress and Abundance, believe that constant innovation is a sign of a healthy society. 3. Relationship to the state. Effective altruists and tech ethicists tend to be more collaborative with the government and believe it is fundamentally working, while others, like the New Right and Abundance, are more focused on institutional reform. Each of these movements lays at least some claim to tech culture, yet they often deviate sharply in their specific visions for the future. Their members also draw from a wide range of skills and disciplines, which suggests that the definition of tech itself is expanding. Gone are the days when working in tech simply referred to slinging code for an overfunded software-as-a-service company. Tech no longer singularly equates to being a software engineer or even working with technology at all. Today, tech counts academics, policymakers, journalists, and scientists among its ranks. Even those who work in private industry might call themselves tech, while building rockets, decoding our genes, or building clean energy solutions. Tech's recent forays into government, too, feel strikingly different from Obama-era initiatives such as the United States Digital Service, USDS, or Code for America, when it was believed that tech's greatest contribution was building software for government employees. Instead, tech leaders who are granted a seat at the political table today are recruited not for their coding skills, but for their perspective on the world, embracing individual talent and potential, enthusiasm for shaping the future, demanding results and accountability, thinking from first principles, etc. The old image of tech as the leave-me-alone, libertarian hacker businessperson feels out of step with the roll-up-our-sleeves version we're seeing today. It was once thought that tech's impact would be limited to the world of software. Barbrook and Cameron explained that West Coast technologists wanted information technologies to be used to create a new Jeffersonian democracy, where all individuals will be able to express themselves freely within cyberspace. Venture capital, which dominates tech funding but is a relatively niche slice of the finance sector as a whole, was well suited for supporting high-margin, asset-light products like software. Tech had found its product-market fit, an unusual funding model, perfectly suited for an unusual business model, that created a flywheel in which digital cities could spring up overnight, potentially eclipsing the relevance of the physical world. But this dream of what Barbrook and Cameron called a digital utopia was never realistic. While our online world ballooned beyond expectations, its impact stretched across industries and governing institutions, and these endeavors increasingly demanded real-world infrastructure. As tech seeks to expand its influence, it has unsurprisingly begun to reappraise how it cultivates the political and financial backing needed for highly capital-intensive, long-term public projects. Venture capital has evolved as an asset class, distilling into fewer, more established funds that can marshal larger amounts of capital from institutional investors. In 2024, just 9 venture firms accounted for nearly 50% of all capital raised by U.S. funds. 5 tech companies are also staying private for longer. Notable companies like Uber, Palantir, and Airbnb took more than twice as long to go public compared to predecessors like Amazon, PayPal, and Salesforce. Rather than being pushed by investors along the old 7 to 10-year path to exit, tech firms now seek funding from banks, hedge funds, and crossover investors to support their growth in later stages. There is greater liquidity in secondary markets, which grew from an estimated $11 billion in 2011 to $60 billion in 2021, allowing founders, early employees, and investors to reap returns without an IPO or acquisition. Beyond its changing financing needs, tech has come to understand that in order to realize its goals, whatever those may be, it needs allies, specifically political allies. It is the classic marriage of public and private sectors, in which the flexibility and freedom of being a private citizen collides with the juggernaut scale and influence of the state. Tech may not be ready to put its stamp on a revised, modern-day manifesto. Instead, it might be more accurate to say, as one attendee at our convening suggested, that Silicon Valley is currently developing a class consciousness, meaning an awareness that their cohort is somehow different from the rest of the world. In their newfound positions of political, cultural, and economic primacy, tech has realized that they aren't interchangeable with elites from older legacy establishments and industries. But this sense of difference is still fuzzy and in need of refinement. Tech elites don't all agree on how they want to present themselves to the world. And the sheer number of tech investors, founders, and employees who saw massive financial upside from their business efforts has unleashed a greater proliferation of competing ideas than in, say, Carnegie and Rockefeller's time. There are no longer just 1 or 2 billionaires leading a generation of entrepreneurial wealth, but dozens of them. This explosion of wealth creation has, paradoxically, created a vacuum of elite leadership. Everyone has money to back their ideas, but no one, not even the public or media, knows whom to pay attention to. And yet, Silicon Valley is ambling, however slowly, towards something off in the horizon. Today, it may still be in its adolescent stage as it blunders through an awkward and occasionally off-putting transition to adulthood. Just as a teenager experiments with different identities before converging on a more stable perspective, tech, too, is figuring out who it wants to be. Elon Musk knows he doesn't want to be Bill Gates, but he vacillates between supporting effective altruism in 2022 to Ron DeSantis in 2023 before fatefully betting on Donald Trump in 2024. Mark Zuckerberg shed his clean-cut look last year, letting his curls grow out and donning baggy designer t-shirts and a gold necklace. In an interview on the Joe Rogan Experience in January, Zuckerberg described himself as having been on a journey for the last 10 years, reflecting on how far he'd come since the 2016 U.S. presidential election. At the time, I was really sort of ill-prepared to kind of parse what was going on. But, he added later, I feel like I just have a much greater command now of what I think the policy should be. And this is how it's going to be going forward. Tech's lack of certainty isn't a sign of indecisiveness. It's a sign that they are still hashing out their identities as the next heirs of social and political power. While it's not yet ready to adopt a cohesive political agenda, tech is testing boundaries and developing new norms, just as prior elite generations have done. Rockefeller, for example, a devout Christian and lifelong supporter of the temperance movement, abruptly changed his stance on prohibition after seeing the harms it caused. While these efforts might appear confusing or contradictory, they hint at a deeper cultural transformation underway. Tech isn't any less mature or fit to lead than prior wealth classes. We're just watching their position unfold in more granular and excruciating detail today, thanks to our real-time social feeds. While its institutions and support networks are still forming, as tech crystallizes its identity, it will start to move quickly, and perhaps finally rewrite the stereotypes that have long defined it. Prior generations of tech philanthropy, still unsure of their own worldview, frequently copied the globalist Davos playbook of giving. They were preoccupied with measuring outcomes using spreadsheets and cost calculations, instead of rewriting the system itself. Today's tech elites, on the other hand, see themselves as creating new paradigms that are anti-incrementalist. Rather than maximizing numbers, they want to solve problems that are big if true. It is not enough to simply increase the number of visas issued to high-skilled immigrants. They want to overhaul the visa process entirely. It is not enough to fund the creation of a new university research center. They want to change the speed of scientific research itself. Nor do they accept the anemic calls for sustainability when it comes to addressing the climate crisis. Instead, they envision a world of abundance, where we no longer need to ration energy use at all. In the second Trump administration, some tech leaders have finally been given a perch from which to enact their agenda. But if tech fails to converge on a coherent vision, its reactionary attitudes could be interpreted as a form of nihilism masked as blind techno-optimism. The philanthropist's equivalent of Peter Pan syndrome, a sweeping distrust of institutions, combined with an overly stubborn focus on efficiency and individualism, will fail to win over the American public. Tech would suffer from a lack of roots and reach. Disconnected from established institutions, yet equally unable to spread its iconoclastic views in a meaningful way, it might cease to exist as a meaningful class at all. Yet it is too early to declare that tech will get stuck in this way of thinking. Those working alongside or now serving within the White House represent only one faction among tech's broader ambitions. As tech steps into adulthood, Silicon Valley stands to create something that is both old and new again. In the most optimistic scenario, a restoration of the American dream, which champions the expansion of opportunities for the benefit of its people. There is a growing ideological divide today between those who believe our institutions need reform and those who still cling to them. These aren't just tech's views. Silicon Valley is not imposing this framework on the rest of the country. It is the primary tension facing America right now, more than the old labels of left versus right. Nate Silver called it the river versus the village in his latest book, On the Edge, The Art of Risking Everything, 2023. The river embraces constant change, unpredictability, and adaptability, while the village adopts beliefs that are more rigid and fixed. They tend to resist change. America is restless. Like tech, it doesn't yet know what it wants, but it clearly wants something different. The old version of the Californian ideology was a reaction to the collapse of the Cold War, techno-libertarianism born from post-hippie idealism, combined with Reagan-era capitalism. Its modern form, however, reflects a very different political mood, the faded optimism of the Web 2.0 social era. The widespread adoption of social media broke apart our institutions, rewrote our norms around dating, work, politics, and friendships, and curdled into broader cultural anxieties, for which we are now casting about for a solution. There's a shared sense in America, across the political spectrum, that our institutions are no longer serving the people who need them. The stories we used to reach for to reassure ourselves about the future have started to feel dangerously out of sync with reality. And tech elites could be the force that shapes the public's brewing desire to be a country that moves and builds and dazzles as no other country in the world can do. Tech's rising political influence is a vanguard for a broader, growing cultural zeitgeist in America, even if they haven't yet figured out how to speak to the general public in language that resonates. The post-Cold War dream was meant to be a victory lap for capitalism, marked by borderless globalization and frictionless networks. The dream today is more wistful, trying to capture a sentiment that's been lost, revitalizing domestic production, building resilient and functional institutions, and restoring a sense of national direction and influence. It is amidst these desires that we can find the seeds of a new, emergent Silicon Valley ideology. Tech is not post-political or anti-political. It is profoundly political, not in the partisan sense, but in the sense of trying to figure out how best to contribute its talents in service of society. We can disagree with its proposed solutions, but we can't accuse tech of being beyond politics anymore. Tech built its empire on an obsession with figuring out how things work, and this mindset, too, applies to government, as they now try to understand how power flows, how institutions ossify and evolve, and how to build better ones from the ground up. As the scholar Tanner Greer once put it, Silicon Valley is built upon the cultural pillars of both intellect and action. This is a culture where insight, intelligence, and knowledge are treasured, but treasured as tools of action, not goods in and of themselves. The proliferation of tech subcultures today can be explained, perhaps, as itself a reflection of these values. A relentless commitment to experimentation in hopes of bringing forth a better future, just as America's founding fathers embraced federalism, which enabled states to serve as laboratories of democracy. There is a mutual respect in tech, even among those with divergent political beliefs, for a fellow builder. This combination of intellect, endlessly combing the world's knowledge in search of new ideas and action, the thrill of bringing fresh new ideas to life, forms the basis for a more stable and mature Silicon Valley ideology. It transcends the constraints of the digital worlds and software business models that defined tech in the 1990s, while still staying true to tech's history. Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's Abundance, 2024, for example, is an unmistakably progressive call to arms whose missive is directed at the Democratic Party. Yet their language, with its focus on speed, experimentation, and iteration, is deeply influenced by tech culture. Klein and Thompson don't flinch from the message that our institutions are no longer adequately serving Americans' needs, but they are also unwavering in their faith that our politicians can find a way to improve. Rather than arguing for restraint or austerity, as incumbent Democrats might have once done, they want us to scale up. In Abundance, Klein and Thompson advocate for initiatives like nuclear power, geothermal, and transmission line build-out, upzoning and permitting reform in cities, and expanding certain immigrant visa programs and streamlining green cards for advanced degree holders. They want to solve for bottlenecks by unblocking supply, not constraining demand. J.D. Vance and the New Right might not share the same political views as Thompson, Klein, and the Abundance movement. Rather than invoking the optimistic language of progress, New Right conservatives are more populist in tone, focusing on the failures of elite leadership and cultural decline. Vance supports initiatives like expanded child tax credits, tariffs to protect domestic manufacturing, and streamlined permitting for fossil fuel development. But despite its differences in policy agenda, the New Right is still building toward a better future, even when it is building to preserve a way of life it doesn't want to lose. When Vance wrote in a tweet outlining his worldview, "I like growth and productivity gains, and this informs my view on tech and regulation," his statement could just as easily been claimed by a number of other tech subcultures. When he added, "I dislike substituting American labor for cheap labor," he echoed a long-standing reverence in tech for viewing individual talent contributions as unique and non-fungible. Those at the helm of the progress movement, Abundance's more technocratic center-libertarian cousin, are less prone than either of these groups to sentimental rhetoric about reviving America, and more likely to get misty-eyed over an Our World in data chart showing literacy rates squiggling up and to the right. But beneath their wonkish pragmatism is a similar set of collectivist values. The Institute for Progress has partnered with the National Science Foundation, NSF, to test new funding and evaluation mechanisms for research, as well as advocating for NEPA and FDA reform to speed up environmental review and clinical trials. At the heart of these proposals, too, is a genuine desire to improve institutions' capacity to make decisions quickly and effectively. Even Balaji Srinivasan, tech's mercurial wildcard, and his proposal for network states, while ostensibly a rejection of America the nation, reflects an unshakable desire to build when things aren't working, rather than abandon governance altogether. His proposal to seed new, internet-first states throughout the world is not really a libertarian vision, escaping government control altogether, than a grand civic experiment. These movements may not ever converge on a single political party or agenda. Tech elites still clash loudly over immigration, tariffs, and government funding for research. In the first few months of the new Trump-Vance administration, multiple tech factions have expressed their concern and even vocal rejection of many of the White House's actions thus far. But when we look beyond their specific agendas, there's a shared belief that stagnation, whether bureaucratic, technological, or cultural, is the enemy. There's a shared belief that America, and the values it represents, has greater potential that can be unlocked through smarter policy and stronger institutions. There's a shared belief in supporting high-agency individuals and the systems that let them build. And there's a great sense of hope that, yes, the status quo might be broken, but it can still be salvaged through reform. In this sense, tech today is less Jeffersonian than the first Californian ideology suggested, celebrating the hacker, the dropout, and the lone builder with the profound skepticism of centralized power entailed by these archetypes. It is arguably more Hamiltonian, focused on building state capacity at the national level. Whereas the old Californian ideology captured the liberating power of technology, the new one affirms its constructive power. Tech's social capital may be uneven, but its intellectual capital is growing. It is generating new ideas faster than most institutions can absorb them. Its ideological adolescence may still be bumpy, but the outlines of maturity are clearly visible, and only getting sharper as they are battle-tested in the political arena. Tech is well-positioned to usher in a new era of thinking and working. Ferenstein and his colleagues found that tech elites were nearly twice as likely as the American public to believe that all change is good in the long run, and nearly 3 times as likely to say that they saw no inherent conflict between citizens, corporations, and the government. In tech's model of the world, change is assumed to be a constant, and individuals are prized for their ability to invent and build us out of any crisis. The adolescent phase is chaotic, contradictory, even messy. But as tech's identity evolves, Silicon Valley's influence will continue to extend far beyond the business world and into the public sphere to amplify the values that have always been at its core. A genuine pursuit of collective human flourishing, reinforced by a belief that society, like technology itself, can always be reinvented. Apple, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook are the world's largest companies by market capitalization. The United States is also, by many measures, the leader in university research in basic science. From this perspective, American innovation seems alive and well. But it's a different story when it comes to actually making things. Apple, as is well known, manufactures its products abroad. The same is largely true for other U.S. corporate giants, such as Amazon. In fact, with the supplier base and knowledge required for manufacturing centered in Asia, the United States no longer has the technological prowess to manufacture many high-tech devices domestically. When it comes to applied research and downstream process innovation, America lags behind its competitors. The reasons for this decline are complex. It is partly ideological. For a long time, the consensus belief in economics was that advanced countries should specialize in advanced R&D while outsourcing manufacturing to others. Financial short-termism has played a key role too, as has the way free trade with China has played out in practice. But some of the failings are technical and institutional. Corporate research labs that once developed and commercialized breakthrough technologies have been eliminated. And critically, the United States, unlike Germany or Japan or South Korea, lacks key institutions focused on applied research and innovation. In other countries, such organizations help translate new ideas in science and technology into practical applications in manufacturing. The United States needs to create a new set of institutions to overcome America's deficiencies in applied research and innovation, particularly when it comes to manufacturing. Such applied research is critical in translating scientific breakthroughs into an increase in middle-class American employment. Restoring this missing link in applied innovation is a necessary step toward restoring the shared prosperity of America's past, precisely what has been lost in the present. U.S. manufacturing employment has fallen 30% since 2000. Deindustrialization, which in the 1980s was centered in the heavy industry sectors of the Northeast and Upper Midwest, moved to the Sun Belt after 2000. As U.S. factories closed, the locus of manufacturing moved to Asia. U.S. manufacturing currently stands at about 12% of GDP, compared to 18% in Switzerland and 22% in Germany. Wage differentials do not explain this disparity. U.S. manufacturing workers actually make less than their counterparts in these countries. $35 per hour in the United States compared to $47 per hour in Germany and $60 per hour in Switzerland. These numbers also show that manufacturing employment is a well-paid activity compared to minimum wage service jobs. The conventional explanation for the decline in U.S. manufacturing employment is not that America has lost its way in applied research and process innovation. Instead, it's the opposite. America's factories are just too good. AI and automation have led to a shedding of marginal, low-value jobs, while output remains strong. Adam Davidson, writing about making it in America in The Atlantic, perfectly encapsulates this conventional wisdom. In the past decade alone, output from American factories, adjusted for inflation, has risen by a third. The still unfolding story of manufacturing's transformation is, in many respects, that of our economic age. It's a story with much good news for the nation as a whole, as mills were able to replace their workers with a new generation of nearly autonomous, computer-run machines. Yet a more compelling, though less upbeat, explanation of what is happening in U.S. manufacturing is that the output statistics are misleading, if not entirely wrong. Virtually all of the alleged expansion in U.S. manufacturing output has taken place in one sector, computers and electronics, with other sectors contracting. The growth in this sector, however, is in part a function of the way government statistical agencies calculate output. Improvements in computer power show up as increases in computers produced. The reported increase in physical computers produced is therefore illusory. Once this statistical approach has been adjusted, overall U.S. manufacturing output actually fell after 2000, along with employment. The story of the supposed transformation of American manufacturing also cannot explain why manufacturing makes up such a low percentage of GDP in the United States compared to Switzerland or Germany, to say nothing of Japan, Korea, or China. One soothing refrain is that what's left of American manufacturing is still the best in the world. According to this argument, the United States has retained high-value activities while outsourcing low-value activities to other countries. If this were true, however, then one would expect American industry to be making the high-value machines used in foreign factories. In reality, the United States barely has a machine tools industry to speak of. It is about the size of Italy's. America's largest import from China is electrical machinery, followed by general machinery. Its largest exports to China: grains, seeds, and fruit. The idea that America is building the factories of the future is further belied by the actual use of robots in manufacturing. The United States lags behind global leader Korea in terms of robots per person by 2/3. The intensity of robot usage in the United States is actually behind that of the Czech Republic and Slovenia. In fact, labor productivity in many U.S. manufacturing sectors is declining. Of the 51 durable manufacturing industry sectors surveyed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 34 experienced productivity decreases in 2017, led by the transportation equipment industry's 11.5% decline. In non-durable manufacturing, productivity fell in 20 of 35 industry sectors. Not only is America shedding low-value, blue-collar manufacturing jobs, it is shedding white-collar manufacturing jobs too. Remarkable, yet rarely remarked upon, statistics show the difference between America and other advanced countries when it comes to jobs in manufacturing. The economists Bartlos, Marcel Timmer, and Gates and DeVries found that low and medium-skilled manufacturing jobs declined across Western countries in the manufacturing global value chain. This is where the similarity between the United States and other advanced countries ends, however. The authors write, whereas in Europe and Japan, high-skilled job opportunities have increased, they have declined in the United States since 1995. These statistics present a very different picture from the conventional narrative in which an essentially healthy manufacturing industry is automating blue-collar employment away. Instead, the reality is one of an eroding industry, with both low and high-paying manufacturing jobs leaving the United States. The statistics don't explain why these trends are taking place. Both trade and decline in competitiveness are complementary explanations, only that they are real and alarming. But they do represent another indication that the United States is falling behind the frontier of applied research and innovation in manufacturing, far behind. Innovation, beyond its warm and fuzzy overtones, can mean many different things. Analysts often distinguish between advanced or upstream R&D and applied R&D. Political economists Dan Bresnitz and Peter Cowhay have sharpened this analytical framework. They differentiate novel product innovation, in which the creator conjures an entirely new technology or product, from incremental and process innovation, which represents improvements in how goods or services are designed, produced, distributed, and serviced. Bresnitz and Cowhay note that process innovation has the larger impact on economic growth, particularly when it comes to growth in jobs. Historically, the United States excelled in both types of innovation, but this is no longer the case. While America remains a global leader in upstream R&D, applied research and its supporting corporate ecosystem have withered if not vanished, or have moved to sites of manufacturing outside the United States. Well-paying jobs in U.S. manufacturing have also vanished as a result. This loss of applied innovation could be the overlooked cause of the mysterious stagnation in American productivity growth. Corporate laboratories were once a critical part of the American innovation ecosystem. Maintained by large, vertically integrated corporations, these labs created scientific breakthroughs and also found ways to apply and commercialize innovations. Their absence haunts current attempts to revive U.S. manufacturing. Henry Kressel, former director of RCA Labs, offered a definitive history of corporate research laboratories in the winter 2017 issue of American Affairs. He notes that RCA Labs invented the core technologies used in color television, for example, as well as the necessary manufacturing methods. RCA Labs can take credit for numerous other scientific breakthroughs, such as liquid crystal flat panel displays, high-power silicon transistors, and semiconductor lasers. Kressel himself developed an efficient manufacturing technology for these lasers, enabling them to go from a laboratory curiosity to a commercially useful product in just 2 years. But starting in the 1970s and 80s, American corporations stopped pursuing these long-term research projects. Kressel poignantly describes the demise of lab after lab. These losses include Westinghouse Research Labs, which created the foundational technology for flat panel displays, Hughes Research Laboratories, the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center, and his own RCA Labs, which was spun off. Kressel writes of this loss, "There is a great deal of innovative work in the United States. But where are the institutions that will foster the next generation of breakthroughs in process technologies, new materials, or infrastructure technologies? There is a financial side to this story, indeed the whole story behind the demise of corporate research labs and the decline of process innovation in general. As financial markets began playing a larger role in the U.S. and global economy, short-term market pressures and the search for shareholder value pushed companies to outsource manufacturing and to cut corporate R&D, regardless of the long-term consequences. Activist investors have had an outsized role in killing off the remaining corporate research labs. One of the main activist strategies is to demand the breakup of large, vertically integrated corporations. Because conglomerates are out of style in the stock market, their individual business units are typically worth more as separate entities than as part of a whole. Breaking apart large corporations unlocks value for the shareholder when financial markets value the shattered remnants of the corporation at higher multiples than the original conglomerate. Central research labs are almost always a casualty, eliminated as a result of the breakup of the corporate parent. Indeed, activist investors seem to have a special enmity for central corporate labs. The handful of remaining research labs in the United States, such as the lab at DuPont, have come under fire from activist investors. Following the activist-engineered merger of Dow and DuPont, and vast layoffs at DuPont's Central Research and Development Organization, Trian Fund Management's Nelson Peltz turned his attention to Procter & Gamble. Here again, the activists sought a lean holding company, meaning cutbacks in R&D. According to Procter & Gamble's CEO, Peltz said that corporate research should be viewed as no more than a hobby. Harvard Business School professor Dan Lorsch said, "If it was up to the activists, there would be no central research labs." It is unfair to blame activist investors alone for the reduction in long-term corporate R&D, however. Corporations often follow the activist playbook of their own accord, spinning off non-core business units, outsourcing manufacturing and most of the value chain supporting it, as well as cutting both advanced and applied R&D. Stock market pressures, which often affect executive compensation, are driving this strategy. Stock markets may undervalue central labs because they produce positive externalities, benefits that accrue to the country or economy as a whole rather than just to the company itself. The share price doesn't reflect this common good. Or maybe stock markets are excessively short-term and don't value the patient research undertaken by the labs and the long-term benefits they provide. Regardless, as large, vertically integrated corporations and conglomerates have been broken up and their central research labs eliminated, more and more of their formerly internal processes have been taken over by external suppliers. But outsourcing production activities to the supply chain has been devastating to manufacturing innovation. Suppliers lack the resources to pick up the slack in research formerly conducted by central research labs. Small and medium-sized manufacturing suppliers typically undertake no formal research, nor do they have the resources to take advantage of university research, much less to find ways to commercialize and apply it. Further, the U.S. corporate approach has been to squeeze suppliers on the basis of cost, rather than working collaboratively to create new, innovative manufacturing processes. The functions of the central research labs have not been recreated in this new, disintegrated system. Because the dominant financial market attitude treats corporate R&D as frivolous, corporations are no longer investing in applied research on any scale. Is it really surprising, then, that U.S. business sector labor productivity growth for the last quarter of 2017 was 0%? The United States has a second source of innovation, and that is government-funded basic research, mostly conducted at universities and often funded through DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Here, the United States has been more successful. Basic research has been the cornerstone of America's ability to achieve scientific advances that expand the frontier of knowledge, build America's defense capacities, launch new industries, and lead to the creation of entirely new fields. But there are drawbacks to relying upon this system as the sole source of innovation. It largely excludes the late stage, applied research needed for the mass deployment of new technology. Although universities may commercialize some of their research through licenses, they can play only a limited role or more likely no role at all when it comes to production. Universities and defense agencies are not a perfect substitute for the vanished corporate system, which combined both advanced and applied research. Universities may create new ideas and technologies, but someone else has to apply those ideas and manufacture the products. And that increasingly takes place abroad. And this portends dire consequences for American jobs and the future dynamism of the U.S. economy. Economic geographers Jennifer Clark and the late Susan Christopherson found that commercial spin-offs of technological innovations stemming from universities were unlikely to lead to large-scale local job creation, at least without a skilled local labor force or venture capital system. Only a handful of U.S. regions, such as the San Francisco Bay Area, have the capabilities to absorb university innovations and build sizable industries around them. Christopherson and Clark write that the research on the commercialization of patents produced in universities shows that while universities in the periphery may be producing innovations, production is likely to migrate to the coastal centers. They conclude, if we examine the potential economic contributions of the university in regional economic development, we see that universities can play only a limited role. Entrepreneurs who commercialize university and government-funded research to create new products can profit handsomely. But the bulk of the jobs, both blue-collar and middle-class, go to where the product is manufactured, which might be in China. All that is left in the United States, aside from the financial and entrepreneurial overclass, is a servant class of private chefs and personal trainers. The middle-class jobs are located elsewhere. The resulting inequality that stems from this winner-take-all approach to innovation is not politically sustainable. And since consumer spending accounts for the vast majority of U.S. economic activity, this lack of middle-class job growth is not economically sustainable either. A case study of Amazon's Kindle illustrates these problems. At present, the United States lacks the technical ability to manufacture the Kindle domestically, despite the fact that most of the core innovations behind the Kindle, such as electronic ink and LCD flat panel displays, were invented in the United States. Flat panel technology, for instance, was first proposed at GE and later developed at Westinghouse, but almost all manufacturing of LCD products has now moved to Asia. Harvard Business School professor Willie Shih has found that only Asian companies currently have the capabilities to make the advanced glass technology used in the Kindle. His conclusion is stark. The Kindle can't be manufactured in the U.S. One might argue that this loss of production capability doesn't matter. The United States, and of course Amazon, still capture some value from the production of the Kindle, even if the bulk of the components are made in Asia. In addition to concerns related to job losses or the trade deficit, however, she writes that a more substantive cause for concern is when innovations can't be manufactured in the U.S. The locus of innovation in that area frequently shifts to the countries that can manufacture them. In other words, because the production of many goods no longer occurs in the United States, America is losing out on future new products and entire industries stemming from discoveries associated with manufacturing. She adds, sometimes when you let your capabilities get away, you give up not only one industry but all its progeny. Ignoring downstream innovation and manufacturing has upstream consequences. America's lead in advanced R&D has been eroded by its neglect of applied R&D. A solution: innovation intermediaries. American policymakers and economists seem at a loss to explain, much less stem, deindustrialization. Education, education, education is the commonly offered solution, but it is a vague one and shop-worn too. After all, the collapse in American manufacturing during the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s did not coincide with a decline in educational levels. In fact, the opposite occurred. Actual, concrete policy solutions are thin on the ground. The typical set of policy choices is tightly focused on tax. Tax cuts are too often seen as the cure-all for whatever is ailing America, regardless of the cause. A more regional approach is to use tax incentives to lure manufacturers, but this only leads to a zero-sum race to the bottom. And none of these alternatives represents a plausible solution if the American weakness in manufacturing is related to institutional deficiencies in applied research and innovation, as well as trade and financial short-termism. Rather, this institutional failing calls for an institutional remedy: an innovation intermediary. An innovation intermediary is an institution that brings together academia, industry, and the government to foster applied research. Its goal is to translate advanced R&D, developed in universities or government labs, into actual processes that can be used in factories. These institutions could also help to improve workers' skills in using new technology, and they could share technological advances with small and medium-sized manufacturing suppliers that do no research at all. Ultimately, these institutions could overcome the key deficiency in the U.S. innovation system, the lack of applied R&D. Although an innovation intermediary sounds like a theoretical construct, these organizations actually form a core part of other nations' manufacturing ecosystems. For instance, Germany has Fraunhofer Institutes, which are application-oriented research organizations. They are independent from business and government but are funded by both. Fraunhofers are critical for translating basic research into commercial products. They adapt advanced R&D into applied processes that can be used in manufacturing. They are therefore integral to the German model of innovation, which applies science, technology, and engineering to drive incremental but constant improvements in processes and technologies. Similar institutions are found in other industrialized countries, such as the Industrial Technology Research Institute, ITRI, in Taiwan, or the Public Industrial Technology Institutes, Kosetsushi, of Japan. Innovation intermediaries do exist in the United States as well, mostly on a pilot basis. The Manufacturing Extension Partnership, MEP, which has its origins in the Clinton administration, targets smaller to medium-sized enterprises, offering advice about how to deploy technology. More recently, Manufacturing USA, which was established during the Obama administration, has created national institutes focused on developing commercially applicable new technologies in 3D printing, photonics, and lightweight materials manufacturing. And there are a handful of German Fraunhofers undertaking contract research that operate in the United States. But the scale and imprint of these U.S. institutions is not comparable to what exists in other countries. In the first place, the American institutions' budgets are tiny. MEP's budget in 2009 was $110 million. The German Fraunhofer's annual budget, by contrast, is 2.3 billion euros, for a country much smaller than the United States. Furthermore, continued federal funding for U.S. innovation intermediaries is uncertain, to say the least. Federal funding for Manufacturing USA is designed to sunset, and MEP's funding was nearly cut altogether in President Trump's initial budget proposal. The United States will likely have to find funding sources outside the federal government to support late-stage, applied research. Meanwhile, Germany has announced Industry 4.0, a national initiative designed for smart factories and the manufacturing of tomorrow. This is merely one of 10 similar German high-tech manufacturing initiatives. Industry 4.0 envisions a new industrial revolution, building on big data as well as the Internet of Things. It aims to integrate small to medium-sized enterprises into the world of digital manufacturing. Here, too, much of the underlying digital technologies, such as the platforms used for the Internet of Things, was developed in America, but the actual manufacturing will take place in Germany. Industry 4.0 will tap many sources of funding, including up to $80 billion in innovation research from the EU. Can anyone imagine the United States launching something similar today? Everyone claims to love the idea of innovation, creating new institutions to restore applied research, and, with it, manufacturing in America should be a bipartisan project. In reality, however, the efforts necessary to accomplish these goals are out of step with the ideological commitments of both parties. The Democratic Party should be a natural advocate for such a mission. The Democrats were traditionally the party of the industrial working class and represented the interests of the working man. But today the phrase working man is more likely to be considered a microaggression by party leaders. Instead, the main ideological thrust of the current Democratic Party is identity politics. The theory of intersectionality, which examines intersecting structures of oppression, underpins this approach. This total politicization of everyday life along tightly prescribed lines, however, has nothing to say about the causes of the decline in manufacturing innovation and its effects on U.S. workers. And that's because intersectionality has no real intersection with economics at all. Intersectional theorists do pay lip service to the importance of class, and some mention of it is usually de rigueur in any discussion. Yet even when intersectional theorists acknowledge that deindustrialization has occurred, they are typically more interested in its disparate impacts, rather than in how to reverse it. Structural economic decline is simply not a galvanizing issue for student protest groups. This sidelining of economic and class concerns can be seen in the way tech and finance billionaires, once they embrace intersectional language and ideology, are embraced by social justice movements. Edmund Phelps, a Nobel laureate in economics, characterized the rhetoric of the Democratic Party this way. When Hillary Clinton gave her first campaign speech, she spoke only of social justice for marginalized groups. She focused on groups she judged had no interest in the economy. There was no sense that the nation's economy had largely lost the sustained growth it had been generating. Aside from offering lip service to redistributive policies, Democrats have largely ceded most discussions about how to revive economic growth to Republicans. And unfortunately, while Democrats can be accused of indifference to important economic issues, Republicans actually harbor deep ideological opposition to the institutional reforms needed to revive U.S. manufacturing innovation. One might expect the Republican Party to be a natural home and advocate for such a mission. The first item on the GOP platform is rebuilding the economy and creating jobs. But any discussions about active economic development are deeply taboo in mainstream Republican thinking. The dominant conservative belief is that industrial strategy means picking winners. In fairness, this is a justly discredited strategy. Picking winners means picking losers, privileging politically connected yet economically incompetent businesses or sectors. But there are other strategies besides this vertical type of industrial policy. Building missing institutions, such as innovation intermediaries, is not the same as this discredited approach. It is a horizontal policy that has benefits across companies and sectors, supporting the economy as a whole. Yet even this approach would be at odds with the market fundamentalism that is characteristic of much of the modern Republican Party's economic thinking. Market fundamentalism does not acknowledge the role of the military and government in developing America's advanced technology and our most successful industries. It seems to believe that technology develops by itself as if by magic. It also does not acknowledge that there may be a tension between what is good for an activist investor and what is good for the economy as a whole. Market fundamentalism has no opinion, aside from the markets, on whether corporate R&D should be more than a hobby. In both parties, there are countervailing trends to these dominant themes. The handful of innovation intermediaries in the United States are products of the Clinton and Obama administrations. Trump was elected in part because of his manufacturing agenda and his promise to restore good blue-collar jobs. His campaign rhetoric offered a different approach from the market fundamentalism of mainstream Republicans. But when it came time to create actual policies, it was back to the Paul Ryan agenda, with tax policy as the principal lever for economic development. This is a mistake. Improving U.S. applied innovation and creating the jobs that come with it will require much more than tax incentives. The success of manufacturing in Germany, Taiwan, and South Korea, among others, demonstrates that there is an entire set of policies beyond taxation necessary to foster growth through reindustrialization. On a more optimistic note, state and city policymakers typically don't have the same ideological qualms about active economic development as Washington ideologues. On the contrary, local policymakers are often explicitly charged with finding ways to attract new businesses and good jobs, to find things that work. Thus, states and cities, rather than the federal government, might be the best sites for experiments and funding aimed at fixing the U.S. weakness in applied R&D. America risks becoming a low-skill, low-wage nation. The country is filled with rage, but the rage is misdirected. This downward economic trajectory isn't being addressed by social justice activism or market fundamentalism. Sadly, an entire set of solutions related to restoring innovation in manufacturing seems ideologically off-limits in both parties. But perhaps the biggest problem is that the problem itself remains largely unknown. It is simply inconceivable to most Americans that the United States is not the best in the world when it comes to applied research and innovation, or that the country lacks key institutions that could better support advanced manufacturing. These topics are almost never discussed in the media. Sophisticated political economists and regional planners may be aware of these issues, but mainstream macroeconomists are not, preferring instead to model general equilibrium dynamics. Building new institutions like innovation intermediaries is hard. Adapting models that have worked well in Germany or Japan or Korea to the United States is harder still. But it is no more difficult and probably much easier than correcting the abuses of free trade by mercantilist competitors or taking on short-termism in financial markets, the other leading causes of U.S. economic deindustrialization. America has faced technological challenges in the past and overcome them. The defense agency DARPA, for instance, was created in response to Sputnik. DARPA explicitly reaches for transformational change instead of incremental advances, according to the agency, with the goal that the United States would be the initiator and not the victim of strategic technological surprises. The United States should not abandon the advantages that DARPA and other institutions have secured in upstream basic R&D. But now America needs the equivalent of a new DARPA, with an expanded, and not just a military mission, to focus on the less glamorous world of incremental advances in process innovation. America needs to be the initiator, not the victim of strategic technological surprises when it comes to actually making things. In 2013, a group of MIT researchers published a study examining the business trajectory of 150 startup firms that grew out of technology developed at the university. These were production-related hardware firms that actually manufactured things. The firms were able to attract early-stage venture capital (VC) funding. They were also able to find the advanced engineering talent required for the sophisticated manufacturing processes involved. In general, the firms were able to create prototypes of their products in the United States, and they often built U.S. pilot production facilities as well. But when it came time to scale up production of the most successful of these new products and manufacture them en masse, it was another story. Most firms moved their production abroad. Although some medical device companies were able to scale their manufacturing domestically, when it came to production in sectors such as electronics, advanced materials, batteries, and renewable energy, all that went overseas. The MIT study identified a not widely discussed but central reason these firms decided to manufacture offshore: financing. While the firms were able to raise American VC capital for their early stages of development, outside of biotech they had trouble finding, within the United States, the large sums of capital required for manufacturing. MIT professor Hiram Sammel, one of the 3 researchers involved in the study, said, "The VCs who provided the initial financing weren't interested in funding the manufacturing stage of the project. VCs want things that scale at zero marginal cost, which describes software, not manufacturing." Another problem was the time span required. VCs were willing to make the initial investments in these manufacturing firms, but the technology required time to be developed at scale, often 2 to 4 years. This would require additional investments, bringing the overall project beyond the average VC fund's life of 7 to 8 years. Hence, the manufacturing startups needed to look elsewhere for funding. They found it in Asia. Asian countries were willing to provide grants to attract these later-stage projects. The countries also provided guarantees in terms of demand. As a result, the startup firms in the MIT study very often had no choice but to move production overseas. This MIT case study encapsulates some of the weaknesses in the U.S. model of innovation. VCs fund the most promising businesses stemming from basic research conducted at universities and government labs. But there is a disconnect and a critical funding gap when it comes to domestic mass production of these innovations. Activist industrial policies or outright mercantile practices by other countries fill this gap or exploit it so that production moves offshore. The result is jobless innovation in the United States. Further, as production moves offshore, so do the capabilities and skills required for production. The result is a thinned-out industrial ecosystem, including the loss of suppliers, skills, and the overall industrial commons. And as deep knowledge of the technology moves to the site of production, the ability to innovate going forward moves along with it. In other words, offshoring threatens future innovation. There is an additional concern. Many of the advanced technologies that America no longer manufactures or even has the capability to manufacture, such as flat panel displays, are dual-use technologies with both civilian and military applications. By forgoing the production of advanced technologies, the United States increases its military risks. The good news is that there are possible solutions to this financing gap facing attempts to scale up in the United States. These solutions will allow Americans to not just to innovate here, but also to manufacture here. Through our VC industry, we have created this fabulous tool that supports innovation in software technology and entrepreneurship, says Bill Bonvillian of MIT. Bonvillian, who is the author of Advanced Manufacturing with Peter Singer, as well as many other books about innovation policy, adds, "The problem is the method we came up with to bring new technology out doesn't fit sectors besides software, IT, or biotech well." The MIT case study was no outlier. In general, VCs prefer to invest in the early stage of a project, which is low cost, high reward, and which has a quick timetable for success with 5 years or so of funding. Investments in software startups are ideal. In contrast, hard technologies that require manufacturing are capital-intensive and can take a decade or more to evolve. Manufacturing can often require more than $50 million up front for a plant and complex equipment, with many technological risks along the way. The costs are very high and so are the risks of failure. Building manufacturing plants simply doesn't fit the VC financial model. Biotech is a VC funding exception in that it is capital-heavy and takes a long time to reach fruition. It has a unique regulatory structure, however, that makes it attractive to venture capital. As Bonvillian points out, the FDA's clinical approval process allows VCs to carefully manage risk along the way, and patents for drugs that make it through this process protect returns. The U.S. venture capital system can point to amazing successes such as Google, Facebook, and Netflix, in fact the entire ICT revolution. But it falls flat when it comes to funding comparable innovations in manufacturing or manufacturing companies. These financial realities are reflected in 2017 statistics from the National Venture Capital Association in terms of what was funded by sector. As the following pie chart makes clear, VC firms are focused on funding software. This sector accounted for $30 billion of deals, or 35% of the total. Pharma and biotech received $13 billion in funding in 2017, or 15% of the total. In contrast, IT hardware accounted for only $2.7 billion in funding, a mere 3% of the total. Energy was even less, at just over $1 billion. In the past, manufacturing startups could have turned to other sources of funding, such as IPOs or acquisition by a U.S. manufacturing conglomerate. But the IPO market has mostly dried up except for large, already mature companies. Meanwhile, U.S. conglomerates have themselves been broken up to focus on core activities, with manufacturing outsourced to Asia. Additionally, startups lack the collateral typically required for bank financing. Try getting a loan to build a new factory in the United States in contrast to a new condo. And the capital requirements for manufacturing are much too large for angel investors or online crowdfunding. Today, the U.S. trade deficit in advanced technology products is about $135 billion annually, primarily with China. The sophisticated wisdom in economics is that none of this necessarily matters. Economists' standard view is that manufacturing is no more important than any other sector, and might even be worse, that it is somehow an inherently retrograde activity. Advanced economies should shed manufacturing jobs in the same way that Americans stopped working on the farm as the country became more developed, according to this conventional wisdom. The Nobel Prize-winning economist Gary Becker, 1930 to 2014, exemplified this perspective. In his many writings, he argued that manufacturing was analogous to agriculture and that the sector was likely to undergo a fall in its share of total jobs. He did acknowledge that the growth of China and its exports of a large variety of cheap manufactured goods may have been a force in reducing manufacturing jobs in the United States, but insisted that Chinese manufacturing has been a great boon to American and other consumers. Though the United States would lose many low-skill manufacturing jobs as a result of improved technology and offshoring, new and exciting technologies may bring back some manufacturing output to the United States. Becker's approach, however, cannot explain why manufacturing still makes up a much higher share of employment in Germany and Switzerland compared to the United States, even with higher wages in those countries. Becker forecast that the United States would likely retain the highly skilled jobs at the top of the manufacturing supply chain while shedding low-skill jobs. In reality, America has lost both types of manufacturing jobs. 3 Dutch economists who study global supply chains found that, whereas in Europe and Japan, high-skilled job opportunities have increased, they have declined in the United States since 1995. Consulting firms were all too happy to help move manufacturing jobs to China. The title of the McKinsey Global Institute's 2003 white paper, Offshoring, "Is it a win-win game?" was clearly only a rhetorical question. The answer, according to McKinsey, was, unsurprisingly, that offshoring is as beneficial to the United States as it is to the destination country. The initial idea might have been that the United States would outsource to Asia low-skill, labor-intensive manufacturing jobs such as simple assembly or circuit board stuffing. But what wasn't understood was that the United States was rapidly offshoring advanced manufacturing too, because of the lack of domestic financing. This globalist, free trade ideology didn't consider how offshoring would intersect with Chinese mercantilist practices. The United States has lost more than just jobs as a result. It has fallen behind in technologies originally created in America. 20 or 30 years ago, we invented and manufactured here and had production capacity in most industries. Gradually, we outsourced components, then subsystems, then final assembly, but we still invented here, says Sridhar Kota, Executive Director of M4Sight, a federally funded national consortium focused on emerging manufacturing technologies. Today, with the latest technology, we don't even pretend to manufacture here, Kota says. We are losing production of new technologies right from the cradle. Too many startups are forced to manufacture in China because we have lost the industrial commons. This is a dangerous situation for an advanced economy. For instance, all manufacturing of flat panel displays takes place in 2 time zones in Asia. The underlying liquid crystal technology was created at the GE and Westinghouse labs. Similar stories could be told about photovoltaics and increasingly nanotechnology. And with the exception of Apple, virtually all notebook computers and smartphones are not just made in Asia, they are designed there too. The US model of innovate here, manufacture there has become manufacture there, innovate there. Today, the world's lithium battery industry, which powers electric vehicles, is centered in China, home of the world's largest car market. Though much of the underlying technology for lithium-ion batteries was developed in the United States, battery manufacturing, like other hard tech, is a poor fit for venture capital funding and scale-up in production. It is a good fit for the government-backed funding initiatives in China and the size of the Chinese market. For instance, in China, subsidies go to those electric vehicles which are powered by domestically produced batteries. China, even more than the United States, enjoys economies of scale because of its huge population. As manufacturers learn by doing, the more they produce, the cheaper it gets, with a rapid decrease in unit cost. This can result in a virtuous circle of increasing scale, improving innovation, and falling cost. This is increasingly a Chinese advanced manufacturing story, rather than a US one. Aside from the uncertain case of Tesla, this virtuous circle for the production of advanced technologies, including lithium batteries and probably electric vehicles too, is taking place in China, not the United States. There are many other examples of technological innovation thriving outside of but not in America. Examples include materials and coatings, integrated circuit packaging, in particular so-called system-in-package or SIPs, magnets, motors, wind turbines, and lots of areas in chemicals. This list is long and growing and now even extends to 5G wireless technology. There are no US companies in the radio parts anymore, says Harvard Business School professor Willie Shih. The United States has no telecoms equipment manufacturer that can compete with Huawei. Indeed, America's remaining supposed tech leaders are experiencing a litany of engineering setbacks and a regression from technological progress. Apple, which introduced the Mac in 1994, the iPod in 2001, and the iPhone in 2007, in 2019 introduced the Apple Card and Apple TV Plus. Just as Steve Jobs at the launch of the iPhone said, "Every once in a while, a revolutionary product comes along that changes everything." Tim Cook said at the launch of the Apple Card, "This is the most significant change in the credit card experience in 50 years. In the emotional ceremony which also launched Apple TV Plus, Cook cried as he was hugged by Oprah. Meanwhile, Apple is 18 months behind its rivals in bringing a 5G phone to the market. Huawei offered to help by selling Apple 5G chips. Forbes concluded, Apple has been left outgunned by 5G technology. Boeing, a leader in one of the few industries where the United States allegedly maintains manufacturing prowess, saw 2 crashes of its most recent 737 MAX. The proximate cause was erroneous activation of safety software. This software was necessary because of the inherent instability of the 737 MAX compared to earlier 737s. But Boeing has a much longer string of recent engineering problems. These include the battery fires on the 787s and the rarely discussed flutter problem on the 747-800, the most recent version of the 747. Oscillations of the wing could cause the plane to break up. Boeing found a software solution that overrode this problem. Boeing, which historically developed and largely manufactured its planes in-house, in the 2000s started moving to an unconventional supply chain involving radical outsourcing. 70% of both the development and manufacturing of the 787 was outsourced. More recently, Boeing has tried to bring back some capabilities in-house, but it might be too late. Boeing's expertise in aircraft wing technology has been transferred to Japan, where the wings are designed and made. A 2007 study of the geography of aircraft production, Boeing's diffusion of commercial aircraft technology to Japan, surrendering the U.S. industry for foreign financial support, argued that Japanese subsidies were a key component of Boeing's outsourcing of advanced manufacturing to Japan. The United States currently lacks a flourishing example of how to fund the scale-up gap facing advanced manufacturing. Permanent capital funds with no termination date, bank financing, and sovereign wealth funds are intrinsically well-suited to this task. But this is not, currently, the American way. Other countries, however, face the same problem of jobless innovation and the question of how to finance the domestic scaling up of technological advances. They have created financing solutions that could be implemented here. Lessons from the United Kingdom. The British Business Bank's Patient Capital Program, launched in July 2018, is an interesting example because it is a government intervention in a country which, like the United States, has a laissez-faire tradition. The program's mission is to enable long-term investment in innovative firms led by ambitious entrepreneurs who want to build large-scale businesses. It does this by offering access to the long-term financing they require to scale up. The British Business Bank, which is launching the initiative, is a government-owned development bank. The Patient Capital Program grew out of recommendations in the HM Treasury report, Financing Growth in Innovative Firms, which found that UK businesses face a scale-up problem because of a lack of finance for innovative small businesses. If anything, in Britain the scale-up and commercialization problem of domestic technological innovations is more severe than in the United States. Though many US social scientists think they were the first to identify a financing gap for scale-ups, sometimes referred to as the Valley of Death, the English realized they had this problem a long time ago. The Macmillan Committee, set up in 1929 to examine the causes of the Depression in Britain, unearthed structural fault lines in the provision of small to medium enterprise finance, the so-called Macmillan Gap. The context for the committee's 1931 report about this gap was that the United Kingdom, in some ways like America today, had an extremely well-developed financial sector and a history of technological innovation, but problems connecting the two. The Macmillan Gap has never really been closed. This can be seen in the fact that Britain invented the jet engine, radar, and, according to the English, the television, only to have other countries dominate these technologies. British patient capital does not make direct investments in companies or pick winners. Instead, it uses a fund-of-funds approach, investing in established funds that make the investments. It was initially seeded with £400 billion of capital, which will grow to £2.5 billion. Many questions surround the British Patient Capital Program and the British Business Bank itself. Government initiatives are intrinsically vulnerable to political capture, with financial support directed to politically powerful but declining industries rather than growing ones. This complaint has been made in the press against the similarly structured Ottawa Innovation Fund, for example. The bigger problem is that scaling up doesn't happen overnight. The results aren't seen for many years, if not decades. Governments typically lack the patience that the Patient Capital Initiative requires. Still, since Margaret Thatcher, Britain has pioneered many initiatives centered on deregulation and market competition. Now, in a tentative way, it is pursuing an activist approach to industrial policy. In this case, the government identified a specific market failure in the financing of scale-ups and so intervened. Lessons from Israel. The U.S. does not need brand new institutions like a development bank to fund scale-ups, counters Dan Bresnitz, a professor of global affairs and innovation studies at the University of Toronto. I think retraining commercial banks, as has been done in Israel, is a better model. Bresnitz studies comparative innovation systems around the world, such as in Taiwan, Ireland, Israel, and China. Israel, sometimes called Startup Nation, does not have the same reputation as a scale-up nation. Israeli startups do become big, but not always in Israel or as independent companies. Financing is the problem. The most promising software and biotech startups often relocate to foreign countries for late-stage funding and growth. The Israeli Innovation Authority created its own solution to the scale-up problem through new approaches to commercial lending. Bank lending is well suited to the scaling-up stage of a company. The comparatively low returns and long time horizons associated with financing this stage make it an intrinsically better fit for commercial banks as opposed to VC incubation. Commercial lending is attractive to entrepreneurs as well. For a startup, a loan from a bank allows the founders, whose ownership has already been diluted by early-stage venture capital funding, to scale up without further diluting their equity. In Germany, the small to medium industrial exporters, the Mittelstand, are primarily financed by German commercial banks. Nevertheless, there are many risks to commercial banks in funding scale-ups. Even if the startup has a firm set of orders and a clearly defined cash burn rate, it usually lacks collateral. Lenders need a deep understanding of the startup's business in order to make prudent loans. Israel was able to foster commercial bank loans for scaling up through a state guarantee of the loans. Specifically, the European Investment Bank provided the funding required for the guarantee. Each time a loan is repaid, the guarantee is extended to a new loan. The program has multiple advantages. The state does not pick winners, but instead lets commercial banks make the key decisions. And the bank comes to have knowledge of the startup's business, necessary for future loans. The result is a robust new financing mechanism for scaling up. Bresnitz, who is author of the forthcoming Seeds of Growth, Radical New Thinking on How to Foster Local Innovation-Based Growth, says this model could easily be deployed in the U.S., though he cautions that a critical part of this policy would involve the retraining of both banks and entrepreneurs. Current programs in the United States. The United States does have institutions that could be used for scaling up, though they aren't banks. The Manufacturing USA Institutes, established by the Obama administration to increase U.S. competitiveness in advanced manufacturing, could also be used to bring manufacturing to scale. For example, the Advanced Functional Fabrics of America, AFO, one of the institutes, is working on new types of textiles woven out of semiconductors. The resulting sensing fabrics can be built into infrastructure to detect deterioration. Or more creatively, a shirt woven from these fibers can become a computer or phone and transmit information about the wearer's health. One of the institute's goals, in addition to developing these new fibers, is to address challenges that prevent the volume manufacturing of innovative fibers. To this end, it offers rapid prototyping capabilities so that companies can test proof of concept and ultimately execute projects for both consumer and defense applications. The U.S. textile industry largely left for China 15 years ago with only a few small residual pockets left. Creating advanced fibers with smart capabilities is what the U.S. does best, pioneering a whole new industry rather than propping up legacy ones. The question, though, is whether supply alone is enough to revive manufacturing in the United States. There is also a demand side to the equation. Having a customer who will buy this stuff would be a good way to attract manufacturing back to the U.S., says Professor Willie Shih. She is known for his finding that the United States no longer has the technological capability to manufacture the Amazon Kindle, among many other things, domestically. Shih's argument is that, although manufacturing institutes such as AFO are a good start, sufficient demand is needed to create the financial incentives for these technologies to scale, with or without new financial structures. But where would this demand come from? China can create demand by decree. America's very large states could do the same. Maybe the answer, at least the one with some historical precedent, is targeted demand from the Department of Defense, which is already funding the majority of the Manufacturing USA institutes. The inability of advanced technology firms to scale up their manufacturing in the United States is ultimately symptomatic of the broader limitations of the U.S. way of innovation. America is still among the leaders in advanced or upstream R&D, largely conducted at universities or government labs, focused on new technological frontiers, though even these capabilities may be declining, at least compared to the recent past. In contrast, other countries such as Germany lead in applied or downstream innovation, focused on manufacturing processes. In the United States, there is a disconnect between upstream and downstream innovation. In the past, corporate labs bridged this gap and made contributions of their own, but these labs have been eliminated due to cost cutting. America also lacks institutions such as Germany's Fraunhofer Institutes that translate theoretical academic research into applied processes that can be used for manufacturing. And the failure of the U.S. financial system to support advanced manufacturing here further exacerbates this disconnect when it comes to making things in the United States. What the financial system has done is to shape the contours of innovation in America and thus determine what gets brought to market. Financial incentives explain why tech in America means software, not hardware. Radical new approaches to transportation, building materials, or energy don't get funding and so remain in the lab. These funding limitations underpin Peter Thiel's manifesto about the VC industry. What happened to the future? It is subtitled, "We wanted flying cars, instead we got 140 characters." Elite Americans gave up on manufacturing a long time ago and are immunized from its decline. Moreover, because their wealth does not rely on advanced manufacturing, those industries have little in the way of an elite constituency or organized corporate lobby. To them, manufacturing is essentially a legacy industry. Besides, Americier still leads in the industries of the present such as big data or social media or software apps. But these might not be the industries of the future. The future could be new types of hardware with military applications. Today, the whole topic of U.S. manufacturing weakness brings up negative associations with the deplorables or red states or worst of all, Trump. An article in The Atlantic about the Green New Deal made these unspoken feelings explicit, stating, "The word manufacturing is now a racial dog whistle." It countered, "Who better than a popular leftist congresswoman to reclaim its wine?" Green New Deal's racial justice agenda reads as an attempt to deal with this legacy. The Green New Deal, and perhaps more importantly, the reading list behind it, shows that some on the left are willing to embrace industrial policy again. But this industrial policy is tightly focused on climate change combined with social justice. There is otherwise no general interest in restoring American competitiveness and economic dynamism. The risk to U.S. military capabilities posed by American weakness in hard tech is hardly a concern. For many on the left, the decline of U.S. military prowess is a good thing. On the mainstream right, the solutions to the scale-up problem deployed by other countries are completely unacceptable. Though none of the solutions discussed above involve picking winners, all involve some sort of government intervention. They therefore violate absolutist free market principles. Proponents of the view that government can never be the solution should consider that the governments of other countries have identified specific market failures relating to scaling up and crafted specific solutions in response. Indeed, earlier in the 20th century, America itself adopted proactive government measures to address the funding gap for small business, and transformative innovations in American tech have frequently stemmed from government-funded basic research. For instance, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, was instrumental in creating the personal computer and the early stages of the Internet. And what does heeding the wisdom of the market mean when today's markets, such as those for electric vehicles or batteries, are being driven by Chinese rules and regulations? For instance, the Made in China 2025 initiative aims to create national champions that can conquer export markets, according to the Financial Times. It will require that Chinese hospitals use 70% Chinese-made medical devices. What is the libertarian response to that? The laissez-faire approach might have been an appropriate response to the challenges of the 1970s and 80s posed by U.S. economic sclerosis. But is it still a good response to the challenges of today, posed by the mercantilist Chinese model? A few on the right, such as Marco Rubio, who has called for a national innovation strategy, are willing to question this antique orthodoxy. But in general, a set of policy solutions that sometimes work, sometimes doesn't, has coarsened into an unquestionable belief system. The anti-statism of the right now resembles a religion, analogous to the role that victim identity plays in the church on the left. As a result of these hardened political positions, finding new financing solutions to the scale-up problem in manufacturing has no natural ideological home. Mainstream economics does not support the need for new interventions either. Economists generally are skeptical of policies which privilege manufacturing over other sectors, and they are also largely ignorant of the scale-up problem itself. Even if it lacks a vocal constituency, however, finding a solution to the scale-up problem could benefit all Americans. The current system of U.S. innovation poses problems across U.S. society. Currently, the fruits of innovation go to the inventor, a handful of R&D engineers, and venture capitalists. But the vast majority of Americans don't benefit except as consumers. The middle-class prosperity found in America at mid-century is moving to the site of production, which is offshore. By making things in America again, the United States can revive a model of economic growth and development that benefits many regions, as opposed to just the handful of coastal cities that specialize in soft tech or financial services. Finding solutions to the financing gap for scale-ups is one way to accomplish this. Scaling up advanced manufacturing in the United States doesn't mean discarding the remarkable US VC system. It means building upon it to find new solutions that can grow advanced manufacturing. Cities and states working to create a startup culture should also try to foster a scale-up culture. New York, for example, has become a technology leader. The tri-state region should consider building upon this success to become a leader in advanced manufacturing too, however surprising this may seem. Finding the financial solution to support scale-up will take some experimentation. There is no app for how to do this, but it is a relatively simple problem to solve. there are many solutions. For instance, the Opportunity Zones program established by Congress to foster investment in low-income communities could be adapted and used as a model of how to spur investment in manufacturing. Or the financial industry could bring out new permanent capital funds. Existing closed-end fund structures are well suited to this long-term perspective. Or a farsighted state government could allocate some of the funding directed to startups, which generally go nowhere, to establish a bank lending system for scale-ups, as has been done in Israel. Or large states could find ways to increase demand for American advanced manufacturing products. America has always been good at inventing things. With the right fixes, it can get back in the business of making things. The COVID-19 crisis exposed the stark fact that almost everything we use and need is no longer produced in the United States. For example, 95% of surgical masks and 70% of respirators used in the United States are produced abroad. Indeed, according to some accounts, in a single year, 2004, surgical masks went from being 90% domestically produced to 95% foreign produced, when Kimberly-Clark shut down its U.S. factories and offshored its production. Though medical equipment and pharmaceutical production might be the most visible offshored sectors right now, the last domestic penicillin plant closed in 2004. The supply networks of other strategically important industries, such as telecommunications equipment, have similarly left the United States. Further, most of that production was moved to one region of the world, Greater China. One might think that the current crisis and its sharp exposition of the real risks and vulnerabilities to both corporations and our society would lead us naturally to reshore production. What sane CEO would risk seeing all global operations shut down because of a natural or political crisis in a small part of the world? Hedging one's global production networks by ensuring multiple sources and sites of production across the world seems to be the rational choice. Nevertheless, reshoring production networks to manufacture more domestically is no easy matter. While there have been calls to invoke the Defense Production Act to produce medical equipment, they ignore the fact that the United States has lost manufacturing skills and capabilities, as well as entire subsupplier networks. The current reshoring discussion similarly avoids the underlying financial reasons why the United States has offshored so much production and taken the path of deindustrialization. If these reasons are not adequately addressed with new policies, we should not expect widespread or permanent reshoring of production to the United States once the crisis is over. This applies to medical supplies as well as to other critical industries. As a result, America will become even more vulnerable when the next global crisis, natural, medical, political, or military, hits. Offshoring took place in the context of extreme U.S. financialization and was pursued without regard to America's long-term health or wealth. This article will identify the key drivers of offshoring and briefly describe the principal domains in which we need to develop new policy tools for onshoring supply networks. Between 2000 and 2007, the United States lost 3.4 million manufacturing jobs, about 20% of its total. It lost a further 1.5 million manufacturing jobs between 2007 and 2016. These rapid losses were unique in American history and without parallel in other major Western countries. A widespread explanation, championed even today, is that the employment collapse occurred because of automation. This argument holds that U.S. manufacturing became so technologically advanced, replete with robots, that it no longer required a large workforce. But in reality, U.S. manufacturing labor productivity was stagnant or even declining during this period. And U.S. manufacturing output was stagnating or declining as well, making up a smaller and smaller portion of the total American economy. Further, research on other economies has consistently shown that production facilities that employed more robots also employed more, not fewer, people. In a sort of bad dialectic, too many American economists simultaneously held the contradictory points of view that America retained advanced manufacturing, but also that manufacturing was never coming back without empirically investigating either idea. In their minds, they didn't need to. In a circular logic rooted in beliefs about a post-industrial future, the more the United States deindustrialized and turned to services, the more advanced it was seen to be. Greater China held very different beliefs about the importance of manufacturing and pursued mercantilist policies to achieve the goal of attracting offshored American jobs and developing its own export industries. The sharp decline in domestic manufacturing employment coincided with China's accession to the WTO. This meant that U.S. firms could offshore production to China without fear of future tariffs on reimports, and it gave Chinese firms reliable access to U.S. markets. The biggest American corporations, in particular, accounted for a sizable portion of the offshoring of supply networks and the drop in U.S. manufacturing employment. Production of medical goods was offshored, as is now clear, but this same pattern occurred across advanced manufacturing sectors. For instance, a 2015 study by economists Susan Hausman, Timothy Bartik, and Timothy Sturgeon found that computer and semiconductor manufacturing had shifted from the United States to Asia, both overall and within the most important and technologically demanding product types from a manufacturing perspective. For instance, components of the new server farms supporting the Internet in the United States were largely made abroad, even if they were still purchased from American brands. The study found that the shift of server manufacturing to outside the United States does not mean that American-branded server companies are losing global market share, only that the United States is losing ground as a location for server manufacturing. In other words, these companies were offshoring. Offshoring was sold to the American public as a win-win. In fact, this was the title of a McKinsey Global Institute 2003 report which concluded, "Offshoring is as beneficial to the United States as it is to the destination country." Economics provided the scientific rationale and intellectual cover for this view. Larry Summers, who has since moved to a more moderate approach, was a leading promoter of this consensus point of view, explaining to PBS in 2001, "Globalization is not about helping rich people at the expense of poor people. I think there will be more jobs for Americans, better prices for American consumers, and a safer and more secure world because China is being admitted to the WTO. There's a basic cost of open markets, such as somebody losing a job, which is particular or very obvious. But the benefits are much less clear. Who said on Christmas Day, 'Gosh, thanks. Without open markets, I would have been only able to buy half as many toys for my kid?' I think economic internationalism is the best possible forward defense of our interests, such as combating infectious diseases in the countries where they first start to spread. 6. As the crisis has made clear, however, these views about the largely cost-free benefits of free trade are really little more than religious enthusiasms, although expressed through the aesthetics of mathematical modeling rather than hymns and encyclicals. For some Americans, namely those working in finance, consulting, and the new economy, there was no trade-off at all. Their earnings and company profits rose as manufacturing jobs were offshored. U.S. firms engaged in global labor market arbitrage to find the cheapest labor inputs. In contrast, former U.S. factory workers were shunted off to poorly paid service jobs, or left with no jobs at all. In the end, it turned out that this specific version of globalization actually did mean helping rich Americans at the expense of poor Americans. Offshoring, therefore, clearly has a strong class conflict component, even if this has never been acknowledged by economists. Michael Lind sees it as part of a new class war, where Western managerial elites were able to escape from their mid-20th century social contract with national workers by offshoring production. 7. Beyond its distributional impact, offshoring caused the United States to lose several critical capacities that are needed if America ever wants to reshore production. 1. Production and production engineering skills and capabilities. 2. Networks of suppliers and subsuppliers of components and subsystems needed to ensure the production of final goods. And 3. Production management skills. Since 2000, we have trained a whole generation of our best managers and CEOs in how to destroy production capacity. We lack business leaders who know how to build it. We replaced our business heroes like Thomas Edison, Thomas J. Watson, and George Eastman with the likes of Jack Welch, Jeff Bezos, and James McNerney. America now has the world's best management talent only if your aim is to offshore and financially engineer. It has very little management talent for building, producing, and physically engineering. Financial market and management incentives drove the great offshoring forward during the last few decades, as the United States engaged in an orgy of financial engineering. Stock price, or more politely, shareholder value, became the idol to which everything had to be sacrificed. The extreme financialization of the U.S. economy was accompanied by short-termism, lax antitrust enforcement leading to market concentration, and the preference for stock buybacks and dividends over productive investment, all of which accelerated the flight from domestic production. Markets and shareholders rewarded corporations for offshoring and hollowing out domestic productive capacities, with no concern about the externalities affecting the United States as a whole or even the company's long-term ability to prosper. Meanwhile, the decline of unions meant that there was no countervailing labor power to slow these trends down. These were the push factors for offshoring. Mercantilist practices of other countries, such as currency manipulation, production subsidies, and outright bribes. Market access conditioned on technology transfer, and cheap non-unionized labor provided the pull factors. Accounting measures and the way bonuses are calculated provided a further rationale to end physical production and offshore. Managers receive bonuses based on short-term stock performance. This can be manipulated more easily through stock buybacks and dividends than through long-term productive investments in manufacturing. In addition, moving assets such as capital equipment and whole factories off the balance sheet improves the company's return on assets, ROA. The same logic is true of lean manufacturing. Holding very low inventories and offloading the risk and cost to suppliers makes a company seem leaner and more efficient, until a small disruption in supply turns out to be devastating. There are subtler costs and disadvantages to offshoring production that standard accounting metrics don't capture. Offshoring means giving up innovation that arises from improvements in manufacturing processes over the long term, including entirely new production technologies, which, in turn, enable the creation of new products and categories. Offshoring and outsourcing reduce the corporation's long-term ability to innovate even in its core competencies. Apple and Intel, working together, are already 2 years behind Huawei on 5G phones. The United States is even further behind in other critical telecommunications infrastructure which no American company knows how to develop, innovate, or produce. Under the new economy that has come to dominate America, old-school manufacturing conglomerates that led innovation in the past, such as DuPont, were broken up, or in GE's case under Jack Welch, turned primarily into a finance company. IBM, once one of the finest engineering and technology companies the world has ever seen, is now celebrated as a success because it managed to transform itself into a pale imitation of Tata Consultancy Services, employing the same Indian workforce instead of American engineers. Domestic supply networks withered and died. Sub-suppliers went out of business. Skills, knowledge, and capabilities were lost, perhaps forever. Boeing epitomizes the current American way of doing business. In 1997, Boeing was allowed to merge with McDonnell Douglas, creating a domestic monopoly, one focused on finance over engineering. It outsourced 70% of construction of the 787, primarily to companies in other countries. One of the most technologically advanced components of the plane, the wings, went to Mitsubishi, with Boeing sharing its most prized technology in exchange for a few $1 billion in hypothetical savings. It is certainly possible that Japanese industrial policymakers helped to financially incentivize this move to Japan. Since 2013, Boeing has spent $43 billion on stock buybacks. Yet it shut down its first attempt to develop an entirely new aircraft to replace the 737, in order to avoid spending a comparatively paltry $7 billion. The company decided instead to foist new engine technologies on the 50-year-old 737 frame. This unwieldy combination was repackaged as the 737 MAX, a plane that has trouble flying without software corrections, the development of which software was at least partially outsourced to India. Even before the 2 crashes of the 737 MAX, Boeing's production problems were becoming well known. Nonetheless, the stock market loved Boeing's corporate direction away from aerospace engineering and into financial engineering, seemingly oblivious to where it was all heading. Matt Stoller, who has closely tracked Boeing's problems, writes, "One of the weirder aspects of the Boeing scandals is that the corporation has had significant operational difficulties for 20 years, and yet the stock has done quite well. This disconnect between stock price and operational skills finally came to an end with a crash, actually 2 crashes, costing hundreds of lives and tens of billions of dollars to fix, if the 737 MAX can be fixed at all. In 2012, Apple attempted to move production, or at least assembly, of the Mac Pro back to Texas. It found it couldn't domestically source a tiny screw needed for the Mac, indicative of the challenges of trying to produce things in the United States. According to the New York Times account of the fiasco, in China, Apple could turn to any number of factories that could produce custom screws. Texas had almost none. Further, as said by none other than CEO Tim Cook himself, in the US, you could have a meeting of tooling engineers and I'm not sure we could fill the room. In China, you could fill multiple football fields. Eventually, Apple had to import the screws from China, and this was merely one production bottleneck among many. In June 2019, Apple announced that the next version of the Mac Pro will be produced in China. If even the mighty Apple can't source simple things such as screws in the United States, or find enough tooling engineers, we shouldn't expect one company to solve what is now a systemic problem. It is not rational to expect individual CEOs to expose their companies to the higher costs and bottlenecks that come with reshoring. We should not expect the market to fix this suboptimal Nash equilibrium problem, either, nor can a one-time injection of taxpayers' money, however large. These coordination, demand, and financial problems are just too staggering for even our most powerful corporations to solve by themselves. These are the obstacles we have to acknowledge if we want to reshore production. We lack the necessary skills from basic shop floor production all the way to management of a productive corporation. We lack the thick supplier and subsupplier networks that are needed to make domestic production feasible. And we have created a whole set of incentives that will severely punish any CEO or CFO who tries to invest in long-term production capacity in the United States. In order to change paths, we now need focused and sustained efforts in several interlinked domains: demand, skills, and incentives, financial and managerial. These all need to be coordinated to bring about a long-term solution. Our proposals go from the simple, which can be readily added to already proposed legislation, to the complex, which require new thinking altogether. To encourage reshoring, it is critical to ensure demand for domestic production. Without demand for domestically produced products and components, no company would invest in building up production capacities, and no workers, managers, and investors will invest in acquiring and honing the necessary skills. This demand cannot be a one-time spike. For long-term reshoring and the rebuilding of our production facilities and innovation capabilities, all economic actors need to know that an elevated level of demand is here to stay. Government purchasing. Government purchasing at the federal, state, and local level should have a Made in America component, and not just for medical goods and pharmaceuticals. There was some discussion in late March 2020 of a Buy American executive order focused on the healthcare supply network, which apparently withered in the face of industry opposition. Not only should this executive order be revisited, it should be extended to other sectors and industries. Companies that are given federal aid as part of the COVID-19 response should also be required to move some significant percentage of their sourcing and production back into the United States. This can be done either in outright procurement programs at all levels, local, state, and federal, as well as in authorizing reimbursement programs such as Medicaid. Disclosure of supply network sources. A key challenge is defining what Made in America means. For example, one of us just bought a DeWalt drill, believing the company slogan that it is proudly American. We soon found out, however, that our new proudly American drill was made in China. It is clear that better measurement and disclosure is necessary. Industries should disclose how much of critical production actually takes place in the United States. With the right branding, many consumers would be willing to pay a premium on such products, both for quality and moral reasons, e.g. fair trade. Pending Senate proposals calling for this disclosure in pharma production and sourcing should be extended to other industries. Disclosure and better information can by itself be impactful, as has been widely documented. Aggregate and map demand. Sometimes the issue is not a lack of absolute demand, but of matching demand with supply, especially over a large geography with multiple local markets like the United States. Government can solve this problem relatively easily by mapping out and aggregating demand and making this information public. Indeed, just highlighting that there is still significant demand to be tapped in the United States will change the investment rationale of all economic actors. Infant industry protection. The United States currently runs a large trade deficit in even its most advanced technologies, which leave for Greater China almost as soon as they are invented at U.S. universities. Infant industry protection can create the demand required to grow these industries. U.S. workers are often criticized by U.S. corporations for lacking the necessary production skills. But given how much of production has been offshored, how can workers be expected to retain these skills, and why would it be rational for them to do so? Apprenticeship programs could be an answer, but despite the hype, they are pitifully small. Instead, we propose diffusion of skills. Thanks to the Department of Defense, the Manufacturing Extension Partnership programs, and initiatives such as the Advanced Manufacturing Partnership, the United States has actually saved pockets of manufacturing skills and resources. Nevertheless, they exist in isolation, and it is difficult to widely diffuse their knowledge and skills. The country needs to find a way to diffuse those skills quickly. Innovation intermediaries. These are institutions that can translate academic research into practical advice for manufacturing. They are widespread in other countries, such as the Fraunhofer Institutes in Germany, but not in America. The U.S. attempt to create innovation intermediaries here, Manufacturing USA, offers some lessons, both of success and failure, and a possible way forward. The economy needs broader, systemic changes in terms of investor and managerial incentives. Currently prevailing incentives tend to favor short-termism, non-productive investments, and offshore over domestic supply networks. Return on assets and other accounting metrics have proven to be inadequate, even harmful. The theme of these broader reforms is that the market should become a means to an end, prosperity for all Americans, rather than an end in itself. Managerial incentives. Executive contracts should be tied to long-term returns, rather than short-term fluctuations in share prices. In addition to eliminating one rationale for buybacks, this long-term perspective would internalize some hidden costs of offshoring, namely the lack of future innovation in manufacturing. It would also help internalize some of the benefits of producing in-house that only come with time, such as the downward-sloping cost curve that comes with learning. For instance, during World War II, Boeing experienced a 28% decline in the cost of producing flying fortresses each time output doubled. Investor incentives. The financialization of the U.S. economy since the 1980s has seen finance turn away from its purported role of funding the real economy to one of exploiting the real economy in order to generate outsized returns. This has led to many negative externalities for America. How to rechannel investment to productive growth is a vast topic. It includes stronger antitrust enforcement and the need to prevent war profiteering by Wall Street. But the American economy will require more explicit industrial policy considerations beyond just ensuring markets are competitive, so that the country isn't pushed out of entire industries, as has happened with telecommunications hardware. New sources of manufacturing financing. How can loan issuers be incentivized to channel loans to manufacturing, the way they have been for mortgages and student loans? There are many promising proposals, such as the pending SBA Reauthorization Act. But we still need ways to improve the skills and knowledge of loan officers when it comes to financing manufacturing. Avoiding moral hazard in financing. The crisis may lead to new sources of funding for reshoring production and manufacturing, which is a good thing. The risk here is one of moral hazard. The funding could be used to create monopolies, favor incumbents, and lead to general stagnation because of the implicit soft budget constraint. Other countries, such as Korea, Germany, Taiwan, and Israel, offer models for how regulation and competition can be built into new funding provisions to avoid moral hazard. Funding needs to be made into a repeat game, not just because it gives firms certainty, but also because it gives governments leverage to ensure that the funding will be used for previously agreed-upon goals. With U.S. policymakers trying to figure out which proposals to prioritize in rebuilding the disrupted medical supply network, we urge them to look at the larger issues surrounding offshoring and to find ways to permanently reshore more production to the United States. America remains vulnerable across its supply network in the many industries that have been offshored, not just pharma and medical goods. It is unclear if the COVID-19 crisis will reshape American production and lead to more onshoring of supply networks. The economic factors that gave rise to offshoring remain in place, meaning that once the crisis is over, without new policy approaches, the United States is unlikely to reshore production, aside from face masks and ventilators. Even these may just be stockpiled rather than produced here going forward. But there are many other strategically important hardware sectors besides medical goods in which the United States has lost manufacturing capabilities. The rationale for onshoring is not just strategic, it is also economic. Reshoring is essential to ensuring the possibility of shared prosperity for all Americans. Offshoring has benefited a handful of corporations, consultants, and asset owners. Redistribution efforts such as a tax on billionaires or universal basic income can only partially offset the vast inequality that has resulted, and these measures won't create fulfilling careers for those who are afflicted. America's widespread abandonment of manufacturing and related innovation in terms of production has had dire economic consequences. The United States risks losing out on entire new industries and products which stem from breakthroughs in manufacturing. The COVID-19 crisis has exposed these insidious long-term economic trends that have impacted the health and wealth of Americans. We don't know how many Americans will die from COVID-19, but we do know that deaths of despair, suicide, drug overdose, and alcoholism claim the lives of hundreds of thousands of formerly working-class Americans' lives every year. This curve of deaths of despair has been steepening since the turn of this century, coinciding with the collapse of manufacturing employment. Reshoring supply networks can help flatten this curve of despair, as well as the coronavirus curve, positioning America to be better prepared for pandemics, wars, and the unforeseen challenges of the future. The COVID-19 pandemic has made one thing absolutely clear. China is the workshop of the world. This has significant strategic and geopolitical implications. By playing its initially weak hand to perfection, China transformed its position of dependence into one of dominance during the last several decades. The highly touted interdependence of countries in manufacturing processes is, in fact, asymmetrical. The United States and Europe are reliant on China for inputs of intermediate goods used for manufacturing output. China is not reliant on either. This asymmetry is intensifying. China's value add in manufacturing has been increasing, while its use of U.S. inputs is decreasing. The COVID-19 crisis and the inability of the United States to produce even the simplest of medical goods illustrated the feebleness of American manufacturing. It also illustrated the fragility of American society. Both are long-term trends and likely connected. As the pandemic has made obvious, production is itself a critical activity. It is necessary for future American prosperity and geopolitical and military security. Catchphrases about the efficiency and resiliency of current supply networks do not address the long-term developmental and security issues that stem from deindustrialization. The reshoring debate is now over. Any argument that the current status quo is somehow good for America indicates intellectual inertia, hidden financial incentives, and ultimately bad faith. None of this means, however, that there has been any successful movement by the United States to reshore. American multinationals and Wall Street are dead set against it. During the height of the pandemic in mid-March, the White House floated a possible executive order calling for the reshoring of key medical supply chains to take place at a future point. The reaction of the pharma industry was swift and severe. As reported in the Spectator USA magazine, a draft letter from a pharma trade association, with 40 additional signatories, held that any such order would undermine the complex arrangements between firms that allow for efficient delivery of medicines to patients. The executive order was quickly and quietly dropped. Later in the summer, the White House did proceed with an executive order on ensuring essential medicines, medical countermeasures, and critical inputs are made in the United States. But there is more talk than action when it comes to reshoring. There is no evidence whatsoever that reshoring to the United States is taking place on a widespread scale. Instead, some firms are moving production to China-adjacent countries such as Vietnam. And many other multinational corporations, such as Toyota, have publicly announced that they have no plans to diversify their supply chains away from China. Offshoring is how American multinationals and the tech industry make things. They and Wall Street profit immensely from this system. For both groups, offshoring has become the American way. U.S. production capabilities and skills have deteriorated and become decrepit as a result. The country now faces formidable obstacles to reshoring and, consequently, in its ability to innovate. Those obstacles are now so significant that we should not expect private market solutions, nor can we assume that any individual CEO can solve them. The failings are systemic and collective. The time for incremental solutions has passed. More radical interventions are required. Our article on reshoring in the summer 2020 issue of this journal gave an overview of the financial incentives and ideology that led to so much offshoring in the first place. This focus was on the need for more demand-side solutions. Without stable demand for domestically produced products and components, no company will invest in building up production capacity, and no worker, manager, or investor will invest in acquiring and honing the necessary skills. Trade-related levers could certainly help drive domestic demand, such as the selective use of tariffs, as well as measures addressing currency manipulation, forced technology transfer, and dumping. But these are already well-known and often hard to implement. Instead, we argued that Made in America requirements for government purchases, including tightening the loopholes in existing executive orders, should form the core of policies to ensure stable demand. This second article on reshoring complements the earlier piece by primarily focusing on the supply side. The United States needs to rebuild its production capabilities and reintroduce market competition in ways that support domestic production. Rather than waging a costly and ultimately unproductive Cold War with China, the United States should learn from China and build the needed institutions and related policies that are now standard in every other major country in the world. These policies have been proven to work. Yet they are largely missing from U.S. policy discussions about how to revive prosperity and production. Before we start, though, it is necessary to put forth 3 principles that should guide such policies. Taken together, We believe these principles can create the conditions needed to foster onshoring and reshoring. The first principle is competition. That is, all such policies should aim to increase competition. The second principle is correcting market failure in the supply of public and semi-public goods. That state action should be focused toward areas in which we cannot expect the private market to come up with optimal solutions. Our third and last principle stems from our identity as Americans and the guiding idea of no taxation without representation. If taxpayers' money is used to subsidize private companies, we should ensure that the fruits of such subsidies are shared by all taxpayers and that the voice of all Americans, not only of those with the most expensive lobbyists, is heard with regards to how this money is spent, by whom it is spent, and toward what goals. Competition brings forth economic growth. This is why real democratic capitalist societies flourish. Such societies ensure competition in two critical spheres: markets and politics. When narrow interests manage to weaken the competitive nature of either, capitalist democracies decline, which is exactly what has been happening to the United States. For this reason, corporate bailouts and subsidies in general need to ensure and enhance competition. The bailouts associated with COVID-19 should come with strings attached in ways that create both competition and reshoring. Instead of viewing such bailouts as a one-time occurrence, intended to support corporations through a crisis until normal times return, we should realize that corporate bailouts have become the norm and are now a repeated game. Whether we like it or not, the reality is that every 10 years or so American taxpayers are called on to save the key industries of the day: car manufacturers, airlines, banks, and financial services, and more, often from the direct results of their own bad management. The recent history of the East Asian economic miracles versus the economic catastrophes of Latin America has taught us one critical lesson about this situation. Countries that use those repeated corporate bailouts to structure and ensure sustained competition miraculously grow. Countries that use them to placate investors, stifle competition, and increase concentration tragically get caught in a never-ending downward spiral. As a nation, we should admit that we have been engaged in a generous corporate welfare scheme of the classic crony capitalist kind. We need to change this and use the taxpayers' money not to bail out, but to reintroduce competition into our economy in a way that incentivizes domestic production as well. There are two broad, successful models of how to accomplish this, one for markets dominated by newly established companies and the other for markets dominated by huge conglomerates. The East Asian model. Unlike what the popular media has led Westerners to believe, the East Asian model is less about planning and national champions and more about nurturing strategic long-term competition. The state does not pick winners. It ensures that there is always a set of competitive companies and then allows market competition to weed out losers. Though these economies are intensely competitive, they are in no way libertarian. Markets are merely a means to an end rather than an end in themselves. The goals are domestic production rather than just domestic consumption, in contrast to the aims of so many U.S. policies. For instance, in South Korea during the Park Chung-hee era of rapid industrialization, the state offered preferred credit to heavy industries deemed important for economic growth and security. The performance of these firms, however, was closely assessed by the government on the basis of export targets, thus ensuring that local firms had to compete with the world's best. Further, the state also carefully ensured internal competition. Several firms were always involved in each round of government help, and superior terms were given to the firms that performed relatively better in each round. Learning from Japan, South Korea was diligent in ensuring that firms, whether politically connected or not, only received access to funding if export targets were met. As Alice Amsden has noted, export targets were useful because they provided an objective and transparent criterion, which countered the South Korean economy's proclivity for rent-seeking and cyclical liquidity crisis. Today, the terms rent-seeking and cyclical liquidity crisis describe the U.S. economy much better than they ever described South Korea's. The Israeli model. The role of the Israeli Office of the Chief Scientist OCS, now the Israeli Innovation Authority, in spurring the Israeli high-tech miracle is well documented. What we focus on here is the underappreciated fact that the OCS grants were handled as a repeated game in an attempt to foster competition. Israel's main policy goal was to maximize private business R&D and its positive spillovers within the Israeli economy. To do so, the OCS grants were given to companies for specific projects that aimed to develop exportable new products in all sectors of the economy, without any sectoral targeting. What is less well known is that the unit of analysis was the project, not the company. Hence, companies could apply and receive multiple grants for multiple projects from the OCS, with many of the recipients doing so. This created a repeated game in which companies and entrepreneurs had high incentives not only not to cheat and then forever be excluded from future grants, but also to excel in their R&D and exports. To ensure that all Israelis benefited from those innovations, in the early period 1970s to 1980s, companies were categorically prohibited from transferring the intellectual property rights, IPR, of OCS-sponsored projects abroad, hence production had to commence in Israel. As the industry evolved and became more globally competitive, those constraints were relaxed and instead companies seeking to sell the resulting IPR to a foreign company had to pay fines of up to 6 times the amount of the grants they received. The end result of those and similar policies is one of the most vibrant high-tech ecosystems in the world, based around mostly new SMEs focusing on developing new products that are internationally competitive. There are numerous market failures in the current U.S. manufacturing system. Together, they constitute bottlenecks that even the biggest and the most promising companies cannot overcome by themselves. There are key missing institutions and institutional approaches that the market on its own has been unable to deliver. We detail 2 of these and offer possible solutions. Shared production facilities. When American startup manufacturers attempt to scale up, they inevitably go offshore for production, mostly to China. One reason is that it is too risky for a startup to build a full-scale production facility for an unproven product, even a promising one. Second, it is often beyond the financial capacities of even the most well-financed new companies to build such facilities. There is, however, a solution to this dilemma, an institution commonly found in East Asia but much less commonly in America, which we have termed elsewhere a shared production facility. Shared production facilities are often co-sponsored by the state and private industry. They serve as a place where multiple entrepreneurs, startups, and established companies can experiment with, perfect, and make products utilizing the newest production technologies. As demand for those production facilities grows, they can be spun off as contract manufacturing organizations, CMO, or a startup can build its own facility and share it with other entrepreneurs. The story of the rise of Taiwan's semiconductor industry is one based on the strategic use of shared production facilities. Led by the Industrial Technology Research Institute, ITRI, a public research institution, the Taiwanese state not only fostered the development and diffusion of integrated chip, IC design skills in Taiwan, but also solved the main bottleneck for those companies to succeed production. ITRI first created a small fabrication facility which was open to the industry. It then developed shared solutions for each critical stage in semiconductor production, from masking to final fabrication. These were then spun off as CMOs. Such efforts not only created a highly competitive semiconductor design industry in Taiwan, but also completely transformed the global semiconductor industry. Taiwan opened its market to intense competition in the design and R&D stage, while ensuring that 2 Taiwanese CMOs, TSMC and UMC, both directly spun out of ITRI, became the linchpin of the global semiconductor manufacturing industry. In the United States, the concept of shared production facilities does exist, but hardly at Taiwan's scale and to only a small extent in manufacturing. Instead, shared facilities are found in food production. Food entrepreneurs who can't afford their own full bricks-and-mortar kitchen can instead rent space in a shared kitchen. These facilities are known as commissary, virtual, cloud, or ghost kitchens. The United States needs to develop comparable shared production facilities, but in manufacturing, there are a handful of promising examples. The Massachusetts Manufacturing Innovation Initiative, M2I2, provides grants and facilities for prototyping and small-scale production related to 4 of the Manufacturing USA institutes located in the state. It has awarded grants to local colleges to build what it terms LEAPs, labs for education and application prototypes. Entrepreneurs can use these facilities to manufacture samples. Once they decide to scale, M2I2 directs them to larger manufacturers elsewhere in the state who will offer shared access to their production facilities. There are multiple models for government sponsorship of shared production facilities. The best way to think about such funding models is to imagine them on a continuum. At one extreme, the shared facility is fully publicly sponsored, either as a proof-of-concept facility or with an aim toward privatization as a CMO in the Taiwanese vein. At the other, the role of government is limited to lowering risk by supplying matching funding to a consortium of companies that would then own the facility as a joint venture. Shared production facilities also solve the problem of having to pick a single winner for a new technology. Focusing on one company which uses one specific technology has proved particularly problematic in the case of alternative energy, such as solar power or battery technologies, in the United States. Instead, investing in shared production facilities fosters competition and experimentation among firms and technologies. It can stimulate the creation of both new firms and technologies. If the United States hopes to maintain a presence in advanced manufacturing across an array of critical industries, including pharma, biotech, telecommunications, electric vehicles, and medical equipment, it is crucial that we fix this market failure. If we do not, our entrepreneurs will continue to offshore hardware innovations. Labs in U.S. universities will continue to create research that could be commercialized by American firms, but startups will instead end up having to outsource all production and transfer their technologies to China. Guangdong style, building supplier networks at the state level. When, in 2012, Apple attempted to assemble its Mac Pro in Texas, it found that it couldn't locally source a seemingly simple component, a tiny screw. In 2019, it admitted defeat and abandoned its attempt at domestic production. This would have never happened in the Guangdong province in China, and not just because the province now has vast supplier networks, deep pools of talent, and widespread cutting-edge manufacturing technology. Instead, it is because provincial and local officials continuously map product supply networks and actively find ways to close any gaps. This mapping policy is one of the secrets to the success of the Guangdong region, and one reason why it has such a rich supplier network and vibrant production community. Take, for instance, the manufacturing of uninterruptible power supply, UPS, technology. UPSs might look bland and unexciting to Silicon Valley VCs. They are, however, critical for the working of a modern economy, from ensuring your computer does not fry to keeping people alive in our hospitals' intensive care units. Guangdong is now the leading locale in the world for the production of UPSs. The region is wealthy as a result and now has a position of soft power in the global economy, and a platform from which to conquer ever more advanced manufacturing. Guangdong's success in this area stems in large part from the fact that provincial officials made certain that local suppliers were in place to make up to 90% of the UPS components. As one official explained, the leading company is located here because of the complete production and supplier networks we have here. It is not that we have only the final UPS companies. We have all the specialized suppliers they need. For example, there is a coordinating supplier in Tangsha that supplies all 3 leading UPS manufacturers. So long as we have a complete industry set, there is no reason more UPS manufacturers won't come, and no reason for these that are here to move away. As a result of those efforts, Guangdong has become the clear global center of UPS production in less than a decade, and it is actively maintaining this position. Provincial, city, and township officials in Guangdong are constantly engaging with industry, both within and outside the province, to understand needs and trends. They then devise ways to ensure that local suppliers are in place and are also continuously upgrading their technological capabilities to create an edge. Officials help with the financing of the acquisition of the latest capital equipment and assist in offering workforce training or the recruitment of talent from elsewhere in China. If there are obvious gaps in production, they stimulate local entrepreneurs to fill them or engage external companies to relocate to the province. In contrast to this comprehensive effort to build local supplier networks, in the United States, regional and local development is predominantly focused on tax incentives. Yet those R&D tax subsidies have become less and less effective as a tool for local economic growth. The growing loopholes with regards to taxing intellectual property rights have even led OECD countries to sign the new Base Erosion Profit Sharing, BEPS, tax agreement. BEPS should help countries where corporations already locate significant R&D activities, such as the United States, to foster local economic growth, if applied as part of a comprehensive innovation and industrial policy. Unlike more forward-thinking countries such as Singapore, the Netherlands, Israel, and Ireland, however, U.S. federal and state governments have done nothing with this new opportunity. Aside from employing old and ineffective tax subsidies, at most there might be some interest in novel technology R&D development. There is almost no active supply and demand mapping, and the adoption and diffusion of technology is completely neglected. While many U.S. regions still have the capacity to match supply and demand, given how decrepit U.S. subsupplier networks are, a national rather than state effort is required. The DoD has done some mapping, but this information is not publicly available. For instance, if Apple had looked beyond Texas to the Midwest, it likely would have found a manufacturer that was capable of producing the needed screws. Yet it is also likely that such a manufacturer, if it were similar to over 90% of American SMEs, would employ dated capital equipment and a suboptimally trained workforce. It is high time that the United States learn from China how to stimulate, develop, and sustain supplier networks. Novel technology development is a wonderful thing, but without ensuring widespread adoption and diffusion of said technology within the United States, American taxpayers will never enjoy the fruits of their investments. A basic principle around which our nation was built is that Americans should not be subjected to taxation without representation. But the current situation, in which American taxpayers are called on to save the corporate world from itself every several years, is plainly a case of taxation without representation. Our current economic system has not served most Americans well in the last several decades and, as the recurrence of government bailouts demonstrates, is deeply flawed. It is clear that ordinary taxpayers lack real representation in our new crony capitalist system of corporate bailout and big finance welfare. What then should citizens of a capitalist democracy expect from the state when it uses their money as if there is no tomorrow to bail out the corporate sector? First and foremost, we pay for security. Thus, we the American people should demand that after all those trillions of stimulus dollars are spent, when the next pandemic comes, we will not be dependent on other nations for the most basic of all necessities to fight it: face masks. Second, the state's basic economic function is to ensure a healthy, competitive, and fair market. Not only is the American economy as far as it has ever been from any of the above, but the recent, repeated corporate rescues have only encouraged more concentration. This never-ending repetition of bailouts shows that our basic economic structure is very sick. It goes against everything that is American and everything which a real democratic capitalist economy should strive for. Taxpayers' money should therefore be used to inject fair market competition back into our economy. Third, taxpayers pay to ensure future prosperity for everyone, not only for those who avoid paying any taxes whatsoever thanks to clever financial advisors. During the current COVID-19 crisis, it has become apparent that our definition of critical jobs and the way we compensate them has no correlation to reality. Each and every one of our bailouts has catered only to the interests of CEOs and large investors. Such policies do not pass the minimum bar of the taxation without representation principle. The reality of the chronically sick American economy means that taxpayers have to continuously bail out corporate America. The only way to ensure that this cycle stops is to use the bailouts to reshape the American economy back into a healthy, competitive, and fair market-based system that actually produces things in the United States. Such an economy would be able to make what it needs to secure itself and its citizens in times of peace and in times of crisis. This would be an economy of onshoring, innovation, and sustained growth. Furthermore, doing so would ensure the future prosperity of all Americans. The three principles we outlined above lead to a clear set of actions and goals. As the never-ending crises and repeated bailouts have shown, offshoring has led to heightened inequality in the United States, with a corresponding rise in deaths of despair and a loss of hope in the American dream. This has significant political implications, including a sharp reduction in American soft and hard power. The United States now resembles a developing economy, one built around crony capitalism, concentration of power, rapidly growing inequality, and cyclical liquidity problems. Accordingly, instead of taxpayers continuously bailing out failing companies, we should learn from more successful economies. We should use our repeated bailouts to foster competition and domestic production, ensuring long-term prosperity and growth. The bailouts of U.S. firms during and after COVID-19 present an opportunity to introduce new governing principles and policy tools that benefit all Americans. The goals of all bailouts should be to increase competition. At a minimum, this requires the creation or preservation of 3 or more viable American firms in a given sector. Additionally, taxpayers that pay their taxes in full, instead of using complex schemes to decrease their effective tax rates, should be brought into bailout discussions. One such group is clearly labor. Further, all firms in all sectors that receive American taxpayers' money should have to commit to not offshoring their workforce, which consists of the taxpayers who are paying for those firms' bailout. Because American taxpayers are providing the financing for the bailouts, we need to keep the focus on the corporations' activities in the United States, including employment and manufacturing. Firms receiving bailouts should be held accountable to produce an ever higher share of their products in the United States. including local sourcing of components. The end goal should be American firms producing goods and services in the United States and exporting them abroad. Currently, the goal of most American CEOs is effectively the opposite: to import more and more products that are produced abroad. At a minimum, firms that receive federal bailouts should be required to move a significant percentage of their sourcing and production back to the United States. Last, but certainly not least, we need to let the market work. Bailouts should include the possibility of failure for firms that are not reaching specific targets. American taxpayers should not support corporate zombies. Loans are not forever. Hence, metrics need to be developed to assess the onshoring of activities and domestic sourcing of components and services. One way to imagine those metrics would be to view them as internal targets akin to export controls. To ensure real competition, however, these metrics should be wedded to a set of export targets. The final goal, certainly during a period of massive current account deficits, is to increase exports of products and services produced by U.S. firms in America. Those goals should also be accompanied by revived and revised antitrust enforcement. All of those actions, including trying to emulate any of the examples highlighted in this article, require better measures of what is actually made in the United States. There are several pending Senate bills designed to strengthen America's domestic medical supply chain by requiring drug makers to provide information about the volume of foreign APIs, active pharmaceutical ingredients, that they use. This sort of disclosure should be extended to most other industries. Additionally, such disclosures could drive reshoring through demand effects. For industries such as food, cosmetics, and even pet products, consumers' passion about how and where something is made determines demand as much as price. Marketers in those sectors understand the power of passion-driven demand. Notice that even the most mundane products you buy today, such as toothpaste and spaghetti sauce, carry labels touting such intangibles as sustainable manufacturing practices and transparency on ingredients and sourcing. Consumers care about those things and are willing to pay more. Accordingly, with the right branding, consumers would likely be willing to pay premiums for U.S.-sourced and U.S.-made manufactured goods of all types, just as they do for fair trade coffee and cruelty-free cosmetics. Generic pharmaceuticals are a case in point. Investigative journalist Catherine Eben has chronicled numerous examples of faulty generics produced in China and India, which have endangered the lives of U.S. patients. The problems are intrinsic to the system. FDA inspections of foreign factories are announced long in advance, in contrast to the surprise visits in the United States, and there is often only a single FDA agent covering a vast foreign region. A generic manufacturer who manufactures abroad revealed to Eben that, to minimize costs and maximize profit, companies circumvented regulations and resorted to fraud, manipulating tests to achieve positive results and concealing or altering data to cover their tracks. Despite the risks to patients, American pharmaceutical companies and hospital purchasing departments prefer foreign APIs due to their lower costs. Disclosing where a generic was manufactured and the source of the API is likely to cause a consumer to push back against this risky short-term, cost-cutting behavior. We believe Americans will want more made-in-USA generic drugs, as well as food, tools, cosmetics, pet supplies, and other products once more information about where they are really manufactured is fully disclosed. Another promising way forward is through the tailoring of already existing investment strategies, namely the environmental, social, and governance (ESG) framework, in a way that favors domestic production over offshoring. ESG, which operates at the intersection of disclosure and investing, is an increasingly dominant investment framework used by institutional investors. Today, proponents sell ESG not as environmental activism or as an asset class, but rather as the ideal framework for investing. Often, ESG analysis is integrated across all investment decisions by large asset managers. Though it would require significant tailoring and revising, ESG is an ideal framework to evaluate bailout, offshoring, and other short-termist choices. Such actions bring with them huge long-term risks to a corporation. These risks can be captured by ESG factors and the data used by investment teams to assess these factors. In the simplest terms, it is bad for the environment for production to take place far from consumption. It requires the constant shipping of components back and forth, rather than having most production occur in one location. The governance factor is also highly determinative when it comes to assessing offshoring. Giving up on production means forgoing the next generation of products. By losing current manufacturing capabilities, firms lose the ability to develop future products. Therefore, it is poor firm governance to offshore or outsource critical production. It is also poor governance for a corporation to have all of its supply chains centered in one region in the world, China, which can be disrupted by natural disasters like epidemics or war. Although the S or social factor lacks agreed upon criteria, it can also be applied to onshoring and reshoring decisions. A highly paid and highly skilled workforce is a social positive. Similarly, corporate apprenticeship programs are often scored as socially positive. A few large foundations are looking at including apprenticeships into ESG analysis, and the same could apply to domestic production in general. Hence, a revised ESG framework could underscore the importance of a firm retaining domestic production. This has nothing to do with patriotism. It is about improving governance and long-term returns and reducing risks. Applying the ESG framework to reshoring requires a new direction, but it is a program easy to implement because it flows readily into a well-established investment framework. Many research firms are already supplying ESG data. These metrics can be expanded to include criteria around the environmental, governance, and social impact of offshoring versus onshoring. Institutional investors can then integrate this expanded information set and data into their investment decisions. We believe the policies and principles presented here, increased competition in the economy, the creation of new production institutions that are currently missing in the United States, and fair bailouts that take the interests of the American taxpayers as a guiding principle, can lead to a revitalized domestic economy. It will be an economy that can actually make things as opposed to increasingly offshoring production to Greater China, as is currently the case. Additionally, greater disclosure can drive demand for domestic products, and ESG can be reimagined to channel investment to U.S. production. But these arguments alone aren't going to drive reshoring. Moral suasion has had no effect. There are no mass protest movements around reindustrialization. The business interests and ideology, which are tightly intertwined, in favor of offshoring remain largely unchallenged. Even in this period of intense politicization around every other issue, corporations signal their virtuous intentions in other ways. They face no social media pressure whatsoever to reshore production. Therefore, we feel that what will ultimately drive reshoring is the business case for it. Production can be immensely profitable. The United States needs to ensure stable demand for domestically produced goods, as discussed in our previous article. It also needs revitalized supply capacities through some of the interventions discussed in this essay. An increase in production resulting from both supply and demand will bring down costs. In addition, because the United States is so far behind in manufacturing, it has the ability to leapfrog competitors by opening state-of-the-art production facilities at scale. Once Americans see that they can make money through production, production will return. What is the purpose of finance and its relationship with the real economy? How can the financial sector better support innovation and national growth? What financing tools can lead to improved national competitiveness? What role should the state play, if any, in guiding capital? These questions are not debated in the United States, at least not generally. The first question is not debated in China, either, because the answer is settled. Finance should support the real economy. But China is vigorously grappling with the other points of political economy and is developing new theories and institutions, and its government is experimenting with many new financing mechanisms to support many different industrial policies. These new policy instruments combine state capital with market mechanisms. Such experiments offer insights into how the United States might fix its own market failures plaguing the financing of advanced hardware industries and the lack of patient capital in America. The largest of these new Chinese financing vehicles, as measured by assets under management, AUM, are government guidance funds, sometimes called industrial guidance funds. These are state-sponsored, public-private venture capital (VC) funds with a dual mandate of supporting industrial policy goals while providing investment returns. They aim to bring market competition to state-owned enterprises, SOEs, while simultaneously channeling government funding to private firms. Their scale is enormous, with a fundraising target of up to $1.6 trillion. Industrial guidance funds can finance startups, but unlike U.S. VC funds, they also provide patient capital for the scale-up of hardware technologies and capital-heavy advanced manufacturing. Economist Barry Naughton writes that the purpose of the biggest of these Chinese industrial guidance funds, the National Integrated Circuit Fund, also called the Big Fund, is to help companies scale up. The goal is to take existing companies and projects and provide them with ample funding to complete large-scale projects quickly. He quotes the Ministry of Finance, which describes the fund as an organic combination of national strategy and the market mechanism. Wall Street and the US VC industry have mostly ignored these new funds. But anyone interested in the future of US-Chinese economic competition, or maybe just the future, should not. Guidance funds involve subsidies to industry through equity investments. Unlike previous Chinese methods of delivering subsidies through cheap loans or outright grants, they involve some market involvement. Guidance funds also show the enormous resources China is directing toward industrial policy, and the country's ambitions to not just catch up with, but to actually surpass the United States in advanced technology. China may be the workshop of the world and the central player in global manufacturing supply chains, but it has not yet achieved comparable successes at indigenous innovation, even if this is changing. As a still developing country, it faces many hurdles to innovation, primarily non-financial. It is actually the United States, more than China, that could benefit from the introduction of a guidance fund type structure. The United States faces severe financial constraints when it comes to scaling domestic innovations in hardware technology. The US VC industry, despite its immense successes in software, pharma, and biotech, largely falls flat when it comes to supporting innovation in hardware and the scale-up of manufacturing. The United States has so far been unable to deliver a new and robust financing model for providing the patient capital needed to compete against China's ambitions in and resources directed toward advanced manufacturing. Though there are several ongoing legislative efforts, guidance funds could offer improvements over these proposals because they involve market competition and, critically, incentivize the participation of the private financial sector, amplifying any government investments. To be sure, Chinese industrial guidance funds cannot and should not be directly replicated in their current form in the United States. Their existence is specific to the Chinese economic context and the Chinese Communist Party's policy landscape. They are largely unintelligible outside of it. And guidance funds have a political as well as economic logic. By channeling state investment to the private sector, they provide the government with an additional window through which to monitor the financial stability of private enterprises. This monitoring has the potential to be coercive. Nevertheless, despite their various problems, certain features of guidance funds are worth a closer look as they suggest new ways to provide the patient capital required to build manufacturing capacity and strategic industries. A handful of Chinese government guidance funds were established around the early 2000s, but they started to become a major industrial policy financing tool around 2014. This is when the State Council published the Guideline for the Promotion of the Development of the National Integrated Circuit Industry. The report highlighted the use of traditional industrial policy financing tools, such as domestic development banks and commercial banks. But it also called for something new, a National Integrated Circuit Industry Investment Fund, an industrial guidance fund making equity investments, dedicated to this sector. The fund would focus on supporting integrated circuit manufacturing with market-oriented operation, and encourage various social venture capital and equity investment funds to enter the industry. The immediate cause of this sudden push by China to develop its integrated circuit (IC) industry was the Edward Snowden revelations. Snowden disclosed that the NSA had breached Chinese servers and could spy on China. He also offered details about the Stuxnet attacks on Iran. This information led a group of senior Chinese tech executives to express their concern that China's dependence on US technology was a security threat. The solution, they said in a joint letter, was for China to develop its own IC industry. Other internal factors were also at play, including China's long-held ambitions in IC and broader efforts under Xi Jinping to create a new development model, involving both market forces and state guidance, to enable the Chinese economy to catch up to the West. This chronology, which is widely accepted by Western China watchers, is at odds with the narrative sometimes heard in America that claims China was provoked into taking more aggressive industrial policy actions by Trump's tariffs, as crafted by Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer. This argument holds that, without the trade war started by the United States, the economic relationship with China would have remained collegial. In fact, China's massive efforts to upgrade its IC industry predate the tariffs. Moreover, the episode shows that in the same way U.S. policymakers are worried about reliance upon China, China's officials are worried about reliance upon the United States. A guidance fund is not necessarily a legally defined entity. It is more of an analytical characteristic. It is a fund with strong state involvement in it, through financial as well as human resources, that invests in emerging strategic industries, says François Chimitz of the Berlin think tank Merix. Merix, Europe's leading think tank on China, was sanctioned in 2021 by the Chinese Foreign Ministry along with 3 other European institutions in retaliation for European sanctions on Chinese officials in Xinjiang accused of human rights abuses. Guidance funds are often focused on supporting a specific sector, such as advanced materials, or an activity such as industrial upgrading. Within this descriptive framework, several patterns emerge. Funds roughly follow a private equity, PE model or a VC model in China. The distinctions between VC and PE are blurred, with a general partner who is responsible for running the fund and limited partners who are the investors. The fund sponsor, which provides the initial funding, operates directly under the auspices of national, provincial, or local government, and the fund is administered by a related managing agency. The bulk of the capital comes from the limited partners who are called social capital investors and tend to be SOEs or government banks. Western involvement has so far been minimal. Though guidance funds are sponsored by the state, one goal is for the internal management to have a private sector background. In a quasi-acknowledgement of Lawrence Summers's dictum that the government is a crappy venture capitalist, the funds try to hire professional private sector venture capitalists rather than long-term state employees to run them, even if the state is guiding the direction of their investments. The benefit of using this private equity or VC-like structure is to bring market competition into industrial policy. The state still has the upper hand and determines the sector or activity to invest in, but the funds bring in market competition, even if it is sometimes just between different state-owned enterprises. Says Chimitz, though it is hard for many in the West to conceive, in China market liberalization in practice means more competition among state-supported actors. Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology, CSET, in its issue brief on guidance funds, notes, guidance funds allow the Chinese state to leverage market discipline and resources. Chinese policymakers began to recognize the flaws of subsidy schemes and other traditional industrial policy tools. By bringing the profit motive into industrial policy, guidance funds aim to avoid these problems. Funds can pursue a variety of investment techniques, including direct investments, or very frequently function as a fund of funds for other guidance funds. Though the funds are profit-seeking, their universe of potential investments is tightly prescribed. Funds shall not invest in secondary market stocks, futures, real estate, securities investment funds, insurance plans, and other financial derivatives, according to one Ministry of Finance regulation. Rather than speculating within the financial economy in search of returns, their core purpose is to support industrial development in the real economy. Specifically, they can provide the patient capital required for overcoming the valley of death associated with scaling up manufacturing when capital needs are high but there are no revenues for years to come. Chinese government guidance makes clear that funds are intended to fill this gap. A state newspaper quoted by CSET explains the rationale for a state-backed financing instrument. Private investors prefer quick returns over nationally strategic areas that require long-term financial support. Fund managers acknowledge this long-term objective and actually use the phrase "valley of death." Lu Kafeng, chairman of Beijing Science and Technology Innovation Fund, in a 2019 speech at a Beijing investment conference, stated, "Under the current situation between China and the United States, what are the major powers competing for? Not only the economic aggregate but actually more hardcore things, which is our hard technology. Our first positioning is to be patient capital. What is the core function of patient capital? It should cover the entire process of transformation of scientific and technological achievements and help scientific and technological innovation enterprises to cross the valley of death. This is the first investment strategy and positioning of Beijing Science and Technology Investment Fund." Industrial guidance funds entered a period of massive growth following the 2015 announcement of Made in China 2025, MIC 2025. This called for Chinese leadership in 10 advanced industries, including electric vehicles, robotics, artificial intelligence, and medical devices. Industrial guidance funds were seen as, and remain, the primary financing tool for the implementation of MIC 2025. A bloom of industrial guidance funds soon followed, reaching a total of 1,741 by early 2020, though the growth trend both in terms of new funds launched and assets raised has been slowing since 2018. The planned fundraising target for these funds is $1.6 trillion, with almost every municipality and province announcing one. The amount actually raised, however, is smaller than this and the amount deployed smaller still. Some estimates put the total amount raised at 60% of the target, or just under $1 trillion, a still sizable figure. Guidance funds expansion to these additional prioritized sectors was based on the successful experiment of using them for IC. Learning, flexibility, adaptation, and scale-up of successes is typical in Chinese economic policymaking, says Meg Rithmeyer of Harvard Business School. China's model isn't precisely bottom-up, but once the state sets a technological goal, say in EV charging technology, this is typically implemented via regional experimentation, followed by the scale-up of successful pilots. This approach is notably different from the top-down approach of American economic policymaking. The American policy approach is much less flexible and does not typically build in such experimentation. Instead, the policy is typically hammered out among legislators and their staffs and then formally drafted without first using regional pilots to identify successes. Of course, Chinese flexibility does not extend to political rule, where China's authoritarian political system has been described as frozen, with power centralized in the hands of Xi Jinping. Rithmeyer says the way guidance funds work in practice is that the CCP announces a target for a guidance fund, seeds patient capital and expects LPs to match it. Quantum computing is one example. Rithmeyer says, quantum computing is not going to happen unless the state is involved. The state sent a signal to the private sector that this is now a safe investment and they were to follow suit. Everyone in Beijing understood this. Anecdotally, Rithmeyer noticed a shift among VC and private equity managers she knew in China. Whereas previously they made investments in the consumer innovation channel, such as makeup delivery services or bike rental apps, they reoriented their investments to sectors prioritized by Mike 2025. The use of guidance funds also marked a major change in the way the government supports industry. In the past, Chinese government subsidies for heavy industry have traditionally been through below-market debt, in the form of cheap loans from state-owned banks or outright grants. The Chinese aluminum industry, for example, is rife with subsidies throughout the aluminum value chain, including subsidized electricity from coal-fired plants and loans from state-owned banks to state-owned aluminum companies. China has no natural advantages when it comes to aluminum smelting, like the hydropower resources found in Iceland or Siberia. Nonetheless, it now dominates this industry, accounting for close to 60% of world output. Guidance funds, in contrast to these earlier forms of subsidy, use equity financing. Here, outright subsidies are hard to identify. Some in the Westfield guidance funds are simply a way to skirt WTO agreements concerning subsidies. This was the view of the White House's supply chain report, which argued, it is clear that China's government designed its venture capital model to facilitate a massive subsidy campaign to develop its domestic semiconductor capability to avoid any WTO oversight. But given the size of China's domestic market and continued experimentation with its development model, not everything China does is centered on Western institutions. This doesn't mean subsidies aren't involved, which the OECD has attempted to quantify. To use the OECD's definition, if the government tolerates lower returns on equity than private investors, the investment is deemed below-market equity. It undertook a study measuring the potential distortions introduced by below-market finance, both debt and equity, in the semiconductor value chain across many countries. The OECD found government support provided through the equity channel, below market equity, overwhelmingly benefited Chinese firms in the sample. The large investments that Chinese government funds have made in domestic semiconductor firms profoundly reshaped China's semiconductor industry. There notably appears to be a direct connection between equity injections by China's government funds and the construction of new semiconductor fabs in the country. Are guidance funds actually successful at achieving their goals? There is an inherent tension in guidance funds' double bottom line, a phrase used in ESG investing to refer to performance and sustainability goals, here referring to their performance and strategic objectives. The expected returns as well as performance history of guidance funds are unclear. Naughton has found that the big fund targets a 5% return, but to accomplish this, it had to split itself into two: a strategic sub-fund targeting no returns and a commercial sub-fund. Funds do need to offer positive returns to their investors, even if these investors are SOEs or state banks. Fund managers themselves are financially incentivized to increase AUM and to outperform, but also to stay within their prescribed industrial policy guidelines. Industrial guidance funds are designed to be a low-risk investment. This is achieved by the government providing different types of guarantees. The government sponsor might absorb first losses, forgo interest payments, or agree to buy limited partners' shares at an agreed-upon price. The main criticism of guidance funds by Western-based China watchers, Wall Street analysts tend not to cover them, is that they are highly inefficient and misallocate resources. This same accusation could be leveled against earlier Chinese subsidization programs, however, such as for high-speed rail or for Huawei. The Wall Street Journal reported, Huawei had access to as much as $75 billion in state support over the past 25 years, including grants, $1.6 billion, credit facilities, $46.3 billion, tax breaks, $25 billion, and subsidized land purchases, $2 billion. These programs, which also involved mercantilist practices, were not put in place for reasons of economic efficiency. Instead, the goal was to grow priority sectors. This objective was achieved, with China gaining strategic leadership of both industries. Industrial guidance funds aren't efficient, but that doesn't mean they can't be effective. Personal protective equipment, PPE, during the pandemic offers another, more recent example. During the early days of the pandemic, Chinese producers were accused of flooding the U.S. market with low-cost surgical masks. Remaining U.S. producers were driven out of the market. Though it is a widespread belief that low labor costs account for Chinese competitiveness, these masks were sold at prices below the cost of raw materials. As usual, the specific subsidies involved are opaque and may involve guidance funds as well as other financing sources. But the results are clear. This subsidy-centered model has proven to be globally effective. If in 2019, the first year of the pandemic, percent of global PPE exports came from China, by 2020, 43% of global PPE exports came from China. Almost none of these were donated, with 99% of exports taking the form of sales. Still, Western analysts have identified several flaws specific to guidance funds. First, there are too many funds. Funds duplicate efforts, leading to overcapacity in a few favored sectors. Local funds may end up subsidizing non-strategic local industries, and there can be tension between provincial development and national development objectives. There is ample evidence of corruption, but little evidence of market discipline. Inger Luong, an author of the CSET study of guidance funds, says, oftentimes they don't raise as much as intended, and they don't invest the way they are supposed to because their SEO investors have no appetite for risk. Instead of hiring professional managers, they routinely recruit local officials. Guidance funds may actually crowd out other types of investments. She adds, however, that there are also a handful of funds that are successful in raising capital and investing in projects. The experience of the National IC Fund, or the Big Fund, exemplifies some of these vulnerabilities and reveals the broader challenges China faces in developing advanced technology. China runs a large trade deficit in semiconductors and is well behind the technological frontier in areas such as electronic design automation, software, and fabrication capital equipment. Even its most advanced foundry is generations behind industry leader TSMC. Douglas B. Fuller of the City University of Hong Kong provides an explanation of China's continuing inability to generate true technological transformation in IC despite the vast resources thrown at the industry. He says, essentially, guidance funds misallocate resources by throwing resources to non-efficient state-owned firms. In his book, Paper Tigers, Hidden Dragons, Firms and the Political Economy of China's Technological Development, Fuller groups China's IC industry into three types of firms: SOEs, foreign multinationals with production facilities in China, and what he terms hybrid firms, which are private firms run by ethnically Chinese foreign investors. There are critical differences in the capabilities of each category of firm, which is at the core of the capital misallocation by guidance funds. According to Fuller, SOEs have had very limited success in adopting new technologies or tapping new markets. These firms continue to coast along on guaranteed state procurements, while their managers avoid risky activities, including technological experimentation, that could expose them to future accusations of losing or destroying state assets. Nonetheless, policy initiatives continue to lavish resources on sluggish state-owned firms. Nor are foreign multinational corporations operating in China a source of true technological innovation in the IC industry. They are extremely guarded about placing cutting-edge production facilities in China. On the other hand, Fuller argues that China does demonstrate technological and commercial prowess in the third category of firms, hybrid émigré-run firms, which have been the true drivers of technological development. But these are not the firms supported by the National IC Fund, except when they are occasionally taken over. For example, SMIC, a leading hybrid-run semiconductor foundry, was taken over by the National IC Fund in 2015. Fuller writes, "The firm's takeover by the state casts doubt on its competitive sustainability." He adds, "China does not lack for industrial investment. It has too much industrial investment and inefficient allocations. Yet China's efforts in the IC industry are not the whole story of guidance funds. There are other sectors, often supported by guidance funds, where the distance to the technological frontier is much smaller. These sectors have fewer domestic incumbents to hold back progress, or Western incumbents to catch up to. In new energy vehicles, NEVs, batteries, and quantum technologies, China might now hold the edge. All the non-SOE sectors of high industrial priority are basically flooded with state-guided capital," says Marix's Chimitz, including quantum computing and artificial intelligence. There is very limited information on guidance funds' actual activities, but there have been some clear breakout successes. For instance, Hefei's local government, in 2020, made an investment through a guidance fund in NIO, China's leading rival to Tesla. NIO was struggling in 2020. Not anymore. Hefei made a return of 5.5 times its initial investment. "From our investment in NIO, we ruthlessly made money," said Yu Aihua, the top communist official in the city, the South China Morning Post reported. Hefei is emblematic of the changing models of Chinese local government support for industry. Historically, Hefei offered tax breaks or loans to private companies, later followed by a direct investment approach. More recently, it has pursued an indirect investment approach using guidance funds run by professional managers. Hefei's successes with NIO have fostered an entire EV ecosystem centered in the city. Volkswagen has made Hefei one of its main production hubs for EV components, including batteries. The case study of NIO shows that guidance funds can deliver VC-style financial returns coupled with state economic growth objectives. Mike 2025 has been followed by more ambitious policies, including, most recently, the Common Prosperity Program. So far, the most visible initiative of this program has been a crackdown on the real estate and consumer tech sectors, but it is not yet clear what Common Prosperity will involve. NIS Grunberg, lead analyst at Marix, says, "It is not yet much spelled out about both the specific mechanisms intended for achieving common prosperity and, more fundamentally, what common prosperity actually means in terms of concrete targets. Part of the confusion surrounding China's grand economic programs is that they are actually campaigns, the CCP's traditional mobilization and propaganda method. Campaigns and their mechanisms for implementation are rarely fully defined," Rithmeyer says. "But when there is a campaign, everyone knows what to do and to jump on the bandwagon. Both political and social actors have gone through campaigns. The Great Leap, the 100 Flowers, the One-Child Policy, and Belt and Road were all campaigns. And though it isn't widely recognized in the West, so are guidance funds. Guidance funds are a campaign. With campaigns, there is no central office," Rithmeyer says. "There is no central list of commands or person. The amorphous, decentralized, shape-shifting quality of campaigns explains why Western analysts have had such a hard time understanding Belt and Road. China's model is not just a bigger version of the East Asian development states of Japan and the latter's one-time colonies of Korea or Taiwan. Though it may borrow from each, it is also rooted in CCP tradition. Campaigns follow a familiar trajectory of ramp-up and exuberance, followed by a period of ramp-down and reevaluation, according to Rithmeyer. Guidance funds are now in the latter stages of this trajectory. The CCP's own theory organization recently offered further insights into what the future may hold in a document titled, "Give Full Play to the Role of Policy Finance in Supporting Common Prosperity," written by researchers from the Beijing Research Center for Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era. The phrase policy finance and document, as a whole, describe the landscape in China where different finance vehicles in addition to guidance funds are developing. Grunberg says, "Policy finance is a broader concept than guidance funds but includes them. Market mechanisms still play a role in policy finance, unlike traditional subsidy approaches." The Beijing Research Center theorists write, "Grasp the relationship between policy finance and market-oriented operation. Policy financial institutions are still essentially statutory financial institutions with operational risks, rather than government departments, and they must also adhere to the principles of maintaining capital and making small profits in the process of resource allocation. Therefore, policy financial institutions should not use the blood transfusion model in the process of helping enterprises, but should create their own blood to form a long-term financial mechanism to support common prosperity. The medical metaphor here, according to Grunberg, is a warning against life support from public coffers, blood transfusions. Instead, the document calls for policy finance institutions to leverage financial markets to generate their own capital or create their own blood, in the document's language. Government guidance funds don't just fund SOEs, they provide state capital to private sector firms, too, which has not been standard practice in Chinese industrial strategy. This funding more closely aligns private firms with the state's economic and strategic priorities. Guidance fund investment in a private enterprise blurs the distinction between the state sector and the private sector. The autonomy of private firms is diminished and state control increases, and with it can come increased monitoring by the authoritarian government, whether checking for signs of financial instability or for compliance with political directives. Indeed, the private/state binary may no longer make sense as a way to describe the operations of these funds and the companies they invest in. Guidance funds are merely one type of mechanism for imposing more state control over private firms. Others include direct investment in publicly listed equities through state-owned capital operation companies and the growing influence of party cells within private companies. The CCP usually doesn't have to explicitly discipline the private sector. The threat alone is often sufficient. In the memorable metaphor of China scholar Perry Link, the Chinese government and its ability to exercise control resembles a giant anaconda coiled in an overhead chandelier. Normally, the great snake doesn't move. It doesn't have to. It feels no need to be clear about its prohibitions. Its constant silent message is you yourself decide. After which, more often than not, everyone in its shadow makes adjustments. Where is all this going? Will guidance funds be used primarily for political purposes, to rein in the private sector in order to subject it to greater state oversight and direction? Will guidance funds just result in misallocated resources? Or will they succeed in their stated purpose? Will they bring market discipline to China's development strategy, allowing the country to not just catch up with but to surpass the West in advanced technology? Even if there is a lot of waste, China is throwing vast resources at this ambition. And through the unique financial innovation of guidance funds, which provide both seed and patient capital, it is certainly possible that the next technological revolution will take place not in the United States but in China. No one knows the answers to these questions. To echo Zhou Enlai's assessment of the French Revolution, it is too early to tell, and part of the answer will depend on how the West responds. The best results occur at companies that require minimal assets to conduct high-margin businesses and offer goods or services that will expand their sales volume with only minor needs for additional capital. Warren Buffett, 2020 letter to Berkshire Hathaway shareholders. The predominant Western response to Chinese guidance funds is to look at their impact through a trade policy lens. What is the true extent of the subsidies involved and the damage to Western industry or benefit to consumers? Standard policy recommendations include forcing China to comply with its WTO commitments, improving the trade rules of the WTO related to below-market financing, or creating an alternative to the WTO altogether. The first response assumes that China can be changed, and the others that Western actors want the WTO to change, which is not necessarily true, given that Wall Street and multinational corporations have benefited from current arrangements. The profound ideological hostility to tariffs and unwavering commitment to free trade by mainstream Western economists further hinders material changes to trade policy. As Janet Yellen said, exemplifying this thinking, tariffs are taxes on consumers. A less common response is to look at guidance funds from an industrial policy lens. What lessons do they hold and which of their features could be applied outside China? After all, guidance funds are state-supported financing instruments, not trade instruments. They show the scale of resources, including government resources, that will be required for the United States to successfully compete with China in advanced technology industries. Tariffs are unlikely to work if the United States doesn't have a domestic industry left to protect or any plans to create one. Guidance funds point to the need for new and better financing solutions and new institutions in the United States. The US VC system is impatient, privileging industries like software with high intellectual property rents and low-cost scalability, and the stock market also favors capital-light companies. Neither financing method is well-suited to providing the resources required by capital-heavy advanced technology or manufacturing industries. One reason those industries have declined dramatically in the United States over the last few decades. Nor is the existing bank lending system up to the task. It produces its own misallocations because of its reliance on collateral, which often does not exist for emerging industries. The frontiers of U.S. financial innovation, such as fintech and payments processing, aren't funding heavy industry or technological advances in hardware, either, despite the futuristic and triumphalist narratives these industries use in their marketing. The American strategy seems to be to fund universities or the National Institutes of Health and then hope for the best. Americans have no qualms about government funding for basic research, but there is greater ideological opposition to state support for a particular industry or technology and industrial policy in general. For instance, commercial shipbuilding, a highly capital-intensive industry, is an international game of competitive subsidization. Under the Reagan administration, the United States ceased subsidizing this industry. As a result, although America was once a market leader, it now accounts for just 0.35% of global commercial ship construction. It is out of the game. This is a problem because the United States still builds naval ships but cannot benefit from cross-fertilization with commercial shipbuilding. The United States does offer loans, grants, and other subsidies to businesses, but such policies tend to be scattershot and erratic. They are often very small. For instance, there has been one legislative proposal to provide patient capital through the Small Business Investment Company (SBIC) program. The total, $10 billion, a gesture. But this and other recent legislative proposals suggest that policymakers are finally becoming more open to industrial policy. Another proposal would create an industrial finance corporation to invest in manufacturing. There are equally promising discussions about using the U.S. Export-Import Bank for domestic lending for manufacturing. The U.S. Senate and House have now each passed acts that would provide grants to the U.S. semiconductor industry. The challenges facing the U.S. semiconductor industry demonstrate how competitive subsidization works in practice and where the United States falls short. Building a new fab in the United States costs substantially more than in China. But 40 to 70% of the cost differential is explained by Chinese subsidies, according to analysis cited by the White House. The same analysis found that the United States was actually competitive in taxation, but not in providing grants or direct cash for building new fabs. In contrast to China, where there is almost too much money sloshing around to build semiconductor fabs, in the United States there is too little, notes Jimmy Goodrich, Vice President of Global Policy at the Semiconductor Industry Association, SIA. We lack competitive financial incentives to encourage onshore production. There has never been a fab built anywhere globally in the modern era without government support. Goodrich adds, when you look beyond the U.S., every other key player is subsidized. He points out that without subsidies, the United States will become less and less competitive in semiconductor manufacturing, more vulnerable in its supply chain, and see a decline in its industrial base. The CHIPS Act and successor legislation could rebuild domestic semiconductor manufacturing. There are, however, many other advanced technology industries besides semiconductors that will require government financial support to be able to succeed. Given that these industries are nascent or might not even exist, they have no legislative clout to build this support, unlike the semiconductor industry. Generally, the U.S. approach to subsidies is still at the blood transfusion stage, keeping the patient alive, to use the Chinese theory documents metaphor. Or, as in the case of the shipbuilding industry, the U.S. preference has been to let the patient die. The country needs a newer and broader approach to subsidies that integrates private capital and market discipline. To continue with the Chinese metaphor, such a strategy would allow industries requiring subsidies to create their own blood. To address the above shortcomings, the United States needs updated or new investment structures and financial institutions. A solution could be an adaptation or extension of the current VC/PE system, one that is incentivized to fund hardware and advanced manufacturing, namely an American Guidance Fund system. These funds would be structured as public-private partnerships between the government and VC-like intermediaries. Identifying priority sectors for funding, as well as who is empowered to make this policy finance decision, may appear to be a contentious, politically unsolvable issue. But there is a pragmatic way forward. Certain federal agencies already fund basic research, and in the case of the Department of Commerce, have a mission to create the conditions for economic growth and opportunity. They are aware of specific market failures when it comes to scaling up or commercializing new technologies. Such agencies are natural verticals, along which to organize policy finance objectives. So too are state governments interested in regional development that are willing to pursue a double bottom line of investment returns and local growth. In this proposed model, the agencies or state governments would set the policy objectives for funds. They would de-risk investing by providing seed capital, below-market interest rate loans, and guarantees. This would incentivize investors to participate, who would provide most of the capital. Tax advantages might be required too. Actual management of the fund would be in the hands of an intermediary which can sort through various investment opportunities and provide investment discipline. Market involvement and the profit motive is key. These provide the ultimate discipline against the fund favoring politically connected nepotistic companies. Failure is very much an option. The rationale for establishing such a funding mechanism is that capital markets on their own aren't willing to provide the capital required to scale up hardware technologies, while government on its own cannot plausibly do so either. A properly structured American guidance fund would amplify any initial government investment with private sector participation while simultaneously providing market discipline, allowing the market to pick winners. This preliminary sketch shows some of the characteristics of a U.S. guidance fund type entity. Government providing de-risking and seed capital, an intermediary running things, and market competition. A likely buyer for the technology the fund is investing in would be helpful too, with the government again filling this role. The various inputs, loans, tax relief, advanced market commitments from the government, need to be titrated to make sure the fund reaches its objectives and all participants share in both risks and returns. America's legions of financial engineers are there to make this happen. Yet there are deeper issues and uncertainties surrounding the optimal design of new financing structures that go beyond just financial engineering. These lie in the realm of policy. Different types of subsidies have different impacts on the real economy. This is an arcane but important area of research. Subsidies come in many shapes and sizes and are not perfect substitutes for one another. The OECD has done preliminary research in this area, which should inform current policy proposals for financing manufacturing, as well as the design of future policies. For instance, it is possible that grants, as used in the CHIPS Act, might not be optimal if the goal is to build domestic manufacturing, though they might be ideal for funding R&D. Instead, below-market borrowings, state loans offered at preferential rates or with guarantees, are more closely associated with investment in manufacturing capacity. Below-market equity, as found in guidance funds, equity infusions with below-market expected returns, was not analyzed. Specifically, according to the OECD, which scrupulously notes that correlation is not causation, government grants are not associated with net investment in fixed tangible assets. Unlike below-market borrowings, government grants do not appear in general to be as correlated to investment as below-market borrowings, irrespective of the specification used. In most cases, the correlation between grants and investment is small and not statistically different from zero. This supports the presumption that below-market borrowings affect investment more directly than other forms of support that do not target companies' cost of capital. A lower cost of capital should in turn incite firms to invest more than they would otherwise, all other things being equal. These findings need to be replicated and incorporated into any proposed new American guidance fund structure. This new approach also needs to be compared to models like the Exim Bank, the Finance Corporation, the CHIPS Act, or the infrastructure law that will fund battery-related projects. Which model involves the greatest market competition? Which is most open to non-incumbents who are not Washington insiders? Which model requires the least government resources and provides the most leverage, that is, offers the most bang for the buck? The Chinese government, which has had years of experience with traditional approaches to subsidization, has moved on to this more market-conforming model for a reason. American policymakers will have to find their own answers. But it is very likely that such a model will mark an improvement over the grants-based model increasingly favored in the United States, which rewards companies that are good at writing grants rather than those with a better technology. Operation Warp Speed, OWS, was successful in producing and distributing huge volumes of an effective COVID vaccine under a dramatically accelerated timeline. But the longer history of the foundational mRNA technology also reveals the failures of the U.S. model for financing the development, scale-up, and production of breakthrough technologies. The underlying mRNA technology, in fact, long predates warp speed, one reason it was possible to produce vaccines so quickly in 2020. And despite significant government efforts to foster the technology, It was languishing in the private sector before OWS enabled its rapid scale-up and implementation. The more complicated saga of mRNA technology thus invites consideration of an alternative history, in which guidance funds might have been used to support the proliferation of mRNA vaccines long before, and without requiring the heroics of warp speed. The theoretical possibility of mRNA vaccines was discovered as early as 1950. In 2005, scientists at the University of Pennsylvania discovered a way of altering mRNA to increase its therapeutic potential. Their research breakthroughs and parallel work on using lipid nanoparticles as a delivery mechanism created the foundation for today's mRNA vaccine technology. The federal government became directly involved in the following years, as DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, began funding mRNA vaccine work in 2010. In 2013, DARPA awarded a $25 million grant to Moderna, then a new biotech startup, which would eventually develop a successful COVID vaccine and achieve massive commercial success. Yet prior to COVID and OWS, mRNA vaccine technology failed to gain traction in the pharma industry, despite government grants and despite success in raising private sector VC funding. As Dr. Dan Wattendorf, who founded a program within DARPA to pursue mRNA efforts and later became a director at the Gates Foundation, explained, DARPA's early investments de-risked the technical problem, but they didn't solve the fundamental capital shift we needed. While mRNA appeared technologically promising, traditional pharmaceutical companies were not interested in making the large investments needed to develop and obtain regulatory approval for a new manufacturing process, one that would only disrupt their legacy vaccine businesses. And while startups and their VC backers might be eager to develop new technologies, they are not well suited to building capital-intensive manufacturing and distribution networks. Vaccines in general are not a particularly exciting subsector of commercial pharma. The U.S. vaccine industry is highly concentrated, with a handful of producers, and preventing infectious disease is generally not a good business model. Vaccines do not require daily usage. For all these reasons, the widespread adoption of mRNA vaccines to fight COVID required the interventions of Operation Warp Speed. But what if, instead of grants alone, the U.S. government had supported mRNA technology through the formation of an mRNA guidance fund in the 2010s? Such a fund, using both public and private sector capital, could certainly have invested in mRNA startups like Moderna and BioNTech. Indeed, it might have seeded a much larger ecosystem of such companies. Even more importantly, in this case, a guidance fund might have made investments in critical functions adjacent to mRNA pharma development, but which do not offer the unicorn-like return potential of biotech IP startups, like contract manufacturers capable of mass-producing mRNA vaccines, or the specialty logistics systems they require, e.g. ultra-cold storage. An expanded ecosystem of this kind might have been more successful at pressuring private sector pharma incumbents to embrace the new technology, or face competition at scale. It might also have created a constituency in Washington to encourage government agencies outside of DARPA, not least regulatory agencies, to take a greater interest in promising technologies before a crisis hit. This alternative history is entirely speculation, of course. Yet it is clear at this point that government grants alone are insufficient. They may be critical to the development of new technologies, but they are often not enough to motivate the private sector to develop new industries around breakthrough technologies. The effective commercialization needed to realize these technologies' economic, national security, and other benefits. Today, across a variety of promising technologies, from batteries to minerals processing to robotics to generic pharmaceuticals, the policy debate is often framed as a choice between grants or other forms of pure subsidy, or no support whatsoever. A new policy tool that can leverage the private sector in providing below-market finance is sorely needed. Some Americans see government financial support to grow priority industrial sectors as un-American, a violation of the pioneering spirit or free market principles. There is also the recent Solyndra fiasco to consider. Solyndra, the thin-film solar panel manufacturer which received federal loan guarantees, went bankrupt. It was undercut by even more heavily subsidized Chinese competitors that were producing a much less advanced technology. Maybe the lesson here is the need for infant industry protection policies to accompany any loan guarantees. Less commonly discussed than Solyndra's failure is Tesla's success using government loans. In 2010, Tesla similarly received a DOE-issued $456 million loan. The loan, which helped Tesla at a critical time, allowed the company to build a production facility in California. The loan was repaid early. These two recent examples might appear to be outliers from American tradition. In fact, however, government contracts, loans, guarantees, and other subsidies built much of American industry. Take railroads. The historian Richard White, in his book Railroaded, writes, "The transcontinental railroads emerged in markets shaped by large public subsidies and particular legal privileges. The transcontinental lines were constructed in advance of market demand, and the government essentially created new markets. U.S. states had previously subsidized the building of canals. With the transcontinental railroads, the subsidies now came from the federal government. The Pacific Railway Acts of 1862 and 1864 provided loans and outright donations to railroads to build transcontinental lines, with levels of largesse almost similar to today's Chinese subsidization. Congress lent railroads $50 million in government bonds, with the federal government guaranteeing the principal and the interest. Congress also donated land to the railroads, while the federal government kept an equal amount of surrounding land. Both benefited as the land rose in value when the railroad came in. The size of the land grants is staggering. White notes that the Union Pacific received land grants equivalent to the area of New Jersey plus New Hampshire. The Central Pacific received the equivalent of Maryland. Incidentally, the same financing mechanism for development public land sales was used in the Land-Grant College Act of 1862, the Morrill Act. MIT is a land-grant institution. The building of the railroads was also marked by questionable corporate practices that hardly seem foreign today: extensive lobbying, monopolization, and financialization. Here meaning dividend payments not based on actual performance made in order to buoy stock prices and pay owners. The entire industry was marked by misallocations, to use contemporary language, including remarkably poor technology. But despite these inefficiencies, the subsidies were effective. The transcontinental railroads were successfully completed. White concludes, in 19th century Western North America, railroads and the modern state were co-productions. The litany of the work they did together is impressive. The governments of North America lavishly subsidized the corporations, and the corporations assisted in the great state projects of bringing half a continent under the domination of central governments. The most recent great state project, Operation Warp Speed, was similarly a co-production with industry. It, too, involved government financing, though Warp Speed's industrial policy interventions went well beyond finance and included building new factories, organizing clinical trials, mapping supply chains, logistics, and the distribution of vaccines. Warp Speed structured public-private partnerships in a much better way than most contemporary efforts, using a type of cost-sharing contracting known as other transaction authority. Warp Speed also offered advanced market commitments, that is, purchase contracts to Pfizer if its vaccine received FDA authorization. This incentivized the production of vaccines by removing financial risks. Comparing Warp Speed and its mRNA vaccines to the inferior vaccines developed by China shows that China's technological supremacy is not inevitable, nor is China an unstoppable economic force. China's rise has nevertheless presented a shock to the U.S. economy, and it is an intellectual shock, too. Rather than relying on the invisible hand, China uses a very visible hand. And in doing so, not only has the party state reshaped the Chinese economy, it has reshaped American markets, a fact that many Americans, particularly market fundamentalists, have trouble digesting. Proclaiming the superiority of markets is not an adequate response when Chinese industrial policies shape the market. At the very least, China's rise should cause a scramble or updating of America's institutions and policies to better understand this new economic model and to craft a more effective response. This is especially true at the federal level, where many agencies were designed to fight the Cold War, World War II, or the Great Depression, but not the economic impact of China's development model. The rise of China means a rethinking of academic disciplines, as well. Economics is not well suited to lead such a task, given that it is intensely ideological rather than pragmatic, and its methodology privileges simplifying abstractions over the complexities of actual firms and institutions. There is also its poor track record to consider, such as its failures to predict the great financial crisis, or leading Harvard economists' catastrophic privatization advice to the former Soviet Union. A whole new analytical approach is required, and universities might be the wrong place to pursue it. The focus, moreover, should not be primarily on lessons from China, but rather on lessons from America's past and the country's earlier periods of economic dynamism. During these periods, the federal government, corporations, and the financial sector aligned to support the real economy, unlike today. America's current economic policy repertoire is exceedingly limited. There is a need for a broad new set of policies in the United States centered on guiding finance to productive sectors. Credit guidance policies utilize many tools, subsidies are merely one, but the general idea is to steer resources to sectors capable of producing innovation and high-wage jobs. Since the financial liberalization in the 1980s, the opposite has occurred. Credit in the United States has increasingly flowed to finance consumption, real estate, or the financial sector itself rather than to support non-financial businesses. The conventional narrative from each party about how to grow the economy rarely involves using guided finance to support strategically important industries with high wage potential. Some exceptions are bipartisan support for the semiconductor industry and Democrat support for green technology. Similarly, discussions around innovation policy, reshoring, and regional economic development typically center on education, tax credits, clusters, R&D, digital connectivity, better data, scorecards, greater transparency, improved governance, infrastructure, inclusive growth, streamlined regulation, engagement with stakeholders, breaking down silos, etc. The list is endless, but less commonly discussed and budgeted for are the necessary financial resources, including government financial support, at the scale required to grow capital-intensive new sectors. More work is also required to understand the distinctive effects of different types of subsidies. For example, grants versus below-market debt or equity financing. U.S. policymakers seem out of ideas. The governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, plans to bring new jobs to New York City and to raise revenue by opening more casinos. This has the potential to generate thousands of new union jobs, according to a casino executive. Meanwhile, Shanghai recently published its plan to guide development of the space industry. Implementation will include the construction of satellite constellations, digital and intelligent manufacturing capabilities, reusable rockets, spacecraft research and development platforms, intelligent satellite software, ground terminals, applications, and commercial satellite production and rocket assembly lines are other priorities. America's institutions, its government, universities, media, and financial system, seem stuck on warmed-over policy tools from the 1980s and 90s. What may be even more damaging than the loss of strategic industries and technologies is this failure of imagination. Industrial policy is no longer taboo in the United States. In the last 2 years, the federal government has undertaken multiple industrial innovation policy initiatives. The CHIPS and Science Act of 2022 is designed to revitalize domestic production of semiconductors, as well as to add an applied science directorate to the National Science Foundation, NSF, focused on advanced technologies. The executive order on biotech and biomanufacturing hopes to ensure that the next generation of medicines are manufactured in the United States. And the Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act include massive investments in clean energy technologies. These industrial and innovation strategies are underpinned by a common vision, one centered on nurturing advanced technologies. The belief is that these policies will result in the United States once again being able to manufacture critical technologies at home. But can the United States still make things domestically? What if America lacks capabilities for advanced manufacturing, which the most recent round of industrial policies have not fully addressed? These go beyond the lack of resilient supply chains, or the unsurprising fact that a country which has aggressively deindustrialized during the last several decades currently lacks a workforce with skills in advanced manufacturing. What if there are more profound weaknesses inhibiting advanced manufacturing in the United States, as is indicated by the trade deficit in advanced technology products? This deficit is accelerating, growing from $128 billion in 2019 to $195 billion in 2021 to $244 billion in 2022. In 2021, the United States accounted for 78% of the total trade deficit among industrial nations, while China accounted for 45% of the total trade surplus. Productivity in manufacturing in the United States, across most measures, has actually been declining. The United States was once the global leader in manufacturing, ushering in the mass production era from the end of the 19th through the mid-20th century. It is not a global leader in the advanced manufacturing of the 21st century. Advanced manufacturing can be defined as the application of innovative technologies to improve manufacturing processes and products, adding significant value through productivity advances and innovation. These would include digital technologies, robotics, 3D printing, advanced materials, biofabrication, artificial intelligence, and nanofabrication. The United States does not currently have the correct institutional infrastructure and accompanying operational mechanisms to support advanced manufacturing. Industry, government, and academia are largely unlinked when it comes to advanced production technology and processes, and there is a similar lack of interagency coordination within the government. Pathways necessary for diffusing new technologies and getting them to market are missing, including a lack of scale-up financing mechanisms. The vocational education system has withered, as has the corporate lab system. The Department of Defense's DoD mission has traditionally been one of military security rather than economic security and assuring a strong American industrial base. Yet economic security and military security are now inseparable, and by failing to pursue innovation in production, the DoD is putting U.S. economic and therefore national security at risk. Financial markets do not reward advanced manufacturing. They favor outsourcing and the disaggregation of integrated firms. Corporations are not rewarded for pursuing production as opposed to, say, stock buybacks. What is sometimes called the U.S. developmental state has many strengths in basic research as well as applications in the areas of defense technology, software, and biopharma development, but advanced manufacturing is not one of them. Robert J. Gordon, in his widely read book The Rise and Fall of American Growth, argues that recent generations of technologies are inherently less conducive to job creation compared to earlier breakthroughs, leading to lower growth. But the real culprit may be the way in which our innovation system was designed, leaving a manufacturing focus out of the innovation equation. The result of all this has been the decline of U.S. manufacturing and the corresponding weakening of the American working class, growing economic inequality, and protracted political confrontation. How did we arrive at this state of affairs, and how can we fix it? The design of the existing system has been informed by many factors, which sectors in the United States are seen as prestigious and which are not. False beliefs about the strengths of U.S. manufacturing. Beliefs that a post-industrial future is both inevitable and desirable. Policy decisions that promoted diffusing technologies globally and not domestic industrial strength. The DoD's assumption that it would always have a robust industrial base to rely upon. Hubris and insularity dating from the period when the United States was the unchallenged leader in mass manufacturing, financial market pressures, and the ideological and methodological limitations of mainstream economics. A pervasive source of weakness is the disconnect between the U.S. production system and the U.S. innovation system. Unlike Germany, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and now China, the United States failed to put manufacturing at the center of its innovation system. In fact, it didn't even consider manufacturing as part of innovation. When the United States was assembling its innovation system after World War II, it assumed its lead in manufacturing would be eternal. It built its innovation system in the area it needed to strengthen R&D. Thus, America's innovation system is in many ways a historical artifact, maladapted to the global economic competition of today. The challenges America faces in adopting advanced manufacturing practices are, however, surmountable. Overcoming these challenges would allow current and future industrial innovation policies to reach their full potential and revive domestic manufacturing. Yet these problems are not amenable to an updating of a single process or a management consultant fix. Solving them will require a major system redesign, relinking innovation to production, building on efforts already underway as well as new initiatives. In the 1930s, Detroit was the technological and commercial leader of the world's auto industry. Detroit used mass production techniques consisting of assembly lines and standardized products to produce an ever-increasing number of cars at reduced cost. Detroit had nearly double the wages of other industrial centers like Chicago. At the time, nearly 5 out of 6 of the world's cars and trucks were manufactured in the USA. The most colossal and advanced factory in the world's most advanced center for car manufacturing was Ford's River Rouge plant. Here, all production used the assembly line method with conveyor belts bringing together different components of the car in synchronized harmony. Mass production technologies and the division of labor created a workforce consisting of relatively unskilled employees on the line combined with a smaller group of highly skilled workers and the engineering teams that designed it. Visitors from around the world came to view this modern technological marvel, including delegations from Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. Stefan Link, in his book Forging Global Fordism, writes, Ford's new factory became the destination of engineering delegations. Italian, German, Russian, and Japanese specialists traveled to Detroit and spent weeks, months, even years at River Rouge to learn the American secret of mass production. Mass production was furthermore a dual-use technology. Industrialist Henry Kaiser, who had no background in shipbuilding, he built the Hoover Dam and the Oakland-San Francisco Bridge, applied mass production techniques to shipbuilding in World War II. Kaiser shipyards could produce Liberty ships in a matter of weeks and sometimes even days, as opposed to the 2/3 of a year it took to build a comparable ship in the past. The mass production method dramatically raised manufacturing productivity. The United States produced so much war material so quickly that it had to scrap more planes after World War II than Nazi Germany was able to produce during the last 4 years of the war. Mass production itself has military origins. The system of interchangeable machine-made parts was implemented in the early 1800s at the federal government's Harper's Ferry and Springfield, Massachusetts arsenals for the production of firearms. These production techniques then spread to the civilian sector. This precursor to mass production, which used specialized machines for the production of interchangeable parts, was called the American System of Manufacturing, or sometimes, more specifically, armory practice. Ford added the moving assembly lines, which marked the starting point of true mass production. The U.S. victory in World War II was supported by rapid advances in science and technology and the scaling of mass production, with central planning combining the two, and the military promoting improved production techniques for private firms. Before the war was even over, President Roosevelt considered the implications of this organized approach to scientific development for peacetime. On November 17, 1944, he wrote a letter to Vannevar Bush, his science advisor and the director of the Office of Scientific Research and Development, stating that Bush's office represents a unique experiment coordinating scientific research and in applying scientific knowledge to the solution of the technical problems paramount in war. There is, however, no reason why the lessons to be found in this experiment cannot be profitably employed in times of peace. Roosevelt asked for Bush's recommendations, adding, "New frontiers of the mind are before us." Bush's report, written in response, Science, the Endless Frontier, is widely credited as the basis for post-war U.S. science and innovation policy. It conceived of innovation as a linear pipeline. The federal government would fund basic research and the development of scientific talent. The knowledge would be available to industry, which it was assumed would develop it further, moving it along the pipeline until it was ready for mass production, eventually reaching the marketplace. The report called for a new central science agency to oversee the research funding. There were other influences on post-war innovation policy, however, which would prove to be as important as Bush's report. John Steelman, assistant to President Truman, today's equivalent of a chief of staff, proposed instead a more decentralized model of research no longer overseen by a central agency, which is how federal research would come to be organized, overturning Bush. Nevertheless, Bush's emphasis on basic research remained the focus of the U.S. innovation system, at the NSF, other government agencies, and U.S. universities, as did his linear innovation model. The Department of Defense was a holdout from the Bush model in that it continued to support prototyping, testing, demonstrating, and implementing technologies in addition to basic research. Particularly after Sputnik, the DoD pursued the more integrated wartime approach, and was also the customer for the new technologies it developed. In contrast, the civilian R&D agencies and universities supported research only through early-stage development. The civilian sector therefore followed Bush's basic research architecture as well as Steelman's decentralized one. The result, effectively, was two innovation systems in the United States, an integrated defense one and a disjointed civilian one. Missing from both new R and D-led innovation systems was any focus on manufacturing or the understanding that manufacturing-led innovations could occur along the pipeline rather than just as an afterthought. The Endless Frontier report doesn't contemplate that new technologies could transform manufacturing processes themselves. The word manufacturing only occurs once. The Pentagon likewise didn't pay that much attention to broad manufacturing capabilities in the United States, nor did it need to, given the country's recent performance during the war. Instead, the U.S. post-war approach to innovation rested on the assumption that the United States was, and would remain, the preeminent manufacturing power, deploying the most advanced production processes from a position of unchallenged supremacy. After all, the industrial bases of the Axis powers had just been destroyed. The foreign policy establishment, assuming U.S. industrial strength would be enduring, made trade deals aimed at building up allies at the expense of domestic manufacturing, a position that has only recently changed. The private sector similarly took America's supremacy in manufacturing for granted. The corporate lab system of AT&T, GE, GM, Ford, Xerox, and IBM, much like the government lab system, focused on technology research, not incremental advances or breakthroughs in manufacturing production. Henry Kressel, who led the Central Research Lab at RCA, explains why The returns are deemed faster and higher in focusing on product development and marketing. And there was a lack of trained people. Manufacturing carries a stigma for college-trained elites. Regarding the old labs, they rarely focused on production technology, with the exception of Corning. The corporate labs declined with the pressures of global competition, with most cutting back their role on potential breakthroughs in favor of safer, shorter-term incremental advances. There has been no replacement for the old lab system when they phased down, and manufacturing technology was never an emphasis. Overall, the U.S. federal innovation system of government labs and government-funded academic research was disconnected from manufacturing. On the non-defense side, it emphasized basic rather than applied research. The focus was on scientific breakthroughs and not on manufacturing technology. The government did not coordinate the innovative activities it funded across market actors. There were no features specifically designed to move a new technology along the commercial pipeline. The United States further lacked collaborative government, academic, and industry institutions centered on improving manufacturing techniques and sharing related new technologies. The system was therefore very unlike that of agricultural colleges, cited in Endless Frontier as a model through which government-supported research is transmitted into practice. The United States remains highly competitive in agriculture to this day. The government planners and businessmen of the post-war era may have presumed that America's leadership in the prior manufacturing innovation wave, mass production, would be repeated in subsequent waves, but this was not to be. The disconnect in the United States between innovation and production would lead to profound weaknesses. America often missed out on newer production approaches, starting with quality manufacturing. As the mass production era was succeeded by new waves of manufacturing advances, America would no longer be king of manufacturing. Ford was building cars in Yokohama, Japan, as early as the 1920s. By the 1930s, Ford, together with GM, completely dominated the Japanese auto market. The Japanese government, however, sought to change this and pursued interventionist policies to foster a locally owned industry. In 1936, Japan enacted the Automobile Manufacturing Enterprise Law favoring domestic car makers. The American firms were forced to leave Japan. Toyota and Nissan took over their manufacturing equipment. In the 1970s and 1980s, Japan's automakers, with support of the Ministry of International Trade and Industry MITI, pioneered the quality production paradigm. Japanese producers pursued precision production, just-in-time production, quality built into all production stages, not just at the end, continuous improvements by the entire workforce, and collaborative labor practices, all of which led to dramatically increased efficiencies and quality. MITI funded industry rather than basic research to support this new approach. It was Japan's turn to lead technological innovation in car manufacturing, with Detroit a follower. Currency manipulation by the Japanese government further aided its exports, and the oil shock of 1973 was helpful to Japanese automakers given that they specialized in smaller, more efficient cars while the United States produced gas guzzlers. Japan's exports to the United States soared. U.S. automakers, in contrast, took too long to understand and then adjust their manufacturing technologies and techniques to the quality revolution. Rather than making the necessary changes or investments, the standard reaction of Detroit was to offshore lower-end models to lower-wage countries. Japan, bolstered by the quality revolution and the modernization of its industrial production process, and taking advantage of open U.S. markets while keeping its own closed, leapt ahead in economic competitiveness with the United States in consumer electronics as well as autos. The U.S. government eventually countered in the 1980s with industrial policies of its own. The Bayh-Dole Act, which encouraged universities to commercialize federally funded research. The Manufacturing Extension Partnership, modeled on the U.S. Agriculture Extension Program to bring advances to small manufacturers. The SBIR program, R&D grant funding to small and startup companies. Semitech, the consortium to restore U.S. semiconductor technology leadership though improved production, efficiency and quality, and the R&D tax credit, which benefited firms that increased their R&D investments. Finally, a joint currency intervention between the United States and its allies, the Plaza Accord, resulted in the depreciation of the dollar. These industrial policies were modestly funded and piecemeal in comparison to Japan's efforts. Semitech, for instance, only targeted one sector, semiconductors. Generally, these programs targeted early stages of innovation, rather than actual production technologies. The quality revolution in manufacturing of the 1970s and 80s pioneered by Japan, largely passed America by. It was only adopted slowly. The country faced a widespread economic malaise and the emergence of the Rust Belt in the Midwest. The manufacturing competition with Japan was a harbinger of the far graver China shock to come. There are reasons why the United States was slow to adopt the quality revolution in manufacturing and the production innovation waves which followed. The handful of industrial policies launched by the U.S. government in response to Japan's industrial successes were overwhelmed by larger trends, including beliefs, incentives, and policies pushing in the opposite direction against reviving domestic manufacturing. Simply put, manufacturing was no longer a prestigious sector in the United States. America's success in the IT revolution in the 1990s completely diverted U.S. attention from following through on the piecemeal industrial policy reforms of the 1980s. By this point, the United States was moving too slowly, if at all, on new production techniques, and adopted policies that often hastened deindustrialization altogether. The widespread belief and prophecy that the most advanced economy was a post-industrial one made concerns about America's manufacturing malaise seem irrelevant. Daniel Bell's influential 1973 book, The Coming of Post-Industrial Society, a venture in social forecasting, is illustrative of American intellectuals thinking about manufacturing during this era. The book took the transition from a goods to services economy as a given. Indeed, it is more of a meditation about the features of this transformed society. As early as the 1960s, Bell argued, the leadership of the new society will rest not with businessmen or corporations as we know them, for a good deal of production will have been routinized, but rather with intellectual institutions. Social prestige and social status will be rooted in the intellectual and scientific communities. It is quite clear which sectors and activities Bell valued. The idea that production could move beyond the routine is not considered. Instead, manufacturing seems to almost vanish entirely in his conception of the future. It is a relic. Bell also claimed, what has now become decisive for society is the new centrality of theoretical knowledge, the primacy of theory over empiricism. This statement contains a great deal of self-insight about Bell, but also American intellectuals and social scientists. Bell's theory-driven approach lacked any empirical understanding of what was going on in American manufacturing in the 1970s. The routinized production in the United States he refers to was being globally displaced by the newer type of manufacturing of Japan. Bell's book and others like it, such as those from futurist Herman Kahn, were prescient about the future of the United States, but not about the future of East Asian countries. These nations did not embrace the post-industrial paradigm theorized by American intellectuals and academics. More damagingly, the prophecies about a post-industrial American future might have been self-fulfilling. The state of American vocational education is emblematic of the low prestige associated with production. The U.S. vocational education system of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s was not quality education. It shunted off too many students into what became a dead-end track. It was representative of the low status in the United States of factory jobs or jobs which did not require a college degree. The College for All movement, which arose in response, was a well-intentioned reform which created its own problems. It largely dismantled vocational education. It did not, however, replace it with a better system. Instead, academic courses crowded out vocational courses, but most students who were previously on the vocational track did not end up going to college. Some states and regions maintained and improved their vocational schools. Today, the United States has a small number of effective vocational ed high schools, often with long waiting lists for admissions. These typically put students into programs that combine work and learning. But these remaining programs are the exceptions. Instead, the education system for America's technical workforce is largely broken. Yet, without a workforce trained in the skills required for new technologies, those technologies cannot be implemented. The overall problems include a history, until recently, of disinvestment by government and employers in workforce education, Labor Department training programs that do not reach either higher technical skills or incumbent workers that need to upskill, Education Department programs that are focused on college, not workforce needs, and not linked to the Labor Department programs, underfunded community colleges that lack the resources to provide advanced training in new fields and have too low completion rates, colleges and universities that are disconnected from workforce education, no system for lifelong learning, underfunded advanced technical education programs at the NSF and at advanced manufacturing institutes, and a broken labor market information system. These problems are compounded by the reality that the existing actors are in a legacy sector. The long-established education sector is hard to change. There is a burgeoning literature on innovation ecosystems as essential to technology-based growth. However, the role of workforce education as a factor in innovation ecosystems has largely been missed by these analysts. It is time to put it into the equation. Overall, the United States has never created a widespread or effective work-learn model supporting skilled manufacturing jobs, akin to the vocational and apprenticeship programs of other industrial countries like Germany or Japan. But the issues go beyond just the collapse of vocational education in the United States. In addition, the American higher educational system is largely disconnected from manufacturing technology and processes, exactly as Vannevar Bush designed. In the 1970s, when American heavy industry was decimated by the combination of the oil shock and the rise of East Asian exporters, neoclassical economists could offer little advice about how to stem the decline. The Keynesian demand regime, which had successfully managed the U.S. economic cycle over the previous 30 years, now only produced stagflation and was no longer tenable. The neoliberal approach, which replaced it with its emphasis on privatization, deregulation, monetarism, and free trade, also was unable to revive manufacturing, and was not particularly interested in doing so. These inadequacies stem from both the methodological limitations and ideological biases of mainstream economics. Macroeconomic theory has been unable to adequately model innovation, nor does it deeply grapple with innovation systems. Nevertheless, there have been some attempts to include innovation in growth models. Robert Solo's models identify growth as coming predominantly from technological progress in addition to labor and capital, but this is treated as an exogenous input, a black box with the model offering no further insight. Other models try to endogenize innovation, incorporating learning by doing. But the details of America's innovation system and its weaknesses are essentially alien to macroeconomics and not part of this field. In addition to these methodological flaws, ideological preferences creep into modeling. A standard assumption is sector agnosticism. Manufacturing is treated just like any other sector, despite the evidence of the importance of manufacturing innovation to long-term growth. Although manufacturing is only 11% of U.S. GDP and 8% of direct employment, it drives 20% of capital investment, 30% of productivity growth, 60% of exports, and 70% of business R&D. Yet economists have often held manufacturing in disdain, with deindustrialization a sign of progress akin to sociologists' prophecies. Alan Blinder, former member of Clinton's Council of Economic Advisors and vice chair of the Fed, wrote in 2005, "The shift to services is still viewed with alarm in America and many other rich countries, where people bemoan rather than welcome the resulting losses of manufacturing jobs. There are parallel beliefs, misconceptions, and dogmas in trade theory, though its recommendations were largely ignored until the neoliberal era. The United States was historically a high-tariff nation, only reducing tariffs once it reached economic supremacy after World War II. It turned a blind eye to the mercantilist trade practices of South Korea, Germany, and Japan, until the imbalances with Japan became too outsized and the Plaza Accord was enacted. Because these were allied nations during the Cold War, the United States offered these countries access to its markets for geopolitical reasons. The result too often was one-sided free trade. Then, during the neoliberal era, ideology suffused into policy. The United States extended the same courtesy of domestic market access to China, not an ally that it had previously offered Germany and Japan. It did so for many reasons: the desire to change China, hubris after winning the Cold War, pressure from U.S. corporations, but also because standard trade models showed this to be net welfare improving for the United States. N. Gregory Mankiw, chairman of George W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors, in his 2004 economic report to the president, stated, "When a good or service is produced more cheaply abroad, it makes more sense to import it than make or provide it domestically." Mankiw told reporters, "Offshoring is the latest manifestation of the gains from trade that economists have talked about for centuries." Since then, there have been changes in trade policy attempting to reverse this neoliberal approach. Theory, however, has generally lagged policy with some exceptions. Economists' apparent disdain for manufacturing is still a constant. Mankiw's indifference to America's manufacturing sector remains representative of economists' thinking. Although manufacturing jobs result in significantly higher net employment than services jobs when indirect jobs are included, the report treats manufacturing as just another sector. It is oblivious to the underlying weaknesses in U.S. manufacturing and its many causes, which are not addressed. The 2004 Economic Report's advice. The best policy response to recent developments in manufacturing is to focus on stimulating the overall economy. Though economics is conspicuous for its lack of insights about what exactly is wrong with American manufacturing, this doesn't mean economic incentives are not key. Financialization and globalization combine to reduce incentives for manufacturers to adopt advanced production techniques in the United States. American financial markets favor a capital-light production model, or one of no production at all. Jack Welch was well aware of this in his transformation of GE from an engineering company, one co-founded by Thomas Edison, to a financial engineering company. In 1985, during his early years as CEO, he canceled the company's Factory of the Future initiative consisting of automation systems, robotics, and advanced machine tools, which would have allowed GE to catch up with Siemens and Japanese competitors in its offerings. Instead, that same year he acquired RCA, parent company of the television broadcaster NBC. Eventually, 60% of company profits came from GE Capital. Welch's strategy worked, at least for a while. In 1993, GE became the world's most valuable company, before the stock price collapsed during the Great Financial Crisis and GE was broken up. The assessment of author David Gelles in his critical biography of Welch, The Man Who Broke Capitalism, is that instead of trying to fix American manufacturing, he effectively abandoned it and would soon start shuttering factories around the country and shipping jobs overseas. Welch once stated, "Ideally, you'd have every plant you own on a barge to move with currencies and changes in the economy." This dream might have been unthinkable in a previous age, when American elites had more of a national commitment. But it would have been unfeasible without the disaggregation of production and the rise of the Internet conveying information. Political economist Suzanne Berger has explained that IT-based precise specifications and designs enabled manufacturing, which previously had to be vertically integrated, to be distributed across many sites. Manufacturing could take place in countries which subsidized it through direct grants, cheap electricity, and manipulated currencies. None of these factors favored investing in technological improvements in U.S. production. Ultimately, the IT revolution made the whole manufacturing issue moot in the United States. The future was the information age and platform companies which manufactured nothing. Manufacturing didn't matter. It was a legacy sector at best. Daniel Bell's prophecy about a post-industrial future seemed true. Paradoxically, buried in this disdain for manufacturing were long-held assumptions about U.S. strengths, updated with beliefs that IT was transforming American production. The unprecedented decline in U.S. manufacturing employment, falling by 28% between 2000 and 2016, was often interpreted as resulting from automation rather than trade with China, what would later be called the China shock and other Asian nations. This faulty analysis, which still remains widespread, rests on the mistaken belief that U.S. manufacturing output remains solid. In fact, statistical anomalies involving how growth in computer processing capabilities is credited to growth in manufacturing output gave a misleadingly positive picture of the overall state of U.S. manufacturing. There is no need to turn to explanations about automation to explain the seeming disconnect between manufacturing employment and output, because there is no actual discrepancy. Both declined from the China shock. In fact, the United States has been slow in adopting factory automation compared to leading competitor nations. All evidence points toward weakness. According to the International Federation of Robotics, the world's top 5 most automated countries in manufacturing in 2021 were South Korea, Singapore, Japan, Germany, and China. The United States ranks a distant 9th, just slightly ahead of Slovenia in robot density per worker, a key indicator of automation. The United States is not close to being as dominant in advanced manufacturing as it was in mass manufacturing during the first half of the 20th century. Nonetheless, even today, there is a burgeoning genre of white papers from management consultants which insists that U.S. manufacturing is undergoing a technological renaissance. Often published as native advertising sponsor content in the financial press, they discuss the third industrial revolution using IT to automate production, and now the fourth for IR, which involves biological processes, blockchain, virtual reality, and more. The most prominent of these white papers are published in partnership with the World Economic Forum, and the recommendations are distinctly neoliberal, meaning they are CEO-led rather than government-led. There is no analysis of the design flaws of the overall U.S. innovation system, including its delinking from production, nor of the successes of the Chinese system, including the heavy use of subsidies. Instead, resilience, sustainability, and inclusivity are the key words of this corporate literature. They can appear in any order. Words that do not make an appearance include industrial policy, subsidies, mercantilism, and the CCP. Reading about this imminent fourth industrial revolution, one would never imagine that during the COVID pandemic the United States struggled to produce the most basic PPE gear and doctors resorted to wearing plastic bags. Often for the United States, the choice hasn't been between mass production and advanced production, but whether to pursue any domestic production at all. The federal government continues to fund basic research as Vannevar Bush planned, but the production chain beyond that is broken. Most manufacturing and products developed based on innovations in manufacturing processes takes place outside the United States. The clean energy sector is just one example of many. Despite the initial invention of key technologies, the United States has ceded manufacturing leadership of one energy sector after another, from solar to offshore wind to batteries to nuclear power. Jonas Nam in his book Collaborative Advantage analyzes these differences, comparing the United States, Germany, and China's experiences in developing clean energy industries. In the United States, firms have typically taken the form of startups with skills in the invention of new technologies, but with far fewer capabilities in the commercialization and production of these inventions, Nam writes. In contrast, he found Germany's highly skilled small manufacturers had prowess in the customization of small batch production of equipment and components. China pursued what Nam terms innovative manufacturing. Chinese manufacturers focused on the R&D required for scaling and commercializing novel technologies. Far fewer firms prioritized the production of manufacturing equipment or the invention of new technologies. As a result of China's strength in innovative manufacturing processes and scale-up, supported by its financial system, demand policies, and workforce training, as well as massive production subsidies, local content requirements, and forced technology transfer, only China currently manufactures new energy technologies like solar and increasingly batteries and soon EVs at worldwide scale. Although Nam sees the new global system as a positive because it presents new opportunities for firms and countries to specialize and collaborate, the United States misses out on the large potential base of employment from and control of the technologies it invented. Today, it is China which is the pace-setter for auto manufacturing, not Germany or Japan, and certainly not Detroit. China dominates the production of full electric vehicles and, in 2023, surpassed Japan as the world's largest auto exporter. As soon as 2025, Europe could become a net importer of cars, given the rapid growth of electric vehicles made in China. Some of these are Chinese brands, but others are European and American brands that have shifted their EV manufacturing to China. China leads in battery production and offers well-developed supply chains, a vast domestic market, and technological expertise. The Wall Street Journal observed, thanks to competition and China's focus on execution, the EV industry went from a niche industrial policy project to a sprawling ecosystem of predominantly private companies. Much of this happened below the Western radar. The journal also referenced a statement from a Chinese entrepreneur who said, "Ideas are not important in China. Execution is." This attention to execution in production is very different from the basic research ambitions and goals of America's innovation system. But China's seemingly overnight success in electric vehicles derives from something else, too. The industrial and frequently outright mercantilist policies it has successfully used in industry after industry. These include market access and consumer financing contingent upon local production, forced technology transfer, exclusion of foreign battery producers, and massive subsidies through government guidance funds. China's emphasis on manufacturing is the exact opposite of the post-industrial discourse which has been dominant in the United States from World War II until very recently. Industry is the main engine of economic growth. Industry is the main battlefield of technological innovation, writes Party Secretary Jin Zhuanglong, head of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. His article, Accelerate the Promotion of New Industrialization, published in an official CCP theory journal, further stated, keep the proportion of manufacturing industry to GDP basically stable, and prevent the economy from moving away from the real to the virtual. Promoting new industrialization is urgent to build a large country's competitive advantage. It is the foundation for winning the initiative in international economic competition. The United States, however, is no longer sitting still. It has put in place significant industrial policies under the Biden administration, some of which passed with bipartisan support in 2021 and 2022. China is not sitting still either. Its industrial policies include the equivalent of up to $400 billion in annual scale-up financing for growing industries. The United States has no comparable program. It is rapidly reforming its own innovation system, including addressing its needs in basic research. This is the last missing link in its innovation chain, one required for Chinese technological self-sufficiency. Funding for basic research increased 24% in 2021 compared to a year earlier. China's policymakers are seeking to systematically address and integrate every step of the innovation process, notes a 2023 report by the German think tank Merix. These include launching large projects, promoting industry-university research synergy, and integrating the innovation, industrial, capital, and talent chains. Basic as well as applied scientific research is directed towards national strategic goals, such as technological self-sufficiency, according to the Merix report. China's government has brought the work of state key laboratories closer to commercialization by embedding labs in companies including Huawei and ZTE. With government backing, China is reproducing in its way the vanished U.S. corporate lab system. Even basic research conducted at universities shares these strategic and commercial imperatives. Under the National Key R&D Projects Program, which provides research funding, there is no strict division between funding for basic research and support for developing practical applications. According to the Merix report, China is now second in the world in R&D spending and on a path to pass the United States. Unlike in the United States, in China there are combined thrusts for invention, innovation, and production integrated with trade policy. As of 2021, China's manufacturing sector accounted for a 28% share of the value add of its GDP. In the United States, manufacturing makes up only 11% of the value add of its GDP. Roughly 40 to 45% of China's manufacturing output is directed to exports. Furthermore, the United States ran a trade deficit in advanced technology goods, largely with Asian nations, predominantly China. As noted above, that grew to $244 billion in 2022. This is not a deficit in commodity goods. It is a deficit in the goods the United States needs for technology and innovation leadership. And this is an accelerating problem for the United States, not a declining or stabilizing one. Although it's long been in denial, the United States is now recognizing that it has a deep manufacturing problem. If it is going to tackle this problem, it must shift to advanced manufacturing methods to get the kind of productivity and efficiency gains needed to compete in these goods. The issue now is how to do this. A systematic approach is needed. Trying to tackle the problem by relying on just R&D capabilities will not be enough. Trade policy, for instance, will be part of any successful solution and is necessary to protect manufacturing from predatory pricing by mercantilist competitors. We focus here, however, on pragmatic steps the United States could take to strengthen its innovation chain. The general theme, usually overlooked in standard policy analysis, is relinking the innovation system to production. Policy discussions in recent years increasingly focus on directionality, that is, the idea that policies should set the direction for technology development, as opposed to simply letting markets work their will. But what role should government play in setting that direction for manufacturing? And how can directional policy decisions be pursued, given the complex mix of actors, from industry in numerous sectors to universities to government, and the highly federalized political system of the United States? Given this complexity, it is important for manufacturing policy design to bring together the critical actors in the system. These include industry, including small manufacturing firms, and large government, including federal, state, and local, and educators, including universities and community colleges. The toolkits of each set of actors will all be needed to form effective policies. Below are 10 steps that the federal government, working with the other actors, could undertake. 1. Improve the manufacturing institutes. Although policymakers began to see that American manufacturing was facing challenges when Japan's quality model began making inroads into U.S. auto and consumer electronics sectors in the 1970s and 80s, only limited policy steps were taken. Industry, while trying to copy Japan on quality, continued to believe that the overall solutions to its problems lay in tax and trade policies. It was not until the Obama administration that an innovation-based set of policies started to evolve, with the creation of 16 manufacturing innovation institutes during the period of 2012 to 2017. The motivating concept was that U.S. manufacturers could only compete with lower-cost Asian producers, particularly from China, if they became much more efficient and productive to offset their cost and wage disadvantages. The institutes were collaborations with federal core funding cost-shared with industry, universities, and state governments. Each institute was organized around a particular key manufacturing technology strand: robotics, digital production, biofabrication, advanced composites, etc., and they were loosely modeled on Germany's Fraunhofer Institutes, which play a comparable role. Congress has recently approved 3 more institutes. While the institute model involves the critical actors required for manufacturing innovation listed above, program details need attention. End the term limits. The institutes have never had the budget or long-term commitment that a manufacturing technology transformation requires. At the outset of the program, the institutes were placed on term limits, with federal support set to end after 5 years. This was a political decision but was never realistic. The structural problems in manufacturing that the institutes were designed to tackle cannot be solved in 5 years. They represent long-term challenges. The term limits forced the institutes to organize around the needs of large companies, the only source that could sustain them over time when the government pulled out, which meant that they had to neglect the smaller firms that were furthest behind in adopting new technologies and limit their workforce education investments. The term limits should be ended, with institutes subject to rigorous review at the end of their current terms. If they are successful, they should be extended with comparable funding. The Commerce and Defense departments have now adopted this approach, although the Energy Department has not, and many of its institutes have become shells with very limited programs. While Commerce has reviewed and fully funded its first institute, DoD has reviewed its institutes but renewed them at significantly lower funding levels. These problems require correction. Network the institutes. In addition, efforts need to be networked across the institutes. Companies don't want to adopt advanced manufacturing for one technology at a time just because they were developed at separate, stovepiped institutes. Instead, institutes need to cooperate to offer packages of their technology advances to firms. For example, firms don't want to adopt just robots. They want robotics integrated with digital production technologies and other technologies such as 3D printing or advanced composites. We need an institute network function to pull together advances from across institutes and package them for easier adoption. Collaborate closely with state and local governments. Although the institutes must have a national mission, manufacturing is highly regional, and the states and local governments play the leading roles in economic development and workforce education. Collaborations between them and the institutes are ongoing, but deepening them will be key to institute success. New manufacturing technologies need to be available for national adoption but tested and piloted regionally, which means institutes must operate at both national and regional levels. Undertake testing, demonstration, and certification. The Defense Department has long supported the testing and demonstration stages, key steps for technology acceptance and scaling. Most manufacturing institutes have created technology centers and should receive additional funding to undertake rigorous testing and demonstration of new technologies developed by participating companies in the areas the institutes support, such as robotics or 3D printing. Part of these demonstrations should be to identify the cost and efficiency savings to manufacturers these technologies can provide. After effective demonstration, the institutes should certify and validate the feasibility of the new technologies, which can help with prompt market acceptance. 2. Back R&D for manufacturing technologies. We also need to enlist our federal R&D agencies in the cause. Manufacturing is not a subject of their research, but it needs to be, so technology advances move into the manufacturing institutes for experimentation and adoption. The federal basic research agencies work at what DoD and NASA have characterized as technology readiness levels, TRL, 1 to 3, meaning they support early-stage research up to proof-of-concept experimentation. Since industry typically devotes most of its resources to the scale-up and initial production stages, TRL levels 7 to 9, there is a major gap, the infamous valley of death, in between. The manufacturing institutes are designed for these in-between levels, from development and prototyping to technology demonstration, TRL levels 4 to 6. But if the institutes focus at these post-research stages, over time they will need new input from earlier stage research. Our R&D agencies have historically shunned research on manufacturing technologies. That's been viewed as industry's purview, although industry emphasizes later-stage development, not research. We need to see manufacturing as a system with connections throughout, from research to production. Although the research agencies never developed significant portfolios around manufacturing, now is the time for them to do so if we are to have a connected innovation system to spur advanced manufacturing. This means, too, that they will need to include applied work that adds manufacturing solutions to their earlier stage research. We need a cross-agency agenda for R&D on manufacturing technologies and processes at our R&D agencies, linked to the development initiatives at the institutes. Otherwise, over time, tech development at the institutes will become stranded and thin out. 3. Provide scale-up financing. While venture capital has been a major force for financing innovation in the United States, it is now focused overwhelmingly on software, biotech, and various services sectors. It is largely out of hard tech innovations that must be manufactured. This means there are few mechanisms to scale up manufacturing production in the United States. In recent decades, firms have been shifting prototyping and production of hard-tech goods to China. A significant manufacturing gap in the United States is seen in its lack of entrepreneurial startup firms in this sector, which are needed to advance innovation. The share of young manufacturing firms, less than 5 years old, among U.S. manufacturers has steadily declined over the past 3 decades, falling far below the levels in sectors supported by VC, such as biotech, software, or IT. Yet newer firms tend to adopt and develop new manufacturing technologies and processes at a higher rate than established firms. Manufacturing is missing among new entrants, and scale-up financing could help encourage their entry into manufacturing and corresponding production innovation. If the United States is to shift to advanced manufacturing at both old firms and new, it will need scale-up financing to support it. In contrast to the United States, China has long provided massive manufacturing scale-up assistance to its firms, which accounts for much of its dominance of world manufacturing output. What form could scale-up financing take in the United States? Operation Warp Speed in 2020 used guaranteed contracts to COVID-19 vaccine makers to reduce their risks and assure production. Senator Chris Coons and colleagues have proposed an industrial finance corporation for innovative manufacturing. The DoD in 2022 created a new Office of Strategic Capital for Technology Scale-Up, although it appears focused more on national security rather than broader economic security goals. The Biden administration has proposed repurposing an established federal bank, the Exim Bank, to provide manufacturing scale-up support alongside its long-standing export financing role. The Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, since 2005, has provided financing for scale-up of new energy technologies. While the program suffered a political backlash for a failed loan to a thin-film solar company, Solyndra, in 2011, it has had numerous successes. The most notable was a $465 million loan to Tesla in 2009-13 for expansion of its Fremont, California, production site, which enabled the company to avoid bankruptcy and accelerated the scale-up of electric vehicles in the United States. In addition, states in their economic development role have often provided financing to firms to support regional job creation. In contrast to the United States, China has long provided massive manufacturing scale-up assistance to its firms, which accounts for much of its dominance of world manufacturing output. There are thus a range of possible mechanisms available, from forming a new industrial bank to expanding the role of existing institutions. Applying a number of these mechanisms with expanded lending authority for advanced manufacturing scale-up could be a solution to this glaring manufacturing system gap. 4. Use government procurement power to promote new manufacturing technologies. The DoD is by far the largest procurement agency, and it needs to strengthen its industrial base and build more resilient supply chains for increasingly pressing national security needs. The productivity and efficiency gains possible from advanced manufacturing, therefore, should be a priority. DoD historically played a role in fostering new manufacturing technologies, such as the interchangeable machine-made parts developed at Army arsenals in the 1840s. A more recent example is computer numerically controlled, CNC, equipment, pervasive now in all manufacturing sites. It was first developed through DoD-supported research at MIT. When DoD saw the new level of precision manufacturing it enabled, it required its contractors to implement CNC machining for its missile programs, which spread this advance throughout U.S. industry. DoD, working with manufacturing innovation institutes, could identify productivity savings available from new technologies such as digital production advances, robotics, or 3D printing, and require its defense contractors through specifications and contracts to implement them. It also has authority under the Defense Production Act to acquire these new technologies and lease them back to its contractors. While DoD procurement does not dominate U.S. manufacturing, it has a significant market share. DoD could adopt the approach of mandating improvements, along with funding support for new equipment, that it used with CNC machining, enabling larger-scale adoption of the new manufacturing technologies. 5. direct production support. In the case of some critical technologies, we may need more direct production support to build factories. We need a more sustained CHIPS Act, and for other critical sectors, not just semiconductors. In the 2022 CHIPS Act, the federal government provided $39 billion in grants, as well as loan guarantees and investment tax credits to semiconductor makers to fund new advanced production facilities. Similarly, the federal government, through the Commerce or Defense departments, could provide support for firms to acquire and install new advanced manufacturing technologies. This could be applied particularly toward production of critical or national security-related technologies. 6. Provide both top-down and bottom-up support. Many support tools are going to be needed for a manufacturing revival and will involve a series of organizations and agencies, from the Advanced Manufacturing Institutes to the R&D agencies noted above, and the Defense and Commerce departments. Each has existing policy implementation mechanisms and could acquire new ones based on the recommendations here. These tools can be offered to manufacturing firms in two basic forms. Top-down tools have long been employed by DARPA and were also employed by Operation Warp Speed. Here, the government identifies a technology challenge to be addressed and picks a small portfolio of leading companies to pursue it. The DOE's funding of 8 companies for fusion development is yet another example. Bottom-up tools involve incentives widely available to interested companies to meet a technology challenge. It's up to the firms to pursue them. For example, the Inflation Reduction Act provides tax credits for purchases of EVs manufactured in America if the vehicles meet sourcing and processing requirements for critical materials used in their batteries. Tesla notably took advantage of many other bottom-up tools in rising to EV technology leadership. The manufacturing challenge is complex, so both top-down and bottom-up approaches will be needed. 7. Build a manufacturing focus into existing industrial policy programs. The United States has recently passed a major package of industrial policy programs, including the energy demonstrations in the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, with over $500 billion in new funding. Yet programs specifically focused on manufacturing technologies are largely missing from these initiatives. While the new legislation aims to rebuild U.S. supply chains, if the bulk of this manufacturing does not occur in the United States, supply chain resilience will remain elusive. In effect, we need to put the industrial into these industrial policy programs. Each requires a policy focus on manufacturing, and future industrial policy approaches require more of a specific manufacturing focus. Rather than just incentivizing the growth of a particular manufacturing sector through subsidies or tax credits, this would also mean incentivizing adoption of advanced manufacturing processes such as digital technologies, robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, or biofabrication, both in general and in those sectors. 8. Map and fill gaps in supply chains. The COVID pandemic and the resulting economic fallout exposed the weaknesses of U.S. supply chains not only in protective equipment, pharmaceuticals, and pharmaceutical materials, but in a host of areas, from semiconductors to critical materials and supplier manufacturing capabilities. A fundamental lesson from Operation Warp Speed in 2020 was the need to better map supply chains in order to assure production capability, and the Defense Production Act enabled the Defense Department, working closely with industry, to intervene and fill gaps to assure sufficient vaccine production to meet the emergency. Similarly, in 2020, the executive branch, through a series of participating agencies in the White House, began a major effort to identify and fill supply chain gaps in advanced batteries, pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical ingredients, semiconductors, and critical minerals. Particularly for the production of critical and national security-related technologies, relevant federal agencies could work with industry to support the mapping of supply chains for implementing advanced manufacturing technologies and processes. 9. Fix workforce education. Germany has long gained productivity improvements from a famously well-trained manufacturing workforce based on an apprenticeship system. In contrast, U.S. companies have generally tried to get productivity gains from capital, plant, and equipment investments and ignored the workforce side. German firms understand, however, that productivity gains from new equipment can soon spread worldwide, while a gain from a high-quality workforce will be enduring and provides a long-term competitive edge. The United States has a broken workforce education system, with a deep disconnect between the education system and workplaces. If the United States wants to adopt advanced manufacturing, its workforce must be ready for it. This requires rebuilding much of workforce education at all levels. Community colleges must introduce advanced manufacturing curricula, create short programs more adapted to upskilling workers already in the workforce, establish certificates around particular skills that stack toward degrees, and turn around low completion rates. At the federal level, disconnected labor and education department programs need to be integrated and efforts to expand registered apprenticeship programs accelerated. At the industry level, firms must collaborate with each other and with community colleges to build new training and apprenticeship programs, including youth apprenticeships starting in high school. Solutions will have to be pursued throughout the U.S. federal system, since education is largely state and local government-led. These governments need to improve community college funding and support, integrate advanced manufacturing programs across community colleges, promote apprenticeships, and work closely with area firms on reforms and curricula. 10. Put someone in charge. The above steps require a series of agencies to act in concert, not an easy task in our stovepiped government, and ways must be found to pull these varied manufacturing pieces together. An interagency committee will be inadequate for the task. The Obama administration in 2008, faced with the bankruptcy of most of the U.S. auto industry, named a manufacturing czar to supervise federal support and put the industry back together, who then began to attack manufacturing challenges more broadly. A comprehensive program to spur and implement new manufacturing technologies and processes with varied mechanisms of support, as well as new trade approaches, calls for such a position in a permanent White House office. Operation Warp Speed provides guidance on how to organize it. OWS was a task force with a specific mission that included key representatives from relevant agencies, led by a highly experienced industry leader and senior Army logistics expert, as well as an independent and expert supporting staff. That model could work here, assuring White House authority, links to agency powers, and independent leadership. Since the mission will require industry collaboration, an advisory group of industry, engineering, university, and labor leaders could be formed. This is not an exclusive list for what needs to be done through government policy for the United States to shift to advanced manufacturing, but it marks a beginning. Most are relatively manageable initial steps, many within reach of the existing policymaking process and not requiring new laws. Nearly all require collaboration between the actors in the U.S. manufacturing system, industry, government, and education, and there will be no substitute for committed companies. The remedies here are largely federal, but some are shared across federal, state, and local governments. But more directionality from new government policies will be required for this shift to advanced manufacturing. Only about 20 countries have managed to move from developing to developed nation status since World War II. 14 of them applied industrial policies based on governmental interventions. This approach has been most famously expressed in the East Asian Development Model. Directed and targeted interventionist policies were key to Japan's recovery after World War II and were also applied by Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and in recent decades by China. All these countries relied on strong manufacturing through industrial policy approaches to drive economic growth. Since these examples suggest that the restoration of manufacturing prowess requires interventionist government policies, there are lessons here for the United States about the kinds of policies it needs to consider. U.S. global power paralleled its rise in manufacturing power. It was the first nation to introduce interchangeable machine-made parts before the mid-19th century. It grew this breakthrough in technology and process into its system of mass production, which led the world in manufacturing by the early 20th century. By the end of World War II, it had achieved production supremacy. No other nation was close to U.S. manufacturing capacity and output. Through this manufacturing advance, it forged a deep connection between national security and economic security, with manufacturing as the enabler of both. But this link, never explicit, has been neglected since the end of the Cold War. America's problems with, and indeed indifference to, manufacturing have historical and societal roots, which predate the rise of China and the offshoring of manufacturing. In some ways, offshoring is the culmination of the trend, not the cause. But by missing a focus on manufacturing, the United States has missed an innovation capability step that many other leading nations have grasped. The recent industrial policies of the Biden administration mark a sea change in America's approach. They are attempts to address both the technological competition with China and the need for new energy technologies. These initiatives are important and necessary, but they are not sufficient. No nation can maintain a world power position while walking away from manufacturing. Major gaps remain in advanced manufacturing and scale-up financing, which are not a significant focus of the new programs compared to the level of effort needed. The United States is now pursuing a series of industrial policies, although so far they are light on the industrial. For the United States to successfully adopt advanced manufacturing at scale, its industrial innovation policies need to address production directly. China is facing its own challenges, including adverse demographic trends, rising wages, regulatory uncertainties, and wasted resources. But a negative shift in China's growth model does not mean the United States will succeed in manufacturing. The way forward is for the United States to redesign its innovation system so that innovation is more closely linked to production. It can't just focus on basic R&D as has been the case since World War II. The United States needs to retain these basic research capabilities, but at the same time sharpen its focus on execution. Overall, the United States needs to more fully integrate government policies, trade, finance, education, innovation, and production. There is a rare opportunity to do this. Economic security, including the technological competition with China, as well as the quest to renew American economic leadership, provide a strategic imperative. But there is something more. The United States created breakthroughs in technologies which can transform advanced manufacturing, 3D printing, advanced composites, new materials, biomanufacturing, photonics, power electronics, and other emerging fields including AI manufacturing. We are at a once-in-a-century moment where we could fundamentally change the way we undertake production. Whereas EU nations define advanced manufacturing primarily in terms of current digital technologies, the federal government's modest manufacturing programs are researching and pursuing a broader host of technologies, a more revolutionary approach. The United States may have fallen behind in implementing today's advanced production techniques, but with the right political commitment, new scale-up financing and other tools, and tighter linking of innovation and production, America may be able to leapfrog to the frontier of an industrial transformation. Tracking the development of new hardware technology from invention all the way to domestic production offers new insights into advanced manufacturing challenges in the United States. This approach provides details often missing from more abstract analysis, including the specific difficulties at each stage of production, such as the lack of available financing for capital-intensive manufacturing. Such a case study can also offer systemic insights. The United States has a deeply frayed, if not broken, innovation chain, though little-known new policies from the Department of Defense are helping to plug some of the gaps. It is also worth contrasting this picture with China, where improving scale-up processes to support advanced manufacturing, rather than being confined to technical discussions, are at the very center of national discourse and Xi Jinping policies. In 2024, few think of the textile fibers found in our clothes as an opportunity for innovation. Indeed, textiles are often presented as an example of a non-strategic sector that we should be eager to offshore. Yet, entrepreneurs continue to improve and advance this ancient technology. If nylon was the paradigmatic example of a 20th century fiber invented and manufactured in the United States, comparable innovations today are taking place in bioengineered and biomanufactured fibers. One new fiber that this essay will highlight is biomanufactured and inspired by nature. Its unique attributes derive from bioengineering the genetics of the squid. It offers advantages over existing fibers in terms of both wearability and battlefield applications. What follows is the saga of the problems and solutions encountered at each stage of trying to scale and manufacture this novel fiber. The global fiber market is currently dominated by just two fibers: cotton at 25% and polyesters at 55%. Both fibers have severe drawbacks. Cotton requires extensive water for cultivation. The decline of aquifers impacting existing cotton fields, plus the lack of new land available for cultivation, means that cotton production faces long-term challenges. The disadvantages of polyesters include that they are oil-based, require intensive energy use for production, and create plastic and microfiber pollution. Each time they are washed, they shed microfibers, which can be seen as lint in the filter of a dryer, and the runoff enters the water. These tiny plastic particles contaminate the oceans and land and are now found in animals and plants. Some oncologists speculate that microfibers might be a driver of the marked increase in colorectal cancer among the young. The remaining 20% of the fiber market includes many different materials, none of which dominate, and all are more expensive than cotton and polyester. Animal fibers face production or other constraints. Wool is a product of the domestication of sheep, originally in Anatolia. Wool trading networks existed throughout the Neolithic Middle East, with wool spun into cloth using ground looms. The wool textile industry has advanced since then, furthered by inventions such as the power loom in the 18th century. The sheep population, however, has yet to keep up with the explosion of the human population, relegating wool to less than 1% of the market share of fibers. Silk is also among the most ancient fibers used by humans. Silk making was pioneered in China before reaching industrial levels of output in 19th century Mount Lebanon, where silkworm farming, along with spinning, made up 50% of the country's GDP. Silk is fashionable and comfortable to wear and also has military applications. It can be incorporated into body armor, offering troops some ballistic protection. Nevertheless, silk has a big problem. This expensive fiber shrinks upon contact with water. Additionally, silk faces challenges related to labor intensity, price fluctuations, and vulnerability to disease, among others. Until this century, fibers were limited to two broad categories: natural fibers and oil-based synthetics. There is now a third revolutionary category of fiber production: biomanufacturing, industrial fermentation. It is a new age of domestication, this time using bioengineered microorganisms. In biomanufacturing, a domesticated microorganism such as bacteria or yeast is engineered to include new genetic material, or strains with desirable traits are selected. It is fermented in a bioreactor and combined with water and sugar. Given how long humans have produced beer, fermentation may be even older than wool production. Here, this fermentation process results in biomass, which is then harvested, and the proteins are extracted to create an entirely new material. Biomanufacturing can be used to overcome the limitations of silk by creating a silk-like material that is water-resistant. The genetic inspiration for this material is found in the ocean. Squid tentacles, specifically the tiny teeth that ring squids' suction cups. At a molecular level, this material resembles silk, but it does not shrink upon contact with water. Here, for the fermentation process, yeast is engineered to include squid genes. This yeast is added to water and sugar in a bioreactor to ferment, leading to a material that can then be spun like silk. The sequences in squid genes enable them to be easily manipulated through genetic engineering, more so than silk, allowing for the creation of a versatile protein material. Squitex is a bioengineered fiber inspired by squid ring teeth, developed by a startup, Tandem Repeat Technologies, co-founded by a co-author of this article. Tandem offers a prominent firm-level case study of the profound challenges entrepreneurs face when scaling up deep tech and manufacturing in the United States. Deep tech, sometimes called hard tech, refers to a startup trying to solve a hardware or engineering problem. Using AI to solve a finance problem is not deep tech. At every stage of scaling up Squitex toward domestic production, Tandem faced strategic bottlenecks. Though some were specific to Squitex and Tandem, most were systemic. The United States faces severe constraints in terms of workforce, manufacturing capacity, a supporting industrial ecosystem, and, most notably, financing for capital-intensive industries. The story of Tandem Squitex points to needed policy fixes as well as practical workarounds by entrepreneurs. It also reveals some of the hidden strengths of America's innovation system, however, including the role played by the Department of Defense, DoD. The DoD has long been interested in supporting textiles and fibers for military uniforms and many kinds of special equipment, and it helped further the development of Squitex. The innovation chain describes the scaling of technology from invention to commercialization and the many steps in between. In contrast to the United States, China's industrial policies are focused on fostering the country's innovation chain. Plugging any gaps in the chain is a national strategic priority. Barry Naughton, the economist and China expert, writes, "The concept of the innovation chain is popular in China, and it provides simple but powerful insights into China's techno-industrial policies. China's approach is conceptually systematic and comprehensive. It aims to bridge all possible gaps in innovation chains." He defines the innovation chain as when a scientific discovery, sometimes called an invention in the literature, is converted into an engineering achievement. Engineering achievements are then transformed into new products that produce economic value. China is creating many new research institutions and research consortia to solve the multiple engineering challenges required to move a new technology up the chain from invention to widespread diffusion and eventual commercial dominance. The country is building new development zones and industrial clusters to further these goals. It nurtures new manufacturing firms, little giants, that provide the technologies required to fill gaps. The German think tank Merix has similarly found that, inspired by the idea of the innovation chain, Beijing is accelerating its efforts to optimize and align every step of the innovation process. Massive government-backed investments and vast subsidies underpin the efforts to propel technology forward. What is also notable is the prominence given to the concept of an innovation chain in government documents and speeches by officials, which further underscores the seriousness of the Chinese approach. The framework of an innovation chain was introduced as part of the National Innovation-Driven Development Strategy of 2016. More recently, Xi Jinping, at the 20th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, made the exhortation, promote deeper integration of the innovation, industrial, capital, and talent chains. The ultimate goal of plugging these gaps in the innovation chain is self-sufficiency, making the country less reliant on technologies controlled by others. In this sense, the innovation chain concept has similarities to supply chains. Here, reducing reliance upon other countries is also a key concern. The innovation chain and supply chain concepts are highly interdependent. The innovation chain relies upon supply chains for the inputs required to manufacture the new products being developed. Even though both terms can be variably defined, there are nevertheless differences between the supply and innovation chains. Supply chain mapping is primarily applied to inputs to an existing product, while the innovation chain looks at the steps to developing a new product. Hence, the concept of the innovation chain focuses on the long-term progression of discovery, while supply chain mapping primarily deals with the current state of the inputs into products. In the United States, though the concept of an innovation chain is comparatively obscure, the Department of Defense has developed a measurement scale that tracks a technology's maturity and progress. Technology Readiness Level, TRL, is a 9-point measurement scale that classifies a technology by stage, from invention, TRL 1, all the way to commercialization, TRL 9. TRL was originally developed by NASA to measure the maturity and risk of space exploration technology. The DoD's own related TRL scale is used primarily for acquisition purposes. Manufacturing Readiness Level, MRL, is a related but distinct scale, with levels 1 to 10, measuring manufacturing maturity and risk, and the capability of manufacturing a technology. Biomanufacturing Readiness Levels, BRL, have been developed by the DoD to assess the maturity of a technology and readiness for commercial biomanufacturing. Roughly, TRL 1 to 3 is assigned to early-stage technologies, progressing from basic invention to proof of concept. This research is often undertaken in an academic setting. TRL 4 to 7 describes the transition from academia to startup, focusing on minimizing engineering and prototype risk. These are technologies for which a prototype has been produced in a lab setting, progressing to a point approaching pilot production in a simulated production environment. TRL 8 to 9 is about transitioning from startup to scale-up. It is assigned to a technology that is actually being produced, first at a small scale and then at full commercialization. TRLs are descriptive only. Unlike the Chinese and their innovation chain, they do not offer any analysis of what bottlenecks might be preventing a technology from moving up the TRL scale or suggest policy solutions. TRLs do, however, provide a common vocabulary for assessing a technology and its readiness for manufacturing. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, in its 2021 report on the Manufacturing Institutes, wrote that the use of TRLs and MRLs enables consistent comparison of maturity between different types of technologies or manufacturing capabilities. At the same time, the TRL framework has significant limitations, namely that industry requirements are independent of TRL. In the textile industry, for example, when a company's fiber production capabilities are limited to the first 100 kilograms, due to the strict uniformity requirements of yarn making and the need for a minimum scale of weaving or knitting machines, commercial buyers often dismiss the technology. Unfortunately, this crucial industry-specific information is not included or conveyed in the TRL framework. Melik Demirel is a professor of engineering at Penn State and a materials scientist with expertise in biotechnology. Melik was aware of century-old research into the squid's anatomy and contributed to a more recent study of the molecular structure of the teeth around its suction cups. His discovery of the self-healing property of squid ring teeth revealed a new protein-based material found in nature, which offers numerous promising possibilities as an untapped source for advanced bioengineered materials. This research was initially funded by the U.S. Office of Naval Research, ONR, to investigate the genes responsible for developing squid ring teeth inside the suction cups and related material properties. Even without immediate applications, the Navy is interested in and supports basic research into little-known ocean-based materials. This project aimed to analyze 6 different squid species out of 350 and collect their genomic information. When Melich mapped the squid genome, he found interesting repetitive protein patterns resembling silk. The U.S. Army Research Office, ARO, biochemistry program provided further funding for this scientific research. The Army was particularly interested in silk-like materials because of silk's unusual battlefield properties. One cause of death from a blast is the shock wave, which ruptures veins. Silk is shock-absorbing. It has been found that silk underwear for troops can offer some protection from an explosion. After receiving additional grants from ARO and the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, a FOSSER, the technology advanced to TRL-2, still in the basic research stage. The grants were used to optimize squid-inspired genes and further biomanufacture them in bacteria, resulting in the creation of novel materials such as thermally responsive materials 14 or composites. This project produced an actual material using these genes because Penn State had a biofermenter on campus, the CSL Behring fermentation facility. This was a gift from the biotech company BSL Behring, which is open to all for research, development, and small-scale production. By inserting a gene from the squid into bacteria and using the biofermenter, protein-based materials are produced that, in some ways, replicate those found in nature, albeit not in thread form as in silk. Biomanufacturing experiments further improved the natural properties of squid proteins. Could this material produced through fermentation be made stronger, more flexible, self-healing if torn, more thermally conductive? Tuning properties of squid protein by engineering the bacteria pointed toward additional applications. The question was what to do with this new material. Melich needed to find a use case and a business case. The gap in the United States between academic or government research and the later commercialization of technology is sometimes referred to as the Valley of Death. Bridging this gap between TRL 4 and 7 was the explicit motivation for creating the manufacturing institutes established during the Obama administration. As the 2012 Advanced Manufacturing Partnership report to the President noted, many of our research discoveries have not been quickly translated into U.S. manufactured products. Many technologies fail to move to commercialization because the private sector, particularly SMEs, often does not have adequate technical resources and is not able to make sufficient investments in early technologies. In fact, the stage between research and production is a perilous period in business development and is often called the Valley of Death. The solution, as proposed in a subsequent report, was a national network of manufacturing institutes. The NNMI National Network for Manufacturing Innovation proposal is aimed at strengthening support for R&D that lies between the discover/invent, beginnings of innovation, and the manufacturing innovation/scale-up, stages that precede commercialization. The institutes, therefore, will focus on technology readiness levels 4 to 7. The scale and capabilities of U.S. manufacturing have declined significantly since these reports were written, with China now dwarfing American manufacturing output. Despite the establishment of the manufacturing institutes, the Valley of Death between TRL 4 and 7 is still very much in evidence. In 2017, Melich encountered investors who were interested in possibly using his squid protein as a source material for medical meshes. He found, however, that the medical mesh market is tightly regulated by the Food and Drug Administration and limited in size. He explored the adhesive market, which also presented limited opportunities. Instead, he turned his attention to a much bigger market, one not tightly governed by the FDA: textile fibers. The textile market is worth $3 trillion annually. A startup's market penetration goal of 1% after 5 years made for a compelling pitch to venture capitalists. He would try to spin his new nature-inspired material into a fiber. In 2018, a new spin-off from Penn State Tandem was established. Together with 2 co-founders, Melich hoped to commercially produce a new self-healing silk-like material as a fiber, Squitex. To proceed, Tandem needed manufacturing capacity, skilled labor, and financing. Manufacturing the new product involved biofermentation to create the protein pulp and then spinning it into an actual fiber. These processes need to be integrated and work in parallel. This proved challenging domestically, however, because of the disappearance of the American textile industry. Previous attempts at manufacturing bioengineered fibers in the United States failed because they couldn't make the spinning stage work or produce fibers at a competitive price. The United States is the global leader in fermentation capacity because it is used in producing biofuels, chemicals, and foods. companies such as ADM, Bunge, Cargill, and Dreyfus, collectively known as the ABCD companies, have large-scale fermenters of 100,000 liters or more, while universities like Penn State have on-campus fermenters limited to 100 to 1,000 liters, suitable for experiments. Hence, there is a gap in the market for fermenters in the middle range, from 1,000 to 100,000 liters. Tandem found a solution at the University of Illinois, which had a biofermenter with this mid-range capacity. IBRL, the Illinois Bioprocessing Facility, was created by the university in partnership with state and industry players. It is designed to bridge the gap between research and commercialization. It is institutionally distinctive in that it is a shared production facility and open to small newcomers such as Tandem for use. Startups can rarely afford to build new production facilities of their own. In the past, this was less of an issue when large vertically integrated firms dominated the economy, but today that is no longer the case, and the lack of shared production facilities, unlike in, say, Taiwan, is another reason why deep tech companies often cannot scale in the United States. Tandem could use IBRL to scale up protein production and purification, but the company also needed to find a way to spin the resulting biomass into fibers. Though the United States has kept pace in fermentation, it is no longer a major player in most spinning technologies. There are roughly two types of spinning: melt and solution. In melt spinning, with polyester as an example, the chips of the polymer plastic are melted and forced through a spinneret to create a fiber. In solution-based spinning, the polymer is dissolved in a solvent. This can take forms such as wet spinning, in which the solution is reconstituted in a coagulation bath, e.g., acrylic, or dry spinning, in which the solution is extruded into the air and evaporates, leaving fiber, e.g., acetate. Another method is dry jet spinning, which combines both techniques, e.g., cellulose. One of Mellick's discoveries included using dry jet spinning to increase the stability of protein fibers, a process that he patented. He had to formulate his solutions to dissolve and then recoagulate the protein, an innovation almost as crucial as creating the protein in the first place. The production process is very similar to cellulose-based spinning, meaning it uses the same machine and solvent, but with different parameters, only with the source material of fermented protein pulp rather than natural wood. As in the case of cellulose, Tandem could have turned to cellulose manufacturers for the spinning stage of production, but this industry has primarily exited the United States, even though the process for creating wood-based fibers known as lyocell was first invented in North Carolina in the 1970s. Lyocell fiber is enormously popular because of its look and feel and, most importantly, because it offers environmentally friendly manufacturing with eucalyptus trees as the source material. Despite the early American commercial dominance of lyocell, the industry has largely migrated to Europe, though an Austrian corporation still maintains a factory in Alabama for making nonwovens. The Europeans built a pilot factory in China, which was almost immediately copied into 13 new factories across China. Following the expiration of the lyocell patent in 2018, Chinese production, primarily at state-owned enterprises, has exploded, going from 0 to 59% market share in under a decade, with subsidies key to this success. Economies of scale mean that the price of Chinese lyocell continues to decline. Given the Chinese economic model of vast subsidies for inputs such as electricity, as well as grants, loans, and injections of below-market equity through government guidance funds, plus periods of currency manipulation, the Chinese future dominance of lyocell seems likely. The lack of an existing domestic spinning industry meant that Tandem could not easily contract with a legacy manufacturer to produce the new bioengineered fiber. It is an example of how it is very hard to create an advanced manufacturing industry if the underlying basic production capabilities have been lost. You can't have advanced manufacturing without basic manufacturing. Producing Squitex domestically would, therefore, require the upgrading of legacy spinning industries, as well as building a related supporting industrial ecosystem including a skilled workforce and smaller suppliers. This is a much larger effort than narrowly advancing a technology along the TRL frontier. Tandem turned to the Fiber-Focused Manufacturing Institute (AFO), Advanced Functional Fabrics of America, for technical support for its attempt to integrate spinning and fermentation. Yet because the institute focuses on developing advanced textiles, and Tandem's interests include biomanufacturing and integrating advanced and legacy manufacturing, securing funding for these projects from AFO was challenging. Workforce. One workaround for the lack of domestic spinning facilities was to repurpose machines from America's remaining spinning industries and also recruit workers who knew how to operate them. Tandem investigated buying machines used in carbon precursor fiber spinning, as several such production facilities still exist in the United States. Carbon fibers are used in everything from airplanes to golf clubs. Owning a machine is one thing, having people operate that machine is another. Tandem found that it couldn't find a skilled labor force to operate the machines for the kinds of functions it required. Once the industry is lost, so is the professional workforce. One alternative possibility was to hire near or actual retirees with the missing expertise, but they didn't want to return to blue-collar jobs, nor did younger workers. Potential recruits were interested in white-collar jobs instead. Recent graduates with degrees in textiles from universities in the Carolina region asked for desk jobs like marketing. Their salary expectations to move to Pennsylvania were financially impractical. There is a cultural issue in the United States regarding blue-collar manufacturing work. It is not prestigious. Upgrading the solution spinning job's responsibilities, skill level, and salary is one possibility to counter this. Rebranding or redefining the job to increase its appeal is another solution. Or the job could just be automated. Blue-collar manufacturing workers in the United States are poorly paid, not just compared to white-collar workers but on an international basis. For instance, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics' most recent comparison of hourly manufacturing costs across 33 countries found that the United States was mid-range at $36 an hour. In Germany, manufacturing workers were paid $48 an hour, Sweden at $52 an hour, and Switzerland at $63 an hour. In contrast, U.S. white-collar workers in professional services, finance, law, consulting, are exceptionally well paid on an international basis. First-year associates at the top 50 U.S. law firms could expect to earn $205,000 in 2021. According to firm surveys conducted by American Lawyer Point 23 in the UK, associates at comparable firms, the Magic Circle, had a starting salary of $139,000. In Germany, they were between $118,000 and $142,000. In the Netherlands, first-year associate salaries ranged from $46,000 to $64,000. American CEOs are the highest paid in the world. Inequality in the United States is widely discussed. It is increasingly known that domestic blue-collar labor costs cannot explain the loss of U.S. competitiveness. But could the high salaries in professional services have a negative effect, particularly if actual domestic production is involved? The high cost for white-collar workers is an overlooked factor in explaining the decline of U.S. manufacturing. Financing. To finance the pilot project, which aimed to produce 10 to 100 tons of protein pulp, Tandem needed between $10 and $15 million. Proper commercialization, TRL 8 to 9, would require significantly higher funding, starting at $100 million. Despite the commercial opportunity's attractiveness, given the textile market size and potential offtake agreements with US and EU fashion brands, Tandem's needs were a poor fit for venture capital investors. For hardware, large VCs needed to see annual recurring revenue of $1 million or higher and an actual market share with a set value. Instead, VCs prefer to finance technologies such as software that scale at zero marginal cost. In 2023, software accounted for 40% of all deals, mainly in the AI domain, followed by healthcare at 24%. The VC system is not designed to support capital-intensive advanced manufacturing or the scaling up of new deep tech. Further, the U.S. VC industry is facing a crisis of its own: the lack of exits, through which LPs and partners are paid. In 2023, the industry had the lowest number of exits, through IPOs or acquisitions, in a decade. There is a drought of DPI, or distributed to paid-in capital, a measure of returns to investors. In a poetic flourish, the National Venture Capital Association described the situation. The lack of exits represents a serious issue. A venture capital ecosystem without exits is like dancing without music. Doable but somewhat nonsensical. Early-stage VCs, a subcategory of VCs that tend to be very small shops, will finance pilot projects that are pre-commercialization. During the period right after COVID-19, this category of VCs had ample liquidity to invest. Tandem raised approximately $2 million from these early-stage VCs. Early-stage VC deals are often funded by larger VC firms that don't have time to invest in smaller deals. Tandem also applied for and won competitive grants from BioMade, the Bioindustrial Manufacturing Institute funded by the Department of Defense. Its mission is to enable domestic bioindustrial manufacturing. The contract with Biomade was for R&D, which Tandem used to pilot facilities in the United States for strain optimization and fermentation. Overall, Tandem raised approximately $8.8 million to proceed with the pilot production of protein fibers. But this amount was peanuts compared to the size of Tandem's problems in the United States, which didn't have the manufacturing infrastructure even to support a full pilot production project. America lacks dry jet spinning facilities that could be used, as well as integration between fermenting and spinning, and a skilled workforce capable of operating the machines, even if the machines could somehow be obtained. Building a new dry jet spinning manufacturing facility and an integrated protein pulp facility would cost $100 million due to the lack of existing production facilities. Offshoring scale-up. Though the fiber industry has largely disappeared from the United States, Europe has retained some production capacity, even if much of its industry is similarly in the process of departing for China. Europe still has residual factories and a supporting industrial ecosystem, including suppliers and a skilled workforce. It also has a vast and well-funded network of research institutes linking industry, academia, and government, unlike the handful in the United States. Tandem explored piloting the project in Europe with many research facilities and government-backed innovation institutes from which to choose. Some proved to be too costly for the pilot, while others had production capabilities limited to the research stage. Next, Tandem approached engineering and manufacturing firms in Austria and Italy. Eventually, it found the best fit in Germany at a textile research institute with a focus on manufacturing processes. To proceed to the pilot production stage required further bioengineering work on dry spinning to make it function at scale. The recyclability and cost of a solvent became an issue during scale-up, even though it was not at the experimental stage. The basic thermodynamics of spinning change as scale changes, including transport viscosities, pressures, and temperatures, the equilibrium points of the different phases of the process shift. These changing parameters were only observable on an increased scale, and this scale only existed in Europe. Tandem had to experiment with different parameters in the solvents, adjusting solid versus liquid proportions to create the viscosity, pressures, and temperatures required for large-scale production. The new bioengineering work that went into the pilot underscores the fact that innovation is required at every step along the innovation chain and at every TRL, not just in basic R&D. This is consistent with the conclusions of MIT's production in the Innovation Economy (PIE) Commission. The Commission's co-chair, Professor Suzanne Berger, noted that manufacturing capabilities are important in that, in the process of making things, there's a lot of innovation and learning, which feeds back into research and development. We could see that in the biotech industry, where scaling up processes is an extraordinarily complex scientific and engineering problem. Innovation takes place at multiple points along the line before commercialization. America's apparent strategy of trying to be at the leading edge in advanced technology and design is difficult without actual manufacturing activity. The country misses out on later-stage manufacturing innovations, which in turn inform further research and development and ultimate success in production. Tandem received an award of €200,000 from the German government to proceed with pilot production and to incentivize the company's relocation to Germany. Tandem established a German subsidiary and began shipping protein from the United States to Germany for spinning. In 2024, Tandem proceeded with pilot fiber production at a 100-kilogram scale. The pilot was a success. It took place mainly in Germany, though both the fermentation and spinning technologies were invented in the United States. Tandem may therefore be yet another case study of how a deep tech invented and developed in America ends up being primarily manufactured abroad, or, in Tandem's case, only partially, since biofermentation remained in the United States. But this isn't the end of the story when it comes to the new squid-inspired fiber. Industrial policy, as well as interventions by the DoD, can change this grim trajectory. Enter the DIBC. The Defense Industrial Base Consortium, DIBC, is a duty-funded initiative that aims to build a more robust and modern defense industrial ecosystem. It offers the DoD access to new commercial technologies being developed by non-traditional government contractors such as small or emerging companies. In turn, it provides members with access to funding opportunities and potential collaboration partners, guidance on government contracting, networking, and information. The consortium aims to enhance and expand the defense industrial base in support of the critical subsectors of the DoD's manufacturing, capability expansion, and investment prioritization directorate, MSIP. MSIP's mission includes addressing defense supply chain issues, developing the industrial workforce, sustaining critical production, commercializing research and development, R&D efforts, and rapidly scaling emerging technologies to build a robust, resilient DIB. The DIBC, therefore, has the potential to address the many missing gaps in the advanced levels of the U.S. innovation chain. Providing financing for commercialization is a key one. When it comes to biomanufacturing, investments are directed toward supporting a self-sustaining, domestic biomanufacturing ecosystem, including capability gaps in critical military supply chains. A possible and positive outcome is that advanced technology will be tethered in some way to supporting the domestic manufacturing ecosystem, which has rarely been the case in the United States in recent years. In August 2024, Tandem, in conjunction with a defense contractor, received a $1.5 million grant from the Department of Defense Distributed Bioindustrial Manufacturing Program, executed through the Defense Industrial Base Consortium, DIBC, Other Transaction Agreement, OTA. The grant involved a complex array of agency and corporate partners to study the feasibility of scaling up domestic production of its protein fibers. This grant, therefore, marks a significant policy shift. Previously, when Tandem had received contracts from the government or government-funded institutions, it had been for R&D only, not to prepare for actual manufacturing, as was the case here. The grant was merely the first phase of a much larger matching grant for production, the build phase. As part of the planning phase, Tandem is working with multiple engineering contractors to design the factory, specify the workforce and training needs, identify supply chain risks, and undertake other planning efforts that will lead to actual production. The contract included 7 milestones Tandem needs to meet to obtain further financing for the building phase, including a marketing plan and business development, strategic business plan, manufacturing plans, process and product characterization, scaled production plans, business and technical process assessment, and prototype testing. Tandem can meet all these planning milestones. The choke point it faces is in financing the building phase, even though the government is offering up to $50 million in the form of a matching grant toward the $100 million facility. Tandem will still require another $50 million in financing from the private sector. It also faces the long-standing challenges of any manufacturing operation in the United States, such as the lack of a skilled blue-collar workforce, an expensive white-collar workforce, and increasing energy costs. Still, these are trivial impediments compared to the lack of financing. Tandem has 3 to 5 years to find the $50 million matching funding. It is looking to VCs and private equity, PE. If Tandem is able to find this investment, the problem will be solved. Production of the protein fibers will finally begin in the United States. But if it can't find matching funds, the company will face a critical decision. It could look for a European partner with existing manufacturing facilities, or production could move to China. How should the United States go about fixing its innovation chain and closing its numerous gaps? For starters, almost no one has heard of the innovation chain aside from scale-up specialists and China watchers. The topic does not have public visibility. Addressing the gaps in the chain does not appear to be at the top of policymakers' minds. These are not campaign issues in the United States. In contrast, President Xi and the Chinese Politburo's discussions repeatedly refer to specialized manufacturing SMEs and bottleneck technologies. Tandem is not alone in its struggles. Overcoming the many bottlenecks inhibiting U.S. manufacturing requires improved institutions, a res-skilled manufacturing workforce, a rebuilt industrial ecosystem including basic manufacturing to support advanced manufacturing, new financing tools, new analytical approaches, and ultimately new metrics beyond TRL. The example of Tandem shows, however, that there are also pragmatic ways forward for entrepreneurs that don't require massive policy overhauls. Trade. One general insight is that tariffs or other trade measures alone are insufficient to help a new technology scale and reach mass commercialization. The chain has many gaps that have nothing to do with China and are purely the result of domestic U.S. deficiencies, such as a lack of financing tools. But given Chinese manufacturing overcapacity, trade measures now need to be added to the industrial policy mix to protect infant as well as mature industries from Chinese mercantilism. Further, industrial policy is usually not well integrated with trade policy in the United States, with a few exceptions. Typically, the agencies that run funding programs are not agencies that have any role in trade policy. The White House could coordinate, but there is little evidence that the United States has a well-developed trade strategy corresponding to the new industrial strategies benefiting companies like Tandem. programs, and institutions supporting manufacturing. The Tandem case study presents a mixed picture of U.S. manufacturing-related institutions. The company benefited from using shared production facilities, though these are rare. It also received some financial support from Biomade, a manufacturing institute. Nevertheless, these institutions' funding and scale are minuscule compared to China's, or even those Tandem accessed in Europe. Production innovation occurs at every TRL and MRL, but there are severe gaps in American research institutions. For instance, the federal labs don't focus on researching manufacturing processes. The United States has successfully created advanced technologies, such as AI, quantum, etc. But these are typically seen as an end in themselves. They are not systematically being fed back into improving manufacturing. In contrast, in China, state commentary before the third-party plenum stressed the imperative to develop new quality productive forces according to local conditions. The layout of China's strength in strategic science and technology should be improved, emerging industries cultivated and strengthened, the development of industries for the future arranged in advance, and the transformation and upgrading of traditional industries empowered by advanced technologies. According to Merrick's analysts, China is becoming an accelerator state, launching new industrial policy programs to grow SMEs. The Little Giants program cultivates high-tech SMEs in 10 strategic manufacturing sectors. The program is built on a series of competitions. Winners are offered preferential financing and outright subsidies, as well as research funding and access to state entities. China has already launched 10,000 Little Giants, with a farm team of an additional 70,000 specialized SMEs poised to compete. Merrick's further notes that Beijing's focus is on the industrial upgrading and prioritization of hard technologies over soft technologies, i.e., hardware and equipment over consumer-oriented software applications. America needs to pay more attention to its traditional manufacturing industries. It lacks a program to cultivate specialized SMEs on the scale of Little Giants. But the DIBC shows a way forward. The manufacturing feasibility study Tandem undertook as part of its DIBC grant was tightly focused on improving manufacturing processes, strengthening the supply chain of inputs, with the DIBC potentially providing the financing needed to construct new factories. It shows that the United States, too, can cultivate the success of manufacturing SMEs, at least when defense issues are involved, albeit not on the scale of China. The DIBC should be expanded or used as a model for similar programs that go beyond the defense industrial base. As the Commerce Department and others have noted, economic security is national security. The United States needs a program like the DIBC to support all sectors deemed critical for economic security. For its part, Tandem is helping revive legacy manufacturing industries by integrating them with advanced manufacturing. Combining fermentation with solution spinning is a way to devote resources to and upgrade this traditional industry. Workforce. Developing a manufacturing workforce should be a solvable problem. Industry should be able to train and sustain its labor force. But that requires a long-term commitment, and manufacturing industries themselves are disappearing across the United States. At times, they leave behind a skilled workforce. The biofuel wave, for example, even once it crested, created a workforce that could sometimes transition to biomanufacturing. More centers of excellence, which are collaborations between businesses, states, and educational institutions, could be an answer to the workforce problem in theory, but Tandem did not turn to them because they didn't have a focus on biomanufacturing fibers. How to create a skilled workforce is part of the DIBC feasibility study. Tandem can access the existing skilled workforce in biofermentation, but the problem is on the spinning side, which needs to be integrated into biomanufacturing. One pragmatic approach would be repurposing an existing manufacturing plant with an existing workforce, even if both are old. One startup purchased an old Monsanto plant in Georgia for almost nothing and converted it into a contemporary biomanufacturing facility, retraining the existing workforce. Tandem is currently studying this model as well. Financing. The lack of a financing mechanism for scaling up manufacturing is the most severe issue plaguing the U.S. innovation chain for deep tech. It is only solvable with a policy intervention. China has been highly innovative on this front, with an entire armamentarium of financial tools for scale-up, including bank loans, grants, guarantees, trillion-dollar guidance funds, and the creation of new stock markets. The governor of the People's Bank of China sounded quite unlike a Fed official when he stated, "In terms of monetary policy structure, We will focus on the key links of high-quality development, establish refinancing for technological innovation and technological transformation, and increase financial support for technological innovation and equipment upgrading and transformation. The contrast with the United States is stark. Such financing tools for the scale-up of hardware simply don't exist here. For deep tech, using Tandem as an example, the financing requirements are TRL 1 to 3, $1 million, basic science/innovation, TRL 4 to 7, $10 million, Valley of Death, TRL 8 to 9, $100 million, factory scale. There is enough funding in the United States for fundamental science, but not beyond that. Venture capital won't fund hardware scale-up. Only 8.9% of all venture capital invested in 2023 went to hardware companies. Policy proposals to create new funding for scale-up, such as the SBA Reauthorization and Improvement Act of 2019, have typically stalled or failed. The various plans for a U.S. sovereign wealth fund would mark a turning point if successful. Even if it manages to launch a sovereign wealth fund, the United States also needs complementary financing programs targeting deep tech SMEs critical to economic security. A good starting point would be to expand and scale up the DIBC. Gap analysis. The United States has developed sophisticated new supply chain risk assessment tools. These tools identify vulnerabilities and aim to build more resilient supply chains. Highly technocratic economic security exercises often include an assessment of supply chain risks. The United States needs to develop a complementary set of analyses for the gaps in the innovation chain. These gaps are similarly crucial to long-term economic security. What are the strategic bottlenecks preventing scale-up? What are the policy or other solutions? Such a research agenda would map critical technologies to identify choke points that prevent scale-up in the future. Finally, the United States needs a new measurement scale, this time for policy. The Tandem case study points to the multiple bottlenecks facing scale-up in the United States, which need to be solved by policy, but somehow rarely are. They include the lack of financing tools to support capital-intensive deep tech, the decrepitude of basic manufacturing in the United States, without which advanced manufacturing can't function well, and many others. The required policy solutions are often discussed but are rarely implemented. We introduce a new scale to highlight these policy bottlenecks. Policy Readiness Levels, PRL. The scale measures the maturity and capability for implementing policy along a 9-point scale, from formulation of basic principles to mass application. PRL 1 is assigned to a basic concept. It describes a policy proposed in an academic seminar, a think tank white paper, or a policy journal article. PRL 2 and PRL 3 include the development of a concrete plan. PRL 4 to 7 are policies for which there is governmental buy-in, but the policies are not implemented at scale. These policies can be implemented from the bottom up, for example, at the city, PRL 4, or state level, PRL 5, or multi-state level, PRL 6, as a pilot, or from the top down by the government, PRL 7. An example would be the recent Supply Chain Summit hosted by the Commerce Department, with attendees from industry and discussions of potential public-private partnerships for implementation. PRL 8 to 9 describes policies that have been implemented at scale. PRL incorporates 3 distinct but interrelated components or submeasures. The first component is state capacity. Even if the government wanted to implement a policy, does it actually have the capability, including institutional depth and technical knowledge, to do so? For example, the United States might be short of competent officials capable of implementing industrial policies. This situation is not static, however. Presumably, there has been organizational learning by doing, which the government has gained from the industrial policies of the current White House. The Department of Defense also has deep expertise in industrial policy, including in logistics, contracting, and even building manufacturing facilities, as was shown by Operation Warp Speed, even if these capabilities have yet to be adequately tapped for sectors outside of defense. A second component is political readiness levels. Are politicians ready to embrace and implement the policy? How will the media react? Or funders? Does the politician have the political will or technical knowledge? The third component is public readiness levels. Is the public supportive of the new policy? What is the media's position? Does the policy reflect received wisdom? Is it fashionable? The PRL scale enables consistent comparison of the maturity and feasibility of different policy solutions. can point to a policy's enable ITY to scale. This would highlight the need for targeted scale-up strategies to propel it to the next PRL and the important role of policy entrepreneurs. Tax credits for EVs are an example of policy which has ascended to the highest PRL levels. It is supported by environmental and manufacturing lobbies, as well as celebrities and the entire climate emergency discourse. In contrast, improving capacity to build nuclear submarines is at a much lower PRL. There is no large manufacturing lobby pushing for this effort. It is not of interest to celebrity influencers. There is a vast corpus of policy papers identifying the dangers of deindustrialization and proposing industrial policies that can revive American manufacturing. This growing body of knowledge has largely stalled at PRL 1 to 3, with a few exceptions. This can be seen clearly in the subcomponents of PRL, where state capacity, political readiness, and public readiness often still reflect the previous policy consensus, the Washington Consensus, updated with a moralistic overlay. The story of Squitex/Tandem illustrates the challenges of building capital-intensive hardware companies given the limitations of the current U.S. innovation chain, as well as slow progress in PRL. America faces multiple scale-up problems, not only in deep tech but also in terms of policy solutions. As the country continues on its increasingly perilous journey, it must walk through several valleys of death. After dominating the world since the beginning of the 20th century, and with particular force in the immediate post-World War II period, the American economy has, since the late 1970s, allowed its productive dominance to wither. Iconic U.S.-based corporations ceded market share to, mostly, Asian competitors, often opting not to fight back and instead outsourcing and offshoring their own production to factories in lower-wage places. Restoring large-scale, competent manufacturing in the United States will require a thoroughly new and uncharacteristically comprehensive economic policy. Such a policy will need massive government support, enforcement of significant new rules, the stick to the carrot of state support, and, perhaps paradoxically, the reversal of 5 decades of attacks on workers and their unions. Indeed, as we will show, the new policy will have to put the worker front and center in the firm. Workers' expanded role will be born of and maintain a higher level of labor management conflict than the United States has seen since the early 1940s. Although it may be surprising to most readers, that's actually a very good thing so long as that conflict is about effort and reward in the context of higher productivity, which we'll refer to as productivity bargaining. We will argue that, while national pattern bargaining, the standard approach of most U.S. unions today, is effective at setting baseline compensation, it misses the bigger picture of productivity and, therefore, costs. Productivity bargaining, by contrast, is focused on local production and plant performance to identify input factors whose underutilization adds avoidable costs and reduces output. Our approach links shop floor conflict to productivity growth. The fundamental question is, can a revitalized union movement spur measurable improvements in American industrial productivity and, if so, how? What would workers, unions, companies, and policymakers need to do differently? And at what scale? These questions are new in the American context. Before 2021, the idea of using government policy to encourage reindustrialization had not been seriously considered for decades. Given cover by the need for bold stimulus to counter the COVID-19 pandemic, under President Joe Biden, the federal government has advanced and funded several large-scale efforts to stimulate manufacturing investment in the United States, with particular emphasis on physical infrastructure, vehicle electrification and grid modernization, renewable energy, and computer chip fabrication. The effort is comprised of 3 bills that were signed into law between November 2021 and August 2022. All 3 cover the period from 2023 to 2032, while each bill targets different sectors. For our purposes, they can be considered as a single initiative comprising the investment ledger of Bidenomics. They are the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA, the CHIPS and Science Act, CHIPS, and the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. Although nearly 2/3 of projected IRA spending is slated to occur in red states, not a single Republican voted for the IRA. The Infrastructure and CHIPS Acts fared better with GOP lawmakers, no doubt thanks to their catch-up to China flavor. There can be little doubt that the scale of this 3-pronged initiative is unprecedented in post-war U.S. history. Over the past century, only during the periods 1934 to 38 and 1942 to 45 did the United States spend even 1 full percentage point of GDP on these kinds of physical investments. Under the Biden bills, hard public and private investments would slightly exceed 1.3% of U.S. GDP and, in peak years, reach 1.7%, tying the peacetime record set in the New Deal's core 5-year period, 1934 to 38. As impressive as those numbers sound, even in the peak years they don't equal China's public investment in industrial support. According to analysis by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, in 2017 to 19, just the public portion of China's investments in industry exceeded 1.7% of GDP. 2, and they pale in comparison to, say, the Marshall Plan, whose 1945 to 49 resources made up 3% of GDP in both France and Germany. The Biden investments both address new challenges, such as curbing utility and transportation sector emissions of greenhouse gases, and aim to rectify more than 4 decades of insufficient maintenance of existing infrastructure. For example, of the nation's 620,000 bridges, nearly half are more than 50 years old and 45,000 of them have been deemed structurally deficient. 2/3 of those 45,000 are due for replacement or upgrades under the bills. The full impact on American industry of the Bidenomics investments is difficult to project, however, because it is hard to know exactly how much private investment they will leverage. The recent slowdown in the growth rate of electric vehicle, EV, sales and the resulting pullback in battery and other EV-related investment plans illustrate one of the difficulties. In the 2 years since the IRA was signed into law, private companies announced $240 billion in clean energy investments, but in the past several months, they've delayed or backtracked on about 1/3 of those commitments. That said, the data available so far point to significant leverage. Inflation-adjusted public plus private spending on manufacturing and industrial construction set a record in 2023, surpassing the previous one set way back in 1964. Relying mainly on Congressional Budget Office (CBO) numbers to deflate White House press release figures, stirring in useful projections from the Office of Management and Budget (OMB), and assuming that 15% of the spending is eaten up by administrative costs and other rentier losses, we can infer that the 3 laws will likely fund or catalyze roughly $2.3 trillion in non-residential investment over 10 years, a plurality of that in the utility sector, where federal spending and regulatory suasion work in tandem. This matters because, even if a subsequent U.S. administration were to rescind or defang the regulatory sticks, it would likely leave the law's carrots in place. Also making it less likely that subsidies will be withdrawn is the appetite for them in red states. As for the job creation associated with the Bidenomics investments, detailed projections not issued by the White House itself are hard to find. Usefully, CBO and the Congressional Research Service (CRS) have both analyzed some or all of the bills. The CRS helpfully put the impacts of the CHIPS Act, in particular, in the context of trading partners' semiconductor policies. Both Moody's and the Brookings Institution have produced reputable meta-analyses, comparing and contrasting the projections from a number of data sources. 6 using widely accepted estimates of the number of construction and manufacturing jobs associated with each dollar of investment, we can back into reasonable forecasts of the employment impact of Bidenomics' direct and induced investments. Once we do that, we can see whether the policy meaningfully moves the needle in terms of making American industry bigger. During the first 2 to 4 years that the 3-bill policy is in effect, the majority of jobs created each year, roughly 1.5 million, will be in construction, but a good deal of what's being constructed will have to be manufactured. Steel and cement for tens of thousands of miles of road repairs, for repair or replacement of 10,000 bridges, for new solar cell and chip fabrication factories, and for all of the parts that will be needed to build the 24,000 buses, 5,000 rail cars, and thousands of miles of track and signals slated in the bills. In the middle years of the 10-year implementation period, most of the jobs will be in manufacturing. In the last 2 years, 2031 to 32, construction's share of the jobs will grow again, as projects must be launched before federal funding sunsets. Our best guesses, informed heavily by the Moody's and Brookings studies, are that what Americans think of as industry, manufacturing, maintenance, electricity generation and storage, and the construction of the facilities in which they are performed, will add just shy of 1.2 million jobs a year, about 20% of them union jobs. In addition to direct federal investment and the private spending it induces, the 3 Bidenomics bills include substantial tax incentives for employers who pay prevailing wages and employ registered apprentices on qualifying projects. Construction, 11%, manufacturing, about 8%, and utilities, just under 20%, are more unionized than the private economy as a whole, 6%. The pay scale and apprenticeship rules and incentives in the 3 bills will also probably result in unionized firms taking a significantly larger share of the business driven by these policies. Even though the union pay premium has declined as union density has dropped, on average an American worker with a 40-year career in a union firm earns $1.3 million more over his or her lifetime than an average non-union worker. Two sobering baselines must be set, however. First, the organized proportion of the U.S. workforce is vanishingly small. In 2023, union contracts covered just 1 in 10 of all American workers, and in the private sector just 1 in 16. The high level of public support for unions and their demands owes, arguably, less to some newfound appreciation for collective bargaining among the working class than to the widespread disgust, arguably brought into public view by the impunity and gluttony of financiers and their government enablers during the Great Recession, at the level of U.S. income and wealth inequality. In both 1947 and 1978, American workers got about 2/3 of GDP as income from their labors. Now they're getting just a little bit over half. But is Bidenomics support for organized labor consistent with its industrial policy goals? To even begin to consider labor's possible role in helping to reindustrialize the U.S. economy, one must face up to how the United States got so deindustrialized in the first place. The consensus story is well known. Asia's mercantilist juggernauts built wealth through lower-cost manufactured exports, while American corporations relocated their production to lower-wage nations in response. In industry after industry, U.S.-based corporations reacted to Asian competition in a surprisingly similar manner. Exiting the low end of each market, commodity textiles and steels, small cars, low-end appliances, and computer chips, offshoring and outsourcing to reduce the draw on their own capital, closing their own plants, and seeking concessions from their remaining unionized employees. In semiconductors, U.S. production as a share of global output dropped from 60% in 1980 to 37% in 1990 to 10% in 2023. In steel, U.S. production and employment both dropped by half between 1974 and 1984. By 2020, China was producing 5/9 of the world's steel, the United States just 1/16. In automotive manufacturing, the trio of formerly Detroit-based automakers had a domestic market share of 84% in 1978, that dropped to 64% by 2000 and to 43% last year. Given our own backgrounds in the auto industry, one working at General Motors and the other at the UAW's headquarters, we will focus our analysis of deindustrialization and possible reindustrialization on that sector. Deindustrialization was a national disaster that resulted from two types of unforced errors, mistakes which must be understood and addressed if the United States is to reindustrialize. The first was a fundamental misunderstanding of the economics of manufacturing firms by their management, by neoclassical economists, and by human resources specialists. As U.S.-based automakers, and, before them, steel, textile, and apparel makers, lost market share to lower-cost Japanese companies, American managers and economists drew two incorrect conclusions. The first was that the Japanese advantage was rooted in lower vertical integration, which was a misreading of Japan's keiretsu arrangements, in which automakers held equity in and backstopped investments by their suppliers. The second was that Japanese labor relations were more cooperative and less adversarial. While it is true that Japan's militant communist-led unions were broken with American help in the 1950s, this too was a fundamental misreading. The labor peace that Japan-besotted academics thought they were seeing was, in fact, based on a system in which factories were run by a highly engaged workforce overseen by surprisingly few managers. We will return to this point later. A second critical error was Wall Street's punishment of those American manufacturers with the temerity to reinvest earnings in their own growth and process improvement. Led by Drexel Burnham Lambert, a generation of corporate raiders laid waste to scores of iconic companies, demanding that they instead return earnings to shareholders. In the 1980s, Drexel and subsequently others threatened, and in some cases took over, companies using infamous greenmail and highly confident letter tactics, and in the process drove the dismantling of targeted companies' vertical integration so as to free up their capital. In a context of burgeoning investment by Asian industrialists and governments, this was a recipe for disaster. U.S.-based companies were hollowed out just as competitors in Japan, then Korea, and finally China forewent short-term profits in pursuit of market share gains and future technological dominance. The automotive story of the 1980s makes clear just how wrong-headed these imagined solutions were. Until the US-based automakers began to bleed market share in small cars in the 1970s, first to Volkswagen and Renault, and later to Toyota, Nissan, and Honda, they, and especially GM, maintained high levels of vertical integration. These companies invested enough capital, equipment, and tools to ensure that the productivity of their mostly UAW, workforce would easily offset their higher pay relative to non-union workers. In 1978, 2 in every 3 workers in the motor vehicle and parts industry worked at GM, Ford, or Chrysler. Only 336,000 worked at supplier-owned plants, and 195,000 of those toiled at UAW-organized supplier facilities. Only 141,000, or 13.7%, of the workers in the sector were not in unions. The so-called Detroit 3 automakers built 83.6% of all cars and light trucks sold in the United States. 2 decades later, the Detroit 3's share was down to 68.2%. Of the 1.276 million men and women working in the automotive and automotive parts sector, which was 250,000 more than in 1978, 913,000, or 71.6%, were working in non-union plants, roughly 200,000 at the U.S. factories of Europe and Asia-based automakers, and more than 700,000 at non-union supplier plants, a 5-fold increase from 20 years prior. As Department of Labor economist Stephen Herzenberg noted in his seminal 1991 study, sharply declining Detroit 3 employment due to outsourcing to non-union plants had unexpected results. Most non-union suppliers, pressured by oligopolistic price cutting by their customers, faced substantially higher costs of capital than the largely self-financed automakers, which could also access highly liquid public capital markets. As a result, those suppliers had sharply lower productivity. For their part, the Detroit 3 automakers lost control of production costs and component quality. That lower productivity was no doubt a large part of why industry employment grew by nearly a quarter, though 1998 to 2001 were also strong new vehicle sales years. Thus, outsourcing most parts making didn't result in measurably higher Detroit 3 profits. Those only came a decade later, courtesy of the dumb luck of a huge swing from cars to pickups and SUVs, which cost about $4,000 per unit more to build but sell for an average of $11,000 more. Ironically, because the UAW contract required the self-shrinking automakers to slough off workers in seniority order, the most experienced, and thus highest paid and most skilled union workers, survived the layoffs. Had the Detroit 3 been able to cast off their most expensive workers, the results of their downsizing would have been far worse. Moving work from high-wage, high-productivity facilities to lower-wage, lower-productivity facilities was the result of the new Detroit 3 strategy, encouraged by Wall Street's Drexel School and abetted by academics. In theory, the Detroit 3, by following this strategy, could have freed up capital to design and build competitive new models, to optimize their facilities to eliminate cost-sapping bottlenecks, and to invest in upgrading their workers' technical knowledge and capacity to operate plants with less supervision. But, in reality, they did not. If anything, these automakers became less competitive while their market share continued to decline. In a tragic new unforced error, the Detroit 3 automakers are botching their most important current challenge, the migration of the new vehicle fleet to battery electric power. Although electric vehicles, EVs, have become a partisan flashpoint, even the least woke automotive and oil and gas executives grasp that the future will involve more electric. This fact is rooted not only in climate change concerns or in the markedly superior performance of EVs vis-a-vis gas and diesel-powered vehicles on a number of metrics, but also in the fact that the U.S. fossil fuel industry's dominant customers include not only car and truck drivers but also electric utilities, which depend on natural gas for half of their generating capacity. China's government, which in the next 5 years will boast a new vehicle market as large as those of the United States and the EU combined, has made a decision to drive toward an all-EV future, thanks to its state having successfully catalyzed the emergence of a set of low-cost, high-volume producers of the critical technologies underpinning electrification, batteries, electric vehicles, and solar photovoltaic cells. China's path will almost certainly become the world's. European and, for now, American emission standards favor lower-emission vehicles, and recent breathless news about a stall in EV sales growth has not altered long-term forecasts. Europe and the United States may make token moves to decouple from China's economy in batteries, EVs, and other areas, but the die is cast. A period of higher tariffs to insulate supposedly emerging infant industries will surely give way to a blend of Asian imports, including via free trade partner Mexico and new Chinese company plants in North America. This will recapitulate what happened in small cars in the 1980s and 1990s. Offshore automakers used North American plants to get around voluntary restraints and the so-called chicken tax on pickup trucks. This era of Chinese battery and EV dominance does not come without its agonies. The U.S. and Europe-based automakers may talk a good game on EVs and will bring a growing number of electric models to their home markets. but the fact is that people who are paid to look at the automotive markets know what's what. We believe that Western auto firms, including Tesla, have come to a unanimous and simultaneous realization. China has won the contest for EV supremacy, writes Morgan Stanley auto analyst Adam Jonas in a main note to clients. From this point, the industry is likely to enter a new phase of capex spend. Lower, protectionism, higher, and cooperation with China, eventual. Bank of America analyst John Murphy went even further, saying a month later that, "I think you have to see the Detroit 3 exit China as soon as they possibly can, so they can conserve capital and face up to the harsh cost-cutting measures they would have to take to be competitive with EV manufacturers like Tesla and carmakers abroad. We suspect that Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, and their wealth management clients will see lower automaker capex as a good thing, as it foretells higher dividends and more share buybacks." Jonas's forecast of eventual cooperation with China is an easy call. Despite additional subsidies, US-based companies that have specialized in surrendering all but the most hyper-profitable vehicle segments are hardly likely to be sound stewards of new state largesse. In addition, it is a largesse offered with no apparent strings attached. Automakers are free to fling their profits to shareholders while Uncle Sam foots the bill for battery and EV assembly complexes. For all the talk of unfair Chinese government subsidies to China-based EV makers, those subsidies went to serious companies with a laser focus on winning domestic and global market share. They were far more worried about displeasing their state benefactors than the owners of their shares. While these companies were essentially starting from scratch, the traditional American automakers were pursuing a quite different set of objectives, playing to the markets, just as Drexel, channeling Milton Friedman, would have wanted them to do. For a brief moment in 2021, the Detroit 3 saw a chance to try for a step function increase in their stock market valuations. Casting themselves as tech companies, they acquired a handful of EV and driverless car-focused startups. They touted ambitious and capital-hungry plans to catch and eventually surpass Tesla in EVs. Soon enough, however, indeed within a single calendar quarter, the blush was blown off the rose. None of the three were able to produce batteries at scale, despite joint ventures with supposedly proven Korea-based partners. EV production targets were routinely missed, and lower volumes meant higher unit costs. As if by habit, the automakers raised their prices to limit the losses. Only slightly better launches were achieved by VW, Mercedes, and BMW in Europe and China. Then, with consumer demand for EVs stalling in the first quarter of this year, the automakers, as Jonas explained, shifted gears and suddenly assured the markets that they were prudent stewards of their scarce capital, especially after agreeing to expensive new contracts with the UAW. Capex for EVs would be throttled back. The focus on high-margin gasoline-powered trucks sharpened even further, and shareholders put ahead of investments in the future. So far in 2024, GM has bought back an additional $6 billion of its shares, raising its 10-year total to a cool $52 billion. These dividend and buyback payments, totaling just shy of $100 billion over the past decade, dwarf Chinese subsidies to its battery and EV producers. China's success also lays bare the bankruptcy of the Drexel School's drive to divest from parts making and to reduce vertical integration in order to conserve capital. The three most successful homegrown Chinese automakers are all highly vertically integrated. The leader among them, BYD, in which Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has long held a position, has caught up to Tesla globally in sales. Unlike Tesla and the Detroit 3, BYD is at least as self-supplying and vertically integrated as GM was in the 1960s. It makes everything from battery cells to motors to frames and body panels. In batteries, it is not only self-supplying. It achieves scale economies by selling its batteries to other manufacturers, backstopped by a government that sticks to a long-term strategy. Willing to see some firms fail along the way without abandoning its larger goals, BYD and other Chinese manufacturers dared to invest heavily and to develop and maintain competency in every aspect of their industry. Electrochemistry, automotive design, production, testing, marketing, and in BYD's case, even creating a fleet of ships to carry its cars to world markets. In the United States, major companies instead retreated to what big-name Harvard business theorists called their core competencies, which in auto turned out to be few and far between, once exposed by Tesla and now the global EV challenge. BYD sells well-regarded EVs for as little as $8,500 and is approaching a 1% market share and 10% of EVs sold in the EU in its first year selling there. Not surprisingly, its success and the fact that, unlike Tesla, it is not yet building its cars in most of the foreign markets into which it sells, has led to a spate of tariff hikes by the United States, Canada, and the EU. Nor is the China model's success solely or even mainly about low labor costs. In commercial innovation, China is also overturning old assumptions, according to The Economist. The batteries and electric vehicles it exports are not just cheap, but state-of-the-art. Huawei, a Chinese telecoms firm brought low after most American firms were barred from dealing with it by 2020, is resurgent today and has weaned itself off many foreign suppliers. Although it earns a third of the revenue of Apple or Microsoft, it spends nearly as much as they do on R&D. Peter Johnson, an industry analyst, reported this year that, after selling more vehicles than Honda and Nissan in the second quarter of 2024, BYD became the world's seventh largest automaker, selling 980,000 vehicles. The company now has over 900,000 employees, making it one of the largest employers in China, and it is the largest among the over 5,300 companies listed on China's mainland stock exchange. It is also the world's largest automaker in terms of R&D staff, with over 110,000 such employees. BYD's size reflects its high degree of vertical integration and makes for a shocking contrast to GM's total global headcount of 170,000, which is down from more than 850,000 in the late 1970s. Meanwhile, throughout this long history of decline, the auto companies stepped up their attacks on the remaining union members. They threatened to move work away from the plants where the most militant local unions represented employees and into those where locals were most cooperative or, when appropriate, to outside supplier facilities. This whipsawing of locals sapped morale and led to the wholesale electoral defeat of local union officials at the most cooperationist locals, many of whom had to be rescued by being brought onto the UAW's national staff. By tolerating such whipsawing, the national union lost the respect and confidence of many rank-and-file workers. This set the stage for an insurgency in the national union that rebuked the cooperationist strategy and culminated in a militant strike against all of the Detroit Three last year. The 2023 insurgency also reflected members' reaction to unforgivable mistakes that the UAW leadership made in the 2007-19 period, partly in response to the onerous concessions mandated by the government in return for the $90 billion in loans that bailed out GM and paid for Fiat's takeover of Chrysler in 2009. By 2014, GM had $30 billion in the bank, but none of it went to reimburse the workers who had taken one for the team by giving up $11 billion in pay and benefits. The Obama administration's presidential task force on the auto industry that guided the restructuring of GM and Fiat Chrysler did not mandate any pay resets, nor, incomprehensibly, did UAW leaders demand them. Auto executives earned more and more, not just because their companies became more profitable, but because their hand-picked boards approved dividend increases and stock buybacks that inflated the share prices to which CEO compensation was closely tied. When the union agreed to an in-progression lower tier in 2007, it rightly insisted that lower-tier workers make up no more than 25% of any automaker's hourly workforce. But first at Stellantis and later at GM and finally even at Ford, the UAW ignored that limit and let the automakers exceed the ceiling. That was followed by allowing GM and Stellantis to replace about 10% of permanent workers with temps. As a result, at those companies, more than two-thirds of the non-trades UAW workforce is now composed of temps and lower-tier workers. At Ford, it's about 40%. In the crisis of 2007-11, the UAW's looking the other way on contract violations made some sense. But once solid profitability returned in 2014, this diffidence became unconscionable. Workers took notice. The UAW's 2023 stand-up strike was, by all appearances, the most class-conscious one in recent memory. Rather than select one of the three domestic automakers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, new UAW President Shawn Fain instead had members at selected plants at all three companies stand up when it was their turn. When walking with his members on the picket line, and when at the bargaining table with his Detroit Three counterparts, Fain often wore a t-shirt emblazoned with the slogan "Eat the Rich." He referred, with some exaggeration, to the company CEOs as billionaires, and repeatedly insisted that, now that the companies, all of which were in or close to bankruptcy in 2009, were profitable, it was our turn. The UAW's initial demands seemed outlandishly large: a 40% wage increase, elimination of tiers, in which workers who were hired at about half the top rate didn't get to it for at least 8 years, and even a reduction in the work week to 32 hours with no reduction in pay. While the last of these fell by the wayside, the strike won raises that surprised even UAW members: pay gains of 25 to 50%, a shortening of the pay progression from 8 to 3 years, and even a promise that most of these gains would also be implemented in still-to-be-built electric battery and vehicle factories. Unlike the 3 previous negotiated agreements, this time UAW members voted by large margins to ratify the new contracts. Thanks to the sheer size of the concessions granted during the financial crisis, however, and borne mostly by workers hired since then, even these hefty raises didn't return the average unionized Detroit 3 auto worker to the level of inflation-adjusted pay that they enjoyed in the pre-concessionary 1984 to 2006 period. In short, even before any real boost from the Bidenomics investments, very few of which have actually been made, American workers are acting feistier than they have in decades. In 2023, 30 significant work stoppages occurred, involving 465,000 workers and resulting in 16.7 million idle workdays, the most since 2000. The UAW stand-up strike followed several other large, successful strikes, ranging from UPS drivers to Hollywood screenwriters to Amazon warehouse workers and beyond. That being said, unions remain small and weak. Despite increased union efforts to organize, year-over-year gains in union ranks remain small. It is unclear if recent union victories can be scaled up and, more importantly, whether those victories can precipitate a new labor capital state contract that results in higher productivity and lower costs. This, then, is the crux of the issue. Can Bidenomics, or an America First policy worthy of the name, change the way that U.S. companies do business? Will such policies cause companies to invest more of their own capital, rather than returning it to their shareholders? The near-total lack of performance-related conditions in the 3 Bidenomics bills is a bad omen, but there is still time to remedy the situation. The 3 Biden bills make $12 billion available to the Detroit 3 to build EVs and their batteries. Why not condition its provision on enforceable commitments to build a minimum number of plants making a minimum number of batteries and EVs by 2028? It's certainly not a novel concept. The Marshall Plan imposed such conditions on France and Germany. The United States placed such conditions on its 1979 loan guarantee that saved Chrysler. And the Chinese regularly make examples of CEOs who tap public support to enrich themselves rather than the nation. The concept is, after all, utterly capitalist. If we are to put our taxpayers' money at risk, do we not have the right to expect a proportional reward? Yet, even assuming some modest decoupling from China and the American state's ability to catalyze domestic productive capacity additions, there remains the question of cost. The Asian mercantilist model has come to be rooted in scale and technology, but it began with, and continues to enjoy, or in the case of Japan, enjoyed until about 2000, advantages from lower pay and, in China's case, lower material costs resulting from weaker regulation. That probably means that the lowest ends of traded goods markets, like mass-market apparel, cheap PCs, very small cars, and commodity steels, will remain dominated by production in Asia, and perhaps someday India and Africa as well. But the United States is a comparatively rich country, so perhaps 2/3 of its markets for manufactured goods are available at our current factor costs for capital, labor, energy, materials, and land. But to keep it that way, and to push that 2/3 to 3/4 or more, our producers will need to achieve significantly lower unit costs for the products they make and sell here. One obvious way for American manufacturers to reduce production costs would be to invest heavily in R&D and fixed industrial capital. But that alone probably won't be enough. Prior waves of willy-nilly substitution of capital inputs for labor inputs generally ended badly. Of course, even at constant output, the reduction in labor input showed up as higher labor productivity, LP. But total factor productivity, TFP, that is, accounting for all of the factor inputs, typically flatlined when this approach was followed. In the automotive sector, the biggest wave of capital for labor substitution occurred between 1987 and 2015. But during that period, while labor productivity grew by 132.5%, total factor productivity grew by just 3.4%, suggesting that productivity growth attributable to other factors, mainly capital and materials, was strongly negative. This explains the anemic automaker and supplier profitability of this era. The automakers paid more for materials, including parts, than when they'd made them in-house, partly because suppliers' prices had to reflect their higher cost of capital versus what the automakers enjoyed. And beginning in 2011, when the automakers started to bring on new hires at the much lower wages permitted in their revised contracts with the UAW, even labor productivity flatlined, thanks to a less experienced workforce and the erosion of shop floor solidarity and learning that resulted from having, in today's terms, $15 and $30 an hour workers doing the same jobs, with the latter fighting for less mandatory overtime and the former trying to get every work hour they could. Despite the fact that dumping union labor and outsourcing parts making turned out to be an expensive, ineffective approach, most American manufacturers keep doing it. The recent strike wave in the United States holds promise for a more engaged labor movement, but any such upsurge remains immature and will inevitably be prone to a syndicalist emphasis on intra-firm distribution rather than addressing the larger economic and political tasks ahead. A useful labor resurgence must overcome not just worker cynicism and individualism but also corporate management's habit of opposing unions. It must defeat the bankrupt idea, accepted as fact by opinion leaders in both major U.S. political parties, that class conflict is bad for economic growth. The HR literature advances a number of plausible hypotheses linking unionization to productivity. Chief among them is that union membership lowers employee turnover because it usually provides workers with better wages, benefits, and greater protection against arbitrary discipline and discharge. But this kind of union advantage is just the tip of the iceberg of what's possible if and when union members engage. To put this in a longer historical context, we can look at the work of one of the first economists to rigorously and quantitatively study the issue of macro productivity in the early post-war period. John W. Kendrick worked as an economist from 1946 to 1953 at the Office of Business Economics, the predecessor to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Later, he was economics professor at George Washington University. In 1980, he argued that, in the post-war period, well-managed companies should share about 60% of total factor productivity gains with labor. Sharing more than that could endanger the profits required to reinvest in the business. Sharing less would increase inequality with no justification, leading to costly labor strife. Kendrick also noted that, by his definition of productivity, since the late 19th century, the secular rate of growth in real gross product per labor hour in the U.S. domestic business economy gradually accelerated from about 0.5% a year to a maximum average annual rate of 3.5% in the subperiod 1948 to 66. Since then, it declined to about 1% during the period 1973 to 78. It is worth noting that the 1948 to 66 period was one of high unionization, with frequent local and national strikes. Paradoxically, such labor militancy can be harnessed to the benefit of both companies and workers. Many manufacturing managers, especially those in the trenches on the shop floor, and especially those in industry before 1980, know that conflict is not inconsistent with productivity growth and cost reduction. In the 1980s, Detroit 3 executives began to classify each of their remaining factories as being either cooperative or bad boy plants. As the companies diverted more and more of their earnings to shareholders, and their market share continued to decline, they responded by closing more and more of their plants. Bad boy plants, of course, were the ones more often closed. If there was too much production capacity, why not shed it where the workforce was most militant? But the data coming in from bad boy plants slated for closure startled the executives. They sometimes exhibited the lowest costs and highest quality among the automakers' facilities. Moreover, when lower-level managers were consulted about this apparent anomaly, they revealed that these plants had been high performers all along, not just after their workers learned they were about to lose their jobs. Why would that be? Think about what one might call the production economy, the millions of jobs in which a series of tasks must be executed with a high degree of repetition. This sector includes not only factory work, but much of the service economy. Medical coding, processing insurance claims, making appropriate referrals in social service agencies, changing the oil in cars, etc. While there is a great deal of routine, there is also high variance in how much care, attention, and effort workers put in, particularly when rewards are paltry, as they have been for most such workers since the late 1970s. A large proportion of workers can be expected to figure out ways to do as little as possible without being terminated. Think of a classroom of students who know what it takes to get a C rather than an F, and who don't see any great advantage in expending the effort required to get an A. Even when compensation is decent, if increases in pay or other valued benefits, e.g. time off, are not visibly tied to worker, department, or workplace performance, the incentive to expend effort and stay engaged is weak. This is how capitalism is supposed to work, as the Milton Friedman quotation at the beginning of this article would suggest. Labor is a key factor input. For it to benefit, labor must be able to advocate for a return on its efforts, just as capital insists on one. Without the local union contract, and therefore in nearly all non-union plants, workers have had no recourse but to disengage and withhold effort, with the unfortunate productivity results we've already described. For labor to advocate for a return on its effort, it requires voice, a way to express its concerns and suggestions, and empowerment, a collective institution that has the skill and daring to make that voice protected, understandable, credible, and unignorable. In this context, the Japanese HR model emulated by U.S. firms since the early 1980s can be seen as a clever, though in retrospect cynical workaround. Rather than reward effort and engagement with money, this approach favored grafting a set of new worker management interactions on top of an unchanged compensation structure. Set up quality circles, organize workers into teams, have workers and managers share parking lots and cafeterias. Rename workers as associates or technicians. Listen to their views on which first-line supervisors are despotic and unreasonable. For a while, these workarounds sometimes bore enough fruit to produce compelling anecdotes, but the HR literature of the time produced virtually no quantitative evidence that the cooperationist approach yielded lasting gains in productivity or, therefore, reductions in product or service costs. Even where cooperationism was rigorously attempted, it turned out not to have legs. Very few workplaces have such programs in more than name only. And the idea that labor policy even matters has fallen into such disrepute that many employers, large and small, have outsourced most or all of the HR function to outside companies that use cookie-cutter algorithmic approaches to hiring, benefits administration, discipline, and termination. Today, having lost confidence in the promise of HR gimmicks, as well as simply replacing labor input with more capital input, we must search for and experiment with new approaches to counter the existential threat from the BYDs of the global market. One area of focus must be design. Understanding Tesla's single-decade takeover of the U.S. car, though not truck, market and of BYD's success in building high-quality EVs for about one-third of the cost of established Western automakers offers some important lessons. For example, nearly every vehicle built by American and European automakers uses one of two basic structural architectures: a body-on-frame architecture for most trucks and nearly all pickup trucks, and a so-called unibody architecture for all cars and most utility vehicles. Both feature a structure composed of roughly 50 stamped metal components that are welded or bolted to each other, and to which the outside panels of the vehicle, its skin, are attached. In most Teslas and BYDs, however, those 50-odd body structure components are replaced by just two parts known as gigacastings, each a single molded aluminum frame made up of a few vertical and a few horizontal spans. The initial cost to design and mold a gigacasting is substantial, and therefore competes with other uses of capital, including dividends and share buybacks. But the ultimate impact on vehicle cost is massive. 50 stamped components don't need to be bought from suppliers and stocked for future accident repairs. The body structure for vehicles with different body shapes can be modified by tweaking the computer programs that guide gigacasting mold building. Teardowns of Tesla and BYD models have found a number of other cost-saving innovations, all of which share the same economics. More capital up front, measurably lower costs once in production. Tesla is also militantly anti-union and aggressively fights union organizing campaigns. Not surprisingly, we see weak worker voice there. Employees fear reprisals for supporting any form of organization of workers or worker solidarity. This raises another set of questions. As a relatively young company, one branded by the media as a tech startup and led by an idiosyncratic and charismatic CEO, Tesla has not seemed to suffer from a lack of worker motivation or engagement, much like Ford in broad strokes in that company's earliest days. But a much larger question is whether Tesla can continue to maintain a quality, engaged workforce as it matures or experiences changes in leadership if its current attitudes toward labor persist. Specifically with regard to labor, some now conventional practices will need to be rethought. Not only has deunionization failed to restore productivity gains and perhaps pushed in the opposite direction, in the Detroit 3, it has also revealed a major drawback to what's called pattern bargaining. In many industries, and particularly in manufacturing and trucking, national unions have sought to negotiate master agreements that apply to all plants of the companies with which the union bargains. Local unions still have agreements covering matters specific to their particular location, of course, but pay levels are almost entirely set by the national pattern. The logic of a national pattern wage for each kind of job was, as the UAW's longest-serving leader, Walter Reuther, put it, to take wages out of competition. But it has had the unfortunate effect of limiting the ability of managers to reward workers for their contribution, arising from the resolution of the conflicts in which they engage, to higher productivity and lower costs. Prior to the 1990s, a portion of workers' pay could effectively be bargained locally, partly because grievance bargaining and the daily effort wage bargain could influence the jobs in which particular workers were classified, and there were still a few cents per hour at play locally. But today, there is little leeway for giving financial compensation for cost-saving improvements. to enlist workers in the fight for meaningful cost reductions in traded goods sectors that will need to change. In short, the sharing of productivity gains and cost reductions within the adversarial collective bargaining system provides a bold policy framework. Productivity bargaining acknowledges the plant knowledge, contributions, and innovations of workers on the shop floor. Based on rigorous analysis of 1970s shop floor data from the U.S. auto industry, it may show a way forward for unionized companies and their workers. The famous Hawthorne Work study, conducted at the Western Electric Company's large plant in Cicero, Illinois, was a landmark in American manufacturing history. At its peak, the complex employed 45,000 workers and produced consumer goods ranging from refrigerators to advanced communications equipment. Led by psychologist Elton Mayo in the 1920s and 30s, the study revolutionized our understanding of worker behavior and the dynamics of motivation, job satisfaction, behavioral change, and workplace leadership. A pivotal discovery was that workers performed better when they believed they were being observed, a cornerstone of motivation theory. As a result of the Hawthorne studies, there was a renewed emphasis on product quality, employee training, effective supervision, and improving working conditions as overseen unilaterally by management. These touchstones laid the foundation for the human relations movement, which still forms the basis for today's modern personnel and human resource management practices. UAW-organized auto plants make for an excellent case study due to a long, well-documented history of local and national collective bargaining, powerful local unions, and a highly developed workforce. While working for 8 years as an assembly line worker at a General Motors plant, this piece's co-author Craig Zabala studied collective bargaining at the plant level using participant observation research. In doing so, he came upon data that seemed counterintuitive to academic researchers, namely that shop floor bargaining had a major impact on plant output and product quality, and that so-called bad boy plants exhibited higher levels of shop floor engagement, better quality audits, and in most cases higher levels of plant labor productivity. Militant unionism took the job seriously. His observations led to significant breakthroughs in how economists, industrial leaders, and academics view productivity performance. The tug-of-war among plant managers, general superintendents, foremen, and workers, with management trying to get more out of workers than the contract stipulated, and workers likewise pushing back, resulted in fascinating results. Management needed workers to produce at high levels, but because they were organized, the workers would fight to be compensated for doing so. Evidence for their success could be seen in the hourly wage rate differences throughout the plant, which resulted from the to and fro of what Zabala called the effort wage bargain. Zabala took these observations further. He discovered that companies and unions collected historical data on this effort wage bargain behavior, though they paid little attention to it. He constructed one of the first time series datasets of shop floor bargaining at General Motors, spanning from the mid-1930s to the early 1980s and including a broad array of metrics: grievance bargaining, extralegal strike bargaining, wildcats, walkouts, absenteeism, quits, quality audits at the work group, departmental and plant level, accident rates, and on-the-job deaths. These data had been collected by plant management and the union and could be augmented with engineering data. Zabala asked how, without using this information, would management know what to do? On what information would it base decisions about which plants to invest in and which to close? When Zabala's plant-level research came to the attention of the U.S. Department of Labor, he was hired to continue this work as part of the department's productivity research program. Plant-level productivity research was a missing link in the department's microeconomic research program. General Motors and the UAW supported the effort. Within a few years, Zabala entered into a collaboration with John R. Norsworthy, who headed the Division of Productivity in the Office of Productivity and Technology at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. As economists there, Zabala and Norsworthy spent more than 10 years exploring whether there might be an alternative labor policy approach that could yield larger and more reproducible cost reductions in the automotive industry and, by extension, in U.S. manufacturing. Underpinned by Zabala's participant observation research, the authors sought to demonstrate empirically how worker behavior on the shop floor affected plant and company-level economic performance as constrained by company-wide labor policies. In their economic model of the firm, the moving parts were affected by the actions of workers and their union on the shop floor. Zabala and Norsworthy first built a model to gauge the effects on total factor productivity and the costs of varying levels of capital, labor, energy, and materials inputs in the U.S. motor vehicles and parts sector. Their next step was to construct and stir in proxies for worker attitudes. Specifically, plant-level data on grievances, and how quickly they got resolved, authorized and unauthorized strikes and quits. With plant performance quantified and rigorously modeled, companies could seek output gains and cost efficiencies and see to what extent they justified sharing with labor. Such an approach, embedded in adversarial bargaining, is not unlike what occurs in negotiations between a firm and its bankers on Wall Street when they work to hammer out acceptable terms for a capital raise or other financial transactions. Norsworthy and Zabala's model found quantitative links among worker performance, total factor productivity, and the cost of production. These simulation results overturned a lot of widely held assumptions. Neoclassical economics had always assumed that unions are cost increasing. Remarkably, this assumption had no measured basis. Prior to the work of Norsworthy and Zabala, the discipline had never measured the output and capital augmenting effects of worker behavior in a formal statistical model. The standard microeconomics theory of the firm, focused primarily on output measurement and cost accounting, postulated that workplaces and companies were simply a set of more or less identical institutions whose performance and profitability were controlled only by perfect competition, with new firms easily able to enter and above normal profits impossible to make. Capital, labor, energy, materials, and technology were assumed to be deployed in the fixed proportions of the production function. Getting past this gross oversimplification required the contribution of shop floor studies. Moreover, Zabala and Norsworthy found that the impact on productivity and the cost of varying the firm's capital inputs wasn't linear or invariant. It depended on how capital was applied, its cost in the credit markets, and on levels and types of labor capital conflict. Conflict measured, as already noted, by grievances, unauthorized strikes, and quits, moved the needle on productivity and cost by requiring negotiated improvements under enforceable local union contracts that addressed the issues over which workers and supervisors were at odds. The contract was a kind of living legal court. Most of the conflicts signaled by grievances, walkouts, and so on could be negotiated to acceptable resolution. Some had to be kicked up to higher levels of management, and a few required further concerted action to resolve. Every conflict and every ensuing negotiation was a learning opportunity. Over time, both sides accumulated a growing understanding of which changes advanced productivity and could reward those who contributed to its improvement. This shouldn't be a paradox. To benefit from productivity gains, labor must be able to advocate for a return on its efforts. Without a seat at the negotiating table, typically provided by local unions, workers have no recourse but to disengage and withhold effort, with unfortunate results that make the chances of rebuilding American industry unlikely. The shop floor data that Zabala used was laser-focused on production-related issues. Other correlates of worker attitudes and factory floor bottlenecks could also be discovered and incorporated into engineering models that could then be quickly translated into cost functions. Worker behavior is influenced by variables that include wages and fringe benefits, performance expectations, job security, and health and safety conditions. These variables are labor policy elements and are the constituents of the industrial relations policy expressed in conventional collective bargaining agreements. In the 1980s, however, it was difficult to run simulations even with a relatively short list of model inputs. Today, advances in computing, data scraping, and AI should make running these models easier. Historically, total factor productivity has increased more slowly than labor productivity because businesses have replaced labor with capital and other inputs. While this replacement reduces labor costs, it raises the costs of other inputs, in some cases pushing total costs. While this replacement reduces labor costs, it raises the costs of other inputs, in some cases pushing total costs higher. Just as total factor productivity is the right way to measure plant performance in physical terms, the unit cost of production measures plant performance in dollar terms. Norsworthy and Zabala simulated the capital savings from a 10% improvement in worker attitudes. Since capital is a fixed amount, the value of capital is called a shadow value in their model and associated with constraint. Its value changes if constraints are intensified or relieved, reflecting the marginal value or opportunity cost of relaxing or tightening them. Most analysts consider the shadow cost of capital based on borrowing constraints to leverage production, e.g., working capital lines of credit, and compare them to the firm's user costs. Norsworthy and Zabala introduce worker attitudes as a special type of technical change to see whether and, if so, how much those attitudes constrain capital. They tested a synthetic 10% improvement in worker attitudes, measured as a 10% improvement in the number and types of grievances filed. The grievance settlement rate, fewer unresolved grievances, a better grievance bargaining and settlement environment in the plant, fewer unauthorized strikes, and fewer quits. Unauthorized strikes are typically due to a poor grievance bargaining environment, too many unsettled grievances, or a strike over health and safety. For example, Zabala's plant had a wildcat strike after a worker was killed when he fell onto the conveyor belt due to unsafe machinery. Workers reacted spontaneously and shut the plant down. New safety policies were negotiated within days, and workers returned to work, but only after the production loss of thousands of vehicles, a terrible and unnecessary outcome of negative productivity bargaining over health and safety exacerbated by months of heavy overtime work. The simulation results for a 10% improvement in worker attitude on the shadow value of capital are summarized in Figure 4. The statistical tests found that the shadow values or implied cost savings of inputs in the cost function, capital, labor, energy, materials, changed significantly with a 10% improvement in worker attitudes. Specifically, the shadow value of capital input grew from about $1 billion in 1959 to over $5 billion in 1979. In May 2024, that $5 billion would have been more than $24 billion in 1977 to 79. Worker attitudes, and hence the payoff to addressing the sources of withheld effort, became more influential over the time period studied. Consider the implications of this experiment for the ability of big American automakers like GM and Ford to compete with Tesla, BYD, and other innovative low-cost producers. In 1978, roughly 9.5 million cars and light trucks were produced in U.S. factories. In today's dollars, the Norsworthy-Zabala experiment's $24 billion in capital saving would have meant that each could have been produced for $2,600 less, had there been a 10% response to expressions of labor voice. It also means that a company such as Ford, which in 2023 produced almost exactly 2 million vehicles in its American plants, could have earned, and therefore could have reinvested, as much as $5.2 billion more. A simple reading of our argument might suggest that highly unionized automakers in the 1970s and 1980s should have been highly profitable. One big reason they were not, of course, is that market share losses to newly capable foreign competitors were sapping their economies of scale. But it was also because the focus of union bargaining was on establishing a national wage pattern rather than addressing stagnating productivity. Both the automakers and the UAW International in Detroit strongly opposed giving local plants more power to negotiate, fearing it might cost them control of national bargaining. And particularly after 1980, the UAW was laser-focused on minimizing national contract concessions, and its leadership was in no mood for local union militancy or problem-solving. Nor was that leadership aware of the root causes of the employer's productivity doldrums. Not since the early 1960s had the UAW made any serious attempts to get the automakers to share their production or financial data. The result was a major lost opportunity to maximize factor inputs and slash costs to address the emerging competitive horizon. The productivity bargaining needed to achieve the kind and level of results found in the Norsworthy-Zabala experiment would require the company to open the books at the plant level for transparency, accuracy, and accountability as new policies related to production are designed and implemented by both management and labor. Pattern bargaining, which takes place primarily at the national union and corporate levels, rather than at the plant level, cannot produce comparable results. Productivity bargaining draws attention to interfirm and interplant differences in productivity gains and cost reductions, and improvements become the basis for sharing gains between capital and labor. Of course, the Norsworthy-Zabala results were only a simulation based on a narrow set of worker voice indicators. Using a much broader set of such indicators, and with companies opening the books to show output and financial information, would likely lead to even larger cost savings being identified and shared. The challenge from BYD neatly encapsulates the potential for an extinction-level event for American production in the absence of a new model that can deliver huge scale and much lower unit costs. It challenges corporations to reconsider their ruinous habit of stock buybacks and generous dividend payments. It demands that they up their investment game. To compensate for the excessive sell-off and write-downs of vertical integration and their post-2009 dependency on cheap credit in the capital markets, the programs initiated by the 3 Biden bills will have to face up to the error of subsidizing investment while imposing no meaningful conditions on the recipients of state largesse. For its part, labor must get bigger, stronger, and above all smarter if it is not only to share in but also to contribute to the big increases in productivity required for large reductions in cost. We judge its leadership to be readier than employers and more reliable as partners than the easily distracted and arguably captured state. While simply fighting for a larger share of a pie that soon may be shrunk, this time by formidable China-based competitors, is desirable, it is not sufficient. Unions and the companies that employ their members must be players in a comprehensive plan in which union members share in the gains from qualitatively higher productivity. Such a plan, inevitably quarterbacked by the federal government, may well be the only way to reindustrialize America. On a rainy August day in a United Mine Workers of America, UMWA, hall in Mattawan, West Virginia, my fellow tourists and I got to meet an endangered species. Real-life union miners. Most of them were retired. We were there to celebrate 100 years since the largest armed labor uprising in American history. The Battle of Blair Mountain stands as a seminal moment in U.S. labor relations. It wasn't a small thing. The largest instance of civil violence since the Civil War. It also featured the only use of aerial bombing in anger on U.S. soil, though the bombs were dropped by private planes, not by U.S. military aircraft, as is sometimes claimed. Miners sought to unionize the coal fields of the southern three counties in West Virginia by force. The spark that set off mass mobilization was the death of Mattawan Police Chief Sid Hatfield, an ally of the miners, killed by gun thugs hired by the coal operators. The miners stood down when the army was called in, and thereafter endured a period of hard times before the Roosevelt administration arrived with more favorable rules for collective bargaining. Today, the once mighty UMWA is close to defunct, declining along with the coal industry, and its pension fund is insolvent. Between 2011 and 2016, a total of 40,000 coal mining jobs were lost, and today the United States produces about half as much coal as it did a decade ago. About 10,000 more jobs were lost in 2019 alone, according to the U.S. Energy Information Agency, leaving the total number of employees at 42,159 as of 2020. A UMWA policy document from April 2021 more or less admits it's over and focuses on how the communities once sustained by coal might avoid being left behind amid the global energy transition. Communities that have been hit hard by the drop in coal production and employment, it reads, have received little help from Washington, even though policies developed in the nation's capital are to a large degree responsible for coal's depression. In 2011, a Blair Mountain March was organized in an effort to preserve the area from mountaintop removal mining. Although strengthening organized labor was one of the march's four stated purposes, the real driving force was environmental activists with a hostility to coal. In other words, the activists and labor historians in Charleston have been eagerly awaiting the end of mining for at least 10 years. This summer, unless you noticed the union sponsors, you'd be forgiven for thinking the Blair Mountain cause had more to do with environmentalism or historic preservation than labor. Charles Keeney, a descendant of one of the leaders of the Blair Mountain miners and author of a book called The Road to Blair Mountain, told Teen Vogue, "It's four generations of the powers that be, saying, coal is your identity. My contention is coal has stolen our identity. We're trying to reclaim it." During the tour through Mattawan, featuring a Mother Jones impersonator, we stopped at the Union Hall and heard from some of the locals' officers. Most of the locals' members were retired. The UMWA has more retirees than active members, and while they continue to lobby for their members in Washington, it's hard to see much of a future for the union if nobody's going to the mines anymore. The response from larger union leadership and the Democratic Party seems to be, let them eat solar panels. What remains is the question of what all these West Virginians are going to do, other than fentanyl. And nobody seems to have a good answer. The labor movement contributes a frisson of working-class consciousness to the Democratic coalition, but coal miners are far down the intersectional totem pole. This reflects a pretty steep decline in the clout of the UMWA specifically and labor in general. Richard Trumka, a man who once ran the UMWA and went on to lead the AFL-CIO, died this year. West Virginia's idiosyncratic senator, Joe Manchin, an honorary UMWA member, may be enjoying a brief moment in the sun, but West Virginia's union miners aren't the force they once were. The UMWA itself may be counting on a post-coal future, but so far no help has come from Washington to manage it. A lot has been said about the GOP's possible transition into a workers' party. Just as Reagan converted the GOP into a conservative party, Trump has converted the GOP into a populist working-class party. Stephen Moore told journalist Jonathan Swan in 2016, Trump promised the moon to America's deindustrialized workers, but on the ground not much has changed for West Virginia's former coal communities. They were going down before Trump, and they're still declining. 6 major coal companies declared bankruptcy by 2016, according to Evan Osnos in The Guardian. Many of them, as part of the bankruptcy process, have shed pension and health care commitments to union workers and retirees. This might be unfair, but with coal increasingly looking like a dead end, it does seem inevitable. The fate of America's coal miners is an exaggerated version of what's happened to private sector unions as a whole. Their membership has been declining for decades, and today private sector union membership stands at about 6.2%. In concept, however, unions are extremely popular. Support for unions among Americans is the highest it's been since 1965, according to an article in Fortune this December. Even right-of-center politicians have begun to take notice and are speaking more about worker power, though concrete action remains elusive. Senator Marco Rubio earned himself a brief news cycle in March 2021 when he suggested conservatives might stand aside and allow Amazon workers to unionize. The point became moot when workers at the Bessemer, Alabama, Amazon warehouse voted down unionization, though the NLRB has ordered a new election. For its part, the union put out a statement saying they welcome support from all quarters. This should not be a partisan issue. The best work on the right about worker power has come from American Compass. The failure of organized labor as an economic institution and a source of worker power is an inevitable consequence of America's enterprise-level system, wrote Orrin Cass, in which unionization is a fight waged workplace by workplace. Bargaining only occurs after a successful vote, and employers who reach agreements with unions find themselves at a competitive disadvantage. American Compass commissioned a survey that strongly indicated a desire on the part of workers for unions to stick to workplace issues and stay out of national political debates. Of potential union members in the sample, sticking to workplace issues was favored by 74% to 26%. They also favored businesses themselves staying out of social justice causes by nearly 2-1. This is a striking indictment of currently existing private sector unions, joined at the hip to the Democratic Party, which contribute to the party's piggy banks and lend the activism of their rank and file members. In particular, the SEIU's Amalgamated Bank provides financial services for Democratic campaigns and the DNC. The Lincoln Project, interestingly enough, banked with Amalgamated from its inception. With the exception of a few builders' unions, political donations tend to be one-sided as well. And union members are right to question what they're getting out of this deal, as some left-wingers do. The question for America's union members is whether anything tangible will flow back to us if Biden is elected, or if we will, as has happened in previous Democratic administrations, have to satisfy ourselves with pats on the head and White House photo ops, wrote Hamilton Nolan at In These Times. Nolan argues, in much the same way as American Compass's contributors, that unions would be better off spending their money helping members and making more of them. But without any divorce between the unions and the Democratic Party on the horizon, and as long as the currently existing unions, as opposed to unionization in concept, are unpopular anyway, it probably doesn't make sense for the right to try to make serious overtures to, say, the AFL-CIO. It's also possible to take the injunction for labor to get out of politics too far, because the fights that seem most worth having are, necessarily, highly political. The jobs of tomorrow are inherently difficult to unionize in the normal way. Millions may be moving into gig work with its flexibility offset by a lack of benefits and low pay, but traditional modes of unionization don't work there. There's no factory to lock owners out of, and there's an army of scabs at the other end of the apps. What this means is that any effort to put collective bargaining in place for these workers will have to come from legislatures. In other words, introducing some kind of collective bargaining scheme for gig workers is a highly political cause. It's also one that, despite the solidaristic noises emanating from the smarter corners of the right-wing commentariat, the Republican Party is unlikely to take up anytime soon. Any widespread effort to create worker cooperatives, even if they stuck to service provision, would probably be seen as, and would in fact be, political too. As Wells King wrote for American Compass, the organizations hoped for do not exist in large part because legally they cannot. You need politics to change those rules. I'd love to be proved wrong, but this does not seem high on the priority list for conservative legislators, even if it should be. Despite the close relationship between America's large unions and the Democratic Party, conservatives might be able to appreciate the way in which labor has exercised a restraining influence on vaccine mandates during the COVID-19 pandemic. Even the National Education Association, NEA, supported only a vaccine and test requirement, leaving the door open to testing for unvaccinated teachers, and in New York unions negotiated the vaccine exemption. No worker should suffer any form of discipline or discrimination for refusing to be vaccinated. Read the AFL-CIO's petition to the Labor Department in March 2020. The Teamsters oppose mandatory vaccination, as does New York State United Teachers. Generally speaking, the closer the union is to the Democratic Party, the more open to mandates it is. The SEIU, for instance, whose activists fill progressive protests and whose amalgamated bank is closely integrated into the Democratic machine, is for vaccine mandates. By contrast, many police and firefighters' unions oppose them. A Chicago Teamsters local lost a fight with their medical benefits fund over its mandatory vaccine policy. Vaccines being necessary and good, I hope it isn't perverse to say I find this resistance heartening. We shouldn't be too comfortable with a world where employers increasingly assert the right to stick a needle in an employee's arm, and it's good to see workers pushing back. Conservatives should consider that vaccine mandates would be stricter without the presence of unions. Regardless, pandemic measures have created challenges for unions, as they have for most social organizations. Among the other casualties of COVID-19 seems to be labor militancy. According to Bureau of Labor Statistics work stoppage data, 2018 and 2019 were the largest years for strikes since 1986, with 20 and 25 work stoppages, respectively, including large strikes by teachers in a number of states. But in 2020, there were only 8. There was a lot of hype about strikes in 2021, especially around Striketober, with NBC dubbing it the Year of the Worker. But as Doug Henwood admitted this January on his blog, the vaunted strike wave more or less failed to materialize. The one bright spot when it comes to unionization in America is in journalism, where, along with some old publications getting new unions, workers at vastly overvalued media companies are attempting to lay claim to a piece of the venture capital funding. Vox, BuzzFeed, Gawker, HuffPo, Salon, Slate, Pitchfork, New York Magazine, and The Onion have all unionized in the last 6 years. A total of 142 publications have unionized since 2015. The media organization Pointer called the trend not just a wave, but a movement. These digital media unions also get an outsized amount of attention because these are the workers that put out much of the content that gets consumed. What remains to be seen is how much unionization really matters in an industry as unstable as this one. The model is about as different as one could imagine from the sort of grand concordat between labor and capital that characterized the heyday of mid-20th century unionism. Many of these media unions feel like rearguard actions, reflective more of workers hanging on for dear life in a time of declining circulation and the imperatives of the attention economy than a stable equilibrium. Take, for instance, the Roanoke Times, which unionized in the recent wave. It was one of a collection of Virginia papers owned for most of the 2010s by Berkshire Hathaway. The paper approved the union right after it was sold to Lee Enterprises in early 2020. In the sale, Berkshire became the sole creditor of the new owners and retained all the newspaper's real estate, which is now leased. Warren Buffett hasn't gotten out of the newspaper business. He just decided it was better to be its banker than own the papers directly. Several other formerly Berkshire-owned papers have unionized during the recent wave as well, like the Omaha World Herald and Charlottesville's Daily Progress, as have a few papers Lee owned prior to that purchase, in small markets like Missoula, Montana, and Casper, Wyoming. But Lee's newly unionized newsrooms occur in the context of a heavily indebted company, which only barely fended off a bid from journalism's Grim Reaper, Alden Global Capital, this November. If the subsequent year or so is any indication, there may not be much of a Roanoke newspaper left, unionized or not. According to the local CBS affiliate, within the last 12 months, 25% of the staff was cut, and in April further cuts were announced, slashing 9 more newsroom staff positions and leaving the total at 37, with circulation at about a third of where it was a decade ago. According to one person quoted in the story, its readership isn't growing either. A union may help get workers a better deal, but it's no substitute for a stable business model. Meanwhile, at the higher end, BuzzFeed's union, formed in 2019, has yet to successfully negotiate a pay raise for workers. In fact, the union agreed to a 20% pay cut in 2020, ostensibly to keep the company from having to lay anyone off. Vox's union has been more successful. Moreover, it's hard not to notice that these media unions are often at the forefront of woke politics in newsrooms. At Gannett, the major fight News Guild picked was over newsroom diversity and pay disparities. One of the Slate union's demands from management was a diversity task force. But the trend is most noticeable at the top of the industry at the New York Times. In response to the Times running an op-ed by Senator Tom Cotton, News Guild of New York put out a statement saying it undermines the journalistic work of our members, puts our black staff members in danger, promotes hate, and is likely to encourage further violence. About 2 months later, the union put out a set of diversity demands that included diversity commissars being installed on the masthead and in the C-suite. In 2020, the Times' union denounced their colleague Brett Stevens for daring to criticize the 1619 Project, and elsewhere made demands related to sensitivity reads, in which an article is vetted for potentially offensive content. This is much more common than you might think. Diversity committees being granted the power to comb content for thought crime is the great, and largely undiscussed, change to the editorial process in American newsrooms during the last few years. Times union members led the charge for longtime union comrade and colleague Donald McNeil's head, and the union put out a statement saying he more or less had it coming. The Times' union is seeing increased activity from younger members, some of whom are spearheading an effort to get more of their colleagues engaged in conversations about things like workplace diversity and inclusion, is how Vanity Fair put it. What this means in practice is that at the New York Times, and one suspects at other media unions too, solidarity ends the moment you publish something the wokest union members find offensive, offer mild criticism of a colleague, or say anything perceived as racially insensitive. While I personally think it would be great if the Washington Post's demographic makeup were made to match the city it serves, I hope they start with the opinion section. The focus by these media unions on diversity quotas and pay gaps is in some ways a concession to the brutal competition of the industry. It's the odd union movement that fights not for the currently employed workers, but for the ideal ones they'd like management to hire. Instead of fighting for a larger slice of the pie, they're fighting for a smaller and smaller piece to go to different people. While it's certainly true that traditional models of unionization are broken, the new focus of these media unions seems to have very little to do with getting a better deal for workers. When Americans endorse union membership by such large margins, could this really be what they have in mind? During a Blair Mountain Centennial lecture on museums and activism in Charleston, one of the curators invited to speak talked up her own union membership at a museum in Pennsylvania. Museums, too, have had an uptick in unionization in the last couple of years, and even a few graduate student unions have formed at universities. It's easy to be cynical about a unionized knowledge class worker going to West Virginia, which has lost tens of thousands of union jobs in recent years, to talk about how to bring social justice to museum exhibits. But this is, more or less, the trajectory of labor in the United States. Unionization for museum workers and journalists, gig work for everyone else. In West Virginia, as coal has receded and Blair Mountain has become a floating signifier, workers are caught between a right not quite ready to prioritize their interests, still preferring shareholders to workers, and a left that hates coal. Not for nothing were past reenactments of the Blair Mountain March met with hostility and even assault by people along the route, many of them coal families who were angered by the involvement of environmentalists, according to the New York Times. Then, on a deeper level, there's the question of whether real solidarity is even possible on the left anymore. Certainly the concerns of poor whites with reactionary tendencies just don't rate next to trendy identity politics and a green agenda that asks people to be satisfied with less instead of demanding more. For all we hear about the excesses of populism, here are some people who could use a good deal more. The teachers have a union, but virtually nobody else does. Those favored workers are committed, via the NEA, to bringing critical race theory to their children, and everyone else is left hoping less for union jobs than job simpliciter. The writing is on the wall, or rather, the doors. Following the failed passage of $2,000 stimulus checks in early January 2021, the two most powerful members of Congress found their homes vandalized. Worse, My Money was spray-painted on Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's front door in Kentucky. In San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi's garage door bore the message, "We want everything." The implicit bargain at the beginning of the pandemic, when the government essentially paid citizens to stay at home, sparked understandable anger when benefits ran out but quarantines dragged on. Yet the graffiti demand for everything, painted beneath $2,000 with a line drawn through it, suggests a larger discontent. Businessman Andrew Yang made an impressive run in the Democratic primaries as a presidential candidate, and later the New York mayoral race, with a single-issue campaign promising a universal basic income, UBI, of $1,000 monthly to every adult citizen. UBI is both radical and logical, unprecedented at large scale in human history, yet the implicit culmination of the expansionary welfare state. It promises our managerial elite a peaceful revolution and a powerful reduction of discontent, which helps explain its endorsement by economists and billionaires alike. And it seems necessary because of the growing prevalence of low-wage, dead-end jobs, with 53 million or so Americans stuck there thanks in large part to globalization and automation. But there is another path possible for our country. Instead of separating work from remuneration, we could make a substantial effort to increase productivity throughout our workforce and thereby increase earnings. Those who want to strengthen the working class and rebuild the American dream have yet to address the biggest economic problem. Blue-collar wages are stagnant because productivity is stalled, and productivity is more important than any other factor. Those currently drafting a post-COVID economic policy agenda must realize that reforms which fail to improve productivity will fail to make the entire working class self-sufficient. If we want to oppose the slide towards a UBI and reclaim the profound American tradition of self-reliant workers supporting strong families and communities, we must launch a major attempt to revolutionize our workers' productivity. Reformers typically identify market power, regulatory capture, and crony capitalism as the main obstacles to widely shared economic advance. These are real problems, and corporations that pursue them cause real harms. Yet the work of redressing them, while necessary, is insufficient to address the deepest causes of our shortage of good jobs. The fundamental reason why a living wage is out of reach for so many is not the decline of unions or the rise of superstar firms, but the stagnation of productivity coupled with a sharp increase in the costs of non-commodity necessities such as housing, healthcare, and education. As Oren Cass and Fred Block have recently highlighted the problem of the rising cost of thriving, we will focus on the former issue of stagnant productivity. Low productivity is not a satisfying villain for those who want to point fingers. It is popularly seen as an excuse to fatten profits rather than a problem in its own right. Yet the hopes of reformers will go unfulfilled unless it is addressed. Our situation has some notable parallels with the time of the first President Roosevelt, who sought a middle way between socialism and laissez-faire. In word and deed, he was a proponent of the strenuous life of personal responsibility, holding that the chief factor in any man's success or failure must be his own character. That is, the sum of his common sense, his courage, his virile energy and capacity. Yet it was precisely Roosevelt's appreciation for individual action that allowed him to see clearly its limits and the need for both government and civil society. His experience as a rancher and soldier, as well as his visits to the tenements with Jacob Riis and his lifelong Dutch Reformed faith, taught him that the individual's success cannot be sustained without a thriving community. In the long run, I saw that it was the affair of all our people to see that justice obtained between the big corporation and its employees, and between the big corporation and its smaller rivals, as well as its customers and the general public. I saw that it was the affair of all of us, and not only of the employer, if dividends went up and wages went down, that it was to the interest of all of us that a full share of the benefit of improved machinery should go to the workmen who used the machinery, and also that it was to the interest of all of us that each man, whether brain worker or hand worker, should do the best work of which he was capable, and that there should be some correspondence between the value of the work and the value of the reward. Our economy has certainly changed over the past century. We have proportionately fewer commodities, more services, and far more firms seeking insulation from competition through advertising, switching costs, and network effects. Yet this passage from Teddy Roosevelt still sums up the fundamental factors involved in wage justice today. Firms making economic profits and offering dividends should not be reducing wages. Capital investment which raises productivity should proportionately raise wages. Laborers should do their jobs well and should have a corresponding reward for the value they create by doing so. If we want a renewed Rooseveltian square deal, then workers, employers, government, and civil society each will need to chip in by increasing productivity and rewarding it fairly. Political liberty and economic freedom have been linked in the American imagination since the Boston Tea Party. The goal of our nation's political economy should be for a living or self-sufficiency wage to be normative and commonplace, the rule rather than the exception. With some rounding, this is a measurable goal. Researchers at the University of Washington and MIT have made county-by-county calculations of what it would take for variously sized households to attain a decent standard of living without needing government or private aid. For example, looking at the requirements for a dual-income couple with 2 school-age children in St. Joseph, Indiana, the county where we live, the UW team estimates that $58,540 in pre-tax income is needed, while researchers at MIT suggest that $63,792 is necessary. These numbers may seem high, especially if we note that the median household income in our county is $53,881. We are more accustomed to thinking of hardship as afflicting a smaller number of unfortunate people. something like the estimated 15.7% of our county's residents who live below the federal poverty guideline, which is $26,500 for a family of 4. The official federal poverty measure, which is still based on the cost of food in 1963, adjusted for family size and annual inflation, is widely acknowledged to be crude. By contrast, the measures by UW and MIT are indexed to the local cost of living for housing, childcare, food, transportation, and other basic necessities. Whether one or both parents are assumed to be working, a typical low-wage household in our county would fall well short of attaining self-sufficiency. For example, among the 10 most common jobs in our county are sales, food prep and service, and cleaning and maintenance, which respectively pay on average $26,286, $20,198, and $25,707. Among leading low-wage occupations in our county, only construction workers, $47,399, and transportation and material movers, $32,507, made more than half of the self-sufficiency wage in 2019. Readers ought to look at the statistics for their hometown. How far are we from the self-sufficiency wage being the norm for American workers? Of the 122 million people making up the bulk of our workforce, the Brookings Institution found that 53 million are low-wage earners. Of these 53 million, their median earnings were $10.22 hourly and $17,950 annually. Tellingly, nearly half of low-wage workers were employed in 10 occupations, with retail salespersons, clerks, cooks, cleaners, movers, servers, and construction workers at the top of the list. While there are 38 million working Americans aged 25 to 54 without college degrees, there are only 11 million jobs offering a living wage which do not require higher education, and an additional 9 million promising jobs which offer a ladder toward a good job. Worse yet, we are on a downward trajectory. The Bureau of Labor Statistics projects that the 3 fastest-growing jobs by 2029 will all have median wages below $30,000, while only 2 of the top 30 growth industries offered more than $45,000 without requiring a 4-year degree. The prevalence of low-paying jobs, especially for workers with less education, has created in many cases not so much a gap as a chasm between what it would take for a family to be self-sufficient and what they earn. How much of this problem is due to wages being too low, and how much from costs being too high? Orrin Cass's Cost of Thriving Index illustrates how typical estimates of inflation understate the actual increase in the cost of the major basket of goods which social norms dictate for a middle-class family of 4: college, transportation, healthcare, and housing. While the median male worker in 1985 would have had to pay roughly 30 weeks' salary to cover a standard amount of consumption of these goods, their equivalents in 2020 would have required over 53 weeks' salary. In other words, the median worker is no longer even close to a family sufficiency wage. We can employ the Cost of Thriving Index to consider the relative weight of low pay and of high costs. Both are serious problems, but which is worse? An estimate can be made by noticing that, of the 4 goods Cass examines, the rate of their growth has been very uneven. Over that same period, the median male American worker's salary increased from $693 per week to $1,026, an improvement of 48%. There has thus been a wide discrepancy between the 2 goods with relatively clear market structures and the 2 goods with distorting subsidies and costs that are not as clear at the point of use. For the median worker, transportation and housing are roughly as affordable as they were in 2000, but college and healthcare cost well more than twice as much as they did at the turn of the millennium. What if the costs of college and healthcare had instead risen in tandem with the cost of transportation? Would the median worker, or more important, the lower-wage, less-educated worker, still have seen their standard of living decline? Asking this question can help us see whether the bigger problem has been stagnant wages or rising prices for important non-commodity goods. An increase of 20% over that 18-year period would have brought the cost of college to $4,964 and healthcare to $7,723, making the 2018 basket cost $37,460. We have used those numbers for our hypothetical adjusted cost of thriving index below, as well as adding in BLS data for a wider range of workers. A few important points can be seen in this data. First, wages have been rising for median and first quartile workers as well as those in the third quartile. Every group would have seen their standard of living increase rather than decrease between 2000 and 2018, had the cost of healthcare and education grown at a restrained rate. Targeted reforms to bring down the costs of healthcare and higher education, then, are necessary to help American families to thrive. Yet, even if such reforms had been enacted decades ago, the families of most workers without a college education, and 25% or more of the workers who did graduate college would still be struggling. Recall that the median male American worker's CODI in 1985 was about 30. In 2018, even if healthcare and college had since 2000 only increased their costs in tandem with transportation, fewer than 75% of men with high school diplomas but without college educations would meet that standard. Even the first quartile of college graduates, with a COTI in our hypothetical of 37.8, would be significantly worse off than the median male earner of 1985, when roughly a quarter of the male workforce had a BA or higher. Such findings suggest that while wages have risen across this time period, they have not risen enough to cover even a reasonable increase in the cost of social necessities, let alone the actual costs which households face. Reducing the cost of healthcare and education is thus necessary. So too is increasing the wages of most American workers. Given how high the cost of thriving is, how high the self-sufficiency wage needs to be, it is unsurprising that few households rely on a single breadwinner and nothing else. Public and private assistance, along with families pooling their members' incomes, make up a substantial percentage of the distance between individual salaries and family needs, and thus not all of the 53 million American low-wage workers are living in poverty. Yet the existence of safety nets does not solve the problem. The American ideal is built not upon sufficient handouts but upon the meaningful opportunity for self-sufficiency. And the best way to increase working-class self-sufficiency is through improving working-class productivity. One might object, what if workers just need more and better unions so that they are paid what they already deserve, rather than needing to be more productive so that they can deserve more in the future? The decoupling of productivity and pay since the 1970s has been well documented. While the middle of the 20th century saw average wages rise in tandem with productivity increases, for the past 50 years overall productivity growth has outpaced average wages. Yet when we look at particular industries instead of the economy as a whole, the picture looks more fair. Industry-specific data collected by the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows annual increases in compensation to be strongly correlated with increases in value produced, although raises do lag a few percentage points behind productivity gains. Moreover, in a number of blue-collar jobs, from motor vehicle manufacturing to warehousing and storage, compensation gains have outpaced improvements in productive value. Economic theory has been caricatured as holding that the exact amount that a particular employer will pay just happens to be exactly what an individual employee is worth in objectively measured contribution to the enterprise. The considered view of economists, however, is that not the only, but the main determinant of workers' pay is the value of their marginal product. John Bates Clark, who developed the economic theory linking marginal product and pay in response to socialist condemnations of capitalism as extortion, held that unions play an essential role in equalizing the bargaining power of workers and employers, and were necessary in order for workers to be paid what they deserved. Empirical economic studies make no claim for a perfect equality between pay and productivity. One notable study concluded that workers are on average paid no more than 85% of their marginal product. What matters for our argument is simply that the gap between productivity and pay, averaging roughly 15%, is far smaller than the chasm between self-sufficiency and pay, which as we saw above is over 100% for many low-wage industries. While there is some room to play catch-up by increasing wages toward 100% of marginal product, we also need productive value to increase significantly. To reiterate, it's true that human resources departments set salary bands where, within broad ranges, wages are indeterminate and set by bargaining. There is a range of possible wages, and the exact rate paid is determined by the relative bargaining power of employers and workers. Collective bargaining matters, and it's true and pernicious that our political economy has been arranged for decades to undermine its possibility and efficacy. Yet this misses the point that the HR-approved range of wages comes not from upper limits at which they would bankrupt the enterprise and lower limits at which no workers would accept them, but rather a rough estimate of the range of values a marginal worker could add to the firm. Individual employees are able to bargain for a better spot in the given range precisely insofar as they are able to indicate that they are likely to be more productive than the average worker filling their role. Commentators on the left and the reformist right focus almost exclusively on closing the gap between productivity and pay, decrying not only the decline of unions but also issues like market power, non-compete clauses, and exclusionary contracting. More centrist economists will focus on issues like task bias, technological change, and trade shocks. Each of these factors is significant, but even if these were all addressed, they could not span the chasm between low-wage jobs and what is required for self-sufficiency. Relative bargaining power is arguably the second most important factor affecting pay, after productivity. If a general strike by essential workers during the pandemic was a feasible political threat, then we could be confident that hazard pay at national retailers would have been much more generous than the pittance which was offered. Or, if there were formalized sectoral bargaining, as exists in Germany and as some call for in America, then the salaries negotiated would fall closer to the upper end of the salary bands. Again, all these issues matter, but they do not get to the heart of the problem. When it comes to the typical low-wage jobs that trap millions of Americans in dependency wages, such as retail sales, food prep, transportation, and material movers, collective bargaining would narrow but could not close the gap between wages and the cost of living. Emphasizing that better productivity is the key to improvements in working-class jobs raises the specter of the speed-up, where assembly lines are cranked up, tracking devices monitor warehouse workers' steps per minute, etc., yet wages remain stagnant. A recent example of what we are not calling for can be seen in the automation of Coles warehouses in Australia. The grocery chain is reportedly building smart warehouses in part to destroy its workers' union, refusing to allow members with seniority to apply for the new warehouse jobs and locking out from their current warehouses those workers who attempted a strike. For productivity increases to lead to better pay as well as higher profits, there must be trust within a company that workers will be rewarded for their improvements in efficiency. This once was normal in the United States, as witnessed in 1890 by Alfred Marshall in his Magisterial Principles of Economics. The employer would often find the total cost of his goods lowered if he could get 20 men to turn out for a wages bill of £50 as much work as he had previously got done by 30 men for a wages bill of £40. In all matters of this kind, the leadership of the world lies with America, and it is not an uncommon saying there that he is the best businessman who contrives to pay the highest wages. In the age of ruthless cost-cutting, seeking to reclaim this high productivity and high pay approach may seem quixotic, yet there are still many firms where it is a normal part of the culture. MIT business professor Zeynep Tun has richly documented the good jobs strategy, whereby firms that invest in worker productivity and career development find increased long-run profitability, even in a competitive environment. The distinctive feel of Southwest Airlines flights and Trader Joe's stores is not an accident, but the result of a carefully pursued virtuous cycle, where relatively high labor budgets lead to a good quality and quantity of labor, which yields good operational execution, generating higher than average sales and profits, in turn allowing the cycle to repeat. While typical retail industries will pare staff to a bare minimum, harry them into exhaustion, and suffer long-term lost profits from dissatisfied customers, good jobs employers operate with slack and then cross-train their employees so that, as at Trader Joe's, stockers might swap recipe ideas with customers, and managers will take a turn scrubbing the toilets. Having more people on the job, standardizing many tasks into simple routines, and then empowering workers to employ their human creativity to figure out what else should be done is a path toward major productivity increases. For example, QuickTrip pays its store managers between $60,000 and $80,000. A strong self-sufficiency wage that is both possible and deserved thanks to excellent management. The result: QuickTrip's profit per store is more than double the industry average for convenience stores and 89% higher than the top quartile in the industry. Zeynep Tun's MIT colleague Paul Osterman has done related work on good jobs providers and what he calls the high road approach. He finds particular room for improvement in productivity and quality within manufacturing and the long-term care sector, through the adoption of high-performance work systems which offer broader jobs, enhanced training, employee involvement, and smarter operational and production strategies. Other economists studying the effects of raises for particular warehouse workers and customer service representatives have found not only that individual workers increased their productivity such that the firms gained more in profits than they paid out in excess wages, but also that competing firms were pushed to raise their own wages. This suggests that it's not simply the case that relatively high-paying firms are attracting the best workers, but also that the average low-wage worker can and will perform better, given sufficient reason to do so. Although firms may intend to maximize profits, they rarely know how to maximize the efficiency of their internal operations, which helps to explain why firms do not always improve productivity and pay. Economist Roger France estimates that the average firm operates at only 80% of its efficiency, meaning that 20% more productive work could be gained through better management and organization of the same resources and employees. Of course, the room for productivity increases, and thus more frequent self-sufficiency wages will vary by sector. Services that are both produced and consumed locally often have little capacity for productivity increases. Plumbers have all the tools that will fit on their belts, and string quartets are not going to increase their tempo by 25% as though they were an uninteresting podcast. Yet some local services can be improved upon, such as checkout counter work, while others are tradable outside the community. Inviting further productivity increases with improved communication and transportation. And again, adoption of a good jobs or high road strategy in manufacturing can yield substantial results. The classic example here is the Toyota production system. If this is true, then why are so many firms leaving money on the table by failing to increase productivity, and thus wages along with profits? There are at least two reasons. First, taking the high road is easier said than done. It requires a commitment to excellence and a detailed operational strategy that PR teams may promote but managers have difficulty implementing. Second, the low road is also a path to profitability. For firms to switch from treating employees as a cost to minimize to treating them as an investment to maximize, they often face a worse before better dynamic, where long-run gains can only be attained after short-run sacrifice and extra effort. An external impetus is thus necessary in many cases to encourage a firm to attempt the climb from the low to the high road. The legal and regulatory context for business, with its powerful impact upon corporate decision-making, can provide this impetus. Public policy can and must work to encourage greater productivity through greater investment in workers. Such an approach would in turn yield more jobs that provide a self-sufficiency wage. What kind of policy reforms are needed to improve working-class productivity and pay? We can distinguish among three levels of proposals and three scales for change: piecemeal, meta-interventional, or systemic. The most straightforward types of suggestions, readily found in reports from think tanks like the Brookings Institution or the Aspen Institute, offer useful incremental reforms: an apprenticeship here, a retraining program there. One plan has two catchphrases right in the URL: tax wealth, not work, and provide scholarships for service. At the opposite extreme are wholesale revisions that go beyond industrial policy to require a new political economy, a fundamentally different arrangement of relations between workers, managers, and owners. Each of these approaches has its virtues, but our focus will be on a proposal made for the middle ground, a novel approach that, in our view, has the right balance of feasibility and comprehensiveness. This middle way is the meta-intervention regime, proposed by economist Danny Roderick and law professor Charles Sable. They describe our current system as a problem of gross economic inefficiency. Rather than making the best use of our people and facilities, as a nation we are operating deep inside the production possibility frontier. This implies that rather than facing a trade-off between increasing wages or employment, we could simultaneously raise both employment and wages. The fact that such a large proportion of our population is working low-wage, low-skill jobs produces negative externalities. The social costs of bad jobs are ignored by firms but destructive of families and communities. The most straightforward policy tool to address a negative externality is a Pigouvian tax, for example, a tax on digital ads to protect local businesses, or a progressive tax on corporate size to prevent market share-grabbing mergers. Point 30 Simply taxing bad jobs, or subsidizing good jobs, however, is too blunt of an instrument because of the ambiguity in their definitions. As Roderick and Sable put it, what is a good job? How many can be reasonably created? How do technological and other firm-level choices influence job creation? What are the complementary policy levers that are available? How can that set of instruments be expanded? These are necessarily local, contextual questions. They can be answered and periodically revised only through a customized, iterative process of strategic interaction between public agencies and private firms. This ongoing collaboration with open-ended goals, planning obligations, and also potentially draconian penalties would constitute a meta-regime of interventions and regulations. In short, Roderick and Sable point to an urgent need for an institutional framework which would choose from the particular good ideas put forward by the Brookings crowd and systematically implement, evaluate, and revise based on their effectiveness. Such a meta-regime would have three mutually reinforcing components: upping skills and productivity in existing jobs, creating new good jobs, and shaping active labor market policies to prepare workers for both. The key to its success would be an embrace of the fundamentally uncertain and exploratory nature of innovation for productivity and workplace improvements, along with an emphasis on subsidiarity with local adjustments for particular applications of general principles. Roderick and Sable find an illuminative parallel in Ireland's regulatory regime for sustainable dairy on family farms. Variance in soil conditions makes one-size-fits-all pollution regulations counterproductive, and the need for local modifications to higher-order rules has led to a rethinking of the very nature of regulation. Instead of simple dictates and punishments, contextualization induces collaboration between regulators, other public officials, and regulated entities in the development of novel forms of capacity building and public participation in regulatory decision-making. Similarly, a national good jobs mandate could be legislated, but it would have to be implemented in stages, with periodic reviews and voluntary public-private collaborations to define and spread best practices. Subsidies as well as penalties might be needed to induce innovation and help firms bridge the gap between their current low productivity/low skill position and participation in the advanced sector. Examples of well-directed subsidies range from funding for local faith-based initiatives, such as Project Quest in San Antonio, which offers comprehensive job training and support to a majority-minority population, to the partnerships which educational institutions like Columbus State Community College are forming with firms to cover tuition and provide a career ladder for graduates to go from unskilled work into management. The key is not any specific policy or program, but rather the meta-regime, the recognition that we need systematic experimentation and iteration of many local approaches to improving productivity and creating good jobs. While ideally this would have federal funding, it could also begin at the state or regional level and expand as trust and coalitions grew over time. As a related proposal sums it up, a mission-oriented approach to industrial policy is not about top-down planning by an overbearing state. It is about providing a direction and catalyzing activity that otherwise would not happen. While we think that Roderick and Sable's framework holds great promise, any attempt at deeply reforming our political economy to prioritize productivity growth will, by definition, include unknowns. Nevertheless, some attempt must be made. We are on a troubling trajectory with superstar firms and frontier knowledge workers reaping ever-increasing rewards while growing numbers of workers are reduced to low-wage jobs serving the privileged few. The dearth of meaningful work amounts to what anthropologist David Graeber insightfully termed spiritual violence. Since we are social animals who develop our capacities and hence our personhood through successful agency in the world, a political economy that systematically denies such possibilities for a substantial minority of the population is actively harming them. As Teddy Roosevelt famously noted, far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing. If conservatives, in particular, do not work hard to offer that prize to all as a real possibility and not a mirage, then they are accepting decadence and stagnation and ultimately courting rebellion. As recently as 1972, the Republican Party in its platform upheld the right of American workers and their families to enjoy and to retain to the greatest possible extent the rewards of their own labor and affirmed collective bargaining as the cornerstone of the nation's labor relations policy. The 1972 GOP platform even described the government's role as being to develop procedures whereby the imagination, ingenuity, and knowledge of labor and management can more effectively seek solutions for such problems as structural adjustment and productivity. Yet the last 40 years of center-right policy have resulted in a class war. We now stand accused by the timeless questions of Sirach. What does a wolf have in common with a lamb? And what peace between the rich and the poor? And that of St. Augustine. Without justice, what are kingdoms but great dens of thieves? Those who are not content with stagnation and decadence, yet do not seek a socialist revolution, must acknowledge that productivity is the main determinant of pay. It has long been hard to appreciate the full weight of this truth. More than a century ago, John Bates Clark noted that of all conditions of human happiness, the one which is most underestimated is progress in power to produce. It is the sine qua non of any hopeful outlook for the future of mankind. 35 popular reform proposals on the right could at best reduce the cost of living and bring pay up to productivity. But even if healthcare and higher education were reduced in price, many jobs' productive value would still be far below the wage needed for self-sufficiency, and so we cannot hope to see the working class become self-reliant without increasing its productivity. Those who would write this hope off as quixotic and instead consign the less educated to a life of government dependency will quickly find their country in ruins. Instead of accepting that a growing share of citizens will need a steady stream of handouts to support themselves and their families, we need to experiment with and scale up policies which will offer them the opportunity for better jobs. Call it reindustrialization, reshoring, or rebuilding U.S. manufacturing. Whatever the name, the objective is the same, and it is increasingly a national priority. Leaders across the ideological spectrum are backing the movement with diverse but interrelated aims in mind. Strengthening supply chains, outcompeting China, reviving blue-collar jobs, and accelerating advanced technology at home. This is not just another Washington fad. It is now a society-wide consensus that extends beyond parties, uniting defense hawks, labor advocates, energy strategists, community organizers, and tech investors. Today, as broad support drives reindustrialization, policymakers are taking action through taxes, tariffs, and investment in capital-intensive projects. It is now time to turn to people. The defining question for tomorrow's industries and investors is not whether a dynamic domestic manufacturing workforce will be needed, but rather where this workforce will come from. And central to answering this question is the emergent role of artificial intelligence, AI, and its potential impact on American workers. While public concern over AI and its impacts is real across swaths of the labor market, the application of these technologies in manufacturing is central for how U.S. workers and firms will compete on the global stage. A new national workforce strategy, centered on the time-tested model of apprenticeship, is needed to connect a rising generation of American workers to the good jobs that a thriving AI-enabled domestic manufacturing sector can create. Zeal for reinvigorating manufacturing, coupled with fears that AI can leave workers behind, are generating a rare moment of political and policy unity where such a new workforce development strategy and an American apprenticeship renaissance could finally gain traction. Silicon Valley's history offers important lessons for the industrial future U.S. policymakers are looking to realize. The innovators working on advanced technologies and the workers with good secure jobs in manufacturing were once neighbors. It may not be an obvious or well-known fact nowadays, but Silicon Valley has always had firm industrial roots. From Palo Alto to Mountain View, a thriving middle class emerged as young returning GIs formed the manufacturing workforce at leading local firms such as Ampex, founded in 1944, Hewlett-Packard, incorporated in 1947, Varian, founded in 1948, and Fairchild Semiconductor, incorporated in 1957. These firms thrived because they coupled scientific rigor with garage-built ingenuity. They were supported by public-private partnerships that funded research and development, and they kept production local, that is, in close proximity to where the innovation happened. The days of designed in California, made in China were still far in the future. While supported by sophisticated Cold War-era policy and investments, these firms celebrated the creative collision of high theory and hands-on innovation. People were always at its center. This included the dropout visionaries, scientists, and engineers who today are venerated in the tech sector's founding lore. Physicists like William Shockley and Robert Noyce, and tinkerers like Lee Felsenstein and Ed Roberts powered the Valley's rise, coupled with skilled technicians and tradesmen working side by side to design, prototype, and build the cutting-edge products of their time. Their output included the first commercial silicon transistors, integrated circuits, and early personal computer models, such as the Altair 8800 and the Osborne 1. By the 1980s and the end of the Cold War, Silicon Valley began to change as its focus shifted toward software and production moved overseas in search of cheaper labor. This migration of production consequently also led to investment in capital equipment and training flowing overseas. In popular perception, Silicon Valley may now be synonymous with coastal elite culture, a high cost of living, and being the headwater of a coming wave of job-displacing AI, a technology that now stands as a symbol of both anxiety and opportunity for American workers. Some of big tech's entanglements with foreign adversaries like China may also make the Valley's loyalties suspect in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Yet the region also once exemplified the best of how U.S. tech and industry could operate at the cutting edge, while delivering broad benefits for workers, increased productivity and safety, and support for national security. The tight collaboration between inventors and builders may have since frayed, but the blueprint still exists. We, therefore, propose to put a revitalized concept of apprenticeship back at the center of workforce development strategy by aligning workforce investments with the needs of startup manufacturing firms across the United States. In imagining what a new apprenticeship paradigm should look like in 21st century America, we can turn to both history and the contemporary examples offered by peer economies in other parts of the world. In Germany, the engine of industrial resilience is the Mittelstand, a dense network of specialized, often family-run firms that anchor communities, train their workers, and supply high-value components to global manufacturers. Similar models exist elsewhere. In Switzerland and Austria, these firms are also known as Mittelstand. In Japan, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, known as Chusho Kigyo, play a comparable role, combining technical excellence with deep local roots and long-term commitment. They may not be household names, but they are essential to domestic competitiveness. America has its own version of the middle stand in its vast landscape of small manufacturers and startups. They are drivers of innovation and the application of AI and automation. Clusters of new hard tech, deep tech, and frontier tech startups are forming new ecosystems in key regions across the United States. From Silicon Valley to Texas and from Detroit to El Segundo, these firms will set the pace for the future of the reindustrialization effort, but our policies rarely treat them that way. In particular, workforce development efforts in the United States still tend to support large employers. Programs or partnerships with local colleges are often only built at scale when they are built around the needs of major firms like Boeing, Caterpillar, or GE. That means training programs or workforce certifications are often built with the big players in mind, if not for them directly. That too often leaves out the needs of startups and smaller manufacturers building automation technologies, novel materials, cutting-edge power systems, and precision components. These firms are too small and often move too fast to influence the slower pace of colleges and their programs, but their workforce needs are too important to ignore. Small and medium-sized manufacturing firms employ nearly half of all manufacturing workers in the United States. Over 90% of American manufacturers employ less than 100 employees, but small and medium-sized manufacturers, under 500 employees, collectively account for nearly 40% of total employment in the sector. Beyond employment, these firms turn ideas into prototypes and pilot new production methods, often creating the early jobs that later scale into full industries. Yet these SMEs and startups are often invisible in national workforce strategy. It is time to bring such firms to the forefront of policy design. It also means taking one more lesson from the German, Swiss, and Austrian Mittelstand experience, restoring the practical, hands-on, and youth-focused approach to workforce education that once defined American industrial training. Apprenticeships are the tool to do it. A scaled-up, startup-oriented apprenticeship system would embed training inside the workplace of building real products at the speed of innovation, not at the speed of how long it takes to build a new classroom-based training program. Apprenticeship is also the right strategy to mobilize a generation of new skilled workers, offering young Americans a clear entry point and an attractive earn-and-learn pathway out of high school and straight into industry. And it works. Apprenticeships amount to a proven model for companies to develop and access the skilled workforce they need to grow, from CNC machinists and CAD drafters to mechanical and mechatronic technicians. Adopting this approach would bring back the immensely fertile and synergistic foundations that Silicon Valley had once been built on, which saw innovators and builders in the same room, solving hard problems together. From train and pray to earn and learn, apprenticeship is not the typical train and pray workforce model dominant in the United States today. Quite simply, apprenticeships are built around an occupation, and apprentices are employees from day one. This means that apprentices earn while they learn through a blend of employer-led and on-the-job training, while also taking related coursework often delivered by a third-party training partner, such as a community college or online learning. Critically, the apprenticeship model puts industry itself in charge of shaping training content, not educational institutions. This situation ensures that what apprentice workers learn from their training meets the needs of their employers and that both can adjust at the speed of innovation. A proven workforce development strategy with a storied pedigree, apprenticeships are not new or foreign to the American economy. For example, apprenticeship remains the predominant training model for occupations across the building and construction trades, from electricians to pipe fitters and carpenters. But apprenticeship had been a far more common and accessible feature of U.S. vocational education before the rise of globalization, automation, and a cultural shift toward the college-for-all narrative eroded its prevalence. In the latter half of the 20th century, there was a steady expansion of access to higher education, subsidized in large part through federal loan and grant assistance. Not only did going to college become a precondition of the new American dream, it also steadily positioned higher education as the de facto pathway to economic security and status. Against a rapidly changing economic context, the college-first paradigm may have once made sense, as communities and families watched factories close and jobs move overseas. From 1992 to 2017, manufacturing's share of employment fell by nearly 10%, while in the same time frame college enrollment for high school graduates steadily increased. It also worked well for employers. For the first part of the 21st century, the college-first consensus meant industry relied on schools, community colleges, and universities to understand and meet their skills needs, while many firms dismantled legacy training programs for entry-level talent. If students were willing to take out loans to finance college degrees oriented toward jobs in fields such as engineering, business, accounting, and healthcare, then employers themselves did not have to make as much of a front-end investment. In recent decades, there have been periodic efforts to challenge the idea that a college degree is the only path to a good job. Starting around 2012, coding boot camps emerged as a venture capital-backed response to the growing demand for tech talent. They promised a faster pathway into high-paying jobs and carried the broader hope that Silicon Valley's model could be replicated elsewhere. From Silicon Holler in Kentucky to a plethora of coding hubs in America's inner cities, many communities bought into the idea that teaching people to code could create local tech jobs and fuel economic growth. Beyond tech, the manufacturing sector has seen the proliferation of a vast landscape of industry-recognized credentials and short-term training programs. But the limitation of these solutions is that they are often built to benefit the training provider rather than workers or industries. Today, customized training programs at community colleges are key revenue centers that employers have to pay in order to secure training for their employees, which is a real constraint for SMEs to do this without assurance of a return. As U.S. government data show, apprenticeships have been able to demonstrate consistent and sound return on investment for employers, yielding a $144 return for every $100, which makes it primed to deliver in this critical moment for reindustrialization. Apprenticeship lessens recruitment costs and time to hire, reduces turnover, and eventually increases productivity as apprentices skill up on the job. These results help to explain why apprenticeships are beginning to reemerge again as a mainstream strategy across a range of industries, including cybersecurity, finance, healthcare, and teaching. And as AI technologies advance, employers are increasingly seeking human-centered training models to ensure their workforce remains productive, adaptable, and aligned with rapid technical change. Apprenticeship, as an employer-based workforce training strategy, has the unique capability to keep with innovations and new technologies, including AI. From Accenture in New York City to Pinnacle Assurance in Denver, Colorado, we are seeing a generation of firms developing and evolving their apprenticeship programs to integrate and manipulate AI in work processes. Far from just trying to keep up, apprenticeship is growing and innovating in the U.S. alongside AI at the speed of industry. Since 2014, the number of active apprentices in the United States has more than doubled to nearly 680,000 active apprentices today. While the largest apprenticeship programs are still in the construction trades, continued federal investment across multiple administrations is accelerating apprenticeship growth in strategically vital sectors, such as manufacturing. This was also accomplished in part through a growing cluster of apprenticeship intermediaries modeled after German chambers of commerce or Swiss industry associations that play a key role in supporting employers to start and run apprenticeship programs. Encouragingly, the choice of entering an apprenticeship as a new post-high school pathway is steadily growing, but progress, along with the financial support needed to sustain it, remains incomplete. While employers pay apprentice wages and support training on the job, expanded public investment is critical to offset and de-risk those investments from the private sector, especially for smaller and medium-sized employers. Public funding for apprenticeships only started in earnest in 2016 and has steadily increased, but the $300 to $400 million per year the federal government spends on apprenticeships still pales in comparison to traditional higher education, which, for instance, receives $30 billion annually in Pell Grants alone. Thus, while steadily growing, the apprenticeship model still remains on the back burners of federal and state education and workforce development budgets. And there are indications that Americans want change. Campaigns for skills-based hiring and efforts to tear the paper ceiling suggest that even major employers are rethinking how they approach entry-level roles. At the same time, public trust and enrollment in higher education is on the decline. For the first time in recent memory, nearly half of American families want alternatives to the college path to building skills and pursuing a career after high school. And the prevailing trends indicate that the apprenticeship model is the right and proven option to take its place. Rather than taking best guesses on what skills are most important to the job market today and the near future, apprenticeships put employers in the driver's seat and workers in the game. American apprenticeship is primed to grow at levels not seen in a half-century, but it can only grow if employers are ready to hire apprentices, and if the incentives required to support them at scale are in place. Therefore, a national commitment to apprenticeship is needed to meet the challenges of the moment. Skilled worker contrasts in the manufacturing sector are well understood. Even before experiencing strong tailwinds due to reshoring initiatives, America's manufacturing workforce needed to get larger and younger, with the average manufacturing worker today being closer to age 50 than 20. Name brand companies, from SpaceX to Intel, all need skilled tradesmen and technicians, as do the lesser-known but critical companies up and down their supply chains. Reindustrialization represents a generational moment to train young workers through a renewed national apprenticeship system. Once again, foreign peer economies can help show the way. Stateside, many may think apprenticeship is only viable for large legacy firms. Yet, a significant share of American apprenticeships today in manufacturing are in SMEs. Foreign direct investment in the United States by manufacturing companies from Austria, Germany, and Switzerland have played a vital role in enhancing the American understanding of apprenticeships. They have imported their ecosystem approach to apprenticeships by binding together the knowledge and resources of local SMEs in a region in order to run a shared apprenticeship and training infrastructure, one that can diffuse the most in-demand skill sets. For example, to meet the talent needs of its North American plant, Swiss-based Stadler Rail in Salt Lake City pulled together local school districts and the community college to set up a first-of-its-kind apprenticeship program in Utah with the intention of creating a playbook for other manufacturers across the state to use. Serving multiple regions and employers across Illinois and the Midwest, the German-American Chamber of Commerce and the Illinois Manufacturers Association runs the Shared ICAT Apprenticeship Program, which includes U.S. companies with no apprenticeship experience. North Carolina has long been the hotbed of active support for regional apprenticeship consortia. A collection of foreign manufacturers outside Charlotte set up Apprenticeship 2000. The groundbreaking partnership brought together multiple manufacturers to design and implement a shared 4-year advanced manufacturing apprenticeship for mechatronics, tool and die, machinists, and more, and uniquely focused on recruiting youth to start the program even before graduating high school, with apprentices starting their training, earning, and learning during junior and senior year. The collaborative success has been replicated statewide as part of the state government's youth apprenticeship strategy, including most recently with Austria-based Egger, which began training apprentices with local high schools and college partners even before construction of their plant was completed. These examples show how apprenticeship systems can be adapted from abroad to work for manufacturing in the United States. But scaling up these successes will call for even broader and more supportive ecosystems than what these very promising but still formative and prototypical experiences have achieved. Across different localities and industries, it will have to become common practice for multiple employers with similar needs to start working together in order to aggregate demand, share costs and risks, and articulate what they need from education and training partners. Apprenticeship intermediaries can help firms pull these pieces together and manage these processes in order to produce the most able and effective apprentices that a given sector could ask for. Domestic manufacturing startups can certainly learn from these systems overseas. But without the long-standing tradition of industrial apprenticeship, the U.S. startup community needs its own scalable frameworks to help them design and operate apprenticeship programs tailored to their unique needs. This would not only call for designing programs that fit the unique stage and size of manufacturing startup firms, but also programs that best align with the rapidly evolving technologies, including AI, that skilled workers in these settings will work closely with. Startups still also need to protect sensitive proprietary technologies and processes from competitors and third-party training organizations, as the bulk of training will be customized to the employer and happens in-house, and such risks must be incorporated into the eventual design of any sector-wide apprenticeship network. One can imagine a system where clusters of startups in robotics, AI, or manufacturing co-invest in regional training hubs, leveraging apprenticeship intermediaries that build their own dynamic and responsive talent pipelines. Students across the country will have had the chance to tinker with robotics, software, or simulate running a factory in class, and all before their high school graduation. They could then be offered a realistic debt-free, earn-and-learn path to take those passions and skills to the next level and be a part of the technological growth and innovation happening in their backyards. It is an exciting and hopeful vision for the future of workforce development in America, and one that is entirely achievable if citizens are ready to support it. The private sector alone cannot shoulder the burden of rebuilding America's workforce. For one, many small and medium-sized startups lack the resources to establish robust apprenticeship programs on their own. Moreover, venture capital, which is essential for scaling startups, is not the ideal vehicle for financing long-term workforce development. Venture capital firms prioritize rapid returns and easily scalable growth, making it difficult for them to fund initiatives like apprenticeships, which often require years to yield results. The federal government has already demonstrated its ability to address market failures through targeted intervention. Beyond the CHIPS Science Act, a recent example is the Department of Defense's DoD Office of Strategic Capital, OSC, which launched a $984 million credit program to finance capital-heavy industrial projects. This initiative recognizes that private capital often avoids areas requiring long-term investment horizons or lower-than-market returns, even when those areas are critical to national security and economic resilience. Through loans and loan guarantees, OSC is filling the gap by supporting companies working on technologies like advanced manufacturing, microelectronics, and autonomous mobile robots. The OSC program exemplifies how government leadership can de-risk investments in strategically vital areas. The same principle applies to apprenticeships. By providing funding, policy support, and a unified strategy, the federal government can enable the private sector to implement apprenticeship programs at scale, ensuring that America has the workforce it needs to compete in a rapidly changing global economy. Government workforce efforts to date have centered on large incumbent firms and their existing employees. This means that industrial policy in the United States is overwhelmingly geared toward reshoring large-scale manufacturing capacity in critical subsectors, from semiconductors to batteries, and from steel to solar panels. How the United States invests its limited public dollars in workforce training is little different. Where workforce dollars have been targeted in recent federal reindustrializing efforts, they have been insufficiently focused on startups and the skilled workforces need to support and grow such firms. Instead, federal workforce investments, such as those supported by the CHIPS program, have put significant resources into universities and higher education institutions to research and develop workforce strategies. These college-focused investments have effectively overlooked apprenticeships. In Arizona, a community college-led Quick Start 10-day semiconductor training program for TSMC and Intel did not materialize into many real jobs, which may have informed TSMC's new direction in pursuing an apprenticeship model. This approach does not factor in the agility and innovation of smaller firms or their shared workforce needs. To position apprenticeship as the win-win solution for employers and workers, policymakers should broaden the horizons of industrial policy to encompass the development of a national apprenticeship infrastructure, one that harnesses both public and private sector resources to spur the workforce growth of startups and medium-sized firms. Specifically, the apprenticeship complements of a startup industrial policy would include 4 steps. 1. Support the formation of apprenticeship consortia across startups. This first step would call for firms to leverage existing industry groups or build new talent associations that can work with member businesses to establish shared technical skill requirements across clusters of startups. These firms can then tailor apprenticeship strategies and programs accordingly. These coalitions across employers can share the costs and risks of supporting sector-wide apprenticeship schemes. In Indiana, there is an effort to set up statewide talent associations to identify common skills needs across employers by sector, act as a collective to shape foundational training content, and help members deliver on-the-job training at scale. At a regional level, Guilford Apprenticeship Partners in Greensboro, North Carolina, is a leading consortium of manufacturers that agreed to implement an aligned apprenticeship strategy to develop a local talent pool of apprentices across mechatronics, machining, automation systems, technicians, and more. Blending public and private investment to fund efforts like these in the startup community is a way to aggregate the demand for apprentices and build a shared pool of local talent to support growth. 2. Incentivize apprenticeship uptake by offsetting some costs for employers. Federal and state governments should offer tax credits or subsidies for companies that hire locally trained talent, ensuring investments benefit the surrounding community. These authorities could also encourage the formation of skills funds supported through contributions by employers to guard against freeloading. States such as Michigan to South Carolina offer tax incentives for employers who hire and train apprentices. The Inflation Reduction Act additionally introduced the first-ever federal tax credit for employers that use apprentice labor to support clean energy projects. Such tax incentives could help offset some of the costs of providing on-the-job training, but would need to be attuned to the financial realities of the startup community. Compared to its international peers, the United States does not cover the costs of the classroom training component of apprenticeships. This has led to states, Texas, California, North Carolina, and Florida, among others, to offer employers grants or public dollars to fill the gap. Startups and small to medium-sized firms with tight margins need a more systematic and predictable way to cover the classroom instruction costs of an apprenticeship. Redirecting existing federal funding streams toward strategic sectors is one way to support this goal. U.S. jurisdictions should also emulate the United Kingdom's skills levy, in which larger firms are taxed to create a dedicated skills fund that only apprenticeship-hosting employers can draw from. This innovative policy tackles the risk of free riding by larger firms looking to poach apprentices. 3. Invest in apprenticeship intermediaries to reduce transaction costs. Firms can work together to build up the capacities of third-party apprenticeship intermediaries, including community colleges, industry groups, and companies, to reduce the costs of managing an apprenticeship program. In part due to new federal and state investment in apprenticeships, the selection of intermediaries has grown in recent years. This is why states, such as Colorado, California, and Maryland have embraced the critical roles intermediaries play in the successful uptake of apprenticeship. Investing dollars in their capacity, modeling pay-for-performance schemes to reward successful placement of apprentices, and also seeking to organize the intermediary landscape to make it easier for employers with diverse needs to navigate. The startup community should carefully consider what it needs from intermediary partners, as their services can range in depth and cost. But at minimum, the public sector should surge intermediary capacity in key startup regions, helping firms raise the coalitions between local governments, startups, and educational partners to develop and scale up apprenticeships. 4. Start young through apprenticeship-ready schools. The industrial resurgence needs to engage and prepare a new generation of skilled workers. But for decades, schools have been oriented to the mission of being college-ready. To mobilize and train fresh young cohorts of skilled workers, industry and government can collaborate to establish a new blue ribbon designation for schools that are apprenticeship-ready. For schools to earn that designation, they must integrate apprenticeship pathways into their coursework and culture. This would include advanced shop classes for students to engage in applied learning through exposure to the tools and technologies that bridge the physical and digital world. Students must also be made aware of apprenticeship opportunities early and given opportunities while still in high school to explore and start their apprenticeships. In New York City public schools, the Career Readiness and Modern Youth Apprenticeship Initiative is a groundbreaking effort to start apprenticeship exposure and preparation as early as 10th grade, enabling students to prepare for apprenticeships that can start as early as the following year. Similarly, high school youth in Wisconsin can participate in a statewide youth apprenticeship program as soon as junior year, which includes a range of manufacturing fields. Starting early capitalizes on students' excitement. It can also help offset early apprentice training costs for employers and move them faster toward productivity. But above all, engaging the startup community as a vanguard partner in this effort links the idea of apprenticeship to the excitement of marshaling the generational buy in a reindustrialized America needs to succeed. This plan is both a national security imperative and a monumental economic opportunity. It is also a response to the crescendo of questions around the future of work in an AI-driven economy. Rather than accepting a future of displacement, apprenticeships offer a tangible way to channel innovation into inclusive productivity and shared growth. If startups are the engines of job creation and technological advancement, then aligning apprenticeship with their needs can help the United States maintain its competitive edge in such critical fields as robotics, AI, and advanced manufacturing. By starting with manufacturing, we can create a scalable model for apprenticeships that other sectors, such as energy and healthcare, can follow. Silicon Valley offers a compelling blueprint for how to achieve this. Just as the region embraces iterative experimentation, apprenticeships can begin with pilot programs at startups and expand as they prove their value. The venture capital ecosystem, which is increasingly investing in reindustrialization, can serve as a catalyst by funding early-stage efforts and connecting startups with government-supported apprenticeship initiatives. With the right combination of public and private leadership, we can ensure that the United States remains the most innovative, productive, and resilient economy in the world. A new industrial era beckons Americans from all walks of life. Seizing on and sustaining this momentum demands a new paradigm of workforce development. As we have endeavored to show in this essay, the apprenticeship model is that paradigm. Its promise is in delivering a reimagined social contract for the country's workers, youth, and communities to share in the benefits of the coming growth and innovation. We are already laying the groundwork to bring this vision to life by assembling a group of practitioners, innovators, and workforce leaders committed to building a better system based on the ideas and principles outlined here. For young Americans, the hope is that apprenticeships will act as a new pathway to dignified and well-paid work, as well as to a future in which their individual efforts and energies are joined to the larger story of a dynamic, secure, and prosperous America that is on the rise and on the make once more. Guess which president made the following remarks: "There are two sides to every bargain. It is not only human nature, but necessary to progress, that each side should desire to secure a good trade. This is the case in contracts for employment. In order to give wage earners reasonable advantages, their right has been established to organize, to bargain collectively, and to negotiate through their own chosen agents. The principle also of voluntary arbitration has come to exist almost as a right. Compulsory arbitration has sometimes been proposed, but to my mind it cannot be reconciled with the right of individual freedom. Along with the right to organize goes the right to strike, which is recognized in all private employment. The establishment of all these principles has no doubt been productive of industrial peace, which we are at the present time enjoying to a most unusual degree. This has been brought about by the general recognition that on the whole labor leaders are square, and on the whole employers intend to be fair. When this is the case, mutual conference is the best method of adjusting differences in private industry. If you guessed that the president who spoke those words was Franklin Delano Roosevelt or Lyndon Johnson, or one of the more recent Democratic presidents, Bill Clinton or Barack Obama, you are mistaken. The speaker was Calvin Coolidge, then governor of Massachusetts, on Labor Day, September 1, 1919. Ever since the libertarian movement, funded by a tiny number of rich donors, captured the machinery of the Republican Party and the conservative intellectual movement in the post-Reagan era, it has been taboo for any Republican politician to suggest that unions play a legitimate role in America's economy and society. For 3 decades, what has passed for American conservatism could better be described as stealth libertarianism, the free market, open borders ideology of the Cato Institute and the Libertarian Party, camouflaged in flags and Bibles to make it more appealing to working-class Republican voters. The libertarians who hijacked the right have tried to rewrite history to make it a Manichaean struggle of statists versus libertarians, demonizing Franklin Roosevelt and idealizing Calvin Coolidge. But the real Calvin Coolidge was not a libertarian. Like most Republicans of his era, he was an economic nationalist who believed that American industries and workers should be protected from low-wage foreign competition. And like every Republican president from McKinley to Nixon, he thought that the government should sometimes act as an honest broker in disputes between companies and organized labor that affected the national interest. The Secretary of Labor for the Harding, Coolidge, and Hoover administrations was James J. Davis, a Welsh immigrant who had begun his career as a steelworker and a union member, and who played a role in brokering an end to a coal strike and a railroad strike in 1922. At the same time, Coolidge was no leftist. He became a celebrity in politics in 1919 when, as mayor of Boston, he defeated a strike by the Boston police by calling out the National Guard. In his 1919 Labor Day speech, he warned, "Of course, employment affecting public safety or public necessity is not private employment and requires somewhat different treatment." Now guess which president rejected the legitimacy of collective bargaining by public sector employees in this statement. All government employees should realize that the process of collective bargaining, as usually understood, cannot be transplanted into the public service. It has its distinct and insurmountable limitations when applied to public personnel management. The very nature and purposes of government make it impossible for administrative officials to represent fully or to bind the employer in mutual discussions with government employee organizations. The employer is the whole people who speak by means of laws enacted by their representatives in Congress. The answer is President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, in a letter of August 16, 1937, to Luther C. Stewart, the president of the National Federation of Federal Employees. Roosevelt, then in his second term, said that public employee unions were legitimate for some purposes, but that collective bargaining among the government and public employees was impossible. Furthermore, like his Republican predecessor Calvin Coolidge, Franklin Roosevelt declared that strikes by public sector workers were illegitimate. Particularly, I want to emphasize my conviction that militant tactics have no place in the functions of any organization of government employees. Upon employees in the federal service rests the obligation to serve the whole people, whose interests and welfare require orderliness and continuity in the conduct of government activities. This obligation is paramount. Since their own services have to do with the functioning of government, a strike of public employees manifests nothing less than an intent on their part to prevent or obstruct the operations of government until their demands are satisfied. Such action, looking toward the paralysis of government by those who have sworn to support it, is unthinkable and intolerable. In reality, Coolidge Republicans and Roosevelt Democrats were not that far apart, agreeing that collective bargaining was legitimate in the private sector but not in the public sector. Before the late 20th century, mainstream Republicans and Democrats alike agreed with the sentiment expressed by Coolidge in his speech to union officials in 1924. We have yet a long way to go, But progress has begun and the way lies open to a more complete understanding that will mark the end of industrial strife. Tripartism is another word for economic corporatism, the collaboration of labor, business, and government in the national interest. The tripartite approach to what used to be called industrial relations has old and deep roots in American politics and policy. In the late 19th century, labor conflicts between workers and industrial, railroad, and mining companies often led to violence on both sides, with local police, state National Guards, or the U.S. Army sometimes sent to impose order. Disruptive labor violence, combined with the appeal of radical ideologies, including Marxist socialism, anarchism, and syndicalism, led business leaders and anti-revolutionary labor leaders to collaborate in seeking alternative ways to settle industrial disputes. For their attempts to work out a modus vivendi, both the moderate business elites and the moderate union officials have been vilified by generations of unworldly American academic historians who praise revolutionary radicalism from their university perches. In 1900, Ralph Easley, a Republican journalist and activist, founded the National Civic Federation, NCF. The organization embodied the tripartite ideal by drawing its members from business, labor, and the larger public. The first president of the NCF was Senator Mark Hanna of Ohio, a wealthy businessman and Republican political leader, and its first vice president was Samuel Gompers, the president of the American Federation of Labor. Other founders included the steel magnate Andrew Carnegie and John Mitchell of the United Mine Workers. The NCF used its influence to urge negotiations in labor disputes and promote laws providing for arbitration in railroad strikes and for workmen's compensation. Dominated by large firms and skilled craft unions, the NCF was opposed by the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, which represented the owners of small, labor-intensive businesses who tended to be hostile to organized labor in any form. During World War I, the Wilson administration incorporated tripartism into its economic mobilization strategy in order to prevent clashes between business and labor from impairing war production. AFL President Samuel Gompers served on the Council of National Defense as chair of the Labor Advisory Board. Another AFL official, Hugh Frayne, was chairman of the Labor Division of the War Industries Board, an agency which organized industrial sectors into commodity sections and carried out industrial policy by means of standardization and price fixing. The War Labor Policies Board, headed by Felix Frankfurter, with Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin Roosevelt representing the Navy, was charged with formulating labor policies in war industries. Following the war in October 1919, President Woodrow Wilson convened a national industrial conference that brought together representatives of capital and labor in the hope of continuing wartime cooperation. John D. Rockefeller Jr. argued that businesses should recognize and cooperate with unions. On the battlefields of France, this nation poured out its blood freely in order that democracy might be maintained at home and that its beneficent institutions might become available in other lands as well. Surely it is not consistent for us as Americans to demand democracy in government and practice autocracy in industry. Many of the gains of the U.S. labor movement were reversed, however, by a post-war employer counteroffensive amid a wave of strikes and a climate of Red Scare hysteria. But the Republican presidential administrations of the 1920s were by no means as hostile to organized labor as many today assume they were. As we have already seen, Vice President Calvin Coolidge, who became president when Harding died of a heart attack in 1923, was not opposed in principle to trade unions or collective bargaining in the private sector. And during the Great Railroad Strike of 1922, the anti-union injunction obtained by President Harding's Attorney General Harry Daugherty was so unfair that two members of Harding's cabinet, Commerce Secretary Herbert Hoover and Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes, considered resigning in protest. Coolidge's successor in the White House, Herbert Hoover, maligned by today's liberals as a heartless reactionary and idolized by many of today's libertarians as a free market hero, was neither. An engineer by background, Hoover became a hero for his role in organizing food relief in Europe during and after World War I, and both Democrats and Republicans sought to enlist him as a presidential candidate. As Secretary of Commerce under Presidents Harding and Coolidge, and then as president in his own right, Hoover promoted a version of tripartism known as associationalism, which tiptoed to the very edge of formalized corporatism without crossing it. Under associationalism, self-governing trade associations, the successors to the commodity sections of World War I economic mobilization, would set common standards and best practices for all of their members. Hoover also acknowledged the legitimacy of trade unions while insisting on nonviolent dispute resolution. Nor did Hoover respond passively to the Great Depression that followed the crash of 1929. He rejected the callous advice of liquidationists like Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon, who thought the crisis should be allowed to run its course. To prevent aggregate demand from shrinking further, Hoover urged businesses to maintain wages and employment. He set up many of the agencies that would later be used by his successor Franklin Roosevelt to combat the Depression during the New Deal. Raymond Moley, a member of Roosevelt's Brains Trust, wrote, "When we all burst into Washington, we found every essential idea of the New Deal enacted in the 100-day Congress in the Hoover administration itself. The essentials of the NRA National Recovery Administration, the PWA Public Works Administration, the emergency relief setup were all there. Even the AAA Agricultural Adjustment Act was known to the Department of Agriculture. Only the TVA Tennessee Valley Authority and the Securities Act was drawn from other sources. The RFC, Reconstruction Finance Corporation, probably the greatest recovery agency, was of course a Hoover measure passed long before the inauguration. Another member of the Brains Trust, Rexford Tugwell, agreed with Moley. The New Deal owed much to what Hoover had begun, with many New Deal programs and agencies begun during Hoover's years as Secretary of Commerce and then as President. Although Hoover turned bitterly against Roosevelt, the two men had been on friendly terms when both served in the Wilson administration. In 1922, Hoover, then Secretary of Commerce, appointed Roosevelt as his successor as chairman of the American Construction Council, a peak association which sought to promote progress and standardization in the construction industry in the service of the associationalist vision which Hoover and Roosevelt shared. Following his election in 1932, Franklin Roosevelt, who had been Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Woodrow Wilson, sought to revive the U.S. economy by means of a peacetime version of wartime mobilization. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, created under Hoover and expanded under Roosevelt, was a reincarnation of the War Finance Corporation of World War I, just as the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, was inspired by the Wartime Capital Issues Committee. The most important federal agency inspired by earlier wartime corporatism was the National Industrial Recovery Administration, later renamed the National Recovery Administration, NRA, created by the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, in 1933. Not only was the NRA modeled on the War Industries Board of World War I, but it was also led by General Hugh Johnson, who had worked for the financier Bernard Baruch, the head of the WIB. Under NRA supervision, industries were organized into government-supervised, self-regulating sectors similar to the commodity sections of World War I. With government approval, in return for partial exemption from antitrust laws to permit firms to cooperate, businesses in each sector were to draw up industry-wide codes of conduct which included sectoral minimum wages. Under Section 7A of the NIRA, inspired by the wartime model of the National War Labor Board, each industry code had to guarantee labor's right to organize and bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing. As a program for creating a form of sector-specific, flexible tripartism which would incorporate collective bargaining and employer benefits and which would serve as an alternative both to the arbitrary despotism of employers and to more rigid, direct, centralized, and uniform government regulation, the NIRA legislation made sense. Unfortunately, succumbing to the tendency of politicians to try to solve multiple problems with a single reform, the Roosevelt administration sought to combine long-term reform with short-term economic recovery, which would be driven, it was hoped, by higher sectoral minimum wages. Along with other design defects, including the vagueness of the concept of fair competition, an excess of narrowly defined industry classifications, and poor leadership by Hugh Johnson, this confusion of purposes ensured that the rollout of the NRA would be rather shambolic. In 1935, the NRA was abolished when the Supreme Court struck down its enabling legislation on the narrow technical grounds that Congress had delegated too much authority to the president. But the wreckage of the NRA was plundered to construct a sort of virtual corporatism that structured the U.S. economy from the 1930s to the 1970s. Some NRA industry codes were reborn as regulations in commission-governed industries like aviation, trucking, and coal that were treated as public utilities, while the oil industry in the United States remained cartelized and regulated in practice until the 1970s. Instead of the sector-specific laws regulating minimum wages, hours, and pensions, which were to have been negotiated and agreed on by firms and unions in each industry sector and then ratified by the NRA, the federal government directly imposed a one-size-fits-all national minimum wage and 8-hour workday in 1938, in addition to the federal Social Security program that had been enacted earlier in 1935. The Wagner Act of 1935 turned Section 7A of the NIRA into the statute which, as subsequently amended, governs collective bargaining in the United States to this day. albeit rigidly and imperfectly. A compelling case can be made that the second New Deal that produced today's U.S. labor law regime was inferior to the first New Deal that produced the NRA. Something like the NRA system of sector-specific tripartism was adopted in Germany, the Nordic countries, Britain, and many other democracies. Both employers and unions in those nations have tended to prefer negotiating their own deals among themselves to a single set of fixed rules imposed by the central government on all sectors of the economy. Because pay levels were set in sectoral negotiations between employer associations and unions, neither Germany nor Britain had a single economy-wide minimum wage until recently, when the growth of a low-wage precariat as a toxic byproduct of neoliberal labor market deregulation made a national minimum wage an unfortunate necessity in those countries. Had it survived in the United States, the NRA system would have been more resilient, more business-friendly, and more union-friendly than the rigid federal legal regime that replaced it. With the regularity of a cuckoo clock, however, the sectaries of economic libertarianism like Kevin Williamson, author of the immortal treatise The End is Near and It's Going to Be Awesome, How Going Broke Will Leave America Richer, Happier, and More Secure, 2013, and Jonah Goldberg, author of another classic, Liberal Fascism, The Secret History of the American Left, From Mussolini to the Politics of Change, 2009, pop out of the woodwork to chirp that fascist Italy was the model for the New Deal in America. In reality, the New Deal was an outgrowth of the Native American traditions of tripartism in the 1900s, World War I corporatism, and the associationalism of the 1920s. The blue eagle symbol of the NRA for cooperating firms was no more a totalitarian flag than the Good Housekeeping seal of approval for home appliances or LEED certification for environmentally sustainable buildings. It is true that Franklin Roosevelt spoke of that admirable Italian gentleman, and General Hugh Johnson, the NRA director whose bumbling and bombast led FDR to fire him, invoked the shining name of Mussolini. But already in 1927, Winston Churchill had called Mussolini the Roman genius and said, "What a man! I have lost my heart." He is one of the most wonderful men of our time. A few years later, in 1933, Churchill described Mussolini as the greatest lawgiver among men. It is difficult to imagine now, but in the 1920s and early 1930s, before the horrors of Stalinism and the eclipse of Italian fascism by German National Socialism, Lenin and Mussolini were seen by many in the West as bold modernizers who could be admired without much regard for their ideologies. But most of those in democratic nations who praised Mussolini for making the trains run on time did not endorse the fascist police state any more than modern Westerners, who view the high-speed rail investments of China as a model for infrastructure policy favor one-party communist dictatorship. Sometimes a train is just a train. Anti-New Deal libertarians have embarrassing intellectual ancestors of their own. One of the heroes of American libertarianism, Ludwig von Mises, wrote in 1927, "It cannot be denied that Italian fascism and similar movements aiming at the establishment of dictatorships are full of the best intentions and that their intervention has, for the moment, saved European civilization. The merit that fascism has thereby won for itself will live on eternally in history." Half a century later, other libertarian gurus, including Milton Friedman and Friedrich von Hayek, defended the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet in Chile because the regime, while censoring, torturing, and murdering its political opponents, carried out free market reforms they favored, like privatizing retirement policy and cracking down on trade unions. In 1977, after meeting with Pinochet, Hayek told journalists that he had informed the tyrant that his writings proved that unlimited democracy does not work, and he boasted proudly that Pinochet had asked him for what he had written on that issue. According to Hayek, on another occasion, sometimes it is necessary for a country to have, for a time, some form or other of dictatorial power. As you will understand, it is possible for a dictator to govern in a liberal way. And it is also possible for a democracy to govern with a total lack of liberalism. Personally, I prefer a liberal dictator to democratic government lacking in liberalism. When Hayek wrote to British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, commending Pinochet's dictatorship as a model of pro-market government, Thatcher rebuked him, writing that because Britain had democratic institutions and the need for a high degree of consent, some of the measures adopted in Chile are quite unacceptable. Our reform must be in line with our traditions and our constitution. Yet at least libertarian conservatives like Williamson and Goldberg keep the memory of the NRA alive in their unpopular but lavishly funded little sect, if only for purposes of ritual denunciation. The first New Deal has been erased from the consciousness of American progressives altogether. The typical educated center-left American thinks of the New Deal entirely in terms of Keynesian countercyclical spending to preserve aggregate demand. But there was much more to the thought of Keynes than deficit spending in downturns. Keynes had a vision of the future of the industrial economy that can be described as corporatist. In his 1926 essay, The End of Laissez-faire, Keynes wrote, "I believe that in many cases the ideal size for the unit of control and organization lies somewhere between the individual and the modern state. I suggest, therefore, that progress lies in the growth and the recognition of semi-autonomous bodies within the state. Bodies which in the ordinary course of affairs are mainly autonomous within their prescribed limitations, but are subject in the last resort to Parliament. I propose a return, it might be said, towards medieval conceptions of separate autonomies. But, in England at any rate, corporations are a mode of government which has never ceased to be important and is sympathetic to our institutions. In World War II, as in World War I, the United States and its allies adopted versions of tripartite corporatism to ensure that conflict among employers and workers would not disrupt wartime mobilization. Using the leverage of defense spending, the National War Labor Board enacted a maintenance of membership rule mandating that all new employees in a unionized plant belonged to the union. By 1944, membership in the United Steelworkers had grown from 225,000 to 708,000, while membership in the United Auto Workers ballooned from 165,000 to more than 1 million. More than 35% of the non-agricultural labor force was unionized by 1945. To one degree or another, every economy in Western Europe and North America after 1945 was based on corporatism, that is, tripartism or social corporatism, compatible with representative democracy, not the authoritarian state corporatism adopted by interwar fascist regimes and by post-war dictatorships in Spain, Portugal, and Latin America. Elaborate forms of national sectoral bargaining were created in post-war Sweden and Austria. In the Federal Republic of Germany, collective bargaining was supplemented by co-termination, the practice of having union representatives on the boards of large corporations. In France, union membership has always been relatively low, but the results of employer union bargaining have covered great numbers of workers. Far from being neo-fascists, post-war Democrats feared that the exclusion of the working class from any influence on corporate decision-making might lead them to turn to radical ideologies like fascism and communism. One study notes, the shadows of fascism and/or foreign threat were decisive or at least significant in all the most successful and enduring peace settlements. The labor historian Nelson Lichtenstein points out, building upon the framework established by the National War Labor Board, the big industrial unions settled into a post-war collective bargaining routine that increased real weekly wages some 50% in the next 2 decades and greatly expanded their fringe benefit welfare packages. Following the Treaty of Detroit in 1950, a 5-year contract negotiated by the United Auto Workers, UAW, with General Motors and similar deals, the United States had a de facto system of corporatism in its concentrated manufacturing sector, which influenced standards for wages and benefits in many non-unionized sectors. Union membership in the United States peaked in the 1950s at around 1/3 of the workforce. Meanwhile, the long-struggling farm sector was stabilized and integrated with government by means of a system of price supports and subsidies. While many business executives continued to grumble, the legitimacy of labor capital bargaining was accepted by mainstream Republicans as well as Democrats in the post-war era. Soon after World War II ended, in November 1945, the Truman administration sponsored a national labor management conference. In a speech delivered at this conference, Eric Johnston, the president of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, declared, "Labor unions are woven into our economic pattern of American life, and collective bargaining is a part of the democratic process. I say recognize this fact not only with our lips but with our hearts." In a letter to his brother Edgar in 1954, President Eisenhower wrote, "Should any political party attempt to abolish Social Security, unemployment insurance, and eliminate labor laws and farm programs, you would not hear of that party again in our political history. There is a tiny splinter group, of course, that believes you can do these things. Among them are H. L. Hunt, you possibly know his background, a few other Texas oil millionaires, and an occasional politician or businessman from other areas. Their number is negligible and they are stupid." The historian Robert Griffith described Dwight Eisenhower's vision as a corporate commonwealth. Common to all of these activities was an attempt to fashion a new corporative economy that would avoid both the destructive disorder of unregulated capitalism and the threat to business autonomy posed by socialism. In his 1952 re-election campaign, President Eisenhower told the National Convention of the American Federation of Labor, "I have no use for those, regardless of their political party, who hold some foolish dream of spinning the clock back to days when unorganized labor was a huddled, almost helpless mass." Presidents Kennedy and Johnson likewise continued the tradition, dating back to William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt, of the president serving as an honest broker in private sector labor disputes that affected the national economy. In 1972, Nixon was the only modern Republican president to receive a majority of the Union vote. President Ronald Reagan's decision to fire 11,000 strict ING air traffic controllers on August 5, 1981, was interpreted both by liberal opponents and by libertarian conservatives as a salvo in the war against all organized labor, public and private. But Reagan's approach to this strike did not differ significantly from precedents set by earlier presidents who are typically thought of as friendly to labor. As we have seen, Franklin Roosevelt had agreed with Calvin Coolidge that strikes by public sector workers could not be tolerated. And in 1952, during the Korean War, President Harry Truman sought to avert a disruptive steelworkers' strike by preemptively nationalizing the American steel industry, a policy struck down by the Supreme Court on the narrow technical grounds that the president lacked the statutory authority which would have permitted him to do so. Reagan, who had been a union official himself as the elected head of the Screen Actors Guild, never denied the legitimacy of unions in the private sector. In a televised address to the American people on October 9, 1982, Reagan denounced the Soviet-backed communist regime of Poland for its crackdown on Lech Wałęsa's dissident Solidarity Union and other Polish labor unions. Ever since martial law was brutally imposed last December, Polish authorities have been assuring the world that they're interested in a genuine reconciliation with the Polish people. But the Polish regime's action yesterday reveals the hollowness of its promises. By outlawing Solidarity, a free trade organization to which an overwhelming majority of Polish workers and farmers belong, they have made it clear that they never had any intention of restoring one of the most elemental human rights, the right to belong to a free trade union. For Ronald Reagan, if not for the libertarian pseudo-conservatives today who call themselves Reaganites, the right to join a labor union was one of the most elemental human rights. Reagan depended for his victory in part on the same sort of culturally conservative but economically progressive voters who would later win the White House for Trump. To avoid alienating these blue-collar Reagan Democrats, he discarded the libertarian right's proposed reforms to privatize or downsize FDR's Social Security and LBJ's Medicare, the two biggest government programs. Pragmatic in economics and cautious in military affairs, Reagan talked like Goldwater but governed like Eisenhower and Nixon. Only under the two Bushes did the influence of economic libertarians who promoted free trade, mass immigration, and cuts to entitlements peak in the GOP. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party has exchanged its blue-collar, private sector union base for more upscale constituencies. Beginning in the 1970s, politicians like Bill Clinton and Al Gore, many of them from the low-wage anti-union South, sought to replace the working-class, unionized, Midwestern, and Northeastern base of the New Deal Democrats who were mocked as old Democrats, with Wall Street bankers and Silicon Valley tycoons. As president, Clinton pushed NAFTA through Congress and secured the admission of China to the WTO, licensing U.S. multinationals to replace American factories with new ones in countries with cheap and repressed labor. Many U.S. corporations and financial interests, sacrificing the U.S. economy to corporate and personal profit, transferred or ceded much of America's industrial base to authoritarian China, America's greatest potential military and commercial rival. For most Americans, the well-paying knowledge sector jobs promised by neoliberal Democrats never appeared. Instead, there were mostly a lot of low-wage, non-union jobs in healthcare, retail, and hospitality, and, for those not lucky enough to hold steady work, precarious contract labor like that of exploited Uber and Lyft drivers. Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump in 2016 represented the revenge of the repressed against the bipartisan neoliberal managerial elite that had misgoverned the United States for a generation. In different ways, Sanders by supporting organized labor and social insurance expansion, and Trump by emphasizing manufacturing jobs, promised to create a modern version of the mid-century American social contract, which had been underpinned by tripartite labor-business-government collaboration. The case for sectoral policies. Does tripartism have a future in the United States? Although the United States can and should onshore some lost industrial supply chains, most old-fashioned manufacturing jobs are not going to return, and private sector trade unions in their 20th century form probably have no future. Nevertheless, as Republican thinkers like Orrin Cass have argued, a program of national economic development which incorporates novel forms of alt-labor has the potential to organize alienated segments of the American working class, while boosting the productivity and growth of the American economy. The centerpiece of a post-neoliberal program to address the double crisis of the American economy and the American social contract should be sectoral policy, combining industrial policy with business-labor government tripartism. In spirit, it would be a return to the vision of the National Civic Federation, the associationalism of Herbert Hoover, the first New Deal corporatism of Franklin Roosevelt, and the corporate commonwealth of Dwight Eisenhower. It would build on their insights and also learn from their mistakes. In retrospect, the biggest failure of earlier American versions of tripartism was the failure to distinguish among different broad economic sectors with different dynamics. Already by the 1900s, economists recognized that in certain industries characterized by network effects like railroads, there was a tendency toward natural monopoly and a resulting threat of predatory pricing by the monopolies. The use of antitrust law to break up these networks would reduce their efficiency. So for more than a century, the preferred policies have been either public ownership of enterprises in these industries or their conversion into privately owned but publicly regulated utilities. By the 1930s, in another development moving beyond crude 19th century free market liberalism, Joan Robinson, Edward Chamberlain, and other economists developed the theory of imperfect markets. Earlier economists, and many laypersons to this day, have mistakenly treated oligopoly as simply an intermediate phase on the road from free competition to monopoly. By the mid-20th century, economists recognized that oligopolistic competition in imperfect markets was distinct in kind both from monopoly and from competition in highly competitive markets. Joseph Schumpeter spoke of co-respective competition among oligopolistic firms and emphasized that dynamic oligopolies compete not on the basis of price cutting, but on the basis of innovation that leads to new products, a process that he called creative destruction or industrial mutation. An example would be Apple, originally a personal computer company, and Google, originally a search engine, competing with each other in the new wireless phone market. In the 1960s, John Kenneth Galbraith divided the economies of the United States and similar advanced industrial nations into the planning system, dominated by a small number of large high-tech corporations, which have the power to substitute private planning for market forces in many areas, and the market system, a more competitive realm composed mostly of small businesses. A little later, the business historian Alfred Chandler identified two sectors of the economy: the oligopolistic core, which contains capital-intensive manufacturing firms, and others which benefit from increasing returns to scale and scope and from network effects, and the periphery, the equivalent of Galbraith's market system. Building on the insights of Schumpeter and John Kenneth Galbraith, the late William Baumol observed that technological innovation is driven today not by individual inventors or small startups, but chiefly by competition among dynamic oligopolistic firms with deep R&D budgets. Baumol's book, The Free Market Innovation Machine, in which he set forth this argument, would have been more accurately titled The Imperfect Market Innovation Machine. On the basis of a century of sophisticated economic thought based on observation rather than axioms, then we can distinguish among three sectors of a modern technological economy: the natural monopoly sector, the dynamic oligopoly sector, and the traditional market sector. This analysis of the three major sectors of a modern economy allows us to better understand the flaws in the design of the National Industrial Recovery Act in the First New Deal. While there was opposition from business in all sectors, supporters of the NERA tended to be found among the leaders of large corporations. These big, advanced firms already paid well, so they were not threatened by the prospect of sector-wide minimum wages, and many of them already paid generous benefits, so the mandating of minimum employee benefits by NRA sectoral codes was not a threat either. In contrast, industry-wide minimum wages and benefits threatened to drive many small firms out of business in the low-tech, labor-intensive traditional market sector. And it was easier for a few big firms in a capital-intensive, technology-based sector to arrive at a consensus than it was for many tiny firms in a decentralized industry. From all of this, it follows that sectoral policies based on tripartite corporatism are more suited to large firms in the dynamic oligopoly sector than to the many small firms of the traditional market sector. Indeed, something like this emerged naturally in the United States in the aftermath of the collapse of the First New Deal by the 1940s and 1950s. In the concentrated manufacturing sector, collective bargaining was institutionalized. In the dispersed traditional market sector, the federal minimum wage, supplemented by state and local minimum wages and by government safety nets, provided basic protection for non-union workers. A similar two-tier pattern can be seen in the democracies of Western Europe. In retrospect, it was folly for the Roosevelt administration, under the auspices of the NRA, to try to convene businesses to draft codes in hundreds of narrowly defined industries all at once. It would have been far better to limit the tripartite system to a small number of industries in the dynamic oligopoly sector, like automobile manufacturing and steel. Each of the three major sectors in a modern technology-based economy, then, requires different and appropriate industrial policies and labor policies. The natural monopoly sector includes traditional grids like road and rail systems and electric, water, and sewage utilities, Whether search engines like Google and social media like Facebook and Twitter, which exploit network effects, can be viewed as natural monopolies as well as debatable. The interest of the public in these natural monopolies is not limited to uninterrupted service and low costs for individual citizens and firms. In the case of infrastructure and energy utilities in particular, the national government has an interest in making them resilient against terrorism and sabotage and ensuring that they are innovative rather than technologically stagnant. As for workers, the insulation of public utilities from the rigors of markets can make long-term careers at decent if not exorbitant wages possible in the natural monopoly sector. In many other democracies, industries that are considered to be public utilities have been socialized. In the United States, the alternative to direct socialization has typically been the combination of private ownership with rate setting and oversight by public utility commissions. At the other extreme, in terms of market concentration, is what I am calling the traditional market sector, Galbraith's market system, and Chandler's periphery. This is the realm of industries in highly competitive markets in which there are no increasing returns to scale or scope and no network effects. A giant automobile factory is more efficient than a tiny mom-and-pop car factory, if such a thing can be imagined, but a chain of restaurants does not necessarily produce better food at much lower prices than a single family-owned restaurant. The traditional market sector is where low-tech, low-profit small businesses tend to be found, as well as labor-intensive occupations like nursing, in which mechanization or automation is difficult or impossible at present. This sector is currently generating most of the new jobs in the United States, many of which are poorly paid and come with few or no benefits. In the traditional sector, high levels of competition drive down the overall profits to be distributed to workers, managers, and owners alike. Unable to pay generous wages or provide generous benefits, many of the low-profit firms in the traditional market sector are also unable to invest in innovation. The limits imposed by competition on firms in the traditional market sector suggest that raising sector-wide innovation and increasing the overall incomes, though not necessarily the market wages, of the workers in this sector should be in part the responsibility of government. In industries within the traditional market sector, government agencies, working with research universities, nonprofits, and trade associations, can engage in R&D to benefit the industry as a whole and disseminate innovations to firms by means of technology extension programs. Agricultural extension programs and agricultural and mechanical colleges, ANMS, provide a successful historic model for state-led innovation in highly decentralized industries with many small, low-profit entities. In the traditional sector, the government can also directly create or help firms organize to create purchasing cooperatives, insurance cooperatives, and export marketing boards. This will enable small businesses, in groups, to enjoy the economies of scale or monopsony bargaining power possessed by many large corporations on their own. Needless to say, antitrust law would have to recognize exemptions to allow these cooperative enterprises. In each of these cases, the government is solving a problem of collective action by providing, directly or indirectly, as a public good or service, something that small and medium-sized firms are unlikely or unable to pay for on their own. This kind of government support for mostly small firms has nothing whatever to do with the misguided contemporary U.S. practice of showering tax favors and exemptions from regulations on individual small businesses only because of their size, a practice that should be eliminated in favor of size neutrality in tax and regulatory policy. What about the workers in the traditional market sector? A century ago, reformers recognized that what were called the sweated trades, occupations like piecework done by largely female workers, often in their own homes, could not be easily unionized for purposes of collective bargaining. An alternative to trade unions in these occupations was found in wage boards, government commissions with members representing business, workers, and sometimes consumers who would reach a consensus and set common wage scales and work rules for the occupation as a whole. Recently, Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York used a long moribund wage board statute to raise wages for fast food workers in the state, and proposals for reviving this approach have been made. Raising wages by higher statutory minimum wages, wage boards, collective bargaining, tight labor markets created by immigration restriction, shorter workweeks, or other means need not always increase unemployment because better paid workers add to aggregate demand. But at some point, increasing wages may indeed have the dire effects predicted by employer lobbies and libertarian ideologues. An alternative is to raise the incomes of low-wage workers without raising the wages paid to them by employers. This can be done either by wage subsidies or by decommodification. Wage subsidies top up wages too low for an individual, much less a family, to live on. Decommodification refers to providing necessities in the form of free or publicly subsidized goods or services, allowing workers with low wages to have more discretionary income. Wage subsidies in general are a bad idea. By lowering the cost of labor, they reduce the incentive of employers to invest in labor-saving, innovative technology, which could boost the productivity of the industry and the nation as a whole. Even in low-wage industries, the wages should be high enough to spur some productivity growth. Even worse, if low market wages are supplemented by government wage subsidies with no regard for particular occupations, the result can be induced demand by consumers for frivolous or exploitative jobs. Dog walkers, nail salon workers, gardeners, and so on, combined with an immense pool of cheap labor in the form of low-wage immigrants, both authorized and unauthorized, the result in the United States has been an incipient caste system, with a steadily growing underclass, often foreign-born, in menial, dead-end personal service jobs. Decommodification is a better approach to helping lower-wage workers, native and immigrant alike, in a democratic society that does not want a permanent servant class. Economists define merit goods as goods or services like health care to which all citizens should have access, whether they can afford them or not. By lowering the cost of essential merit goods, or making them free through vouchers or through public or nonprofit provision, decommodification increases the standard of living of low-wage workers, who have more discretionary income when basic necessities are paid for directly or indirectly by the state. What is more, decommodification can help to raise wages in the low-wage sector, even in the absence of unions and collective bargaining, by letting individual workers hold out longer before being forced to accept jobs. Worker bargaining power is weakened by wage subsidies that require workers to take any job available, and strengthened by decommodification, which forces employers to attract workers who are not desperate. To be sure, high market wages could make some important labor-intensive services like elder care or home health care unaffordable for members of the working class and middle class. In such cases, wage subsidies should be considered. But as Lauren Dam and I have suggested in Democracy Journal, it is better to provide necessary services like housework for low-income, homebound elderly people in the form of the service vouchers pioneered in a number of European countries, allocated to eligible consumers and restricted to particular kinds of jobs, rather than in the form of wage subsidies that are showered on all low-income workers regardless of their occupations. It is one thing for taxpayers to specifically subsidize the wages of house cleaners for elderly shut-ins, and quite another to indiscriminately subsidize the wages of pool cleaners, gardeners, and maids for rich Hollywood actors. As paradoxical as it seems, then, the case for direct government industrial policy and direct state provision of benefits is strongest in the competitive market sector with its many small, low-margin firms. The situation is different in the dynamic oligopoly sector, to which I now turn. Firms in the dynamic oligopoly sector perform a disproportionate amount of private sector R&D and tend to pay better and provide more generous employer benefits than firms in the traditional market sector. Imperfect markets in this sector and the absence of intense price competition allow a small number of big firms to exercise market power, to be price makers, not price takers, in the jargon of economics. From the point of view of old-fashioned Jeffersonian/Brandeisian producerists who hate bigness in any form, the market power of oligopolies, as well as monopolies, is intolerable. Oligopolistic firms should be broken up by antitrust authorities. But this naive view is a relic of pre-industrial economics, when the only sector was the traditional market sector in which firms compete chiefly on the basis of price, including low labor costs, not on the basis of technology-driven product and service innovation. A more realistic response to the market power of oligopolistic firms is to treat the higher prices their market power allows them to charge as a kind of government-approved private tax on consumers. If the tax is recycled into R&D, producing innovative products that improve the lives of consumers for generations to come, it is well spent. The private tax is also well spent if it goes to higher wages and benefits for the workers in that sector, who then spend money on goods and services provided by firms and workers in the traditional market sector. The classic example is provided by the well-paid, unionized auto workers of yesteryear, who spent their paychecks partly on local haircuts, restaurants, and bowling alleys. As we have seen, the lack of market power on the part of low-profit firms in the highly competitive traditional market sector makes it necessary for the government to directly provide services like technological innovation and worker benefits which those firms themselves find it difficult or impossible to provide. But in the concentrated dynamic oligopoly sector, the government can save the taxpayers some money by a kind of indirect rule, commanding or incentivizing the firms themselves to pay for research and employer-provided benefits. A 21st century version of tripartism in America would focus chiefly on the dynamic oligopoly sector. It should begin with the federal government's existing sector-specific policies in the defense industrial base, overseen by the Department of Defense. Even in the absence of immediate threats, the possibility that other great powers could, in the future, threaten the United States militarily or seek to drive it out of global markets and strategic industries would justify a permanent industrial policy designed, in the words of Alexander Hamilton's Report on Manufactures 1791, to render the United States independent on foreign nations for military and other essential supplies. The defense industrial base of the United States should be defined much more broadly than defense contractors supplying weapons, vehicles, and material to the armed services. To prevent the emergence of two separate industrial sectors, one military and one civilian, the strategic industrial base should include all dual-use industries which, if necessary, could be converted to wartime production. In these industries, national security requires supply chains to be diverse and located either in the United States itself or in close allies who cannot be threatened by blockades, Canada and Mexico, for instance, rather than Japan or South Korea or Europe. In the dynamic oligopoly sector, including national manufacturing, unlike in the traditional market sector, the government can achieve many of its policy goals indirectly, by backing collaboration among firms and also between management and organized labor within firms. To promote inter-firm collaboration under government oversight in the strategic industries, strict antitrust enforcement should be relaxed in particular areas. In the traditional market sector, it makes sense for government-funded labs to fund industry-wide innovation, given the inability of most small firms to do so. But the government can relax antitrust laws to allow major industrial firms to pool their resources in R&D and share the results, including patents, among all of the members of a research consortium. Joint efforts by firms in the dynamic oligopoly sector also make sense in the case of training. In a free market, firms will have a reduced incentive to train workers, for fear that the workers will then quit and use their skills at a rival firm. One way around this dilemma of collective action is for the government to mandate sectoral training programs for all of an industry's workers, funded by contributions from all of the firms that could benefit. Labor policy, like R&D and worker training, should be made at the sectoral level, not the firm level, with government oversight and approval. Wages, hours, and benefits should be negotiated between representatives of all of an industry's employers and all of an industry's workers. While employer-controlled company unions should be avoided, the representatives of workers need not be old-fashioned closed-shop unions. Elected workers' councils might send representatives to sectoral bargaining negotiations. Grecian-Rogers has suggested that, in return for mandatory bargaining at the occupational or sectoral level, workers could be given unfettered freedom to vote for their labor representatives. In the strategic industrial sector, the government has not only the right but the duty to limit offshoring by firms. Local content requirements in strategic industrial sectors are appropriate, not only for the value added by firms but also for some of the inputs that they use in production. A new U.S. industrial policy should also encourage the immigration and naturalization of talented and skilled immigrants from all over the world, but corporations should not be allowed to use immigrants with inferior rights to undercut U.S. citizen workers and permanent legal residents. To that end, legal arrangements like H-1B visas, which bind indentured workers to specific employers, should be banned in designated strategic industrial sectors, in which only citizens and legal permanent residents with green cards, who possess full economic and legal rights, should be employed. A point system like the ones used in Canada and Australia would ensure that the future population of the U.S. is chosen by the U.S. government, on the basis of transparent criteria, not by corporations interested only in short-term profit. And all of these reforms should be accompanied by programs to boost the ability of disadvantaged Americans of all races and regions to join the industrial workforce. The objective of these sectoral policies in the dynamic oligopoly sector is not to pick winners or bestow subsidies on politically favored national champions. Rather, the goal should be to preserve, expand, and upgrade a permanent U.S.-based industrial commons in traditional industries like steel and aerospace and automobiles and new industries like robotics and biotech, while providing good jobs for upwardly mobile U.S. citizens and naturalized immigrants. Well-designed sectoral policies can promote national security, national productivity growth, and inclusive national prosperity all at once. Sectoral policy makes sense. Natural monopolies should be assigned to the oversight of public utility commissions representing major interest groups and viewpoints. At the same time, federal, state, and local governments should play a large role in R&D, technology extension, and public benefits in the low-productivity, low-profit traditional market sector. And within the dynamic oligopoly sector, where manufacturing is found, a new tripartism should be pioneered in strategic industries of military as well as commercial importance, in the emerging global environment of U.S. rivalry with China and other great powers. In both the traditional market sector and the dynamic oligopoly sector, there is ample scope for the relaxation of antitrust laws to permit multi-employer industrial policy and sector-wide collective bargaining among representatives of employers and labor. Notwithstanding the importance of grassroots labor activism, in mid-20th century America unionization flourished chiefly as a side effect of top-down national industrial policy pursued for other means, including war and recovery from the Great Depression. Tripartite labor-business government collaboration during World War I and World War II made possible the massive expansion of organized labor and collective bargaining in the mid-20th century and the subsequent social peace and widespread prosperity. If working-class Americans are ever again to enjoy the benefits of mass membership labor organizations of some kind, it will probably not be as a response to grassroots mobilization from below, employer by employer, state by state. More likely, any revival of worker empowerment in the United States will result from a much larger and more comprehensive program of national development carried out by the federal government in the service of military strength and economic growth, a national industrial policy of which institutionalized employer-worker bargaining would be only one of several elements. A bipartisan consensus along these lines can coalesce only if economic neoliberalism is defeated within the Democratic Party and if the Republican Party ends its fling with radical free market libertarianism. In 1906, a young Winston Churchill described the end of laissez-faire liberalism's hegemony in Britain, which had found its most ardent supporters among the business elite and the professional class. His words are just as relevant to the United States in the third decade of the 21st century. The great victories had been won. All sorts of lumbering tyrannies had been toppled over. Authority was everywhere broken. Slaves were free. Conscience was free. Trade was free. But hunger and squalor and cold were also free, and the people demanded something more than liberty. When labor and civil rights leaders A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin put forward their ambitious freedom budget for all Americans in 1966, they couched their political argument in the powerful idiom of liberal nationalism. For better or worse, Randolph avowed in his introduction, "We are one nation and one people." The freedom budget, he went on, constituted a challenge to the best traditions and possibilities of America, and a call to all those who have grown weary of slogans and gestures to rededicate themselves to the cause of social reconstruction. It was also, he added, a plea to men of good will to give tangible substance to long-proclaimed ideals. To the detriment of the nation as a whole, the Democratic Party and left-wing political elites abandoned the successful and compelling idiom of liberal nationalism espoused by the likes of Randolph and Rustin, as well as by political leaders like Franklin D. Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, and Hubert H. Humphrey. Instead, party and intellectual elites have retreated into an ideological hall of mirrors that has left them adrift at a critical time in the nation's history. They lack the political language required to move the United States beyond the rolling crisis it finds itself in as it barrels toward the 2020 presidential election. Indeed, given current trends, it's very possible, if not likely, that Democrats will win the White House this November, though the picture on the Senate is less clear. If former Vice President Joe Biden proves victorious, he will assume the leadership of a deeply divided nation in desperate need of renewal and reconstruction, but likely without the sense of national unity or the broad political coalition such an effort demands. Focused on the short-term demands of winning a presidential campaign against an unscrupulous rival candidate amid bitter national divisions, Democrats will find themselves unprepared for the scope and difficulty of the task that will confront them in January 2021 if they hold fast to their current course. Right now, Democrats do not have a vision adequate to the demands of the present moment, much less the future. While the coronavirus crisis has laid bare the incompetence of the Trump administration and the failings of conservative ideology, it has also magnified the inadequacy of the two newly fashionable streams of progressive politics on offer in recent years: left-wing multiculturalism and democratic socialism. Neither approach can unite a strong majority of the American people together in a shared project to rebuild the nation after both the Trump presidency and the coronavirus. Such a project would require a sense of common purpose driven by a politics that speaks to all Americans and embraces the best of the nation's potential, not its rejection in favor of ideological projects that pit Americans against one another. As the Democratic Party sought its way forward in the wake of the Obama presidency and Trump's election, it found itself buffeted by two unrepresentative ideological streams over the past 5 years. With their active social media presence, Democratic socialists and left-wing multiculturalists alike vastly exaggerated their strength and appeal among average Democratic voters. Their loud voices led a number of presidential candidates astray, leaving former Vice President Biden to pick up the pieces and assemble a winning coalition. Despite Biden's increased efforts to portray himself as a transformative figure, his electoral appeal rests, above all, on a promised return to the relative normalcy of the Obama years. In the eyes of many, that alone would amount to a vast improvement over the current state of affairs and right the national ship after a single disastrous Trump term. But as popular as President Obama remains among Democrats and many Americans, an Obama restoration will not provide the foundation needed for the optimistic program of national reconstruction that America will so desperately need moving forward. While nostalgia for President Obama among the Democratic rank and file may be understandable, from the vantage point of 2020, the Obama presidency appears to represent the last gasp of the market-friendly third-way political program that guided Democrats since the early 1990s. That's not to gainsay the real advances the Obama administration made when it came to national health care policy or stanching the economic bleeding that followed the 2008 financial crash. But it's hard to say that the Obama administration's policies were truly equal to the challenges his presidency faced. Reinstating or reinventing these policies today, under vastly more adverse circumstances, does not constitute a forward-thinking policy program, nor a governing philosophy in its own right. None of yesterday's ideological programs will succeed, politically, practically, or philosophically. Still, yearning for President Obama and his level-headed leadership style may well prove an electoral boon for Democrats in 2020, especially after 4 years of an erratic President Trump. Moreover, appeals to normalcy likely have as much political potency today as they did a century ago. In a presidential election that came on the heels of a world war, an influenza pandemic, and widespread post-war social unrest. Even so, Democrats should not delude themselves that the Obama administration's policies amount to some sort of platonic ideal to which they should strive. They must instead move beyond a political program well past its expiration date, one far too preoccupied with market incentives, tax credits, and globalization for its own sake to meet the challenges of the coming decade and beyond. The two main ideological alternatives to Obama nostalgia, the multicultural left and democratic socialism, suffer from their own unique political, policy, and philosophical shortcomings. Start with democratic socialism, a doctrine in vogue thanks to Senator Bernie Sanders' surprisingly successful 2016 Democratic primary challenge and the surprise primary victory of the telegenic Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2018. In the main, Democratic Socialists champion two policy proposals: Medicare for All, the centerpiece of Sanders' unsuccessful 2020 presidential campaign, and the Green New Deal, the wide-ranging framework for combating climate change promoted by Ocasio-Cortez. While Democratic Socialists should be commended for their ambition, they have yet to make a politically compelling argument for themselves. Sanders likely owed his unexpected success in the 2016 primaries to discontent with Hillary Clinton rather than widespread popular support for democratic socialism. Likewise, Ocasio-Cortez's Green New Deal program has seen greater success as a lightning rod for conservatives than as a practical policy proposal or political center of gravity for the left. Medicare for All similarly lacks public support, with a majority of Democrats backing a public health insurance option over a single government insurance plan. Nor did candidates supported by Sanders and Democratic socialist groups have much success in the 2018 midterm elections, losing instead to mainstream center-left candidates backed by the party establishment. Combined with Sanders' underwhelming, if briefly threatening 2020 primary performance, it's not an exaggeration to say that his brand of democratic socialism has been a political failure in many respects. More fundamentally, democratic socialists operate within a political tradition alien to most on the American center-left. Though Sanders, Ocasio-Cortez, and others have repeatedly attempted to claim the mantle of Franklin D. Roosevelt and the New Deal, their political philosophy stands at odds with the tradition of liberal nationalism inaugurated by the 32nd president. Notoriously allergic to the rigidities of ideology, Roosevelt defined himself above all as a committed liberal, a man who uses his legs and his hands at the command of his head, against conservatives, reactionaries, and radicals alike. Where Roosevelt spoke the language of freedom and national possibility, Sanders and his cohort dwell on equality and leveling above all else. It's no coincidence that Roosevelt's outline of Allied aims in World War II was called the Four Freedoms. But perhaps most importantly, Roosevelt articulated a wider vision of American national life that can't be found in the superficial us versus them populism offered by Sanders and many of his fellow travelers. For its part, the multicultural left presents a philosophically disastrous and politically ruinous alternative, viewing the United States as irredeemably tainted by the original sins of slavery and racism and seeing progress as an illusion. The multicultural left denies the very possibility of a common ground and shared national life among citizens of differing backgrounds. Instead, it sees the United States as consumed and defined by multiple systems of identity-based oppression that must somehow be dismantled, though how always remains unclear beyond reading certain ideological tracks. This fatalistic worldview and the esoteric jargon that accompanies it pervade the discourse of progressive elites, leaving them bereft of any other way to think or talk about politics and society. It's not hard to see the political and philosophical flaws in the worldview of the multicultural left, though some progressive elites somehow manage to remain blind to them. For starters, the multicultural left ignores the complexities of human life in order to divide Americans into identity categories, attribute identity-based interests to these categories, and then declare these interests to be, for all intents and purposes, incompatible. This process occurs behind a curtain of impenetrable academic jargon that obscures and obfuscates, laundering as progressive what would otherwise be rightly seen as reactionary notions surrounding identity. The system, as journalist George Packer put it, is closed. There's an internal logic that can be accepted or rejected, but isn't open to argument or question. Yet the multicultural left somehow deludes itself into believing that it can cobble together a winning political coalition by encouraging identity-based segregation and deploying empty academic jargon. This is incorrect. Strong majorities of Americans dislike political correctness and oppose extravagant demands associated with the multicultural left, such as reparations for the descendants of slaves, decriminalizing the border, and defunding the police. Even if the multicultural left were to establish a politically viable project, and it hasn't, it would be unwise and immoral to pursue it. Such a project would at best be a betrayal of core liberal values of individual freedom and equality in favor of the sort of ethnic, racial, and sectarian particularism that's proven disastrous throughout history. That the United States has yet to fully live up to these values is irrelevant. As economist Glenn Loury noted before Trump's 2016 election, the objective of racially transcendent humanism ought to remain the bedrock goal of any liberal nationalism worthy of the name. To abandon this goal in the pursuit of the multicultural left's identity politics is to abandon the possibility of a humane and moral progressive politics altogether. The multicultural left defines America at its worst and aims to keep it there through its inert politics and pernicious worldview. In short, both democratic socialism and the multicultural left amount to political and philosophical dead ends. Democrats searching for a forward-looking approach must turn elsewhere to find a real program of national renewal and reconstruction. Fortunately, a political philosophy stands ready to fill this void. A new liberal nationalism that speaks to the common good at home and national interest abroad, all while reaching toward the next frontier of national possibility and human potential. This nationalism aims to put the best of America forward to ourselves and the world, giving us reason to believe in our future together. It builds on four main principles first enunciated by Franklin D. Roosevelt's New Deal and carried forward by John F. Kennedy's New Frontier, adapts them for the present, and takes them into the future. The first principle is freedom. For a next frontier nationalist, both political and economic freedoms guide the practical policy program it proposes. Political freedoms consist of the well-known and universal liberties necessary to make democracy and self-government work. Freedom of expression, freedom of belief, civil rights, and voting rights. These freedoms apply not just at home but everywhere in the world, and need defending against threats from many among the populist right and the multicultural and socialist left. On economic freedom, conservatives have narrowly defined this concept as the absence of taxes and regulation, especially for wealthy individuals and powerful corporations. Next frontier nationalists, in contrast, harken back to FDR's concept of economic liberty as the opportunity to make a living decent according to the standard of the time, a living which gives man not only enough to live by but something to live for. Accordingly, new liberal nationalists see social insurance programs like Social Security and Medicare as the bulwarks of individual economic freedom. These public protections against the uncontrollable and unpredictable hazards of social and economic life enable individuals to strike out on their own and take risks that would otherwise prove untenable in the absence of such robust social insurance programs. Liberal nationalists thus view programs like Social Security and Medicare not as handouts but rather as liberators that unshackle the individual initiative of American citizens from the bonds of fear and uncertainty. This commitment to social insurance reflects the second central principle of a new liberal nationalism: peace of mind or security. These programs safeguard against the risks of social and economic life over which individual citizens have little or no control: old age, health, unemployment, and the like. Hazards like recessions, pandemics, and the inevitable challenges inherent in aging reside well outside the sphere of control for any one citizen, and therefore prove highly amenable to social insurance programs and policies universal in scope and broad-based in funding. The very phrase social insurance attests to this core purpose. It is protection the nation takes out on behalf of its citizens against the risks and perils inherent in social and economic life. Peace of mind also entails a strong national security and foreign policy apparatus to protect Americans against the threats and challenges emanating from beyond our borders. That apparatus includes a strong diplomatic corps as well as a strong military and intelligence community. Unlike many of their counterparts to the left, Next Frontier nationalists do not look for ways to cut defense spending for the sake of cutting defense spending. They view the U.S. military and intelligence community as indispensable to national security and vital foreign policy tools, complements to diplomacy but not substitutes for it. All components of U.S. foreign policy should receive the spending they require to pursue the national interest and keep the country safe. Peace of mind and security relate directly to the third pillar of a new liberal nationalism: prosperity. Here again, Next Frontier nationalists define prosperity in the same way as Franklin D. Roosevelt: the enjoyment of the fruits of scientific progress in a wider and constantly rising standard of living. This ethos has always guided progressive nationalist economic thinking and serves as its overarching objective. A liberal nationalist policy prescription for prosperity therefore demands public investment in national infrastructure, educational opportunity, scientific research and technological development, and social insurance on a massive scale in order to jumpstart the engine of national prosperity. When Next Frontier nationalists think of prosperity, they imagine wide-ranging public investments akin to the interstate highway system, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, the GI Bill, and Social Security. These mid-20th century public investments not only made the nation more prosperous in the present, they laid the foundations of prosperity for decades to come. Indeed, their effects can still be felt even today. Next Frontier nationalists also envision an active national industrial policy that moves the heart of the America's economy away from the finance, insurance, and real estate sectors and back to advanced manufacturing. New liberal nationalists aim to finance this ambitious economic program through a tax system that requires everyone to pay their fair share, especially the ultra-rich and corporate behemoths, in pursuit of a common national purpose. Finally, Next Frontier nationalists believe that the United States should be a nation second to none. America should earn global prestige as the most technologically advanced, prosperous, and freest nation on the planet. The United States should be the nation that leads the world into the future, and does so from the front lines, not behind them. Restoring American prestige. America can earn international respect and prestige, and renew the underlying sources of its national power in three main ways. First, it should possess an advanced and functional national infrastructure that can serve both as the nation's arteries and as a showpiece for what the United States can accomplish. Second, the United States should make enormous public investments in scientific research and technological development across the board, in agencies ranging from NASA and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to the Centers for Disease Control, National Institutes of Health, and the Department of Energy. Looking overseas, the United States should field a strong military, a capable diplomatic corps, generous and effective foreign aid, and unbreakable alliances with its friends around the world. In all these endeavors, the United States should aim to be the best and most effective nation in the world. This vision of a new liberal nationalism proudly builds on the traditions of the past, as embodied in leaders like Franklin D. Roosevelt and John F. Kennedy. But it also sees glimpses of potential in contemporary political leaders like Barack Obama, Pete Buttigieg, and Sherrod Brown. Though these leaders haven't put all the pieces of a new nationalism together in a single political package, they have each planted the seeds from which it can germinate and grow. Former President Obama, for instance, has eloquently spoken of the need for democratic political leaders to speak to and for the nation as a whole, while Senator Brown has emphasized the dignity of work, and Mayor Buttigieg has highlighted America's vast national potential. As the nation recovers from the coronavirus and rebuilds after the Trump presidency, it's time to revive this tradition and promulgate a new liberal nationalism. This approach speaks to all Americans as Americans, not as members of finely sliced and micro-targeted demographic categories, and engages them in an optimistic and truly inclusive politics of national renewal and reconstruction. It provides a political vision for visionless Democrats, caught as they are between the Scylla of identity politics and the Charybdis of socialism, with only the promise of a return to Obama-era normalcy to guide them. This kind of politics hasn't been seen or heard in recent memory, but a new liberal nationalism is the creed and vision Democrats should embrace and run on. A nation striving to lead the world to the next frontiers of possibility and beyond. It works politically. Polling conducted last year for the Center for American Progress shows virtually unanimous support across partisan and generational lines for a program of strong national investment at home and international cooperation to meet threats and challenges abroad, rallying all Americans in a broad coalition to pursue a common national project of renewal and reconstruction, not dividing them along the lines prescribed by either Donald Trump or multiculturalists and democratic socialists on the left, would likely prove a winner at the ballot box. Equally important, it would provide a broad-based and enduring political coalition to enact and sustain a new nationalist program for years and decades to come. We can see the outlines of this coalition already in the coalition of voters that brought the Democrats their 2018 victories and that is currently backing Joe Biden. In 2018, moderate Democratic candidates who eschewed both democratic socialism and the multicultural left cleaned up. According to the data analytics firm Catalyst, 90% of the Democrats' winning margin in 2018 was attributable to voters who switched from backing Trump in 2016 to backing Democrats in 2018. In 2020, Biden's strong lead over Trump nationally and in key states is attributable to outperforming Clinton not among young and non-white voters, but instead among white non-college, suburban white college, and senior voters. Reflecting these trends, we are witnessing the emergence of the Trump-Biden voter, those who voted for Trump in 2016 and are now backing Biden. These voters' views may be summarized as progressive on economics and moderate to conservative on social issues. In the Democracy Fund plus UCLA Nationscape survey, 6,000 cases a week, for instance, 7 in 10 Trump-Biden voters support increasing taxes on those earning over $600,000 per year, expansive steps to combat global warming through new clean energy investments, paid family leave, and a public health insurance option. 2/3 support a $15 per hour minimum wage, and nearly 6 in 10 support steps to ensure students can graduate from college debt-free, along with a jobs guarantee, but less than half support a Medicare for All proposal. On social issues, Trump-Biden voters hold moderate to conservative positions. A plurality of Trump-Biden voters oppose Trump's border wall, for instance, while 3/4 back a path to citizenship for immigrants who arrived as children without documents. At the same time, however, nearly half of these voters support moving from a family-based immigration system to one based on merit. Likewise, fully 78% of Trump-Biden voters believe that government should promote traditional family values in society, and nearly half support allowing vouchers for private or religious schools. By wide margins, these voters also oppose reparations for slavery and believe that there are only two genders, male and female. On guns, they express moderate views. 62% oppose banning all guns, while 85% support background checks for all gun purchases. The emerging Democratic coalition is clearly not one that can be sustained on the thin gruel provided by the multicultural left or democratic socialists. It's a coalition that benefits from demographic change, but not one produced or sustained by demographic change alone. As the 2016 election suggested, and detailed research by the Bipartisan States of Change Project confirmed, a demographics-based coalition remains hugely vulnerable to a right-wing populist mobilization of declining demographic categories like white non-college voters, who will still make up 42% of the vote in 2020. States of change simulations show that increased mobilization of this constituency could generate Republican electoral victories throughout the 2020s despite the pro-democratic effects of raw demographic change. Democrats and progressives who believe otherwise are chasing a chimera. Any stable and successful governing coalition must sink roots in all parts of the population. The next frontier of liberal nationalism would nourish those roots, allowing them to grow and prosper. It works practically. Widespread prosperity and social progress coincided with the massive public investments in national infrastructure, research and development, and social insurance that occurred from the 1930s to the 1970s. These investments continue to resonate today, demonstrating the potential for prosperity and progress inherent in a new era of public investment. Since the 1970s, however, the neoliberal agenda of tax cuts and deregulation has held sway and prevented the United States and American citizens from reaching their full national and individual potentials. History tells a simple tale. When Americans invest in themselves, they raise their own standard of living and lead humanity to new heights in the process. It works morally. In Western philosophical and religious traditions, the idea of working for the common good goes back to ancient Greece and Rome. Today, the very notion of a common good or sense of national purpose receives opposition from both the socialist and multiculturalist lefts. But without the idea of the common good or a sense of national purpose, it's impossible for any center-left political and policy program to gain traction with a majority of the American public, who are proud of their country and revere the ideal of equal opportunity for all. Cynicism about these ideas feeds fragmentation and prevents individual citizens from recognizing they share common interests with one another. In other words, new nationalists see all Americans as bound up in a common enterprise and sharing a common fate as a singular political and social community. President John F. Kennedy gets the last word on the essential task facing the next frontier for American democracy. We are not here to curse the darkness, but to light the candle that can guide us through that darkness to a safe and sane future. It's well past time for liberals, progressives, centrists, and all those concerned about the fate of our nation and its democratic way of life to light the candle of a new nationalism and guide America out of the darkness and surmount the enormous problems that disease, depression, and Donald Trump will leave in their wake for any program of national renewal and reconstruction. As Republicans rubbed their eyes on the morning of November 9th, it became painfully clear that the much-predicted red wave had turned out to be a mirage. A slew of unremarkable Republican candidates lost their bids to unseat Democratic congressmen, and prominent MAGA-style Trump-backed candidates lost as well. Both groups within the GOP blamed the other, with MAGA Republicans saying that the establishment GOP was milquetoast, and mainstream Republicans criticizing the crass populism of many Trump candidates. In spite of rampant inflation and general economic anxiety, Republicans only narrowly reclaimed the House of Representatives and failed to take the U.S. Senate. Since the election of Donald Trump in 2016, many on the right have preached the advent of a realignment. Accounts of realignment have taken various forms, but generally involve some traditionally Democratic constituencies shifting to the Republican Party and the GOP itself beginning to reflect the populist priorities of its base. The authors of the 2019 Declaration against the Dead Consensus inveighed against the failed conservative intellectual infrastructure that had gone before. Trump's victory, they wrote, driven in part by his appeal to working-class voters, shows the potential of a political movement that heeds the cries of the working class as much as the demands of capital. Calls for realignment on the right are even more urgent now than they were 5 years ago. But they are currently on very precarious ground, and only an honest reckoning with that fact can keep the possibility of realignment alive. In the days after the November 2022 misfire, conservative analysts settled on a typical narrative. Republicans had not pleaded their case to voters. Kevin Roberts, heralded by some on the right as bringing the Heritage Foundation from the Reagan era into the post-Trump policy world, complained in a Fox News op-ed that the GOP's supposedly wise and sophisticated tacticians urged their candidates to avoid policy. What policy should GOP candidates have advanced? Roberts touted Senator Rick Scott's Libertarian Rescue America plan, which, he said, called for education freedom and parental empowerment, congressional term limits, the protection of religious liberty, women's sports, and unborn babies, and suggesting all federal legislation sunset in 5 years. Days later, Roberts was back in the Fox News op-ed pages, demanding that Republicans hold the line on the federal debt ceiling as a signature policy plank. Yet it is hard to think of a less plausible argument than that a more truly deficit-hawkish GOP could have triumphed on November 8th. Poll numbers do not bear out this typical conservative claim. Overall, according to the AP VoteCast survey, 47% of voters said that the economy and jobs were the most important issue facing the country, and 65% of those voters cast votes for Republicans. But in crucial swing states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona, independent voters overwhelmingly favored Democratic candidates by 18, 28, and 30 points, respectively. Zooming out, about 27% of the country considers itself liberal, 39% conservative, and 34% moderate. So there is ample room for a conservative party to capture moderates, but 55% of moderates voted for the Democratic Party, and only 40% for the GOP. There is no reason to think that doubling down on standard conservative issues like tax cuts, or even worse, gimmicks like sunsetting all federal legislation, would help the Republican Party get to 51% in the states where it needs to. In fact, Polling consistently shows that Americans oppose federal budget austerity and prefer increases in federal spending. Yet neither did the election results support the public policy angle that many MAGA-oriented conservatives were pushing, that focusing on crime and immigration would drive voters to the polls. Only 9% and 8% of voters flagged immigration and crime, respectively, as their most important issue. The argument that intervention in Ukraine would infuriate American voters due to comparative neglect of the border at home also fell flat. With economic turmoil difficult for voters to pin down on any one source, foreign policy was not a motivating issue in the 2022 election at all. Finally, retrospective views on how the COVID-19 pandemic was handled played no role in the election. The electorate was divided 50-50 on concern about COVID-19, and it was not a motivating issue. State-level investigations into vaccine effectiveness and similar topics will not translate onto the national stage in 2024. In short, both the mainstream Republican as well as MAGA Republican arguments were poorly positioned to take advantage of an overall political situation that should have been favorable to Republicans. Neither conservatives at the Heritage Foundation nor based MAGA advocates online have articulated a positive governing agenda that would use the power of the state to bolster the national industrial economy and support the American family. Those arguments exist in the pages of American Affairs, as well as in policy proposals from American Compass and other organizations. But with important exceptions, they aren't being translated for the electorate as a whole. After 2 years of economic malaise and ever more aggressive left-wing cultural propaganda, the election largely affirmed the status quo. It was not supposed to be this way. As the Trump administration wore on, many on the right began to realize that the typical conservative approach to governance had been an obstacle to the realignment. Many came to the view that only an electoral strategy aimed at harnessing vote shifts through policy change could be a source of long-term success for the Republican Party. With some proportion of culturally conservative blacks and Hispanics growing dissatisfied with the Democratic Party, it was thought Republicans should be able to attract them, seeking to build a multiracial working-class party. To do so, the Republicans would have to shift from their rigid, fiscal conservative, classical liberal stance to allow for the government spending and economic intervention required in the present moment. If they did, say, around promoting pro-family spending or government investment in industrial development, they might be able to win voters to a national platform. A small architecture of aligned think tanks and projects sprouted into existence, initially American Affairs and with many worthy projects following suit. American Compass was launched to provide cool-headed policy recommendations from within a framework broadly supportive of the realignment approach. Likewise, American Moment came into existence to redress the lack of aligned staffers that consistently plagued the Trump administration. A praiseworthy and important goal. In the ferment that the Trump disruption allowed, a more robust post-liberal viewpoint also emerged on the right, one that colors my own approach, to provide a theoretical context for the new policy emphases on the common good, family policy, and industrial development. In its early iterations, the National Conservatism Conference also sought to foster debate on new approaches to political economy, before returning to more conventional themes of social conservatism. These efforts on the inside track of the Republican Party have been extremely important. Indeed, they have already put a number of topics into circulation, particularly around reindustrialization and family policy, that mark important shifts on the right. Yet, however innovative specific policy proposals may be, unless they are packaged in a simple form and made part of a national brand, they can do little to motivate voters. And with voters not motivated by the top-line branding, the ability of realignment policy to mature into a governing approach is thwarted. On this score, much of the Republican Party has been plagued by well-intentioned half-steps that are difficult to translate into a compelling national message. The Republican Study Committee is one such example. After several years of heightened discussion around the need for fiscally generous policies to support the American family, the RSC released its Family Policy Agenda in September of 2022. Any movements in the direction of robust family policy are praiseworthy. But as the political scientist Daryl Paul has observed, the RSC's agenda is largely another collection of more savings accounts, more tax cuts, more privatization, more work incentives, and less regulation. With abortion now a motivating left-wing issue, the Republican Party knows on some level that it must become a pro-family party. Filtered through the GOP's typical policy levers, though, the result is often halting and insufficient. For the inside track of policy change to harness the outside track of voter interest, policies have to be translated into simple and compelling messages. At the overall level of voter messaging, however, the Republican Party has made few shifts. Seeking a message for addressing persistent inflation in the country, the GOP settled on blaming Biden and the Democrats' reckless spending, a phrase it hammered in advertisements throughout 2022. Among voters concerned about inflation, 47% cited the cost of groceries as their chief concern. These voters tilted Republican by a 12-point margin. Yet 25% of the electorate despaired above all of price increases in healthcare, prescription drugs, housing, childcare, and miscellaneous other purchases. These voters voted overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party, by 24 to 41 points, depending on the issue. A message of decreased government spending makes working-class voters more rather than less afraid of the increasing costs of goods. Among voters overall, 53% hold the view that government should do more to solve problems, whereas only 46% judge that government does too many things better left to businesses and individuals. Here again, getting to 51% in states that count will require Republicans to modulate its messaging, not losing government-skeptical voters but governing in a tangibly conservative way. Yet 2 months before the election, the Heritage Foundation's new president was once again out promoting the message: government is not the solution, but the obstacle to our flourishing. A clear contrast between the base new right and a more populist policy angle occurred in late August, when the Biden administration announced the largest student debt cancellation in American history. As if on cue, the supposedly now more populist Heritage Foundation released 7 reasons why President Biden's student loan debt transfer is bad for America. But as usual, conservatives could offer no arguments about how to help despondent, work-seeking, debt-laden young Americans other than standard bromides. Don't take on debt you don't intend to pay off. Work harder and pick up an extra job. Meanwhile, with entry-level housing prices at generational highs and the job market now weakening, even for those with college degrees, it's no surprise that young, college-educated Americans despair of voting for the Republican Party. Contrary to what many backers of conservative causes think, it's not the spread of socialism or woke ideology on campus that is driving college students to the left. Rather, they manifestly have nothing to gain in material terms from voting for the Republican Party. Contrast the typical American conservative approach to student debt with that of the conservative government in Hungary. The Hungarian government does offer a student debt cancellation program, but ties the program to conservative social goals: getting married and raising a family. For several years, Hungary has offered first-time mothers with student loans a 3-year suspension of their loan payments after the birth of their first child. Having a second child results in having the remaining student loan balance, and having a third child wipes the balance out entirely. From the beginning of 2023, the government announced women with student debt who have a child before their 30th birthday and within 2 years of the completion of their studies, or during, will have the entirety of their student loan debt forgiven. However different the American higher education system may be, with more private colleges and very expensive price tags, orienting public policy in a pro-family direction will require creative thinking like this with direct, simple, tangible benefits. Millennial Americans are already less likely than their European counterparts to grow more conservative as they age, so finding ways to reach young voters and help them realize the goals that human beings by nature have ought to have been a Republican priority. To be sure, many of the policy priorities of the so-called New Right could be successful aspects of an overall policy. The issues that motivate voters to go to the polls can be different from those on which they judge the success of an administration. Crime and immigration are important things for a U.S. administration to tackle, and an improving public order situation contributes to overall feelings that one's country is moving in the right direction. A successful Republican campaign would harness the basic motivations of the electorate while later delivering on substantive goods that reaffirm voters' choices. As matters stand, Republicans appear ideologically incapable of diverging from their Reaganite commitments to lower spending and rein in government, while the populist notes they sound are ones unable to command a national majority in elections. The morning after the November election, a slew of realignment-oriented conservatives threw their weight behind the potential presidential candidacy of Governor Ron DeSantis in 2024. Realignment conservatives rightly want to present a more effective and shrewd version of the Republican Party that has learned lessons from Trump's populism, while avoiding the excesses and inconsistencies to which he was prone. They put distance between themselves and the Washington GOP leadership and argue that only a full-throated, smarter attempt to reshape Washington politics will forestall a collapse into a permanent Democratic majority. DeSantis has shown that robust conservative governance can be successful at the state level. As he moves to the national level, the task will be to harness the populist economic issues necessary to chart a path to the White House. In his own victory speech after securing another term as Florida governor, DeSantis framed his governorship as primarily a battle against woke ideology. "We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents," said DeSantis. "We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die." While DeSantis's message is important and clearly resonates in fiscally prosperous Florida, an anti-woke message, dissevered from direct improvements in voters' economic circumstances, would likely be inadequate on the national stage. Typically, the most egregious instances of woke ideology are said to be those in American primary schools. But only the slenderest majority of voters, 51%, say that local public primary schools spend too much time on gender identity issues. To be sure, conservative state-level governments are well within their rights to restore order in public education and higher education. DeSantis deserves credit for his approach, confronting corporations and effecting changes in the state education system, which embodies the new, more assertive mode of conservative leadership. But confronting entrenched corporate interests on economic rather than cultural grounds is a different matter. Direct combat with woke ideology, one of the primary commitments of the new right, will not win a national election unless it is made complementary to bread-and-butter concerns. The new right's focus on woke ideology reflects a deeper trend in how the Republican Party absorbs new tendencies in its electorate. The GOP turns new constituencies into cultural tropes while avoiding substantive policy change. To succeed in 2024, the Republican Party needs to avoid this trap. The archetype for this tendency was the GOP's absorption of culturally conservative voters after Nixon's Southern strategy and the moral majority. Socially conservative voters became one leg of the three-legged stool of fusionism, whose votes could be relied upon while economic policy continued its shift toward laissez-faire. After 2016, discussion revolved around how Trump conjured the white working class, particularly from many of the forgotten parts of the upper Midwest and in places where working-class voters had traditionally voted Democratic. Fast forward to 2022, and most prominent MAGA voices and candidates had nothing specific to say to working-class voters, white or otherwise. Rather, pro-working-class politics had been transformed into messaging campaigns based, as it were, on caricatures of lower-class whites. Many of these simply repurposed the caricatures drawn by establishment and left-wing commentators in the immediate aftermath of 2016 to explain white working-class votes for Trump as ressentiment or racist anger over white men's having lost cultural ascendancy as well as their jobs. Unable to embrace policies that would help the multiracial working class, MAGA voices have instead emphasized continued litigation of the 2020 election and the COVID pandemic, while promoting based tropes centered on defiant but politically toothless gestures against cultural left liberalism. On the policy front, the based new right has solidified around the idea that a second Trump presidency could finally begin the real work of dismantling the administrative state, although not, presumably, the agencies involved in securing the U.S. border. Next time Republicans have the White House, they argue, we will really drain the swamp, firing mid-level civil servants and defunding the vast bureaucracy on the Potomac. At each point, the new right picks up one insight from the post-2016 landscape while turning it toward a more functionally libertarian end. Classical liberal neutrality is wrong, they say. Instead, we must be positively committed to limited government. Lacking a simple policy message is part of why Republicans lose. They admit, instead, Republicans should campaign on a simple anti-government message. The new right candidates put forward for senior party positions reflect this. Harmeet Dillon, a conservative lawyer active in areas of election law, announced her campaign for Republican National Committee chair by telling a Turning Point USA rally that the proper goal for the Republican Party is about the government leaving us alone so we can live our lives in freedom. During the agony over the selection of a new House Speaker, the concerns of the Insurgent Freedom Caucus were more akin to Tea Party goals of 2010. Aside from restoring a procedure to make it easier to oust the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy's main concession to the insurgent right concerned tying any potential debt ceiling increases to corresponding spending cuts. But that concession only flatters the libertarian donors who sponsor the intra-party resistance. Concerns about spending do not reflect the tendencies of potential realignment coalitions that could sustain conservative government. Given the reconsolidation of the populist moment back into standard Republican tactics, it is important to encourage a potential DeSantis administration to avoid these traps. Overall, DeSantis has come on the scene as a smarter, savvier, more level-headed equal to the post-populist moment in American politics. The DeSantis administration prioritizes combat with woke ideology and the restoration of sanity in schools and universities, as well as resistance to the cultural agendas of large corporations. Such tasks make sense for a state governor. But a presidential campaign and national governing agenda have to address the political economy of the country as a whole as well as its foreign policy priorities. A DeSantis campaign with populist economic appeal could be successful, but will need to hit different notes on the national stage and avoid the new right tendency to replace economic motivations with cultural tropes. Perhaps nowhere has the reconsolidation of traditional conservative republicanism been so clear as in the area of foreign policy. From the time of his attack on Jeb Bush during the 2016 GOP debate in South Carolina, Trump departed from modern neoconservative orthodoxy on the purpose and scope of American military intervention abroad. He criticized the never-ending wars in Afghanistan and Iraq as wastes of American lives and treasure. Instead of the neoconservative democracy promotion line, he struck a pose as an America First defender of American interests. Coincident with the birth of the national conservatism movement in 2019 and the departure of some neoconservatives for the Democratic Party, many rump neoconservatives made their peace with Trump. On the basis of affirming national interests and national sovereignty rather than global democracy promotion, they wrap themselves in the banner of realism and an interest-based, realistic approach to foreign policy. In the subsequent years, however, the same gradual reconsolidation has occurred. Unlike the past 20 years of wasteful military efforts in Afghanistan and Iraq, the argument goes we now have to focus resolutely and aggressively on the primary military threat, China, and to a lesser extent Russia. Since Russia and China are, unlike Afghanistan and Iraq, major military powers with global economic influence, the realistic argument has more to work with. China's economic dominance and rising military power pose a unique challenge, particularly now that America's military-industrial production is bogged down in supporting Ukraine. But in a sleight-of-hand characteristic of the reconsolidated position, the new realism transforms Trump-era skepticism about foreign military involvement into full-scale planning for war with China, and at least tacit support for American military backing of Ukraine. The tension between the two approaches has been captured well by the rolling debates between David P. Goldman and Elbridge Colby. Colby's new realism emphasizes that the United States must pick only one major conflict to prepare to fight for, and that, given Taiwan's importance as an obstacle to Chinese economic hegemony in East Asia, American strategy must be focused on denying Chinese ambitions in the Taiwan Strait. Goldman, by contrast, consistently describes himself as a hawk, but from the standpoint of American national military development and a larger strategy of reindustrialization. An immediate call for arming up the Taiwan Strait and preparing for military conflict is certainly an unusual denouement for the realism of the Trump era. A major shift since 2016 has been the realization, first advanced during the Trump campaign itself, that China's entrance into the World Trade Organization marked the beginning of a drastic decline in American manufacturing. In the wake of the 2016 election, the China shock study was frequently overlaid on maps of the 2016 electorate. The same regions that had suffered from manufacturing declines were shifting toward more populist economic demands. Fast forward to 2022, and the right has largely internalized these shifts by evoking the cultural views imputed to such voters. They are based and anti-woke, while transferring economic anxiety over Chinese manufacturing into tub-thumping for military conflict with China. At this year's NACN conference in Miami, Senator Rick Scott of Florida went so far as to call for a cessation of trade with China. But when it comes to proposing the economic agenda that would rebalance trade in an American direction and encourage reshored manufacturing, Republican efforts have been halting. Indeed, it was the Biden administration that seized the opportunity to build on the Trump administration's efforts. In February 2022, following an executive order from the year prior, the Biden administration released a multi-part report addressing ways to pursue domestic manufacturing renewal across a range of industries. Corporations themselves, shaken by the supply chain disruptions of the last few years, have begun their own efforts toward reshoring and nearshoring. Without the coordinating power of the state, however, such efforts cannot coalesce into the nationwide effort that would be needed to build American economic sovereignty. Meanwhile, fresh on taking the House of Representatives and under the influence of their right flank, the GOP have busied themselves with a select committee to investigate communist influence. Without efforts to transform such anxieties into a national economic policy, investigations like this simply launder serious concerns back into age-old Republican cultural tropes. A reasonable third way for great power competition with China could center instead on a combination of reindustrialization and a revivified interest in the supremacy of the United States in the Americas, the classic Monroe Doctrine. America's attempts to support Ukrainian self-defense militarily over the last year have revealed a number of shortfalls in America's military-industrial capacity. As the conflict winds toward an eventual conclusion, the United States will begin to take a close look at militarily significant supply chains and production issues. At the same time, while hastily and carelessly abandoning strategic ambiguity on Taiwan would risk embroiling the United States in an even greater conflict. The United States has classic geopolitical reasons for wanting to slow further incursion of Chinese presence in Latin America. China is rumored to be planning a military base in Argentina, a clear red line that should be the beginning of rethinking the American approach to China. Instead of a select committee on communist influence, the time is ripe for taking a reindustrialization-first approach to competition with China and revitalizing positive American influence close to home. To understand the GOP's situation, it is useful to consider both the national and historical scales. Ever since Trump's arrival on the political scene, a new element has been present in the Republican Party. For the old GOP establishment, the question has been one of how to manage the problem. Two-thirds of Republican and Republican-leaning voters consider themselves to be supporters of the MAGA movement, an impressive amount, considering the controversy surrounding Trump in recent years. As with the moral majority of the 1980s, however, the transformation of the 2016 Trump electoral proposition into an artifact of cultural grievance has been successful in sowing loyalty among this self-identified portion of the voter base. 97% of MAGA voters cast their votes for the Republican Party. By the same token, this transformation of working-class politics into cultural grievance also long ago succeeded in bringing out Trump's worst characteristics, which now predominate. Trump, in other words, was transformed from being a genuine threat to the system, however misguided that expectation was, to being an essential prop for the system. In outline, if not in details, this transformation resembles the role of Jean-Marie Le Pen in France. For the first 10 years after its founding in 1972, Le Pen's Front National was excluded from political life, with major media networks refusing to cover it. Not long after the victory of François Mitterrand as the socialist candidate in the 1981 presidential election. However, Mitterrand sensed an opportunity to disrupt the unitary opposition on the right by giving voice to Le Pen. Media blackouts against Le Pen were dropped, and the Front National began to pick up small victories in local elections, culminating in the parties obtaining 35 seats in the National Assembly in the elections of 1986. With that, the Front National became a national political force, and Le Pen himself would go on to contest the presidential election 4 more times, making it to the second round in 2002. Thanks to the cordon sanitaire, anyone but Le Pen, imposed by the mainstream parties, Le Pen became a reliable foil for the establishment parties and an obstacle to the union of the right. While the media fret about the political trends that allowed Le Pen to rise, the reality is that his opening arose in part from decisions within the French establishment. Although Trump's course proceeded differently, the denouement appears likely to be the same. Trump won the 2016 election unexpectedly, to the chagrin not only of Democrats but of many Republicans as well. Yet he is now an even more polarizing figure than in 2016. In the election of 2022, more Democratic than Republican voters cited Trump as a factor in how they cast their vote, even though he was not on the ballot. With a strong base of passionate supporters, Trump, like Le Pen, can always be a wild card in the right-wing presidential race. Some in his base will accept no substitute, but if he were to obtain the Republican nomination, he would face hardened opposition from Democrats and the media, as well as neglect and even opposition from the Republican donor class. Many on the base new right seem more than happy to play the role set out for them. The overall result, however, is primarily beneficial for the existing governing consensus and political stasis. The Freedom Caucus insurgents can claim the mantle of post-Trump populism while offering policies identical to Tea Party proposals, or even the George W. Bush agenda, for more than a decade past. Combined with the Freedom Caucus's tendency toward outlandish political stunts, it is all too easy for the Republican establishment, in contrast, to present itself as a junior coalition partner in the Democratic-run regime. The GOP has, in effect, become two parties, with an establishment wing governing in coalition while insurgent MAGA forces are largely wasted on based signaling. The tragic result of this split is that the center-left retains its unified governing power, which some Republicans share, while the right as a whole is fractured and weak. In effect, the United States has become a multi-party democracy governed by the Democrats and a centrist portion of the Republicans, while right-wing insurgents act as a foil. In Hill offices, conservative publications, and a handful of bootstrap think tanks, young conservatives treat the conservative heroes of yesteryear with a mixture of scorn and disdain. For the up-and-coming generation, the political and economic future both look foreboding, and interest in new intellectual and policy approaches is intense. But institutional capacity around new conservative approaches, those emphasizing political economy, family policy, critique of liberalism, and the recovery of different elements of the past American system remains limited. Provided that institutional capacity catches up to this level of interest, the prospects of a national interest-oriented right could improve. But what if things stay the same? Consider the following. The year is 2092, the centenary of F.A. Hayek's death. To celebrate, America's seemingly immortal conservative think tanks, from AEI to the Heritage Foundation and everything in between, are holding symposia across the land. College Republicans jockey for generous stipends to the different conferences, examining and applying Hayek's influence across a range of political questions. Now, conservatives have not held the presidency in the United States for more than 12 out of the last 70 years, but conservative foundations have never been stronger. In the immaculate Art Deco conference room at the Liberty Fund in Indianapolis, for instance, a dozen college students undertake a Socratic reading of essays about Adam Smith's impact on Ronald Reagan's first term. Carefully selected great books, identical to the ones originally selected in 1960. Dot the shelves. Students vie for recalling minute details of the policy priorities of the 1980s, while a Liberty Fund recorder types away, taking notes for a vault that will never be read. A ritual repeated every year. These Liberty Fund seminars remain a sacred memorial to what now seem to be slipping even further away. Although this picture may seem absurd, it is only slightly amiss from the present situation of astroturfed intellectual programming that dominates the formation of young conservatives. Often the work of small-scale regional capital, such foundations and their related think tanks have met with wild success. They have frozen in amber the conservative intellectual world of circa 1955, dominated by global struggles between freedom and tyranny, wrapped firmly in an American flag they seem to imagine still an uncontested symbol. Ironically, the most promising path forward may be to peer more deeply into the network of conservative foundations that have dotted the landscape of the United States over the last 50 years. Otherwise, such institutions will continue to put a limit on how much realignment is allowed on the American right. Outside these institutions, however, new ideas on everything from trade to family policy have emerged at a rapid pace, spreading like wildfire in spite of limited institutional support. The efforts of a small but influential cadre of realignment policy thinkers have begun to coalesce into specific proposals and areas of emphasis, particularly in industrial policy, family policy, and geostrategy. At its best, the realignment thinkers form a kind of shadow cabinet within the right, ready to articulate the way to renewed political strength when the Republican Party is ready. Particularly on cross-cutting issues like reindustrialization, where interest is now emerging among otherwise apolitical corporate interests, the right has no one else to offer. After all, the premise of legacy conservative think tanks has fundamentally been that policy is a misguided endeavor, that hewing to traditions through the little platoons is the only way to preserve the nation. Yet, without fiscally engaged policy to promote these goods, the little platoons of families and neighborhoods won't be forming at all. Since the old center-right has redefined its goal as blocking the realignment policy innovation from legacy conservative think tanks will continue to dwindle. 10 years from now, the only people on the right with policy approaches available will likely be realignment thinkers. When attention turns towards substantive policy issues in that space, as it certainly will, realignment approaches will be poised for an outsized influence. While the present stage of realignment is on hold, the ferment on the American right is continuing. At the same time, economic dislocation and geopolitical turmoil are more easily observed and diagnosed with the tools emerging from a political viewpoint focused on the world as it now is. The assumptions of the 1990s, that free trade would bring peace and prosperity throughout the world, are scarcely credible. Dramatic moments in foreign policy as well as the economy appear to lie ahead, with the potential to upend yet further the expectations of the post-Cold War liberal order. As time goes on, the need for a more nationally oriented economic and industrial approach will grow only more acute. Policies oriented toward that, while affirming conservative goals such as the protection of the family, can still win a national election. The question is whether the Republican Party, captured by donor interests and wearied at the thought of governing, will have the good sense to seize the opportunity in time. The U.S. government is run by idiots who don't understand the industry. One of the founding fathers of America's semiconductor industry told me after the Biden administration announced sweeping curbs on Chinese purchases of U.S. high-end chips, fabrication equipment, and design tools. The Biden measures also forbid American citizens or residents from working in China's chip industry. America is in a full-scale economic war with China, but Washington has brought a knife to a gunfight. China's subsidies to its nascent chip industry are 4 times the Biden administration's proposed support for American manufacturers. That doesn't augur well for American victory. This isn't a drill. After the Trump administration banned high-end chip sales to China's Huawei in 2020 and shut down its 5G smartphone business, Harvard guru Graham Allison asked, could the U.S. attempt to enforce that ban become a 21st century equivalent of the oil embargo the United States imposed on Japan in August 1941? The latest Biden measures extend the Huawei ban and more to the whole of Chinese industry. I don't think China will respond by seizing Taiwan's state-of-the-art chip fabrication plants, which make 70% of the world's advanced semiconductors. Instead, China will dig in for an economic war of attrition that it may well win. Every manufactured product, from toasters and automobiles to ballistic missiles, runs on computer chips. The United States invented the integrated circuit but now fabricates just 12% of the world's chips, and none of the most advanced versions. What is it the Biden administration doesn't understand? The nature of the industry, specifically, its constant hunger for capital expenditures. Semiconductor sales in 2021 were roughly $600 billion, and the industry planned $200 billion, an eye-popping 1/3 of total sales, in capital spending. The Taiwan-based TSMC and Intel together planned to spend $220 billion over the next 3 years. Industry analysts slashed that estimate to $160 billion last month, and the Biden chip war probably will shrink it even more. But compare this to the global automobile industry, which sold $2.8 trillion worth of cars and trucks in 2020, but only devoted $200 billion, or 1/14 of total sales, to capital expenditures. The semiconductor industry lives and dies on innovation. The latest chips that power 5G smartphones as well as artificial intelligence applications pack 10 billion or more impossibly small transistors of 3 to 5 nanometers into a chip the size of a fingernail. A state-of-the-art chip plant costs $20 billion to $30 billion and will be obsolete in 3 to 5 years. It needs lithography from laser light shrunk through an impossibly complex system of mirrors using machines that only one Dutch company can manufacture, as well as 700 different inputs ranging from specialty metals in valves that contain corrosive chemicals to machines that can purify solvents to 1 particle per trillion drops. In good times, profit margins are impossibly high. NVIDIA, perhaps the world's most advanced designer of AI chips, last year made $20 billion of gross profit on $30 billion of sales. But its stock price fell to $112 on October 14th, from a 2021 high of $346. A loss of 2/3 of its market value, as the slowing world economy reduced demand and the Biden administration cut off its Chinese market, or 26% of its world revenue. China last year bought slightly more than half of the world's computer chips and a vast amount of chip manufacturing equipment. ASML, the Dutch company with a monopoly on high-end lithography, made 15% of its 2021 revenue in China. LAM Research, the top U.S. maker of chip fabricating equipment, depended on China for 35% of sales that year. The China ban will punch an enormous hole in the revenues of America's remaining pockets of tech leadership. What does the Biden administration have to offer in return? The $50 billion CHIPS Act passed this year offers up to $8 billion a year in subsidies for chip manufacturing. That's barely 5% of the industry's global budget. It also envisions an $11 billion chip research center, while Samsung alone spends $16 billion on research and development. Meanwhile, the White House estimates that it will spend $30 billion a year on student loan forgiveness. This looks like America's Cold War measures against the Soviet Union, but the resemblance is threadbare. Under the Reagan administration, the federal development budget, spent on building prototypes of new technology, ran to 1% of GDP, or about $230 billion in current dollars. Now it's about 0.3% of GDP. With its huge population and vast talent pool, China is a far bigger challenge than Russia ever was, yet the United States spends a small fraction of our 1980s commitment relative to the size of the American economy. National security demands that the United States protect its chip supply. It's easy to hide the logical equipment of a time bomb among the billions of transistors of a modern chip, which means that chips used for America's military and critical infrastructure should be produced at secure facilities at home. But it's one thing to protect the U.S. chip supply, something I have advocated for years, and quite another to try to stop China from building its own chip industry. China has thrown vast amounts of money into semiconductors with mixed results. It now has a $221 billion fund for its domestic industry. As always, China's top-down approach suffers from inefficiency and corruption. In August, the chief of its semiconductor investment fund was arrested for alleged misuse of funds. But it would be foolhardy to underestimate China, which now graduates 7 times as many engineers annually as the United States, and has 20 of the world's 50 top-rated engineering schools, according to the U.S. News ranking. The United States has 70 years of expertise in the industry, but it has lost many of the manufacturing skills and infrastructure on which innovation depends. China has a vast advantage in human capital. It can't buy high-end chips from Taiwan, but it has hired more than 10% of Taiwan's chip fabrication engineers. It also has support from South Korea's top chip makers, Samsung and Hynix. So intertwined are China's and South Korea's high-tech industries that the Biden administration had no choice but to grant a reprieve for the South Koreans to continue investing in China's chip industry. The Biden administration claimed that its chip ban was aimed at China's military, but that doesn't wash. The overwhelming majority of military applications use older chips that China can make at home, as a 2022 RAND Corporation report explains. AI applications like autonomous vehicles need more modern chips, and the Biden ban will slow China's attempt to digitize its economy. The Middle Kingdom will have to shift investments toward reinventing what others can do better, and that will be a drag on its growth. It will take China at least 5 to 10 years to match the raw computing power of the ultradense 3 to 7 nanometer chips now produced by TSMC and Samsung. But there are a lot of workarounds in the meantime. Some Chinese firms claim to get 5 nanometer AI performance out of 14 nanometer chips with smart software. The Biden administration says it wants to stop China from making supercomputers that can design advanced weapons. But China built one of the world's top supercomputers with 14 nanometer chips running in parallel. The likeliest outcome of the chip war is the creation of a separate Chinese semiconductor industry, with years of global overcapacity financial distress for non-Chinese firms that depend on high profit margins to sustain capital expenditure and R&D. China will try to amortize its vast semiconductor subsidies by flooding the world market with cheaper products and putting Western companies out of business. We have 2 choices. We can accept a Chinese presence within the global division of labor in semiconductors, or we can spend what it takes to keep China out of the running. As it stands, we are doing neither. We can expect the worst of all possible outcomes. While President Trump seesaws between punishing or not punishing Canada and Mexico with tariffs, he has shown no such hesitation when it comes to China. Upon returning to the Oval Office, he doubled the 10% tariff on Chinese exports to the United States. The People's Republic retaliated with tariffs on a range of U.S. agricultural products, with the latest People's National Congress in Beijing warning of a bitter fight ahead. That sounds like a script for a trade war, but it may not play out this way. Chinese tech stocks have rallied sharply in recent days, and Beijing shows little inclination to escalate relentlessly in response. This is because both Washington and Beijing know well that the old bilateral China-U.S. trade relationship is untenable. Under that arrangement, U.S. consumers underwrote China's industrial might at the expense of America's domestic manufacturing sector. It was the product of a neoliberal consensus that has proved deeply unpopular with the working class and lower middle class Americans who form the Trumpian GOP's base. In short, the old free trade regime isn't coming back, and both sides are making plans accordingly. Trump may reduce tariffs on Chinese goods in exchange for stronger action to curb illegal immigration and opioids, or other concessions. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said on March 5th, "I think Trump's going to figure out, you do more and I'll meet you in the middle some way. And we're probably going to be announcing that tomorrow." Hong Kong's tech stock index, which traded flat until just before Tuesday's close, jumped 10% in the 3 sessions after Lutnick's remarks came across the wire. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much, Trump said of the impact of tariffs in his address to a joint session of Congress. Contrary to the remonstrations of Lawrence Summers and other neoliberal economists, he well may be right. Here's a back-of-the-envelope calculation of the impact of tariffs. In December 2024, the American economy imported $250 billion worth of goods, while retailers sold $650 billion in goods. Imports are about 40% of retail sales. If the average tariff is 10%, and half of that 10% is absorbed by exporters to the United States, the resulting impact on the price level for imports goods would be 5%. In turn, 5% of the 40% import share in retail sales is 2%. Goods comprise roughly half of the consumer price index, so the impact on overall inflation would be around 1%. Of course, a great deal of imports are production inputs, rather than finished goods, but let's assume that the cost is simply passed on to final consumers. That would be the little disturbance the president has mentioned. An average 10% tariff on $3 trillion a year of imports would yield about $300 billion in revenues, enough to put a meaningful dent into America's $1.8 trillion budget deficit. This is the benign scenario. There may be some collateral damage, in particular to business investment. The United States now imports more capital goods than it produces at home, and investment in equipment fell sharply at the end of 2024. Higher prices for capital goods due to tariffs might suppress investment and, perversely, make the U.S. more dependent on imported goods. The administration will do its best to strike a balance between structural change and short-term economic sensitivities. Because so much of U.S. manufacturing depends on foreign inputs, it will be hard for domestic manufacturers to replace imports with local production. If Trump ramps up the tariff to 25%, it would produce more than a little disturbance. Perhaps a 5% increase in the average price of goods sold in the U.S., but a 10% rate is manageable. And there's another factor working in Trump's favor. Foreign businesses may invest in the United States to avoid tariffs. Trump claimed in his speech to Congress that $1.7 trillion in foreign investment was already in the pipeline. That may be an optimistic estimate, but more foreign investment is a net positive for the U.S. Still, there is reason to be anxious, and the White House will watch the impact of tariffs on the economy closely. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, a key member of the president's inner circle, warned February 25 that the U.S. had entered a private sector recession. He added, "The previous administration's over-reliance on excessive government spending and overbearing regulation left us with an economy that may have exhibited some reasonable metrics but ultimately was brittle underneath." Private investment began contracting in the last quarter of 2024. There are warning signs of economic weakness. The highest unemployment claims in 2 years and low employment growth in a private ADP survey. Sagging consumer confidence according to University of Michigan and Conference Board surveys. And a sharp 0.9% fall in January retail sales. Which brings us to China's perspective. Chinese policymakers were initially hoping for a return to the 2020 Phase 1 deal, in which the Middle Kingdom agreed to buy an additional $200 billion worth of U.S. products, though it fell short of that commitment during the COVID recession. Peking University's Professor Yao Yang, a prominent Chinese commentator, told the Chinese news outlet Guanxia, "We can also consider buying American oil and gas, especially natural gas. Our energy procurement also needs to be diversified, and we can import more agricultural products." But turning the clock back to 2020 now seems improbable. Beijing reads the same numbers as Trump and his team, and Chinese officials know that Washington can't continue to run a $1.2 trillion trade deficit forever. As of 2024, the United States had a net international investment position of negative $24 trillion. That's the amount of assets the United States had to sell to finance the last 30 years of trade deficits. What can't go on forever won't. Aware of U.S. vulnerability on this count, Chinese officialdom has now set aside its Phase 1 hopes, and China is prepared. The first Trump administration was a wake-up call for Beijing, and it spent the past 8 years reimagining its place in the global economy. As a result, the world trade landscape has shifted dramatically. It isn't so much that the United States has decoupled from China, as much as China that has decoupled from the United States. China's exports to the America have shrunk, while its exports to the global South have doubled. It now sells more to the global south than to all developed markets combined. And it sourced 53% of last year's soybean imports from Brazil, compared to 38% from the United States. To be sure, China's economic exposure to the U.S. market and America's dependence on China for a wide range of products is bigger than the bilateral trade data show. It's true that U.S. imports from China have fallen to less than $40 billion a month, down from a 2022 peak of more than $50 billion a month. However, U.S. imports from the rest of the global south have risen sharply. Crucially, much of U.S. imports from Latin America and Asia are assembled in third countries using Chinese components or come out of Chinese-owned factories. For example, Vietnam, which is not subject to tariffs under the Trump regime, exports a quarter of its GDP to the United States and imports the capital goods and production inputs to do this. There has been talk about imposing tariffs on Chinese content in imports from third countries, but that is impractical. Bottom line, it simply isn't in China's interest to rock the boat. Beijing's retaliatory tariffs on U.S. agricultural products will shift China's imports away from the United States and towards Brazil, which already provides China with more than half of its soybean imports. It will continue to shift manufacturing capacity to countries not subject to U.S. tariffs, and its indirect exports to the U.S. will compensate to some extent for the continuing decline of its direct exports. While Uncle Sam and the Dragon look poised for a trade fight, their earlier decoupling, combined with the shifts in the global trade landscape, will likely avert the worst. Starting with his first presidential campaign, Donald Trump has made high tariff barriers the centerpiece of his plan to restore U.S. industry. Tariffs give a price advantage to domestic producers over foreign exporters, which creates an incentive to expand capacity and replace imports. But it will take more than tariffs to revive American manufacturing. There are other obstacles, including a tax system rigged against capital-intensive investment. But most important, a decades-long feeding frenzy on imports has hollowed out the labor force, depleted engineering talent, and left in a much reduced state the infrastructure and communities that once made American industry the envy of the world. A realistic plan to revive the U.S. industrial base must take all of these factors into account. For the past 20 years, imports of goods have risen tick for tick with U.S. retail sales. Shown below are real imports of goods, deflated by the import price index, versus real retail sales, deflated by the consumer price index. Each increment in consumer demand was met by an increment in imports. Americans are also dependent on imports for capital goods. Imports of capital goods exceed our production of capital goods for domestic use. To expand production, we need more capital goods, which requires more imports. The domestic production of goods has remained stagnant. According to the Federal Reserve, the United States is manufacturing about 5% less than it did in 2007, on the eve of the financial crisis. Despite the efforts of both the Trump and Biden administrations to stimulate American manufacturing, output hasn't increased over the past 10 years. Meanwhile, manufacturing productivity, output per hour, has been falling since the Great Recession of 2008 to 2009. American industry is becoming less competitive, not more, as the dotted line in the chart below indicates. The solid line shows capital intensity, the application of machinery and intellectual property to manufacturing, which has stagnated since 2008. This explains the drop in productivity. In some key industries, the fall in productivity has been catastrophic. Take aircraft manufacturing, once an American monopoly, where labor productivity fell to an index level of only 60 last year, down from 100 in 2018. The United States has made one major recent attempt to hothouse an industry, namely the Biden administration's CHIPS and Science Act subsidies for domestic production of semiconductors. This prompted a boom in plant construction. But the requisite skilled labor wasn't available, and the cost of new plant construction jumped by nearly 30% between 2022 and 2023. Many CHIPS projects were canceled or delayed for years. The necessary inputs simply weren't there. As this makes clear, money by itself isn't enough. Tariffs give domestic manufacturers a price advantage over foreign competitors, but if the tax system penalizes capital-intensive investment, the educational system doesn't train workers, and regulators persecute manufacturers, they won't produce at any price. The United States has spent the past quarter-century outsourcing manufacturing, neglecting infrastructure, teaching ideology instead of basic skills, and dispersing the communities that once supported manufacturing. What are the obstacles to expanding U.S. manufacturing? Is it a tax system rigged against capital-intensive investment? Is it unstable monetary policy that makes it hard to value assets with a long lifespan? Excessively high interest rates that increase the dollar's exchange rate and make U.S. goods less competitive? Capricious environmental regulation? Excessive energy costs? A shortage of skilled labor and engineers? Shrinking federal R&D in high technology? Competition from cheap labor overseas? If you chose all of the above, you get partial credit. China in 2023 had 392 industrial robots for every 10,000 manufacturing workers, as compared to only 285 in the United States. China's manufacturing sector is more capital-intensive than America's. Last year, the People's Republic installed more industrial robots than the rest of the world combined. You need basic high school math skills, trigonometry, and coordinate geometry to operate a numerically controlled machine, but only 23% of U.S. high school students have basic proficiency in math, according to the Department of Education. Factories can't find qualified workers. Engineering schools, for that matter, can't find qualified applicants. The deterioration starts in grade schools, which are already dealing with a math teacher shortage. The future isn't exactly looking bright. The United States awarded just 27,000 bachelor's degrees in mathematics in 2021. By my back-of-the-envelope reckoning, America needs to train another 2 million industrial workers and invest about $1 trillion in capital equipment to reverse the quarter-century of rot in manufacturing. There is no magic bullet, just a war of attrition on all fronts. What do we have to do? 1. The corporate tax system, including the 2017 reform, penalizes capital-intensive investment. Allow corporations to write off the whole investment in equipment in the year it's invested. 2. Offer low-interest student loans for degrees in hard science, math, and engineering, and forgive the loan if the student teaches in grade school for 6 years. 3. Use the community college system to train high school graduates in industrial skills, in partnership with private industry. 4. Restore federal R&D funding to Reagan levels, about 1.3% of GDP, double what it is now. 5. Slash environmental regulation to fast-track plant construction. 6. Protect key industries like electric vehicles with tariffs, but don't impose tariffs across the board. That will raise the cost of capital inputs for U.S. businesses and hurt consumers. 7. Build a national 5G and now 6G broadband network, a critical factor in industrial automation. Trump's GOP now controls both houses of Congress, which gives the president the power to implement a manufacturing recovery program. He should use that power. It might be our last chance to reverse the quarter-century slide in manufacturing. In the global race to build up computing power to fuel the development of artificial intelligence, the United States and its allies possess an extraordinary technological edge over China. But the Trump administration is on the verge of squandering this hard-won strategic advantage in pursuit of short-term profit, which would cost the United States dearly down the road. The objective of existing U.S. export controls on AI chips is simple: to maximize U.S. leadership over China in AI by obtaining as large of a lead as possible in aggregate AI computing power. Data shows this strategy is working. Since the Biden administration's decision in October 2022 to ban AI chip exports to China, the U.S. share of AI computing power has risen from 51% to 74%, while China's share has plummeted from 33% to 14%. But NVIDIA, the leading AI chip designer, has been determined to gain traction in the lucrative Chinese market. Its engineers modified a previously banned chip in a way to elude export controls. With lower processing power but very fast memory, the resultant H20 chip is extremely capable at running advanced AI models. China's leading AI firms need large numbers of these chips to remain competitive. This year, the Trump administration tightened restrictions to also ban AI chips such as the H20. But now, after months of lobbying from NVIDIA, it has reversed course. The president has announced an agreement under which AI chip companies will pay a 15% tax on their China revenue, and the Commerce Department has already begun issuing licenses for export. This is a historically bad deal. China's greatest weakness in the AI race is in hardware. In every other key element of AI development, China closely rivals or even surpasses the United States. China has world-class engineering talent and 4 times as many people. Leading Chinese AI models are technically sophisticated, and Chinese firms have access to all the data that US firms do, plus additional data inside China. But AI chips are arguably the single most difficult item on Earth to manufacture. The United States banned China from purchasing not only chips but also key chip-making equipment, leaving China's semiconductor production ecosystem 10 to 15 years behind the leading edge. This year, China will make about 200,000 AI chips, equivalent to between 1 and 2% of estimated U.S. production, which itself is insufficient to meet U.S. demand. And because China is forced to use less advanced chip-making equipment, the leading Chinese AI chip today is almost 5 times less powerful and less reliable than leading U.S. AI chips. This gap will only widen over the coming years. China will never make enough AI chips to meet domestic demand. If Chinese AI firms can only access Chinese chips, they will fall extremely far behind U.S. firms in terms of aggregate AI computing power, which will provide the United States with enduring advantages in AI capabilities. Leading figures in China admit that U.S. controls are working. In July, Chinese Premier Li Qiang called China's shortage of AI chips a bottleneck. The CEO of DeepSeek, China's leading AI firm, said that the ban on AI chip shipments is his biggest problem. DeepSeek delayed the release of its next-generation AI model because it did not have enough NVIDIA H20 chips, and its efforts to train the model using Huawei chips have failed. President Donald Trump's reversal puts the entire U.S. strategy at risk. If China can buy degraded versions of any U.S. AI chips, it will use large quantities of them to replicate the performance of more advanced chips, causing China's aggregate AI computing power to increase significantly and U.S. AI advantages to erode. Selling AI chips to China also means fewer AI chips for the United States. Leading AI labs have stated publicly that they are constrained by the number of AI chips they can buy. Allowing exports to China does not mean more production or higher sales for American firms or workers. It only reallocates computing power to the detriment of the national interest. Thus, even putting aside the substantial national security concerns, the deal struck by Trump is a commercial disaster. Last year, NVIDIA sold $17 billion worth of AI chips to China. If it replicates those numbers this year, the U.S. government's cut would be $2.5 billion. By comparison, Morgan Stanley estimates that the efficiency gains resulting from AI could add $16 trillion in value to the S&P 500. If the United States has an extremely large lead over China in AI, it will capture nearly all of this value. If it does not, the United States and China will divide up the most valuable pie in history. Advocates for the sales argue that the United States can further entrench its technological edge by supplying China, embedding U.S. chips at the heart of the Chinese AI stack, and reducing the likelihood that indigenous Chinese firms develop their own alternatives. If this sounds familiar, it should. It is precisely the theory under which U.S. firms spent a generation transferring their own technology into China, handing it global industrial dominance and helping to build up Chinese firms that proceeded to toss the foreign competitors out on their rears. Sure enough, the Trump administration has indicated that it might even take the disastrous step of permitting NVIDIA to sell China the B30A, a modified version of its most advanced chip. Charlie Brown exercised greater caution in his attempts to kick Lucy's football. U.S. leadership over China in AI is too critical to be left to half measures and corporate lobbyists. The United States should maximize its advantages in hardware by comprehensively blocking China from buying or remotely accessing any U.S. AI chips, or from using any Western technology to make advanced chips. The U.S. objective should be to make the AI competition with China as lopsided and unfair as possible. Because if the United States cedes its advantages in AI hardware, there is a real chance that we could lose the AI competition overall. It has been a century since the U.S. economy surpassed the combined size of France, Germany, and the UK, largely because America was powered by European immigration and mass production factories. Today, China's economy exceeds the United States in PPP terms and is expected to exceed it in dollar-denominated terms by 2030. China already leads in advanced industry production with its 2020 output in 10 industries 17% higher than America's and 25% higher than the EU's. The horse is already out of the barn when it comes to China overtaking Europe and America economically and technologically. The key difference is that when America overtook Europe, the two were not adversaries. Today, China is, with Xi Jinping referring to the need for China to win the battle for core technologies. In contrast, too many US and EU officials still cling to the fiction that it's possible to negotiate with China to achieve fair competition and even cooperation. While neither the US nor the EU can hope to change China nor outpace its advanced industry growth, they can and should not lose the battle for either advanced industries, e.g., aerospace, high-speed rail, biopharmaceuticals, semiconductors, machinery, software, etc., and/or emerging ones, e.g., AI, quantum computing, synthetic biology. Collectively, these are a principal source of geoeconomic power, and Chinese victory in these sectors would turn the transatlantic partners, the US, UK, and European nations, into techno-economic vassal states, dependent on China for key inputs. China has already won steel, shipbuilding, solar panels, and it is gaining high-speed rail, telecom equipment, EVs, and machine tools. Not losing this battle is not about figuring out what policies and programs to adopt. There are many reports from think tanks and others laying out such an agenda. Policymakers could easily craft an actionable agenda by inviting experts to a 2 or 3 day brainstorming retreat. The real problem is that policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic do not take the China challenge seriously enough to do so. As such, the most important task for the transatlantic policy community is to recognize the true nature of the threat and adopt a new conceptual framework. Albert Einstein once stated that we shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if mankind is to survive. Today, if the transatlantic community is to survive, elites will need a new manner of thinking. The two most important components are to 1. Recognize that the EU and US have far more in common than they don't, and that they are collectively in a great power techno-economic competition with China that is more akin to war than a game of football guided by rules and norms. And 2. Understand that not losing this techno-economic war is the most important non-military task. It is about not losing, rather than winning, because it's not likely the transatlantic community can gain significant global market share in these industries over China. But it can and should avoid seeing its key sectors slowly decimated by Chinese predatory practices like intellectual property theft, massive subsidies, and closed Chinese markets. The United States, especially Congress, is further in understanding point 1, in part because since World War II the US has shouldered the global defense of freedom. As such, it's easier for American policymakers to understand the true nature of adversaries. Many EU policymakers naively cling to the belief that China is a normal nation competing for economic competitiveness just like democratic nations do, and that existing rules and institutions, like the World Trade Organization, can effectively address economic conflicts. Thankfully, as the reality of Chinese innovation mercantilism become clearer, it appears that EU officials are shedding some of their blinders and utopian globalist beliefs. But when EU President Ursula von der Leyen states that global integration and open economies have been a force for good for our businesses, our competitiveness, and our European economy, and that will not change in the future, it's clear that the EU has still not caught up to reality. Is it too much to ask for EU policymakers to not lag 5 years behind the United States in understanding the true nature of the China challenge? On issue 2, the United States is also ahead, but not by as much. While Trump, Republicans, and many centrist Democrats understand the importance of not losing the techno-economic war to China, many traditional Republicans are worried more about military superiority over China and about maintaining freedom and a small government at home. Industrial policy remains anathema to them. For most Democrats, including the Biden administration, competing with China takes a back seat to what they see as the two most important challenges: climate change and racial equity, with the latter requiring significant income redistribution and limits on corporations. Indeed, when President Biden was running for president, he made it very clear that he rejected the notion that China was an economic threat to the United States. In 2019, he stated, "China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man. I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? They're not competition for us." The administration seems to still believe this, as it has done little to confront China's innovation mercantilism other than its export controls on semiconductors, which it justifies in military terms. If the view is that China does not present a competitive challenge to America, the door is open for hundreds of billions of dollars for domestic spending. Building mass transit, insulating houses of low-income Americans, subsidizing costly clean energy, eliminating college debt, and expanding healthcare. Acknowledging the true nature of the China threat would require way more techno-economic guns and way less domestic policy butter. Unfortunately, the dominant views in the EU are even worse, with an almost exclusive focus on clean energy. Winning the solar panel race will not cut it. And when it comes to winning in advanced industries, the EU seems to think winning means designing the most restrictive technology regulations, while at the same time punishing US technology companies. Sadly, it does not appear that this will change anytime soon. Both EU and US officials tell themselves that they can have their green cake and eat it too, that by leading the clean energy transition they can outcompete China. But that is not the case. There are far too many sectors critical to national power that will not be supported by a green industrial policy, including aerospace, semiconductors and advanced computing, machine tools, and biopharmaceuticals. And in the United States, the libertarian right and the equalitarian left shows no signs of retreat, with the former wanting more military spending and less spending on everything else, including competing with China, and the latter wanting to use regulation and competition policy to tear down large corporations, while ensuring that tax and spending advances social policy goals, not competitiveness. Nonetheless, let's suppose the ideal happens and conceptual frameworks change that in turn enable real policy innovation. In the United States, this would mean that virtually all federal government programs and regulations that affect the economy are restructured and reinvigorated around the goal of not losing to China. To be sure, this is easier said than done. The old DNA of federal agencies is deeply entrenched, and powerful special interests resist real change. Still, one can hope. Let me provide two examples of how change might happen. First, the U.S. science system. The current system dates to after World War II, when the academic science community convinced Washington that personal investigator-directed scientific research focused on basic science was the key. Policymakers are told that any changes to this will have dire consequences, not just on the conduct of science but on U.S. technological leadership. But that system, like so many other U.S. systems, is no longer purpose-fit for a world where China is the pacing competitor. In the old model, researchers pick the areas of research. In the new model, the state prioritizes key areas where China is a threat. In the old model, the federal government provided the lion's share of funding. In the new world, industry funding, incentivized by the federal government, needs to play a key role. In the old world, publications were the key goal. In the new world, transferring knowledge to the domestic private sector is the key goal. In the old world, science was seen as global, so cooperation with Chinese scientists and university students is an unalloyed good. In the new world, science cooperation with China is seen as fraught with risks. To be sure, Congress is aware of some of these challenges, but unwillingness to see China as an existential threat means that efforts at change have been incremental at best. A case in point is the 2022 CHIPS and Science Act. The science part created an initiative to fund research in 10 key areas, but because of political pressures and limitations, the program was placed in the National Science Foundation, NSF, rather than in an agency more focused on commercial development. And the original industry areas were broadened to include domestic social challenges, like clean water. When it came to funding, the original legislative funding proposals were cut in half, while funding for the traditional NSF science programs doubled. Finally, as NSF implements this program, it's likely that the working with industry component will be paid lip service at best. If Congress took the China challenge truly seriously, it would have done something quite different and far bolder. Congress would have created a National Advanced Industry and Technology Agency dedicated to working closely with industry. It would have appropriated far more money and required that most of the money be spent in university-industry research partnerships to support industries and technologies threatened by China. We see that same incrementalism regarding the U.S. Export-Import Bank, EXIM, an agency established in the 1930s to provide exporters with patient capital. Congress realized that through its massively funded export finance and development banks, China was bribing the way for its industries to capture contracts and influence around the world. In response, Congress created within EXIM the China and Transformational Export Program, which requires EXIM to invest 25% of its lending authority in deals that compete with China in 10 designated technologies. Certainly a useful step. But if Congress took the China challenge truly seriously, it would have picked technologies critical to America's future. Water treatment is not one. Provided significantly more lending authority to the bank, and allowed a loss rate of at least 10%, instead of mandating that the bank earn at least a 2% rate of return. It also would have changed the core mission of the bank from job creation to winning the global battle for advanced industries with China. This would include lowering the domestic content requirements to enable the bank to fund a greater number of projects that contain less American labor, but that still challenge Chinese expansion. In other words, U.S. efforts have been incremental. If China is truly seen as the existential threat to the West, we'd see a new approach to not just science and export financing, but to many areas of economic policy. We would see a trade policy that prioritizes market opening for advanced industries, rather than supporting all industries, including agriculture and financial services, equally, and revised and improved trade protection tools to limit market access of unfairly supported Chinese companies. We would see a much more generous R&D tax credit and a new investment tax credit. We would see a regulatory system with two tracks, one for domestic-serving industries and a more flexible one for sectors competing globally, especially with China. Congress would transform the Small Business Administration into the new high-growth Business Administration. We would see a workforce development system focused more on generating skills needed for advanced industries and less on subsidizing English literature degrees. The EU is no different. There is no broad-based commitment to outcompete China, even if EU officials naively believe that its green strategy will do the trick. And there is an unwillingness to invest. For example, the new German-China strategy states, "We will strive to implement this strategy at no additional cost to the overall federal budget." Good luck with that, because without significantly increased financial support for German innovation and advanced industry companies, Germany will lose. But even if the EU and the US develop a broad-based consensus on the real nature of the China challenge, domestic action alone will not be enough. We need to join forces, and that has to start with real transatlantic cooperation. Unfortunately, Europe thinks it is competing against both the United States and China, and that it needs strategic independence from both. This is music to Beijing's ears. During the Obama administration, I co-chaired its US-China Innovation Experts Group. At a lunch in Beijing with a high-level Chinese government official, I asked how the Chinese government would handle increased resistance to Chinese unfair economic and trade policies. The official said they were not worried about individual countries or even the G20. What really worried them is the G2, a strong alliance between the EU and US. It was the threat of the G2 ganging up on China that kept him awake at night. Today, he must be sleeping very soundly, for the trade tensions between the EU and the United States are quite high, and the EU refuses to name United States a key ally and China a key adversary. To listen to many EU officials, one could easily get the message that the United States is the EU's key technology adversary. The reality is that the United States cannot adequately prevent Chinese global technological dominance without full and unstinting cooperation with the EU. Because if China wins in Europe, its companies will be too powerful for American companies to compete with. But this cooperation will not happen until policymakers accept the two key realities discussed above. While some in the EU seem to be moving in the direction of recognizing that China is not a normal country when it comes to trade and globalization, overall, the EU has a long way to go, especially as Germany keeps resisting EU efforts to get tougher with China, and as EU officials still maintain the fiction that it is possible to reform the WTO in ways that can stop China's mercantilism. They even believe that China should play a part commensurate with its economic weight to help achieve this objective. It boggles the mind to believe that China will allow changes to the WTO that would constrain its widespread manipulation of the global trading system. Likewise, when the Commission states, to achieve a maximum benefit from the trade and investment relationship between the EU and China, solutions to long-lasting concerns will have to be found. Ensuring reciprocity, achieving a level playing field, and addressing asymmetries in the relationship is a matter of priority. That ship has sailed. The only reciprocity, level playing field, and addressed asymmetries possible is from the transatlantic side. China will not roll their mercantilism back. EU officials appear to be living in a fantasy world where if only they can have enough meetings and constructive dialogue, China will start playing fair. Germany continues this delusion in its strategy on China, which states, "At the same time, China is an essential partner as regards global challenges." No, it is not. The CCP's cover-up made the pandemic worse, and there is no need to partner with China on climate change. China will cut emissions when CCP officials see it as in their interests to do so, and bribing them to do so lets China win. At the end of the day, the EU needs to decide whose side it's on. The EU wants it both ways, to be friendly with China and the United States, and to avoid getting involved with the US trade war, which most in Europe wrongly see as US protectionism. The reality is that America did not start the trade war, China did in the 2000s, and it is not being fought solely for the United States. It's being fought on behalf of all allied nations. It's time the EU stopped free-riding on US efforts, though doing so appears to be one of Europe's few comparative advantages. Relatedly, the EU needs to significantly dial down trade tensions with the United States. This is not the place to litigate who is more at fault for deteriorating trade relations, although I would argue that most of the blame lies on the eastern side of the Atlantic. When German Chancellor Olaf Scholz states that European sovereignty means in essence that we grow more autonomous in all fields, that we assume greater responsibility for our own security, he is playing directly into the hand of Beijing. When EU Commissioner Thierry Breton talks about the need for the EU to have digital sovereignty from the United States, he is playing into the hands of Beijing. The fact that some EU officials appear to believe that the United States would cut off exports to the EU and therefore it needs strategic de-risking from America boggles the mind. While efforts like the EU-US Trade and Technology Council try to address some of the trade irritants, it is best a sideshow. Until the EU decides which path it wants to take, no bilateral efforts like the TTC will bear real fruit. As such, the EU has three choices. It can seek to continue to engage economically with China and hope to maintain acceptable relations with the United States. The problem with this is, as the German think tank Merix has shown, the negative impacts of the Made in China 2025 plan are likely to be more damaging to the EU than to the United States. As each year goes by, the ability of EU companies to sell in China will deteriorate and the ability of China to sell in Europe will grow, as Europe is now seeing with electric vehicles. Why the EV export surge should have come as a surprise to EU policymakers is truly amazing. Second, the EU can continue to go down its path of strategic de-risking and digital sovereignty, where it sees both China and the United States as equal risks. That path will make joint efforts to limit China's techno-economic aggression hard, if not impossible, and it will result in tens of billions of euros wasted to prop up industries for which the EU is better off relying on from the United States and other allies, and vice versa. Third, deeply aligning with the United States, creating a G2, is the only course that will be effective in countering China. This means the United States and the EU dialing back recent protectionist actions, including US steel tariffs, for which both the Trump and Biden administrations have been completely in the wrong on, and EU digital sovereignty actions that discriminate against US firms. The two regions should, however, go much further and resurrect and pass a transatlantic trade and investment partnership that would eliminate all tariffs on products traded between nations and eliminate most, if not all, regulatory barriers to trade and investment. On top of this, both regions should establish much closer cooperation in areas of science and technology, foreign development assistance, and commercial counterintelligence against China. And most importantly, the two regions should create a demand alliance focused on advanced technologies or inputs which would insulate markets from unfairly produced Chinese goods. This approach is based on reciprocity. The PRC constantly manipulates its market as a tool of statecraft. Joint policies to support this agenda would include tariffs to impose a price floor on Chinese product dumping in sectors such as critical minerals to enable market-based firms to compete, as well as long-term import restrictions on companies that systematically benefit from unfair trade practices, including closed Chinese markets and excessive subsidization. As much as that is the optimal outcome, its prospects are not good. Too many EU activists are willing to fall on their swords on trivial issues like chlorinated chicken and GMO crops. Will EU leaders have the courage to ignore these radical voices, whose mission is to overthrow market capitalism? Probably not, at least until the threat from Chinese quantum computers becomes clearer than the threat from US chickens. Even without activists gluing themselves to paintings, close EU-US economic relations have always been stymied by Europe's chip on its shoulder. Ever since Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber wrote in his 1968 book The American Challenge that the American challenge US firms like IBM gaining market share and entering Europe is not ruthless like so many Europe has known in her history, but it may be more dramatic, for it embraces everything the EU has been in a defensive mode towards America. We see this in Europe's decade-long campaign to achieve digital sovereignty as a remedy to digital imperialism. President von der Leyen claimed that it is not too late to achieve technological sovereignty in areas including AI, blockchain, and quantum computing. Commissioner for Internal Market and Services Thierry Breton claimed that EU efforts to do this, including limiting access by US firms, is not a protectionist concept. It is simply about having European technological alternatives in vital areas where we are currently dependent. The EU wants sovereignty, and strangely it sees its democratic ally, the United States, as more of a threat to that sovereignty than the Chinese Communist Party. It is willing to decouple from the United States, but not China. maybe there's a middle way. At one level, who cares if the American farmers can sell chickens to Europe? Poultry is not strategic. The real question is, can the two regions develop a much more integrated economy in advanced technology industries, like semiconductors, drugs, automobiles, machine tools, digital, and others, where they work together to support each other's advanced industry development while limiting China's market access and overall techno-economic advance. Only time will tell, but time is running short. Paper tiger. That is how Donald Trump described Russia during his UN speech on Tuesday, but judging by their performance, that put-down could equally be applied to most of America's own allies. That became clear enough earlier this month, when 21 Russian drones flew into Polish airspace, triggering a NATO air intrusion alert, the closure of Polish airports, the scrambling of fighters to intercept them, and a hard look at combat readiness right across the alliance. Dutch F-35 fighters bagged 4 of the drones, and the others went down by themselves. They were not bombardment drones, just plastic decoys without explosive warheads. Debris aside, in fact, the only damage was the destruction of a house near Lublin, caused not by the Russians, but by a sophisticated $1.9 million U.S. air-to-air missile. It had been launched by a Polish F-16 fighter at a drone, and missed. Poland's Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, was quick to use the Russian incursion to call for more defense spending, urging NATO members to spend 5% of their GDPs on defense. This week's latest apparent drone incursion, this time over Denmark, has raised the pressure even further, especially now that Scott Bessent, the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, is warning that Trump has no plans to send more troops to help out his European allies. But simply raising defense spending will not turn Europe states into genuinely effective military powers. For one thing, the GDP criterion is much too vague to mean much. Finland, for instance, spends only 2.4% of its GDP on defense and yet can mobilize some 250,000 determined soldiers. Other NATO members, which spend much more than the Finns, obtain far less for their money. Moreover, focusing on GDP instead of force requirements, so many battalions, artillery regiments, fighter squadrons, is nothing but an invitation to cheat, an opportunity lustily taken up across the continent. The latest Spanish submarine, for instance, is not imported for €1 billion or so from ThyssenKrupp, which supplies navies around the world with competent, well-proven submarines. Instead, it was proudly designed and built at the Navantia state-owned Spanish shipyard for €3.8 billion, roughly the cost of a much bigger French nuclear-powered submarine. As a feeble justification for that absurdly high cost, Spain's defense minister cited a supposedly advanced air recirculation system, so greatly advanced, in fact, that it is not actually ready and will not be installed even in the submarine's next iteration. Soon, though, Italy will outdo Spain's Platinum submarine by including a new bridge to Sicily, set to cost some €13.5 billion, into its 2% of GDP NATO spending quota. The government's excuse is that some 3,000 Italian troops may need to cross the Strait of Messina were the Italian army ever to be fully mobilized. But it would be much cheaper to fly them individually, each trooper in his own luxurious private jet. Even without the bridge, meanwhile, Italy's cheating on the 2% target is bad enough. Most notably, much of the Italian Navy's spending goes towards warships made by Italy's state-owned Fincantieri shipyard. But there is not enough money for the fuel and maintenance expenses to operate more than half of them, meaning another industrial subsidy is camouflaged as defense spending. All the while, Italy refuses to increase its defense budget beyond the very modest target of 2%, which it has yet to meet. As for Germany, 3.5 years since the start of the Ukraine war, with ever more ambitious rearmament plans loudly promised, the total number of personnel in uniform has actually slightly decreased. And, aside from beginning a multi-billion euro purchase on an Israeli missile defense system, nothing much has happened. Despite its high demand in Ukraine, even the battle tank, that German specialty, is being produced in very, very small numbers, so low that the annual output could be lost in a morning of combat. In May 2023, indeed, a meager 18 Leopard tanks were ordered to replace older models lost in Ukraine. The expected delivery date? Between 2025 and 2026. Then, in July, Germany purchased a further 105 advanced Leopard 2A8S. That is the number needed to equip a single brigade, the German force stationed in Lithuania, and they are expected to arrive in 2030. The sad truth, then, is that Germany has yet to start working in earnest to correct the extreme neglect inflicted on its armed forces during the long Merkel premiership, when she kept saying that, even if we had the money, we would not know how to spend it. All the while, German helicopters lacked rotors and tanks lacked engines. The exceedingly slow recovery of the German army is especially frustrating because NATO is not actually short of air or naval forces. What it lacks are ground forces, soldiers more simply, or rather soldiers actually willing to fight. Having added Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania to the alliance, tiny countries with outsized defense needs, the alliance faces a severe troop deficit across the entire Baltic sector. The troops so far sent by NATO allies, such as visiting Alpini battalions from Italy, cannot improve the maths. With its 38 million inhabitants, Poland could certainly raise an adequate army to defend its two borders with Russian Kaliningrad and Russian-dominated Belarus. But its governments have persistently chosen not to do so, rejecting conscription followed by reserve service along Finnish or Israeli lines. In November 2021, just 4 months before Ukraine's invasion, but with every sign that Russia was on the move, Poland had just 42,000 combat-ready soldiers. That is more or less the right number for a country of 38 million, if, that is, Poland were located somewhere between Fiji and Tonga. And now, even after the drone attack, Prime Minister Tusk still refuses conscription. The only way to generate the large forces Poland needs to defend two fronts. The official explanation is that conscription under communism subjected 18-year-old recruits to humiliation rituals, which all too often slid into torture and even rape. Those are practices which the Poles like to explain are caused by the infiltration of the Red Army's notorious Dziedowщina, reign of old-timers, system of abuse by older soldiers. But the reputation of Poland's pre-communist army was no better here, and indeed for Belarusian, Jewish, and Ukrainian conscripts things could be much worse. The truth, then, is simpler. Polish youth are just as post-heroic as their peers across Europe. Unlike their predecessors, they do not feel the urge to prove themselves in combat, let alone to serve as long as it takes to defend their countries. The many young Ukrainians in Poland, who fled their own country to avoid being conscripted to defend it, do nothing to induce patriotic attitudes. Nor does it help that Warsaw constantly talks up the few thousand U.S. combat soldiers foolishly deployed in Poland. As Besant's latest comments imply, this is a force that will be evacuated rather than reinforced if there is a major Russian offensive, but which now induces young Poles to say that if NATO wants more troops, let them send more Americans. In Britain, for its part, the post-heroic refusal is irrelevant. His Majesty has only 73,847 full-time soldiers at his disposal, most of whom are recruited from the small subset of British families with strong military traditions. Foreign recruits with similar backgrounds make up the remainder, most notably the 4,127 Gurkhas, but also some from Fiji. The French Foreign Legion has fewer than 9,000 soldiers, self-selected aspiring warriors from everywhere, and whose French officers are just as atypical. But the rest of the French army is so far gone that, even among the 11,000 supposedly elite troops de marine, less than half are willing and able to fight. As for the other European armies, the less said the better. The Danes and Swedes announced with great fanfare that they were joining Finland in introducing conscription, only to accommodate so many demands for exemptions that in 2024 they enrolled some 10,000 troops between them, as compared to 77,000 Finns 18-year-olds drawn from a far smaller population. The Belgians and Dutch, who used to provide 3 armored divisions to NATO, might now field a tenth of that, a mere 3 battalions. The Italian, Spanish, Portuguese armies do not even train in earnest anymore. Their exercises are board drills, their maneuvers theatrical displays scripted to look good, instead of being deliberately disrupted by supervisors to test the mental and physical agility of officers and men as in real maneuvers. As total numbers shrink, moreover, those armies did not reduce the number of officers anywhere near proportionately, meaning many NATO armies have plenty of generals but very few combat-ready troops for them to lead. All of the above explains why Putin's motley army, homegrown mercenaries from Russia's poorest backwaters, convicted criminals and North Korean slave soldiers, can nevertheless frighten European governments into rearming at great expense. As for Donald Tusk and his Poles, they would do well to learn the lessons of another Russian incursion in September. Not in 2025, but in 1939, when the French army did not move and the Royal Air Force did not bomb. The difference now, of course, is that Poland really could defend itself if it emulated the Finns across the Baltic and conscripted 18-year-olds, while continuing to add trained soldiers to its reserve units. Fail, however, and Putin will only keep pushing. The question is how to rebuild Western strength in the future. This has 3 dimensions: restoring Europe's military, rebuilding the Western industrial base, and improving weapons technology. Trump's cutoff of American military support shocked Europe into willingness to allocate large sums for defense. For the first time since the collapse of the USSR, the Europeans should emulate Switzerland, which faces no present military threat but requires military service and reserve duty of its adult male population. The 30 European members of NATO have a combined population of 581 million, quadruple that of Russia, and a combined GDP of $22 trillion, 10 times Russia's in US dollar terms. They do not require extraordinary sacrifices to deter Russia. NATO's failure to provide sufficient ammunition, air defense interceptors, and other military supplies to Ukraine is a scandal and a disgrace. But rebuilding defense industrial capacity to outmatch Russia simply requires the political will and funding. Identifying and developing new defense technologies is the most challenging task before the West. The widespread use of drones has captured the attention of Western analysts, and there is extensive discussion about the application of AI to autonomous systems, for example, drone swarms. Even more important is the development of weapons based on new physical principles. For example, various kinds of directed energy. These may be critical in countering China's huge numerical advantage in anti-ship missiles, for example. The Trump administration has proposed an Iron Dome for America, which is an important step in the right direction. But the entire Pentagon budget for directed energy weapons R&D last year was less than $800 million. A shift in defense priorities to high-tech weapons development should be at the top of the NATO agenda. The Russian-Ukrainian war has seen the rise of new tactics involving small commercial drones, including the use of drones as improvised anti-tank weapons, suicide weapons, and reconnaissance tools for artillery units. Ukraine goes through a staggering 10,000 drones a month at a minimum. The United States has contributed drone technology to Ukraine in many forms, giving drones as humanitarian aid, providing surveillance through Global Hawk drones, sending money to help Ukraine buy drones, and sending smaller drones to the Ukrainian military. The vast majority of drones used and purchased by Ukrainians, however, are from the Chinese company DJI, the largest commercial drone manufacturer in the world. The company controls 70% of the global market for commercial drones. Founded in 2006, DJI initially manufactured drone components before pivoting to manufacturing the drones themselves. By 2016, DJI drones were the most popular drones in the United States, representing half of all commercial drone purchases in the country. The other manufacturers represented much smaller portions of the total drone market. Both Congress and the Department of Defense view DJI as a national security threat due to concerns over the company's activities within mainland China. These include reports of DJI's collaboration with the People's Liberation Army and involvement in the Uyghur genocide in Xinjiang. As a result of these allegations and the cybersecurity risks posed by DJI's relationship with the Chinese government, the United States has taken steps to prohibit the federal use of Chinese drones. Yet banning Chinese drones is not enough to bolster American drone manufacturing, as policymakers have gradually realized. At the federal level, Congress has introduced legislation such as the Drone Infrastructure Inspection Grant Act to subsidize American drones for transportation departments. At the state level, Florida passed a $25 million spending package to help police departments replace their Chinese drones. Nonetheless, this recognition is only partial. Other states that have banned the use of Chinese drones in their state agencies, such as Texas, have not provided equivalent support. Local organizations, such as police agencies, often protest such restrictions on DJI and Chinese drones, understandably, given the high costs of replacing their existing drone fleets. Ukraine, like the United States, is also trying to transition away from reliance on DJI, but the source and method of the transition are slightly different. For example, Ukrainian hackers have been modifying DJI drones on their own to make them safer to use, and Ukrainian NGOs have been working with the Ukrainian government to develop their drone production capabilities. These efforts are driven on the demand side by Ukraine's need for more drones, and on the supply side by DJI's attempts to reduce the flow of its drones to Ukrainians, as well as Russian electronic countermeasures, such as communication and radar jamming, that make DJI drones less useful for Ukrainians. The United States and Ukraine thus represent two different approaches to dealing with the problem of an untrustworthy trade partner that is also the main source of a critical technology. The United States seeks to ban and replace Chinese-manufactured drones via legislation. Ukraine, meanwhile, because of cybersecurity and supply chain vulnerabilities, is working on alternatives to DJI drones to ensure a consistent supply. Many of these alternatives in Ukraine have come from individuals unconnected to the Ukrainian government, who are developing drones on their own. Learning about the history of America's drone industry can ensure policymakers are aware of why DJI is a threat and why industrial policy is required to bolster America's drone industry. Learning about Ukraine can help us understand what happens when a critical technology gets sabotaged and how a country and its people can respond. The year 2014 was an important one for the American commercial drone industry. That year, the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, legalized the commercial use of drones in the United States, ending a ban it imposed in 2007. Several major companies entered the space, such as Skidio and 3D Robotics. At the same time, the entry of Chinese companies, already well established in the commercial drone industry, would soon make this market far more competitive. China, unlike the United States, had never banned drones for commercial use. Small commercial drone companies began to appear in China in the early 2000s. The largest company started during this period is DJI. Just 4 years after its founding in 2006 as a drone parts maker, DJI drones became the most common drones in the United States. Several factors account for DJI's success. Its drones are high quality and very customizable, with venture capitalists even comparing DJI to Apple in terms of quality. More importantly, DJI drones are affordable for the average consumer. The reason for these low prices is not so benign. DJI is able to maintain low costs partly because of state funding. DJI's investment from China Changtong Holdings Group, a Chinese investment fund run by the Chinese government-controlled Asset Manager Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, insulates the company from market pressure. Thus, DJI can engage in price dumping without worrying about its bottom line. The Department of Homeland Security, in a report released in 2017, revealed that in 2016 DJI reduced the prices of its drones by as much as 70% to compete against new entrants in the commercial drone market. DJI's price dumping allowed it to outcompete American companies, including 3D Robotics. When 3D Robotics pivoted to producing consumer drones in 2014, it received hundreds of millions in venture capital funding, but not enough to counter DJI's de facto state support. 3D Robotics drones also face technical problems. With DJI continuing to cut its prices, 3D Robotics ceased manufacturing drones in 2016 and soon shut down. Since the FAA legalized commercial drone operations in 2014, the private and public sectors have begun to employ drones more frequently. Examples include transportation agencies using drones for surveying and forestry agencies using drones to help fight wildfires. DJI drones can be found throughout all levels of government, from police departments to the Secret Service and FBI, through to agencies such as the Department of Agriculture. Given DJI's quality, price, and the general lack of alternative commercial options, it is hardly surprising that DJI drones are popular across the American government. But DJI poses serious security risks. The CCP has a history of requiring backdoors into technical equipment, and DJI equipment could very well contain such backdoors, thereby potentially providing the CCP with access to the data their drones collect. An intelligence law passed by the Chinese government in 2017 requires Chinese companies to comply with any intelligence requests of the CCP. This makes DJI much less trustworthy. It is required to give to the CCP any data it might collect if asked to do so. It is these cybersecurity and operational risks that originally sparked concerns within the federal government around the usage of DJI drones. In August 2017, the Army downed all its DJI drones because of cybersecurity concerns. In 2019, the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, for fiscal year 2020, restricted the Department of Defense from buying Chinese drones and drones with key parts manufactured in China. To ease the process of buying non-Chinese drones, the NDAA created a program called Blue UAS, managed by the Defense Innovation Unit, DIU, within the DoD. The DIU solicited the drone industry for producers of relevant components, software, cameras, gimbals, and awarded several companies contracts to produce these components and drones. Then, in 2020, DIU launched its second iteration of the program to find more companies to produce small commercial drones for the DoD. The program has been successful. For example, in the first version of Blue UAS, the drones DIU selected were placed in the General Services Administration schedule. A difficult feat. A GSA schedule is a long-term government-wide contract between the U.S. government and a commercial company to enable streamlined purchases of goods and services. There has been a drawback to this program. However, the Department of Interior, DOI, has complained that these drones cost 8 to 14 times what their Chinese equivalents would cost. DOI's experience with DJI offers another important case study. DOI was an early adopter of drones as a relatively cheap tool for surveying and firefighting, using them as early as 2004. The DOI was also one of the first federal agencies outside the DoD to think about the security risks associated with the use of Chinese drones back in 2017, and only started using DJI drones after 3D Robotics closed. In 2020, DOI took a more aggressive stance toward DJI, downing all the Chinese drones in its fleet because of cybersecurity concerns. This had the predictable downside of dramatically lowering the amount of drone flights in 2020 and 2021. The process of ending the use of Chinese drones was far harder than DOI expected, to the point that DOI, as of 2022, still primarily utilizes DJI drones for its operations. Despite mixed records of success, restrictions on Chinese drones have since gained popularity, especially at the state level. By August 2023, 7 states had banned the use of Chinese drones in their state drone fleets in some form. While popular with state legislators, drone bans have been unpopular with the agencies they are targeting, with police agencies representing the largest source of dissent. Police agencies dislike these drone bans as they correctly perceive non-DJI drones to be more expensive than DJI drones and likewise resent the fact that they must replace their existing drone fleets. In recent years, Congress has also gotten more serious about prohibiting federal agencies from using Chinese drones. Congress is on its third attempt to pass the American Security Drone Act with bipartisan support in the fiscal year 2024 NDAA, which would ban the use of federal funds to buy Chinese drones. The recent Homeland Security funding bill in the House would ban the use of Department of Homeland Security funds to buy Chinese-manufactured drones. The appropriations bill does not provide funding to replace Chinese drones within the DHS. But through DHS grant programs, states and urban areas can access over $1 billion in grants that can be used to replace Chinese drones. There are also bills within Congress that would strengthen the American drone industry. The DIIG Act would appropriate $200 million for grant programs to subsidize state and local transport agencies to buy American-manufactured drones for transportation purposes. The National Drone and Advanced Air Mobility Research and Development Act, introduced this year, would require NASA to establish a drone research and development grant program. Even if these bills pass, however, there will still be implementation challenges as federal agencies and states that prohibit the use of Chinese drones begin replacing their existing drone fleets. In Ukraine, we see a different approach to dealing with DJI. There have been both grassroots and government efforts to spur domestic drone production. Ukraine is also a test case for what happens when a political adversary controls a critical technology. DJI drones have figured in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict since 2014 for reconnaissance, surveillance, and bombing runs. NGOs have heavily influenced both the Ukrainian military's use of drones and Ukraine's domestic production of drones. NGOs such as Aerosvitka have trained Ukrainians on how to use drones in warfare since 2014. Some NGOs, including Aerosvitka, have a very close relationship with the Ukrainian government. There was even a period when the Ukrainian army absorbed a part of Aerosvitka. Other NGOs are smaller and take a more local approach, donating only to military units in their network. The NGO Zyga's Paw, for example, has not only used donations to buy thousands of drones for Ukrainian army units that the volunteers have contacts in, but has also taught Ukrainians in these army units how to use drones. The NGO essentially consists of one person and several of his friends working as volunteers. Beyond training Ukrainians on using and purchasing foreign drones, NGOs have helped manufacture drones in Ukraine. For example, Aerosvitka manufactures a drone meant to be an anti-tank weapon, and the volunteer drone factory manufactures do-it-yourself drones. According to a drone flight instructor from Aerosvitka, there are now more than 20 drone schools in Ukraine, and the process of training is far more structured than it was at the start of the war. There are also hundreds of small-scale drone production operations happening across Ukraine. Many of these producers are unlicensed and operate informally to support the Ukrainian armed forces. While specific production numbers are unknown, both the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian drone NGOs have stated that, since the start of the 2022 Russian-Ukrainian war, Ukrainian drone production and Ukraine's drone fleet size have both increased. One reason why Ukrainians have begun to manufacture their own drones is that their assumption that DJI would remain neutral proved incorrect when Russia started special operations. This assumption was understandable, as both Russians and Ukrainians bought and used DJI drones in the Donbass prior to the 2022 invasion, with DJI not caring about the militarization of its drones at the time. Perhaps because the Donbass conflict was more of a frozen conflict than a hot conflict, and the number of drones bought was marginal, DJI did not feel a need to restrict the flow of drones to Ukraine. Since the start of the war, however, a few problems have arisen with DJI products in Ukraine. One problem is the selective restriction of DJI equipment. For instance, DJI claimed that it restricted the usage of Aeroscope, drone detection software developed by DJI, for both sides. In practice, however, there have been ongoing reports of Russian forces using Aeroscope to detect Ukrainian drones and their users, with lethal results. Another problem with Ukrainian use of DJI drones is that the Russians have been able to develop countermeasures to DJI drones that make them less effective. As a result of these countermeasures, the range of DJI drones has declined as the war has progressed. DJI has also taken countermeasures against Ukrainian DJI users. For example, DJI has updated its drones so that it is more difficult to disable the firmware that constantly broadcasts the locations of DJI drones. DJI has also been targeting resellers that sell drones to Ukraine by capping the number of shipments of drones to such resellers. In contrast, Russian forces have had an easier time buying DJI equipment. For example, there are many DJI drone resellers on Alibaba, a Chinese e-commerce company. Resellers on the platform are still able to sell drones to Russians. It is also still possible for Russian users to buy DJI drones on AliExpress, another Chinese e-commerce company, with shipment records revealing that Chinese exporters have been exporting DJI drones to Russia. At the same time, it is understandable why Ukrainians still use DJI drones and try to modify them instead of ceasing use entirely. Ukraine goes through about 10,000 drones a month. As the cheapest and still highest quality option on the market, DJI drones are the best source of replacements. The constant need for new drones has spurred the Ukrainian government's interest in developing domestic drone capabilities. The government stated earlier this year that it is planning to spend over $550 million on drone technology. For its part, the Chinese government has not stood idle while seeing commercial drones from DJI militarized. The CCP has concerns about the militarization of commercial drones, as Russia's use of DJI drones makes it look like China is explicitly supporting Russia. In light of this, in July of 2023, the Chinese government issued export restrictions on drone technology that took effect at the start of September. The goal of these restrictions is to minimize the export of commercial drones that end up being used for military purposes. In brief, unlike in the United States, in Ukraine there are no explicit efforts to ban DJI, as DJI drones play a central role in the country's war effort. But there is an effort to reduce dependence on DJI drones at the grassroots level, because while these drones are useful, the efforts of Russia, China, and DJI itself have reduced their efficacy for the Ukrainian military. Thankfully, the Pentagon is taking steps to improve America's domestic drone manufacturing capabilities. In September 2023, the Pentagon announced the Replicator drone program that would be run by the DIU. The latest NDAA has a provision that would grant the program $1 billion for investment in experimental technologies, primarily small drones. With the 2020 NDAA requiring the DoD to buy drones from non-covered countries, this money will likely spur the development of the American drone industry. It is certainly encouraging that the Pentagon plans to buy more small commercial drones from American companies. The lack of enthusiasm from police and other agencies in the United States, however, demonstrates that drone replacement programs face limited support from many of the people and institutions they are supposed to benefit. In Ukraine, by contrast, concern about Chinese drones has come from troops on the ground dealing with cyber and supply chain issues. Unfortunately, Ukraine is also receiving a first-hand lesson in what happens when a hostile power controls a key technology. Challenges ranging from DJI's restrictions on resellers to firmware updates that make it harder for Ukrainian drone operators to disguise their location, to the emergence of improved Russian countermeasures, mean that this arms race may reach a point where it is no longer viable for Ukraine to deploy DJI drones. There are two key lessons the United States can learn from Ukraine. First, the United States can observe the dangers of relying on a hostile country for supplies of critical technology. Second, we can learn from how rapidly all levels of Ukrainian society have adapted to the necessity of developing drones domestically. From grassroots efforts to large-scale government spending, Ukrainian society has become united on the issue of building its own drone fleet. The federal government recognizes that it is not enough to just ban Chinese drones, but that money must flow to spur drone production. Beyond the replicator program at the DoD, Congress should fund subsidies that would encourage agencies to buy commercial drones manufactured in the United States. A positive approach to fostering a native commercial drone industry is required to ensure that the United States has a secure supply of a technology product that is increasingly useful in peacetime and critical in wartime. When recalling Harry S. Truman's legacy in World War II, we tend to think more about the end of the war than the beginning. But in 1940, Truman began receiving letters about a new Army fort being constructed in Pulaski County, in the Ozark Hills of Missouri, the state he represented in the U.S. Senate. Something just wasn't right. The letters insisted, and so he set out on a road trip to have a look for himself. What he found there sickened him. In Truman's own words, he saw there were buildings being built, and they were costing 3 to 4 times what they should have, material of all kind, that was out in the snow and the rain, getting ruined, and hundreds of men just standing around and collecting their pay, doing nothing. After that, he started driving. He drove all over the country, simply walking into the sites at which Army camps were being constructed. And he saw the same thing everywhere he went. Millions of dollars were being wasted. While Harry Truman would be far less likely to be able to drive up and walk into the semiconductor fabs that will be built with the incentives created by the CHIPS and Science Act, the risk still stands. The passage of this bill prompted a dramatic expansion of spending on science, deep tech industry, and regional commercialization policies. Arguably the legislative crown jewel of what might eventually become known as the Bidenomics Congress, it nevertheless benefited from relatively broad bipartisan support, a situation not unlike the dramatic expansion of military spending in 1940 to 41. The bill's remarkable success is, perhaps, a recognition of the importance of our moment in history. We sit either at the zenith of U.S. global power and influence, after which all declines, or the dawn of a new age of more inclusive and widespread American growth. The goal of CHIPS is to ensure the latter outcome, by accelerating a new golden age of American industry through investment in science, entrepreneurship, and more equitable distribution of resources. Key to this tipping point is the question of whether CHIPS will be administered effectively. For a spending package of epic proportions, the CHIPS package gave almost no thought to oversight. The bill itself directs the Government Accountability Office (GAO) to conduct a number of program-level evaluations, specific funding reviews, and reviews to ensure that intellectual property generated with federal funding doesn't end up in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party. Outside of those limited reports, the bill is silent when it comes to accountability, oversight, and evaluation. This means CHIPS could easily become either an instrument of reckless spending or a partisan cudgel. But alternately, it could become the point at which bipartisanship wins the day, with Congress, agencies, and industry banding together to choose their better angels, showing an admittedly uncharacteristic level of restraint, providing real, substantive oversight that aims at continuous improvement and holds to the lofty goals of the CHIPS Act that benefit us all. Independent, external oversight and the accountability it provides need not be feared by the Biden administration. In fact, it might even be an asset. Historical examples such as the Truman Committee and others can provide blueprints for how to get it right at this critical inflection point for the country. 2 kinds of governance of the CHIPS expenditures are necessary to ensure the bill reaches its full potential: operational oversight and impact evaluation. While these 2 capabilities are often lumped together in terms of accountability, such as under the umbrella of the GAO or agency-level inspectors general, they answer very different questions and thus should be considered 2 separate domains of focus. Operational oversight answers the question: is the relevant program or expenditure managed and executed well? Well managed and executed, of course, covers a range of descriptors, from lawful and ethical to efficient, consistent, and well communicated. Impact evaluation, meanwhile, answers the questions: is the program or expenditure having the impact it was intended to have? How do we know if it is on the right track or the wrong track? Both oversight and evaluation of the CHIPS programs and incentives will be complex. In addition, there may be strategic questions about the decisions that agency leaders or the White House make that should be examined or at least subject to debate in a public forum. Thus far, the White House and federal agencies have been extremely forthcoming about their planned approach, issuing an executive order to clarify implementation priorities, creating a cross-agency implementation committee, creating and staffing a CHIPS program office, and creating an online hub for chips-related information. On that point, the administration should be commended, and there is no evidence to suggest that this posture of open communication will change in the future. It must be noted, however, that every aspect of oversight that the Biden administration has put in place, tasking OMB with cross-agency oversight and underlining the roles of agency inspectors general, is entirely internal. While the administration's plan includes an appropriate number of advisory groups and significant industry input, there is no requirement that the administration take any of that advice, nor is there opportunity for more public expert debate outside of those closed circles. The administration should revise this plan and dismiss any thought that adjusting it would be some admission of weakness or poor leadership. Instead, appropriate revisions would send an important signal that the administration plans to take every reasonable measure to avoid even the appearance of conflict of interest. Acceptance of, or better yet advocacy for, independent oversight functions external to the administration is the best possible signal that one has nothing to hide. And realistically, the administration can choose external oversight now and have a hand in the creation of a reasonable and serious panel. Or it can leave Congress to its own devices, likely resulting in a less balanced, less mature, and less practical process. In terms of operational oversight, the bill creates massive incentives and programs that will be operationalized by a wide swath of federal agencies. These incentives are the first of their kind and, as such, present a number of challenges, from the creation of diligence standards to ensuring that they are properly and consistently applied. The programs are also new and, in some cases, confusingly similar. And with so many agencies in the mix, how can taxpayers ensure that a few well-informed and sophisticated consumers of government funding aren't running the tables at every agency, pitching, essentially, the same projects in slightly different contexts? This requires a proactive approach to oversight at a cross-agency level, which incorporates the following domains: fraud, waste, abuse, and cross-agency audit. Are existing ethics standards and accounting practices being followed? Is there evidence of outright fraud, abuse, corruption, or self-dealing? Is there evidence of redundant or inefficient spending across agencies? Cross-agency traffic management, lane keeping, and communication. Are agencies making good faith efforts to work together to ensure those best equipped to manage programs are involved in program operations? E.g., is the SBA involved in the management of all direct lending programs? Do programs targeted to similar audiences, such as place-based innovation programs, have end-user accessibility in mind, or are the deadlines to major programs stacked ineffectively? How is the ability to differentiate across all of these programs communicated as a whole-of-government offering to those in the field who would apply? Operational efficiency. Are diligence standards created equitably, communicated widely, and applied uniformly? Are programs meeting the timelines that they set forth to the public or otherwise reasonable timelines for review, execution of awards, and announcement? Clear guidance around novel processes. Some provisions created by the Act extend beyond even the bounds of GAAP accounting principles. There is simply no accounting standard for how to recognize government support given directly to a for-profit business. Is it revenue? Is it a gift? Can a business be held to account for improper use of government funds when no such guidance exists? Equitable access. Are criteria and processes constructed with a reasonable degree of care for people, companies, and organizations that have experienced systemic disinvestment? Are those people, companies, and organizations without access to generational wealth held to the same financial standards as others? Are small businesses considered for incentives alongside large companies? Are the influence and sophistication associated with incumbency mitigated to create a more level playing field? In terms of impact evaluation, the sheer size of the bill, over 1,000 pages, and the complexity of its theory of change present a challenge. Inevitably, this is the case when a broad coalition informs the why behind a particular effort or action. As a result, the chief goal of the CHIPS Act might differ, depending on whom you ask. Talk to House Republicans, and they will likely talk about the need to counter China's global influence. Ask members of the Biden administration, and they will likely talk about goals of bringing manufacturing back to the United States or offering more equitable economic opportunity. Ask NSF staffers, and they will discuss the reinvigoration of our research in critical technology areas. Ask economic developers or ecosystem builders, and they'll talk about place-based innovation funding and the need to support innovation everywhere. All of these things can be true at the same time, but when in conflict, which of these goals is the most important? And how will we know if the decisions we make in the interest of national security are negatively impacting our efforts to improve racial or geographic equity? These questions are at the heart of developing theories of change and impact evaluation strategies. In addition, it is worth noting that the program evaluations completed by the federal government today, while somewhat common, are typically conducted by the agencies themselves on a timeline that is more likely to be informed by reauthorization or political change than by the cadence of the program itself. On other occasions, Congress might request that the GAO undertake a program evaluation by either authorizing it as part of a legislative effort, as it does sporadically throughout the CHIPS Act, or by making a specific request. Both of those circumstances require Congress becoming focused on a specific aspect of oversight when there is no actual requirement that lawmakers do so. Ongoing evaluation strategies developed alongside the programs themselves are a better option. They provide the best view into what goals each program was intended to achieve in the first place and whether or not they are on the right track. The alternative is the typical federal approach to program management, which leaves the door open to political manipulation and ex post facto changes to assumptions about the program's goals. Clearly, the best approach is to set and stick to evaluation strategies that last from the beginning of the program to the end, and to treat impact assessment as a learning exercise, not a political football. But the complexity doesn't end there. There are a number of dimensions on which CHIPS work might be considered a success or a failure. Part of developing an evaluation strategy for this work will be anticipating the questions that may not arise until 5 or 10 years in the future upon each of these dimensions. Failing to create a comprehensive evaluation plan, one that incorporates measures to judge success on each of these potential outcomes, is not only methodologically short-sighted, it opens the door for politically motivated attacks on a program. Surely, taxpayers today and in the future deserve to know whether or not this new approach to industrial strategy has been successful. An exhaustive evaluation strategy should explore the following dimensions of impact. But for impact, today, the primary judgment of the success or failure of economic development incentives stems from the but-for argument. Would this development, relocation, or expansion have happened without or but for the inclusion of the government incentive in question? This justification is used often at the state and local level to justify the relocation and retention incentives at the center of the 20th century approach to economic development. While conceptually sound, the practice of this approach is often flawed. When companies on the receiving end of these incentives are asked this question, their answers typically go unexamined. Clearly, CHIPS incentives should be assessed rigorously on a but-for basis to ensure that they amount to real job creation and new economic activity, not corporate graft for plants and investments that otherwise would have been made without intervention or with a smaller price tag. Community Benefit Agreement Transparency. One tool currently being used to govern CHIPS incentives is Community Benefit Agreements, CBAs, which are negotiated between the parties expanding development and the communities in which they are located. Oftentimes, these agreements include commitments around affordable housing, job quality, or workforce development. While CBAs provide a useful platform for communities and businesses to negotiate what local benefits are most needed to support massive investments, they have a few drawbacks. First and most importantly, it has been deemed unconstitutional for government at the local, state, or federal level to be party to CBAs. This means that the government cannot impose penalties or incentive clawbacks related to CBA violation. Second, the only parties that can enforce CBAs are those that are party to the agreement. That means that communities must depend on grassroots groups, which are not typically well equipped to take on legal battles with a Fortune 50 company to enforce these agreements. In reality, this likely means that many will never be enforced. That doesn't have to be the end of the process, however. Government's role at the bully pulpit can also be important, and it need not be party to a CBA to reap the benefits of a community-informed approach to incentive clawbacks. All it needs to do is ensure that a CBA exists as a condition of closing its incentive deals, require that companies complete regular reporting aligned with the CBA, and then transparently share that information. Enforcement, then, becomes a matter of capacity building for local parties to CBAs and media attention, much easier problems to solve. Impact evaluation aligned with congressional intent. When it comes to program evaluations, Congress has an asset in the GAO. Founded in 1921, the GAO has been bringing accountability to government spending for over 100 years. Throughout that period, it has grown from an accounting organization to become an auditor, an evaluator, and an investigator operating at the direction of Congress. Today, The CHIPS Act calls for a few very limited evaluations to be conducted by the GAO. Study the impact of biometric systems on historically marginalized communities, Section 10226. Review NIST security practices to guard against foreign interference, Section 10247. Evaluate the capacity of the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics, NCSES, to meet current and future needs for data on the STEM workforce, Section 10314. Conduct an assessment of precision agriculture technologies, Section 10361. Report to Congress an inventory of Federal Research Agency competitive funding programs targeted to minority-serving institutions, MSIs. Assess Federal Research Agency outreach to MSIs and make recommendations for steps agencies can take to increase the participation and competitiveness of MSIs in such programs. Section 10521. Conduct a study on federal research funding made available to foreign entities of concern, Section 10635, and evaluate potential government steps to avoid semiconductor shortages, to describe steps taken to hire individuals from disadvantaged populations into the semiconductor workforce, and to detail how funded projects support the needs of critical infrastructure industries, Section 105. Even if the GAO were to complete each of these tasks perfectly, Congress would still be limited in its ability to understand whether or not the package of incentives and programs funded by CHIPS is meeting its goal of improving American competitiveness and onshoring critical supply chains. To answer this question, one or more members of Congress would have to request such an evaluation or report from the GAO, and for the report to be prioritized, that member likely would have to be relatively senior. Again, we can leave the process of understanding whether the congressional intent of the CHIPS Act has been met to chance, or we can be proactive in studying why it has or hasn't been achieved. Impact evaluation aligned with presidential intent. Congress and the administration supported the CHIPS effort for slightly different reasons, and these differing assumptions are borne out in some of the early conflicts around CHIPS implementation. For instance, when the Biden administration created a requirement that companies seeking more than $150 million in incentives need to provide a plan for affordable, high-quality childcare for workers, critics crowed. But the fact that the Biden administration included such a provision in what was previously discussed as a national security bill should not have been a surprise to observers. The administration was clear that among its intentions for the bill were goals like creating more equitable access to STEM innovation and investment in regional development and good jobs. These three aspects alone, equitable access to innovation, creation of good jobs, and more regionally inclusive development strategies, represent three additional and distinct theories of change. Achievement against each of these yardsticks, as well as the priorities set forth by Congress, must be measured separately, because it is possible to succeed in one but not another. Sometimes, these competing goals might even be in tension with each other. Without the GSA at his disposal, the President has taken steps to integrate and streamline CHIPS implementation across agencies. He has put in place a well-qualified and respected CHIPS czar in Rani Chatterjee. He has created a CHIPS steering council that includes senior members of the administration and incorporates the voice of industry through an industrial advisory committee. He has tasked OMB with implementation oversight. He can also rely on agency-level protections and experts, like agency inspectors general and the CHIPS office created at the Department of Commerce. Finally, at the agency level, program managers can budget for and undertake program-level evaluation. And yet, every one of these solutions is internal to the Biden administration. This arrangement simply does not go far enough to avoid the appearance of conflict of interest in how incentives are allocated and programs are managed. This argument should not be considered a disparagement of the experts and long-serving public servants who hold these roles today. In fact, many of them are experts and advisors of the highest order. But even good, smart, and well-meaning people sometimes make mistakes and often make choices between competing priorities and values. Certainly, given that these choices involve the commitment of taxpayer dollars, external oversight and public debate are not only prudent, but must be considered an important and natural part of the process. As agencies work to launch and grow programs authorized by CHIPS, another important question is how these programs, many of which target similar applicant audiences, should work together to achieve larger goals as parts of a whole. In this author's experience, these questions are particularly important in the context of place-based innovation ecosystems and cluster development, which many new programs are designed to address. This slate of programs includes those managed by the Department of Commerce's Economic Development Administration, EDA, like Tech Hubs and Recompetes, the National Science Foundation's Technology, Innovation and Partnerships Directorate NSF-TIP, like regional innovation engines and accelerating research translation, and a bevy of place-based innovation programs at the Department of Energy. How should these programs interact? Should they work with existing programs to form a pipeline that serves communities over time, or should they concentrate on a smaller number of regions, working together to deliver different kinds of support? Should program timelines be sequenced or stacked in a certain way? How should they integrate with and leverage long-standing SBA programs, despite the fact that the SBA was not included in the CHIPS Act? Which programs are best aligned with the administration's goals of equity, inclusive wealth creation, and good jobs? Which are best aligned with congressional desires to make sure China doesn't benefit from U.S. investments in R&D? Should every program speak to both? All of these questions have yet to be answered. Developing one overarching effort to clarify and categorize the many theories of change at play in CHIPS is critical to ensuring that each of its programs can claim success in the coming years. Just as important is a shared interagency effort to clearly define for customers, applicants, and communities across the country which programs are best suited to their needs. Some elements of this might be achieved through internal means, an interagency working group, a formal interagency agreement like the one signed by the EDA and NSF-TIP in July, or just a directive to coordinate. But yet again, external oversight can ensure that these activities are prioritized and their outcomes are communicated clearly. Oversight in a changing business environment. As the Truman Commission found with respect to military contractor waste, there was no unpatriotic motive involved here, concluded the committee in its report. It was only big business playing the game according to the rules, with a heavy price, to be borne by the entire nation. Today, an argument can be made that oversight of the CHIPS Act is more important than ever before, primarily due to the evolution of business ethics and the unique structural makeup of markets at the furthest fringes of critical technology, like semiconductor fabrication, synthetic biology, and material science. Aggressive oversight is necessary first and foremost because access to real-time business insights is asymmetrical. Companies have information about their needs, goals, profit margins, and more that exceeds that which the government can access. Public companies have new information and business projections that might not be included in tax filings and annual reports. Privately held companies are famously difficult to track and analyze because they are not required to issue annual reports. In addition, the broad use of customized incentives funded in CHIPS requires that government actors make judgments about the size, scope, and conditions of their use. To do so in a way that is truly in line with a but-for principle requires access to that asymmetrical information. At their best, tax incentives like those included in CHIPS should be carefully calibrated to fill financial gaps and make doing business in the United States a palatable option for U.S. companies. In the reality of the post-neoliberal era, that means that these incentives must make doing business in the United States the most profitable option. At the same time, incentives funded by the taxpayers should be carefully diligenced, and deals should be structured to drive the desired investment outcome with the most efficient use of government resources. Ethical incentives must therefore be a product of transparent information sharing between companies and government. But again, the modern shareholder primacy-based framework of fiduciary duty implies that all companies will seek government funding, whether or not they actually need the money. The best resourced among them will be able to make the best arguments and hire the best lobbyists. As Scott Lincecum, director of general economics at the Libertarian Cato Institute, has said directly, this is a low-risk, high-reward maneuver. It would almost be corporate malpractice to not go after that cash. Yet not even the Cato Institute can argue against the bill's intention, choosing instead to launch criticism about the potential for lobbying and the abuses of political largesse. Such criticisms are not wrong. Certainly the power, influence, and sophistication of incumbency make it easier for established companies to take advantage of the complex requirements, bidding processes, and relational cues needed to navigate the process of securing CHIPS incentives. That these incentives generally disadvantage small and startup businesses is clear. They cannot afford to hire the lobbyists, attorneys, and compliance staff needed to navigate these programs. Taken together, this means that companies seeking incentives have competing interests when it comes to business ethics. Being transparent and forthcoming with the government when seeking an incentive is ethical. But what about when there is no legal compulsion to do so, especially when fiduciary duties to shareholders might discourage such transparency? Clearly, the temptation to be less than forthcoming exists, and for that reason, multiple layers of oversight, including both internal and external factors, can be an important tool. Such oversight will not only directly ensure that taxpayer dollars are used as wisely as possible, but the threat of detailed examination also has the potential to indirectly motivate corporate sector transparency in a way that other factors cannot. After all, no semiconductor company wants to become the next Solyndra. The only thing that is certain about the chip's incentives is that both good and bad actors will seek them. It will be the responsibility of those managing incentive programs, as well as those that provide oversight, to distinguish between those companies with the genuine ability to meet America's needs and those that are wolves, wrapped in sheep's clothing, waving an American flag. In that endeavor, certainly proactive oversight is far more valuable to taxpayers than congressional grandstanding after the fact. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Reflecting on his time as chairman of the Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, Truman said, "I knew that following World War I, there had been 116 investigating committees after the fact, and I felt that one committee before the fact would prevent a lot of waste and maybe save some lives." Truman's committee was formed at a time when government spending in the United States had exploded. Defense expenditures were budgeted at $13 billion in 1941 alone, and that was prior to the passage of the $7 billion Lend-Lease Act. This $20 billion price tag would be akin to $420 billion today. While cynics might chuckle at the comparison between that number and our real fiscal 2024 defense spending, projected to be more than $750 billion, it represented a dramatic expansion in terms of GDP, from 1.7% of GDP in 1940 to 5.1% in 1941, and much greater than the 2.7% of GDP that is projected for 2024. In forming his committee, Truman, ever a great student of history, looked to examples further afield for a lesson in what not to do. He spent long nights at the Library of Congress, reading fragile copies of testimony before the Civil War-era Committee on the Conduct of War. The negative example of this obstructionist body informed Truman's thinking on how to structure his own. He later reflected, its members wanted to cause trouble for Lincoln, which they succeeded in doing. Robert Lee later said that it was worth at least 2 divisions to the Confederate cause, and I think he was right. Except I wouldn't doubt that the committee did more harm than that. Through his research, Truman distilled some of the best practices of oversight committees from historical records. Upon doing so, he set out with the unanimous mandate of the Senate to create a bipartisan committee. The Truman Committee lasted from 1941 to 1948, and throughout that tenure, its goals were to ensure operational efficiency between a mess of federal agencies created to helm the war effort, eradicate fraud, waste, and abuse, and ensure the inclusion of small businesses. Members of the committee were selected based on their reputations for willingness to work across the aisle and their work ethic. In addition, the culture of the committee reinforced expectations of bipartisan cooperation. Every report that it released was unanimously approved. Witnesses were treated respectfully and fairly, and hearings were open to all senators. Finally, in order to allow for prepared responses rather than gotcha moments, the committee sent advance copies of reports to the president and all named parties. Over the course of 7 years, many of the committee's most important tips came from the letters of everyday people, workers and line managers in plants, wives who overheard their discussions, and small business owners who resented missing out on opportunities to supply lumber or construction workers for local bases. As Truman worked himself to exhaustion, traveling the country to investigate claims, he found the voices of everyday citizens to be his most reliable sources. Truman realized that most taxpayers can see when their money is being misused, and considered them to be among his most important assets. Additionally, Truman staffed the committee with the day's top prosecutors and auditors, and their first task was reviewing and responding to every single letter that they received. That the Truman Committee delivered cost savings and saved lives is indisputable. Cost savings were safely estimated at billions of dollars, and reporters estimated that the committee's work saved the lives of a few thousand American soldiers. In addition, the committee put the fear of God into those receiving government contracts, as well as the bureaucrats and military men signing them. It helped smooth and integrate the mobilization effort at a time when President Roosevelt's alphabet soup of agencies was absorbed in turf battles and duplicative efforts. Certainly, the Truman Committee is just one of many examples that architects of CHIPS oversight could turn to for inspiration. Over the years, the Church Committee assembled to investigate intelligence abuses, the Warren Commission created to investigate the assassination of President Kennedy, the Iran-Contra Committee, and Senator Elizabeth Warren's TARP Oversight Panel each add to our understanding of which tactics and strategies provide the most effective oversight of government efforts, as well as what doesn't work. From these examples, we can see the wisdom of engaging industry partners to ensure that the proper expertise is around the table, and including panelists from outside the legislative branch as a means of ensuring that partisanship does not eclipse the committee's mission. Despite the differences between 1941 and 2023, the experience and lessons of the Truman Committee remain applicable today. We seek to build up our own industrial efforts, grounded in a need to defend the sphere of American commercial and cultural interests amid a shifting landscape of global powers. We want to make smart investments in the industries that are critical to our national security, and to ensure that these investments are held to high standards of integrity and effectiveness. We want, through these efforts, not only to grow American influence and commerce, but to promote American values like freedom, democracy, and self-determination. To meet this challenge, and to protect the American people from our geopolitical rivals, today's leaders should follow Truman's example in advocating for independent oversight of the CHIPS Act. Here are some key principles from the Truman Committee that should be adopted. 1. Better one committee in search of the big picture than many efforts missing pieces of the puzzle. 2. External oversight is critical because it ensures that political convenience does not impact investigation or prioritization, and because it supports the administration in avoiding even the appearance of conflicts of interest. Friendly oversight is flexible. Oppositional oversight can only obstruct. 3. Bipartisanship must be taken seriously at every step, beginning with selection. 4. Hiring the very best investigational staff ensures that the panel's return will exceed the expense. 5. Everyday taxpayers, when asked, can become an army of free monitors for waste, abuse, and insider deals. Admittedly, our Congress is more bitterly partisan and divided today, and centrist views like Truman's have little space in either party. We are quick to decry and dismiss those whose views differ from our own. We readily disrespect and bully those we have never met, and yet we interact less with those we know, reporting increasing levels of loneliness and isolation. Is it naive to expect that bipartisanship and a shared purpose might win out, as they did in 1941, holding America's industrial giants to high standards of ethics and effectiveness? Perhaps. Yet even if the world is not at war, the stakes are high. What is on the line is not just our commercial competitiveness among allies, but our position of global leadership in critical defense technologies vis-a-vis geopolitical rivals. And the nature of these dual-use technologies makes them central to our daily lives. While the risks of failing to properly police and produce war materials in 1941 fell mainly on the armed services, today they involve countless civilian and commercial applications. The risk is not just engine failure on a test flight, but failure of the automated lane-keeping system on scores of family minivans. Strong, bipartisan public oversight is essential to success and should be welcomed. As Truman might say today, if you can't stand the heat of reasonable scrutiny, perhaps you should get out of the fab. Nearly a decade has passed since the breach of the U.S. Office of Personnel Management, OPM, by Chinese state-backed hackers in the spring of 2015, that the operation netted Beijing the detailed backgrounds and personal data of over 20 million federal employees, clearance holders, and applicants, as well as that of their cohabitants and spouses, constituted one of the most damaging counterintelligence breaches in U.S. history. Assessing the loss, former Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and National Security Agency, NSA Chief Michael Hayden offered a blunt, sobering take. It remains a treasure trove of information that is available to the Chinese Communist Party until the people represented by that information age off. There's no fixing it. In his estimation, the impact of the breach would take a generation or more to fully subside until the youngest members of the federal workforce at that time ultimately retired. Over the following decade, it would become clear that such counterintelligence hazards would hardly subside at all for reasons that were not yet fully evident, but still perhaps predictable. The aggregation of personal and location data on American consumers, including military service members, intelligence officers, national security officials, and contractors, would become part and parcel of the data-driven advertising behemoth that underpins the modern digital economy. While the threat of sophisticated cyber breaches into sensitive datasets remains, another trend is both an addition and contributor to the hacking risk. There is little need to steal through cunning espionage what can be obtained through little cost or effort in a vast and open data marketplace. The question is whether such a status quo can be sustained without causing irrevocable damage to the counterintelligence interests of the United States. Can consumer data be treated as a strategic resource, as the most recent national counterintelligence strategy asserts, from both the commercial and security perspectives simultaneously? Or will one necessarily come at the expense of the other? As the age of big data and advances in computing have birthed the artificial intelligence era, these questions require urgent attention from policymakers. In what follows, we argue that they have, indeed, at critical points come into underappreciated but serious tension. From OPM to Equifax to Salt Typhoon, the issue is now less that a single sensitive puzzle piece might be collected by U.S. adversaries, but that a holistic mosaic has already been aggregated, that a vivid and detailed picture of U.S. military, intelligence, and national security rank-and-file personnel is coming into view for any sophisticated adversaries who care to look. It's no secret that the entities that collect and store people's data are vulnerable to hacking. What is far less understood is the degree to which companies building and managing smartphones, laptops, mobile apps, websites, and myriad other digital technologies and interfaces all collect, aggregate, analyze, and share people's information. Jogging enthusiasts and open-source intelligence researchers brought this problem to the fore in 2018 when they revealed that Strava, a software application linked to Fitbit devices, had been publicly posting the geolocations of its users. This oversight enabled curious online sleuths to watch U.S. military forces and intelligence officers in countries around the world as they jogged around forward operating bases and visited, presumably, safe houses. While hardly a responsible privacy practice, even average runners might find their total run history with timestamps made available online without a password disturbing. What would have been an obvious, serious breach in a government context was the product instead of shockingly widespread industry data practices. Corporations that are even less understood accelerate this personal data collection, aggregation, and analysis further. Companies that manage real-time bidding networks, algorithmically run online auctions for other companies to buy ad space on an app, website, and so forth in order to show people ads, make reams of personal data available to countless entities sitting in the virtual auction house on a constant basis every single day. Data brokers, those companies in the business of aggregating and selling people's data, likewise root their business, and as such their profit margins, on repeatedly selling information they've bought, compiled, and inferred to a wide range of buyers, largely at their own discretion. Connected devices used by American consumers now routinely come with third-party software installed which transmits information about users, activity, and location to the digital advertising market, data brokers, and bidding exchanges, to be packaged, traded, and sold. And companies that want to target people with particular messages, and then collect data on their responses, can leverage ad tech companies to profile and reach individuals. The prodigious volumes of data both collected and publicly available on data markets illustrate the remarkable extent to which Americans' personal information is rendered vulnerable to being hacked, stolen, and compromised. This fact alone should put OPM-style hacks into perspective. As NSA General Counsel April Doss wrote in 2020, governments pose but one facet of the challenge. Data collected by national security programs have come to pale in comparison to the exquisitely detailed user profiles that are being amassed either by, for, or on behalf of the U.S. tech sector. A host of real-world events and civil society investigations from the post-OPM decade illustrate why the explosion of commercially available big data complicates and accelerates the counterintelligence dilemma facing the United States. Researchers have long demonstrated the ease of identifying, targeting, and even inducing U.S. and allied military service members through their use of social media, dating, and messaging apps. Their findings highlight the already high risks posed by poor organizational and operational security in the digital era. More recently, a group of journalists outlined how even the most conscientious users, including those playing sensitive roles in government, intelligence, or the military, would be hard-pressed to extricate themselves from the digital ecosystem hardwired into their devices. The team accessed geolocation and related data from in and around a U.S. military installation in Germany, one which is said to house, among other things, elements of America's nuclear arsenal and intelligence collection platforms. Their assessment is alarming. Not only is such data collection likely capable of revealing military secrets, it is essentially unavoidable at the personal level. Service members' lives being simply too intertwined with the technology permitting it. Attempts to cordon off specific locales from such data harvesting are unlikely to alleviate such counterintelligence concerns. The vast majority of modern smart devices require some degree of geolocation data to function properly. Even if tech companies were prohibited from collecting and selling geolocation around specific sensitive facilities, the prohibition would fail to cover everywhere else affiliated personnel travel, everyone else they associate with, and everything else they do. U.S. law generally requires an affirmative opt-in from users to collect and sell geolocation data, but this appears to serve more as a speed bump or speeding ticket, rather than an adequate barrier against the targeting of U.S. officials and installations. Just as the average citizen flies past the privacy policy and terms of service briefly popped onto their screens, clicking agree without so much as a substantive glance, so too do many U.S. government affiliates, rendering their supposed opt-ins just as illegitimate in practice. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, has only historically taken a small number of enforcement actions against violators, most recently against General Motors. Such actions, however, are mostly designed to bring offending organizations into full or stricter compliance with the law, while any punitive fines for unscrupulous activity, $51,744 per violation, are likely insufficient to serve as a deterrent in the broader multi-billion-dollar digital advertising industry. The inability or unwillingness of the industry to police itself essentially means the data brokerage ecosystem can only be as ethically or legally respectful of consumer privacy as its least scrupulous participants. As legal scholar Andy Wong argues, the magnitude of harm arising from one broker's activities depends on what data other brokers in the network are selling. Unlike tangible goods, data is an endlessly duplicable, non-exhaustible, and non-rivalrous good. A tragedy of the commons thus prevails. If one broker accumulates and sells non-consensual or otherwise protected data, the compliance efforts of others can be mooted. Compounding the issue is that so-called Know Your Customer, KYC, practices are either non-existent or inconsistently applied throughout the data brokerage industry. According to a team of scholars from Duke University, a malicious actor could easily lie their way around many data brokers lacks KYC controls, or simply find a broker with virtually no KYC practices whatsoever. Meanwhile, the promise that the data collected and aggregated on U.S. citizens can be safely and irreversibly anonymized has been repeatedly debunked as wishful thinking by researchers. For instance, a 2019 study at Imperial College, London, drew on just 15 demographic attributes to re-identify U.S. citizens from an anonymized dataset, concluding that a composite picture of 99.98% of Americans could likewise be constituted, seriously challenging the technical and legal adequacy of the de-identification release and forget model. Nordic academics in 2021 likewise found that a year's worth of usage data by 3.5 million people from as few as 4 mobile apps was sufficient to re-identify 91.2% of them by cross-referencing publicly available information. Americans are the easiest to re-identify, the authors noted, raising the stakes in a society where only a small handful of companies control the entire mobile app ecosystem. Endless hype cycles about AI and the future of the digital economy only further accelerate companies' efforts to collect vast amounts of information, aggregate and analyze disparate datasets, and monetize and sell data previously collected for a limited purpose. In other words, they accelerate the collection and dissemination of what is, at the end of the day, effectively exploitable intelligence on U.S. assets and personnel. In 2025, national-level economic planning and industrial policy have largely shed the stigma that once surrounded them. As competition with China continues to intensify and a second Trump administration takes its stride, all eyes are on a U.S. tech sector that has achieved an almost mythical strategic significance. Beyond their innovative capacities, the U.S. federal bureaucracy and military-industrial complex have become widely dependent upon, if not inextricably linked with, the major tech multinationals such as Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Palantir, Starlink, OpenAI, and others. The continued success of these firms is thus considered as much an issue of national security, however spurious those claims may be, as one of geoeconomic vitality. But as the global scramble for data-fueled AI supremacy continues unabated, pitting the United States against its peer adversary China, Washington has adopted a protectionist stance in just about every aspect but one: the ubiquitous collection and permissive availability of data on its citizens. Indeed, the United States is far and away the global leader in both the number of data categories available for purchase and the number of companies who provide them. Tech sector leaders are keenly aware of this fact. Like many other U.S. industries throughout history, particularly those wary of regulation that might curb anti-competitive or anti-consumer activity, the national tech champion card has long served as something of a free pass. Particularly in the era of hyper-competition for AI supremacy, however ill-defined the concept. The U.S. tech sector has largely been victorious in its lobbying push to make the United States among the most permissive locales on Earth to collect and trade data on consumers. This is despite valiant cajoling by some privacy advocates, regulators, and legislators in recent years. This quintessentially American laissez-faire approach to online privacy has prompted individual states like California, Vermont, and others to take up the burden of introducing their own curbs on the unfettered agglomeration of personal data, valuable as they may be for individuals' privacy. Such piecemeal endeavors are not enough in and of themselves to capture and curtail the wider canvas of personal data collection and sharing, and the counterintelligence risks that come with it. Lacking much progress from Congress on a comprehensive privacy overhaul, successive administrations have attempted, however belatedly and piecemeal, to curb the outflow of sensitive data to adversaries through espionage or digital commerce. For instance, after the Fitbit-related data leak of early 2018, the Department of Defense responded in August of that year by restricting the use of geolocation-enabled devices in areas of active military operations. The directive ordered a broader risk assessment about digital geolocation, while Pentagon staff noted that enforcement of the order would be conducted on a case-by-case basis. By spring 2023, the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) had rolled out minimum cybersecurity standards and risk assessment guidelines for publicly traded companies. The Biden White House had also issued an executive order forbidding the use of commercial spyware by U.S. departments and agencies in a bid to use federal purchasing power to constrain the burgeoning global market for sophisticated tracking and surveillance technologies. While these measures implicitly or indirectly nodded to the growing counterintelligence threat to U.S. officials and service members, a subsequent Biden directive in 2024 was both more blunt and expansive. Executive Order EO 14117 tasked the Attorney General with determining what kinds of data, irrespective of volume, could be exploited by specific adversarial states if linked to active or former federal employees, contractors, and sensitive government locations. It additionally forbade the bulk sale of any non-public health, biometric, genomic, financial, and geolocation data that might be exploited by U.S. adversaries to identify and target individuals or groups, also delegating the task of defining bulk to the Department of Justice. Meanwhile, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, and Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, made their initial forays into stricter enforcement of data broker activity later that year. However well-intended, these measures could prove fleeting from a political perspective and easily circumventable from a practical one. The Trump administration moved quickly after it took office to weaken many of the agencies, like the CFPB, that it considers onerous for businesses or superfluous to the federal bureaucracy. Data experts across academia, civil society, and industry-supporting law firms, meanwhile, widely predict that many of the most significant cybersecurity, spyware, and data protection initiatives from previous years are likely to be deliberately scrapped by the Trump White House, if not simply left to atrophy. But from a purely counterintelligence perspective, experts are also quick to point out that previous measures merely acted like band-aids on a gaping wound. This is because the structural focus of EO 14117 and its congressional cousin, the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act of 2024, or PADFA for short, on cross-border data flows is too narrowly scoped, with the key terms being too arbitrarily defined to serve as a meaningful safeguard. Both documents focus squarely on preventing specific adversarial countries, such as China and Iran, as well as any firms controlled in some part by their citizens, from obtaining sensitive troves of data about U.S. entities. But in both instances, the stress on volume, direct transfers, and specific categories of data overlook the many pathways that can otherwise be taken to accumulate the data needed to build a comprehensive mosaic. Peter Swire and Sam Sachs, writing for Lawfare, draw parallels with money laundering. Years of effort have gone into detection and regulation of structuring transactions to prevent the small from adding up to the big. But it will be a long and uncertain path to build similar rules for data sales. These measures fail to consider the spider webs of indirect purchases, diversions, and well-obscured fronts, common in the intelligence business for circumventing sanctions and export controls, that foreign adversaries could wield to buy up reams of data indirectly from U.S. firms. These fail to tackle the deeper causes of this stubborn phenomenon of data porousness, such as highly unregulated data broker sales and poorly regulated online advertising practices, making government actors ill-equipped to handle the full spectrum of privacy issues, let alone complex national security risk. And, perhaps most crucially, these concomitant programs struggle to grapple with the intersections between privacy and national security. The executive branch has, for instance, relegated the task of inspecting consumer data transfers with a national security risk to the Justice Department's National Security Division, meaning that inspectors operate without comprehensive federal privacy and security laws to stand on. Another policy decision has effectively given some national security data authority to the FTC, an agency well-versed in complex data technologies and predatory ad tech practices, but one lacking the resources, expertise, and integration with intelligence and law enforcement agencies necessary to tackle nation-state exploitation of data. If policymakers' speeches and industry lobbying points are to be believed, commercial data is a strategic resource necessary to win the AI race with China. This argument demands continued widespread, unfettered, permissionless corporate access to vast troves of data, so the rhetoric goes. Not only consumer data should be accessible, but data held, and in many cases copyrighted by corporations, research institutions, and other entities too, all of which can be funneled into corporate AI systems, turbocharged into the military and national security apparatus, and used to gain a competitive edge, particularly against Beijing. Indeed, there are plentiful ways that commercial data and open-source intelligence can be used to advance national security objectives and fulfill what many would agree are important governmental functions, such as hunting foreign hackers or investigating Russian war crimes in Ukraine. Yet, the conundrum lies in the copious national security and counterintelligence problems embedded throughout the practically unrestrained private sector data collection landscape. However much might be gained by this, often nakedly self-serving, appeal to the national interest as the trump card against stronger AI and data regulations, there are too few incentives to consider what has already been lost. Any semblance of anonymity, obscurity, or privacy that once enabled sensitive government entities to function safely. Ultimately, policymakers must come to terms with the fact that U.S. national security officials, military service members, intelligence officers, and sensitive facilities worldwide already operate at a major disadvantage in the face of both state and non-state adversaries alike. This vulnerability will only grow with time as long as we have few meaningful protections against data brokers and other types of unfettered data collection, transmission, and use. Protecting service members from espionage, blackmail, sabotage, or worse will mean confronting a stark reality. Piecemeal policing at the post-collection stage like that attempted by previous administrations cannot achieve what even a modest federal data privacy framework could. Taming the ad tech market will require a great deal of political will, particularly in response to objections from would-be national champions. But the decade since the OPM hack has made one thing clear. Data-dependent tech companies can champion the national economy or they can champion the national security bureaucracy, but doing the former through race-to-the-bottom data hoarding and sale will only put the latter in even greater jeopardy. In 1998, Bill Clinton read a book called The Cobra Event, a dramatic novel about a mad scientist developing a virus for acts of bioterrorism. Clinton was so affected by the book that he launched the Strategic National Stockpile, a collection of supplies and medical countermeasures to be deployed on behalf of civilians in the event of a bioterrorism attack. This story verges on apocryphal. Different sources tell different versions. But it seems that the era was ripe for concerns over bioterrorism, and soon Clinton's Attorney General, Janet Reno, was telling a Senate hearing that the United States might begin stockpiling medical countermeasures. While the United States has periodically utilized the Strategic National Stockpile since implementation, no splashy book anticipated the larger threat that developed over subsequent decades: the offshoring of America's critical pharmaceutical manufacturing base to a geopolitical rival. An uncountable number of supply chains lead back to China. No governmental or private sector organization, from the Department of Defense (DoD) to health systems, is certain how many and which of its drugs come from China. And there is no guarantee that China will continue to supply the pharmaceuticals on which the United States has become so dependent. This is especially true for generic drugs, which comprise 90% of prescriptions in the United States. Generics are critical for consumers as well as for national readiness. Most of the drugs on the Food and Drug Administration's FDA essential medicines list are generics, and nearly half of the antibiotics on the list have no domestic manufacturers for their active ingredients. The Administration for Strategic Preparedness and Response, ASPR, estimates that 90 to 95% of generic sterile injectable drugs used for critical care in the United States originate from materials in China and India. By offshoring the majority of medications, including key antibiotics and cardiovascular drugs, U.S. policy has unintentionally created a major national security risk for civilians and service members alike. As the United States and China increasingly define the other as an adversary, the creation of a resilient and transparent drug supply chain can no longer be an afterthought. Much as the Strategic National Stockpile grew out of a worst-case scenario in the counterterrorism era, policymakers and regulators must reflect on the current worst-case scenario and act accordingly. If the United States and China were to enter a hot conflict, China could shut off the supply to a wide swath of critical medicines, making it impossible for American hospitals to continue functioning as normal. The DoD, which purchases its medications on the open market, would be unable to treat common conditions in its service members, including such basic treatment as preventing infection. A history of growing dependence. Generic drugs, those outside of the patent exclusivity period, are manufactured by companies that have received FDA approval to manufacture drugs that are chemically and biologically identical to the original brand name drug. These drugs are essentially commodity products, composed of an active pharmaceutical ingredient, API, the chemical that functions within the body, and additional material, like gelatin or starch, that contains and stabilizes the chemical in pill form. The manufacturing process is more complicated with drugs like insulin or other specialty medications, which may require biological processes like cell engineering. The FDA, regarded as the strictest of the pharmaceutical regulators around the globe, requires drugs intended for Americans to be unadulterated, produced in a clean environment, and manufactured to pre-approved specifications. The FDA has a remarkable safety record, and Americans have come to trust that medications, regardless of type or country of manufacture, will be both available and safe. A closer look reveals that this isn't always the case, however. As pharmacists well know, drug shortages have been common in recent years, with the FDA recording more than 100 drugs in shortage every year since 2007. The actual number of shortages, as experienced by hospitals, may be even higher. Before COVID, experts like Dr. Janet Woodcock, former director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CDER, at the FDA, had been warning that supply chains were perilously fragmented, with chains stretching from API manufacturers in China to plants in India to U.S. shelves. But the shortages themselves were often caused by singular events, like a natural disaster or an individual plant closure. Hurricane Maria, for example, forced the closure of multiple Baxter International plants that produced saline solution in Puerto Rico, causing persistent saline shortages. In comparison, COVID and China's zero-COVID policy response caused reverberating shortages of a broad swath of drugs, some of which persist even 4 years later. COVID laid bare the degree of U.S. dependence on overseas pharmaceutical manufacturing. For several decades, pharmaceutical manufacturers have responded to policy choices and financial pressures by offshoring their facilities. This arguably began in the early 1970s, when the Clean Air and Water Acts brought scrutiny to pharmaceutical plants' emissions and wastewater treatment, making offshoring more financially appealing. The 1984 passage of the Hatch-Waxman Act dramatically accelerated offshoring. The legislation streamlined the process for drug manufacturers to get FDA approval of generic drugs. By demonstrating that their medications were chemically the same as the existing brand name, and that their medication performed the same in a human body, drug manufacturers could more easily get approval after the market exclusivity period for the brand name drug expired. But it also started a race to the bottom on price that drove manufacturers offshore. The first generic drug applicant that applies in accordance with FDA's regulations receives a 180-day exclusivity period, far shorter than the exclusivity period for a brand name drug, which can last years. Once multiple generics in competition join the market, the price drops by 20 to 80%, depending on number of competitors, time on the market, and pricing of the generics. This price drop means that generic medications, although a benefit to the American public, generally have slimmer profit margins than brand name drugs. And while manufacturers of brand name drugs have an incentive to keep quality, and therefore drug performance in vivo, high manufacturers of generic drugs have an incentive to drive manufacturing costs as low as possible to maintain profitability, even if quality suffers. Generic drugs are, by nature, interchangeable, consumers have no brand loyalty, and pharmacists may substitute one generic for another. Manufacturers may manufacture dozens of drugs, with APIs sourced from dozens of facilities around the world, already a logistically difficult proposition. The margins are narrow and depend more on quantity than quality. With post-Cold War globalization in the 1990s and early 2000s, manufacturers found a far cheaper market in which to produce. China's industrial policy prioritized manufacturing over clean air or water concerns. The country's lower labor costs further reduced the cost of manufacturing. But most importantly, China and India pursued aggressive pricing and trade policies intended to drive more manufacturing to their shores. China, in particular, has subsidized API production, providing tax incentives to manufacturers and supporting the development of the large, expensive factories necessary for API manufacture. As with other products, the country also aggressively priced its pharmaceuticals, engaging in a dumping strategy, flooding the market with cheap, government-subsidized product until competitors were forced to close, then raising the price. These policies worked as intended. By 2005, the FDA had more facilities to inspect overseas than within the United States, according to Catherine Eben's Bottle of Lies, 2019. The balance of power shifted. In 2000, European nations and the United States were listed as API providers in a combined total of 64% of the filings submitted by generic drug makers to the FDA, and India and China were listed in 24%. By 2021, the proportions had flipped, with Europe and the United States listed in a combined 11% of filings, and India and China providing a combined 85%. While dramatic, these numbers do not show the whole picture. The truth is that no one in the United States can pinpoint where a specific API originated. As Dr. Woodcock, then director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA, testified before a House Subcommittee on Health in 2019, the FDA has no idea what percentage of APIs are manufactured abroad. While manufacturers do report facilities that they may source APIs from, they are not required to report to the FDA what they are actually producing at which facility, how much they are producing, and how much they are dependent on APIs coming out of that facility. The list of sites on file with the FDA also does not include sites further down the supply chain. For example, if an API facility itself sources ingredients from further down the supply chain. In fact, although India is often cited as a major source of generic medications and APIs for the United States, India is actually quite reliant on China. Papers published by Indian scientists in the last few years have suggested that India imports almost 70% of its APIs from China. In 2021, a paper published in the journal Economies outlined steps for India to become more self-sufficient, noting that India has also fallen prey to China's dumping strategies, especially for drugs that rely on fermentation, a broad category that includes many antibiotics, including key drugs like penicillin. The paper states that India has almost 100% dependence on Chinese imports for fermentation-based drugs. India is also not necessarily a reliable source for the United States when it comes to pharmaceuticals. The Biden administration has sought out partnerships with Indian manufacturers to reduce reliance on China. But in 2021, when India's COVID cases began rising, the government decided to halt exports of the AstraZeneca vaccine that Indian factories had been producing. The Wire, an Indian news and opinion site, captured the moment in a headline. A pandemic came calling, and India was no longer the world's pharmacy. With many generic facilities overseas and manufacturers incentivized to produce as cheaply as possible, quality can become an issue. In 2008, children receiving dialysis in the United States began experiencing dramatic allergic reactions. Medical professionals and the Centers for Disease Control traced the source to Baxter, a brand-name company, which began recalling its heparin and anticoagulant from circulation. Crude heparin was supplied to Baxter from a Chinese plant called Changzhou SPL, which the FDA had failed to inspect, confusing it with another plant with a similar name. When the FDA did inspect Changzhou SPL, it found serious contamination. Making the inspection process even more complicated, the plant itself had sourced the crude heparin from other manufacturers further down the supply chain. Investigators eventually traced the allergic reaction to a synthetic contaminant that mimicked heparin and had likely been added somewhere along the supply chain to increase the bulk of the product, as Eben detailed in Bottle of Lies. In the end, nearly 600 adverse events in the United States were linked to the contaminated heparin, and 94 patients died. During the pandemic, the rate of inspections plummeted, especially for facilities located abroad and in countries with strict COVID policies like China. By 2022, the number of inspections remained dramatically low. In 2019, the FDA inspected 37% of eligible foreign manufacturing plants. In 2022, that number was 6%. The GAO found that 82% of the FDA's planned 2022 inspections were of foreign plants that had either never been inspected or hadn't been inspected in at least 5 years, a number that grew dramatically from 2020. And while the FDA surprise inspects U.S. pharmaceutical facilities, visits to foreign sites are highly regulated and are rarely a surprise. This essentially leaves the facilities to police themselves. In an interview with Senate staff on the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, Dr. Stephen Skondelmeyer of the University of Minnesota compared the FDA's increasing reliance on self-reporting to the Federal Aviation Administration's approach in recent years, calling it the Boeing effect. Indeed, drug quality issues have plagued generic drugs in the United States for decades, with particulates discovered in the spinal injectable drug baclofen in 2015, a carcinogen discovered in the heart drug valsartan in 2018, and bacteria in generic eye drops in 2023. As Eben recounts in her book in 1996, overwhelmed by the beginnings of the deluge of foreign drugs, the FDA's Forensic Chemistry Center concluded in a memo, "We have literally no control over bulk drugs APIs that enter the U.S. These drugs can reach anyone, including the president." In an FDA analysis of drugs that were in shortage from 2013 to 2017, the agency found that supply disruptions due to quality issues were responsible for the shortage in 62% of cases. These quality issues are not exclusive to facilities overseas. American and European drug plants have also been cited by the FDA for failure to maintain good manufacturing practices. But because of geography and diplomatic relations issues, it's easier for the FDA to visit drug companies in America and Europe. A higher frequency of visits means that these companies have more of an incentive to adhere to the proper manufacturing practices, and that any deviation is more likely to be caught sooner. Other stakeholders in the drug supply chain have limited incentive or ability to monitor quality. The vast majority of health systems in the United States purchase drugs through group purchasing organizations, GPOs, entities that are designed to lower price by purchasing supplies in bulk. In reality, GPOs add their own complications to an already fractured supply chain, restricting health systems from shopping around on price or quality. While the FTC is currently investigating the role of GPOs and related entities, pharmacy benefit managers, in generic drug shortages, GPO representatives deny that their business practices affect shortages. Meanwhile, health systems, many of which operate on thin margins, have no incentive to stockpile drugs to ensure a steady supply. They, like the manufacturers themselves, tend to operate with the just-in-time strategy, ordering just what they need. In 2019, a bipartisan group of senators wrote to then Defense Secretary Mark Esper, expressing concern about DoD's reliance on China. As they put it, over-reliance on Chinese API exports raises the possibility that China could terminate or raise the cost of prescription drugs millions of Americans, including service members, rely on every day in the event of escalating geopolitical tensions. This national security threat cannot be overstated. In fact, while the DoD reports having contingency plans in place for disruption of medications for military operations, it uses a just-in-time ordering strategy on the commercial market for routine operations. In interviews with staff on the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, DoD also admitted lacking authoritative data on the sources of drugs it procures from the private sector. The Defense Logistics Agency reported being unable to determine if any of the drugs it purchases originate solely in China or India, except for 3 drugs, which rely solely on API manufacturers in China. The National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023 required DoD to assess its pharmaceutical supply chain vulnerabilities, which DoD partially released in a report in November 2023. DoD determined that 54% of its supply chain is considered either high or very high risk. These dependencies are either unknown or involve sourcing from non-Trade Agreements Act compliant suppliers. DoD defines non-compliant as sourcing finished pharmaceuticals or API from a non-TAA compliant country. As described below, the legal definition is complicated and has affected VA sourcing. For years after COVID, it seems that the relevant government agencies have agreed on the need for more tracking and on the threat posed by dependence on China. But a coherent strategy for these agencies is lacking. The FDA is stuck trying to map APIs and a database of sites from PDFs submitted by manufacturers. Congressional testimonies continue to call half-heartedly for advanced manufacturing, and supply chains continue to be fragmented. Going forward, the United States needs a 3-pronged national defense strategy for generic drugs. 1. Data collection. The data collection process in an era of massive computing ability and AI is far behind the times. Much as Janet Woodcock overhauled the FDA's microfiche system when she joined in the 1990s, the FDA needs to implement drug application forms outside of the standard PDF. Including API information should be mandated. Through the CARES Act, the FDA can require manufacturers to report their reliance on individual factories for API, but the agency has yet to provide the guidance for manufacturers to do so. This should be a priority. To be useful, the data should include where API manufacturers are located, the types and volume of APIs that those manufacturers are producing, and the reliance of final drug product manufacturers on each facility. Manufacturers should be required to report anticipated shortages as soon as they become aware of the possibility. The FDA cannot currently require manufacturers to share information about potential issues that might lead to shortages. Another legislative option could be requiring GPOs to report when they're unable to meet a health system's full order request, often a leading indicator of a shortage. With this information, the FDA could build a dynamic map of facilities producing drugs for U.S. customers around the globe and track potential shortages or quality concerns, similar to how the CDC relies on a network of local scientists and individuals to report potential disease networks. Perhaps most importantly, from a national defense perspective, the DoD must have more visibility into the pharmaceuticals it is purchasing for active military personnel, veterans, and their families. The DoD has enormous purchasing power in the market and a strategic need for a reliable supply of antibiotics and medical countermeasures. The agency should be leveraging that to demand more transparency into the supply chains of the drugs it purchases. Legislation requiring manufacturers to include the origination of the API and the country of manufacture on the packaging is another option, one that the DoD internally recommended in 2021. A simple Buy American initiative in this case is not enough. A 2020 decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit in Assetris Health, LLC v. United States ruled that the VA, which is subject to a Buy American provision under the Trade Agreements Act of 1979, is unable to deny contracts with generics manufacturers based on country of origin of the API. In other words, the court ruled that as long as the final product is manufactured within the United States, that satisfies the TAA. Without additional guidance, despite its purchasing power, the VA has no recourse to direct API sourcing away from China. 2. Reshoring. All the data collection in the world wouldn't have prevented the drug shortages caused by COVID, because there wasn't enough capacity in the United States or allied countries to make up the difference. Pharmaceutical factories take years to plan and build, and as a potential conflict with China seems increasingly possible in the coming years, it is vital that the United States begins to incentivize reshoring. Longer-term contracting from federal purchasers, including DoD, Medicare, and Medicaid, could incentivize reshoring or supply chain redundancy from manufacturers. A health system consortium, CivicaRx, has already demonstrated that there is some willingness among health systems to pay slightly more for a reliable, transparent supply of medication. Nevertheless, reshoring factory capacity is a daunting prospect. As medication costs continue to rise, it seems counterintuitive to ask consumers and payors to spend more on their cheapest generic drugs. But having some ability to manufacture within the United States may prove crucial in the coming years. Subsidizing factory development for a particularly important API or finished drug product, or for those drugs that are currently sole-sourced from China, might be a viable intermediary step. In 2021, Jackson Healthcare bought a failing antibiotics plant in Tennessee, hoping to use it to manufacture amoxicillin, commonly used to treat children's ear infections. Because finished drug product and API from China are so cheap, however, the plant is a money-losing enterprise. Its long-term survival strategy relies on guaranteed government contracts that have yet to fully materialize. Novel forms of government contracting to assure domestic supply at reasonable, if not quite rock-bottom prices might also be a strategy worth pursuing. 3. Advanced manufacturing. Advanced manufacturing in pharmaceuticals refers to technologies to develop drugs faster, more efficiently, or in a smaller space than the traditional manufacturing processes used in the vast majority of pharmaceutical plants. One of the more promising advanced manufacturing strategies is continuous manufacturing, where machines produce the medication continuously, rather than in batches, which is how the majority of medications are currently manufactured. In theory, continuous manufacturing allows large quantities of pharmaceuticals to be produced in days, rather than months, without compromising safety measures. A very small study published in partnership with the FDA in 2022 found that continuous manufacturing may even have benefits in reducing the time to FDA approval for a drug. Advanced manufacturing could get even more futuristic, with some proponents calling for mobile units with the ability to 3D print certain drugs on site. It's not hard to imagine the utility, especially in a military context. Yet, advanced manufacturing strategies have suffered from limited implementation to date. Especially in the low-margin world of generic drug manufacturing, there is no incentive for a company to independently pilot new machinery and worker processes with no financial upside. Creating a financial incentive, perhaps even allowing short-term exclusive manufacturing for some drugs if produced using advanced processes, is necessary for advanced manufacturing to actually happen. The DoD could be a leader on this front, using its purchasing power to incentivize novel drug manufacturing methods that may be useful in certain military settings. For example, mobile units of 3D drug printers could be deployed if there's a risk of biological attack. Other agencies have invested in trying to incentivize advanced manufacturing. CDER, BARDA, and DARPA have an initiative called Pharmacy on Demand, focused on mobile manufacturing platforms for essential drugs. As part of the initiative, a company called On Demand Pharmaceuticals opened a new facility in Maryland in early 2022. At least one health system, North Mississippi Health Services, recently announced a pilot program with On Demand to produce drugs on an as-needed basis during shortages. ASPR also recently launched the Industrial Base Expansion Connect initiative, making it easier for companies with innovative supply chain solutions to partner with ASPR. After decades of offshoring and the shortages of COVID, U.S. pharmaceutical supply chains are fragile and opaque. Pharmaceutical manufacturers are largely reliant on India, which is in turn reliant on China, a status quo that agencies like the FDA and DoD have deemed unsustainable. But efforts to address these challenges seem to be lacking urgency, even as the U.S. relationship with China continues to deteriorate. As global competition heats up, the United States must pursue a national defense strategy for pharmaceuticals. Gathering vital data on the extent of our reliance, incentivizing the reshoring of critical ingredients and drugs, and investing in advanced manufacturing to develop the next generation of pharmaceutical plants. As such, trade policy should focus first and foremost on defense, dual use, and enabling sectors and largely ignore non-strategic sectors. The problem is that Trumpian economic nationalism sees all four types of industries as equally worth protecting. Why else would Trump fight Canada so hard for trading advantage in dairy and wood products? Both are clearly non-strategic sectors. Likewise, why else would the administration push so hard to promote exports of natural gas and farm products? Boosting exports of the former will reduce American fossil fuel resources. Boosting exports of the latter will do little to increase American food security. A second problem with Trump's trade approach is that because the central challenge is about limiting China's techno-economic power over the West, then what really matters is ensuring the West, not just America, has the necessary capabilities. And that depends in part on keeping allies in the tent so we can challenge China collectively. It also means we should trade more trade with key allies, not less. Finally, by focusing on manufacturing and the trade deficit, Trump could very well make progress on both, but at the cost of hollowing out strategic industries. For example, America could reduce its trade deficit with more gas and food exports. We could grow manufacturing by expanding non-strategic industries, but advanced industries could continue to decline, and there is no particular reason why tariff walls will prevent that from happening. What really matters are strategic industries, including defense. America doesn't have much time left before our strategic industry base declines to a point of no return. It is not yet too late to reorient trade and industrial policy to counter China by bolstering America's most strategically important defense and non-defense industries. But we are late in the game and time is running out.